Scotty Schwartz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Arctic temperatures blanketing much of the U.S. with the coldest air in 3 years hitting parts of the country this morning.
More saber rattling from North Korea as they test a second ballistic missile in a handful of days.
The investigation into the deadly New York apartment fire is shedding new light on how the flames and smoke spread so quickly throughout the high-rise.
Could a deal be in the works involving the Ghislaine Maxwell trial that could change future charges?
Responding after the fumble with a tremendous throw and catch. And then the big six to seal it. And one more play for the Georgia defense. Georgia on the mountaintop.
The Georgia Bulldogs come on strong and dethrone the perennial Crimson Tide as the Dogs capture their first national championship in 41 years. Early Today starts right now. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Philip Mena.
Glad to be together with you once again. We start with millions of morning commuters who will be walking out into an Arctic blast of extreme cold today. A deep freeze is moving into the east, bringing with it sub-zero wind chills, heavy snow, and strong winds. NBC's Dasha Burns kicks off our coverage.
Extreme winter weather blasting the country. 6 million people under wind chill alerts, stretching from the Midwest to the Northeast. Some parts of the country facing the coldest air in 3 years. Across the upper Midwest and New England, wind chills forecasted as low as 25 below zero.
This is terrible. I can't even feel my fingers. It's numb.
In eastern Wisconsin, 27 people, many of them ice fishing, rescued after this sheet of ice suddenly broke loose, floating 3/4 of a mile offshore.
It's a really dangerous event with the cold water, the winds, the temperatures, the changing conditions.
Heavy lake effect snow fueling dangerous whiteout conditions across the Great Lakes. Pulaski, New York, seeing 24 inches of snow in 24 hours. The governor of the state warning against any and all unnecessary travel. In Oswego County, this tractor trailer jackknifing, bringing traffic to a standstill. The devastating system moving swiftly east next. Temperatures expected to plummet even lower in New England.
Frostbite in 30 minutes or less with exposed skin. You want to limit your time outdoors.
Boston closing its schools Tuesday due to extreme cold. Here in New York City, the well below freezing temperatures could be dangerous, even deadly for the city's at-risk and unhoused population. Nonprofits like the Bowery Mission scrambling to get people into shelters as temperatures are expected to plummet overnight.
You add not only the cold, but the vulnerability of illness and underlying conditions, and all of that just creates such a scary situation for those that are unsheltered at this time.
Lines forming outside the shelter in Tribeca as people prepare for some of the lowest temps since 2019.
All right, our thanks to Dasha Burns for that report. And Janessa will have a closer look at that big deep freeze in just a few minutes.
But first, breaking news concerning military threats from North Korea. The isolated regime appears to have launched its second missile test in less than a week. That's according to officials in South Korea and Japan. NBC's Janice Mackey-Frayer is in Beijing. Janice, thanks for joining us this morning. So what more do we know about these weapons?
Hey, Philip, good morning. North Korea has again fired what's believed to be a ballistic missile that landed in the Sea of Japan. It traveled about 400 miles, according to South Korean officials, at an altitude as high as 42 miles. And they say that it actually appears to be more advanced or better than the hypersonic missile that North Korea claims it fired last week. Now, all of these tests are in violation of multiple UN Security Council resolutions that ban the development and testing of ballistic weapons as well as nuclear devices. And this missile was fired just as the UNSC was meeting in New York to discuss North Korea's testing pattern and what they call a threat to international security. Now, experts say that the variety that we're seeing in these tests for North Korea suggests that they are showing more sophistication in the types of delivery systems for warheads, including nuclear warheads, to the point where South Korean officials issued a stronger than usual statement today saying that they have the capability to, quote, detect and destroy North Korea's missiles. One other curious point to add here, it's unclear whether this latest missile test was behind an FAA FAA ground stop order at airports along the west coast of the U.S., places like Burbank, San Francisco, and Oakland. For 10 minutes, pilots were told to not fly around because of, quote, a national security threat. That happened around the same time that the missile was launched, but the FAA hasn't come back to us on that yet. Philip?
All right, Janice, thank you.
After 5 days of school cancellations, the Chicago Teachers Union voted to return to in-person classes tomorrow. Teachers are set to return today for planning. The union also approved a plan with conditions on when an individual school would return to remote learning. It includes the number of staff absences and students in quarantine or isolation, as well as the level of community spread. And the U.S. has broken its hospitalization record as the Omicron variant fuels staggering COVID case numbers across the country. The U.S. reported over 1.3 million new cases just yesterday, breaking the record. NBC's Chris Pallone has more on the surge.
The Omicron variant surge taking a toll on the nation's schools and workplaces, forcing some healthcare systems to cut back hours, services, and even cancel some surgeries.
We have plenty of equipment. We have plenty of medications. It is a staffing issue.
States are altering COVID policies just to keep things running. In California, healthcare workers who have COVID but are asymptomatic may return to work immediately without isolation and without testing. In Georgia, teachers who test positive don't have to quarantine if they wear masks and don't develop symptoms. As people with severely compromised immune systems become eligible for a fourth vaccine shot this week, the major drug makers are working on the next generation of vaccines, preparing for a potential round of boosters next fall.
We need to be careful to try to stay ahead of a virus and not behind the virus.
Health officials are hopeful the Omicron surge will soon subside as fast as it exploded.
It's the tools that we have, vaccines, monoclonal antibodies, antivirals, and rapid tests, as well as masks that are going to make this something that people can deal with.
Medical advances which could turn COVID into just another seasonal nuisance instead of a devastating killer virus. Chris Pallone, NBC News, Washington.
American diplomats are working hard to try to defuse the crisis between Russia and Ukraine. During the first of several talks, the Kremlin insisted it has no plans to invade the country. NBC's Richard Engel is on the front lines.
You can see how confident Ukrainians are in diplomacy with Russia with every scrape and swing of their shovels. Troops are digging new defensive trenches in the frozen ground close to Russian forces.
Ukrainian troops are preparing for the worst because they worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith and is just going through the motions of diplomacy so it can say it gave peace a chance and then invade anyway.
In Geneva, senior American and Russian diplomats met for nearly 8 hours.
Thank you, everyone.
No breakthroughs. Though Russia's lead diplomat insisted it has no plans to invade, he added a warning.
After every mistake, every miscalculation with respect to what should be done in Euro-Atlantics, security of countries to the west of Russia suffers.
Russia has more than 100,000 troops positioned near Ukraine's borders. It is demanding Ukraine never be allowed to join NATO and that NATO shrink back to what it was in 1997, dismantling much of the alliance's presence across Eastern Europe and the Baltics. U.S. officials say it's such an unrealistic demand, they worry Vladimir Putin is building a case for the talks to fail, creating a pretext to invade Ukraine. At the front, soldiers told us they'll stand their ground as long as they can. Oleski says we all want to return to our families, but this is our land and we'll defend it. Troops here told us they hope Putin is bluffing, but they're not counting on diplomacy, suspecting it may be just a trick.
The only good news out of today's deadlock is that the U.S., Russia, and NATO have all agreed to keep talking, with 2 more rounds of negotiations later this week. Richard Engel, NBC News, Eastern Ukraine.
Late Monday night, in a joint letter from federal prosecutors to the defense attorneys representing Ghislaine Maxwell, they write that they are prepared to drop the perjury charges against Ghislaine Maxwell if she is not granted a retrial. Maxwell is facing 2 counts of lying under oath stemming from a 2016 sexual misconduct case. The decision all depends on whether Maxwell's defense team will continue trying to overturn her conviction. They were pushing for a mistrial after 2 jurors gave public interviews. Prosecutors would dismiss the charges to save the victims from having to testify in a second trial.
For the second time in 5 years, Georgia and Alabama battled it out for college football's national title. A low-scoring struggle was blown wide open in the second half. Quarterback Stetson Bennett, well, he's now a legend in Athens after he tossed 2 clutch touchdowns that served past the Crimson Tide defense. Georgia only lost 1 game all season, and that was to Alabama. It happened last month. They avenged that loss and win the national championship, going away 33-18. It's the first time in 41 years that college football's national title heads down to Athens, Georgia. The Southeastern Conference school has now won 5 of the 8 college football playoff championships.
Okay, from Bulldog Heaven to doggone cold. Sub-zero temperatures blanketing big parts of the U.S. Let's turn to NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb, who is tracking it all. Janessa, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Yes, the cold temperatures, they continue to plummet across many areas of the East Coast. Right now, the focus is going to be the Northeast into the Great Lakes, where we're seeing overnight lows that feel like temperature down to 45 below in some areas. The problem is that we don't bounce back this afternoon. We're going to be in the air temperatures of the single digits, but the feel like temperatures when you factor in the winds 20 to 30 below. So right now, taking a look at the larger scope of things, you can see Green Bay at 5 below. 7 degrees is the temperature right now in Detroit, but feels like 2 below in that area. You can see New York City daytime highs are really going to struggle this afternoon, but we're kind of still fairly on the warm side. But when you factor in the winds right now, we're at 7 degrees. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. Need to get to the deep south into the southeast. Temperatures in the mid-50s to lower 60s. A ton of sunshine this afternoon. You can see the colder air. It's spreading across the Rockies to the Great Lakes. Chicago today, 31. On the other side of the country, Pacific Northwest, we were talking about 10 inches of rain. We'll take a look at that forecast coming up, guys.
All right, your plate is full. All right, Janessa, thank you. The New York Yankees are set for a groundbreaking hire in their minor league system. The Associated Press reports Rachel Balkovich will be named the head coach of the Yankees' low-A affiliate, the Tampa Tarpons. That would make her the first woman to manage a team affiliated with Major League Baseball. She's been a hitting coach in the Yankees organization since 2019.
Still ahead, the bizarre details surrounding the arrest of a man who threatened former President Trump.
And the investigation into the deadly Bronx apartment fire that took 17 lives, including 8 children. We're back in 60 seconds.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I'm going to change your life. Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have 2?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We're learning more about the devastating Bronx fire in New York City that claimed the lives of 17 people. Authorities have revealed that 8 of the victims were children and that a space heater was the cause of the inferno that engulfed a 19-story apartment building. Here's NBC's Gabe Gutierrez.
New images of the charred apartment where the deadly fire started. All that's left after the inferno tore through this Bronx high-rise Sunday.
This is an unspeakable tragedy.
Authorities lowered the death toll from 19 to 17, including 8 children. In the chaos, with dozens of injured rushed to 7 hospitals, some of the victims were double counted. Several are still in critical condition.
The smoke was so terrible. I had to break out the air conditioner, the window for us to get.
Tysina Jacobs lived on the 15th floor.
I dropped on my knees and started to pray to God and ask God, please help us. Help us.
Authorities say the 5-alarm fire was sparked by a space heater, and the door to that unit somehow did not close. The damage inside now seen in the new images published by DailyMail.com.
The smoke traveled throughout the building.
A spokesperson for the building's owner says that all doors in the building are self-closing to help contain smoke, and that apartment was last checked in July. How much smoke was there?
Oh my God, you can imagine. A lot of smoke.
The building's owner also says the smoke alarms did work, but residents would sometimes smoke in the stairwells, which would set them off. This survivor told us they went off so often, residents ignored them.
That happened. It's normally in the building.
The Consumer Product Safety Commission estimates that portable heaters are involved in about 1,700 fires per year, resulting in about 80 deaths.
This tragedy is not going to define us. It is going to show our resiliency.
The fire commissioner says it was the smoke, not the flames, that proved deadly here, and that usually in a fireproof high-rise apartment building, it's safer to stay inside your unit rather than try and get down the stairs. Back to you.
That's just awful. All right, Gabe, thank you.
Still to come. Our first look at Netflix's new documentary on Kanye West hitting theaters next month.
And Arby's has the meats. Now it's bringing the heat. The new sandwich so spicy, it comes with a cool treat.
I'm going to change your life. Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So it's like God saying, I'm about to hand you the world. Just know at any given time I can take it away from you.
The journey of Kanye West, who is now legally known as Ye, is coming to a theater near you. On February 10th, Act 1 of a 3-part film called Genius, a Kanye trilogy, will debut nationwide. The film hits Netflix a week later. It'll showcase the music icon's career and features never-before-seen footage shot over the last 20 years.
Wow, and his story could go way beyond those 3 parts,
Yeah.
way after we're done with that series. All right, Arby's is bringing the heat. The fast food chain is challenging folks with the launch of its latest sandwich called the Diablo Dare. It's said to be so spicy, it even comes with a free vanilla Extinguish Shake milkshake to cool down your taste buds. You have a choice of 13-hour smoked brisket or chicken with ghost pepper jack cheese, fiery hot seasoning. You've got fire roasted jalapenos and Diablo barbecue sauce on that red chipotle bun. The chain released a statement Monday saying this is not a sandwich for the faint of heart. And I'm sure we're going to see that whole trend. TikTok, social media of everybody downing one of those Diablo Dares.
Yeah, 20 years ago I would have tried it. Now all I can think about when I see that is the flux, you know?
The heartburn, yeah.
That reflux.
Oh,
Gonna have to partner with Tums, I guess, to have some of that. Coming up, the groundbreaking pig heart transplant that could help save countless lives.
And minting history, the new tribute to trailblazing American women.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this?
Hi friends, we already talked about the kind of ugly weather that we're going to see across the East Coast, but a different weather pattern happening across the central tier. You can see Wichita, Southern Plains, 62 degrees, so we're above average in some sections of the country, and they're dealing with the warmth. Now, if you're in the East Coast, the Northeast, things change by tomorrow afternoon. It will be a gradual warm up, so that's the good news. By tomorrow, St. Louis back at 50, Minneapolis 32 degrees, Omaha, you're in the lower 50s. 50s. We're back into the upper 50s in some sections of the southern plains. So today is a tough day, but hold on, warm up is coming, guys.
All right, thanks for the encouragement, Janessa. The bizarre threat from a man against former President Trump that dared the Secret Service to go and arrest him.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In today's top stories, a 72-year-old man in New York City has been charged with threatening to assassinate former President Donald Trump. Officials say Thomas Welnicki helpfully gave authorities his full name when he made the threats. On January 4th last year, he told the Secret Service in a phone call, quote, "I am going to do anything I can to take out President Trump," adding, "Oh yeah, that's a threat. Come and arrest me." A federal judge in Brooklyn released Welnicki on $50,000 bond on Monday. He is subject to GPS monitoring and must undergo alcohol and mental health treatment.
Convicted killer Robert Durst has died. The wealthy New York real estate heir was serving a life sentence after he was convicted in September of murdering his longtime friend Susan Berman. He was the subject of the HBO documentary The Jinx. Durst was also suspected of killing his wife Kathleen in 1982 and a neighbor in 2001. Durst was 78.
There has been a huge breakthrough in medicine. A man has just undergone the first successful transplant of a pig heart into a human body. The FDA gave emergency authorization on New Year's Eve for 57-year-old David Bennett, who had been deemed ineligible for a conventional heart transplant. He was approved for the breakthrough surgery and is said to be doing well.
Pope Francis has come out against so-called cancel culture. In a speech, the pontiff warned against, quote, a form of ideological colonization, one that leaves no room for freedom of expression, and is now taking the form of the cancel culture invading many circles and public institutions. The Pope made the remarks at his yearly State of the World address to international diplomats.
There were many calls for justice at a funeral held for the 14-year-old girl who died in a department store dressing room. Valentina Oriana Peralta was killed by a Los Angeles police officer's stray bullet 2 days before Christmas. She had only moved to the U.S. from Chile at 6 months before her death, and her father said her biggest dream was to become a U.S. citizen. The officer who shot Valentina is on administrative leave while an investigation continues.
A watershed moment for New York City elections. A new law gives more than 800,000 non-citizens and dreamers access to the ballot box. It is the first major U.S. city to grant local voting rights to non-citizens. The law only applies to lawful permanent residents, and they still can't vote for president, congressional races, or statewide elections. Republicans have filed a suit to block the new law.
Well, the U.S. Mint has begun shipping coins from its new 4-year American Women's Quarters program. The collection will start with poet laureate and civil rights activist Maya Angelou. She is the first black woman to appear on the quarter. Can't wait to get one of those in my hands. Cool collector's item there. Thanks for kicking off your Wednesday with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great day. Be safe out there. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Arctic blast, extreme cold blankets much of the nation as sub-zero temperatures are causing warnings for millions.
New promises of an Omicron-specific vaccine emerge, with new COVID cases hitting a one-day record of 1.3 million on Monday, along with a 7-day average record.
New details surrounding the autopsy of comedian and TV favorite Bob Saget, who was found dead on Sunday in an Orlando hotel room.
Did the Treasury Department just signal that your 2021 tax returns will be delayed by the IRS?
The incredible medical marvel that's giving hope to thousands in need. The first pig-to-human patient heart transplant.
And go Dogs! Georgia Bulldogs taking down mighty Alabama to capture the NCAA National Championship. Early today starts right now. Good morning. Good to be back together. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm glad to be with you. I'm Frances Rivera. Chicago teachers are returning to the classroom today for planning after their union voted on a new plan for schools. Following 5 days of school cancellations, students will return to in-person classes tomorrow. A proposal with conditions on when an individual school may return to remote learning was also approved. It includes the number of staff absences and students in quarantine or isolation, as well as the level of community spread. This as COVID cases across the nation continue climbing to alarming new highs. The U.S. reported over 1.3 million new cases just yesterday, breaking the record. Our Miguel Almaguer has more.
All right, big stick. A new vaccine that specifically targets Omicron may be just months away. But as new COVID cases explode, our nation is likely just weeks from reaching Omicron's devastating peak. With nearly every state now a hotspot, the U.S. is closing in on 700,000 new cases a day, nearly triple last year's surge. Pfizer's new vaccine would target Omicron and other variants already circulating.
This vaccine will be ready in March. I don't know if we will need it. I don't know if and how it will be used, but we'll be ready.
In recent weeks, infections have exploded off the chart. Some 5.5 million cases just this month. While most infections are mild and don't require hospitalization, in areas first hard hit by Omicron, there's now a dramatic spike in COVID-related fatalities.
There has been more deaths that I've seen the whole time in just 1 week that I normally see in a month, let alone in a day.
First detected in the U.S. 6 weeks ago, Omicron is decimating the workforce and quickly spreading among children. In 2 weeks, cases nearly tripling, with well over 500,000 kids infected in the first week of January. It comes amid a serious shortage of hospital staff.
We have hundreds of doctors and nurses now that have COVID and are isolating because of that. There are many hospitals in the country that are simply on their knees. They are overwhelmed.
As the CDC sets the stage for a fourth shot for the immunocompromised, demand for testing remains high. Lines snaking for miles through some residential neighborhoods. Los Angeles County just shattered a pandemic record. 45,000 new cases in a single day. Many of the sick are vaccinated, even boosted.
You get vaccinated, you get boosted so that you don't end up in the hospital, you don't end up in a ventilator, and you don't die from COVID.
Hoping to expand testing, the White House says Americans with private health care insurance won't need to pay for those over-the-counter at-home COVID test kits. Consumers will instead be able to have their health care plan cover the cost up front or be reimbursed. That policy goes into effect January 15th. Back to you.
Okay, Miguel, thank you.
Now to breaking news concerning military threats from North Korea. The isolated regime appears to have launched its second missile test in less than a week. That's according to officials in South Korea and Japan. NBC's Janice Mackey-Frayer joins us now from Beijing. And Janice, what more do we know about these weapons?
Philip, good morning. South Korean officials say that this suspected ballistic missile landed in the sea in Japan. It traveled 400 miles at an altitude of about 42 miles, and they say it appears to be a more advanced weapon than the hypersonic missile that North Korea claims it fired last week. Now, all of these tests are violations of multiple UN Security Council resolutions, and this latest test happened as the UNSC was meeting in New York to discuss this testing pattern that North Korea is showing and what countries call a threat to international security. Now, experts say that the variety of tests that we've seen suggests that North Korea is showing more sophistication in the sort of weapons delivery systems that it's developing. South Korean officials today made the unusual move of issuing a strong statement saying that they have the capability to detect and destroy these kinds of missiles from North Korea. Now, one other thing to add here, Philip, it's unclear whether this latest missile test is behind an FAA ground stop order that affected airports along the west coast of the U.S., places like Burbank, San Francisco, and Oakland. For 10 minutes, pilots were told to not fly around because of, quote, a national security threat. This was around the same time as the missile launch, but the FAA has yet to get back to us on that. Philip?
All right, Janice, thank you.
Now to the standoff at Ukraine's border. American and Russian diplomats engaged in 8 hours of talks trying to defuse the military buildup at the border. It's the first of several high-stakes negotiations happening this week. But can both sides come to an agreement? Joining us with details is Chapman Bell. And Chapman, what do both sides hope to get out of this?
Well, Francis, I think all sides hope to feel like they've won this standoff, though both sides are coming to it with very hard demands. The U.S., of course, wants the 100,000 Russian troops on the border with Ukraine to leave, to stop this military buildup. Ukrainian troops have been digging trenches along the border close to these Russian troops, preparing for the worst if there is an invasion, though there is still hope of some sort of diplomatic resolution from this. Of course, Russia's main point is for Ukraine not to join NATO. But NATO, of course, insists that Russia does not decide who joins the organization. It's NATO who decides who joins this organization. Russia also wanting to see a rollback of NATO troops and warships and planes in the region, things they see as a threat. But Russia's deputy foreign minister insists the country has no plans to invade. However, in an interview with NBC's Lester Holt, President Biden's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, had this to say about that. Take a listen.
We believe that the Russians have positioned tens of thousands of troops and advanced military equipment on the border with Ukraine, and that they have done so with at least the capability, if not the intention, to invade. We believe the threat of invasion is real, and we are determined through a combination of deterrence and diplomacy to avert that circumstance, to defend Ukrainian territorial integrity and sovereignty, and to convince the Russians that the right course to go down is a course of diplomacy rather than a course of conflict.
So the U.S., NATO, and Russia will continue talking this week, maybe even further, to see if they can come with some sort of resolution for this. Francis?
Finding that common ground, Chapman. Thank you.
The country is mourning the death of America's dad, Bob Saget. The Full House actor passed away suddenly on Sunday of unknown causes. He was 65 years old. NBC's Joe Fryer has more on his incredible life and career.
For his role on Full House, Bob Saget won a title as prestigious as any award.
Okay, I have everyone's sandwich just the way they want them.
America's TV dad, dispensing all kinds of fatherly wisdom.
You girls are the greatest.
Now it's his TV daughters who are offering praise. Bob was the most loving, compassionate, and generous man, say Ashley and Mary-Kate Olsen. One of the best human beings I've ever known, tweeted Candace Cameron Bure. And from his on-screen brother-in-law, John Stamos, I will never, ever have another friend like him.
He always lifted me up. Just thinking about him now makes me happy.
Saget was found dead Sunday inside an Orlando hotel room. According to the incident report, his family could not get a hold of him, so hotel security went to check and found Saget on the bed with no pulse. Authorities say they found no signs of foul play or drug use. The medical examiner performed an autopsy and will now determine how the 65-year-old died. He was on a stand-up comedy tour. Just hours earlier, posted on Instagram, "I guess I'm finding my new voice and loving every moment of it."
Let's talk strategy. Hey, man. Let's forget about strategy.
Saget rose to stardom in the 80s and 90s, playing Danny Tanner on Full House.
This next video comes to
along with a gig hosting America's Funniest Home Videos.
Oh, look at all these wonderful moments. Oh, is this fun?
On TV, his image was squeaky clean.
There's a horse in my living room.
Quite the contrast to his profanity-laced stand-up routines.
I've always had comedy that was both family comedy, whether it be a role that I played, or my stand-up, I kind of was a little more unleashed.
Did you take one?
Recently, he reprised his role as Danny Tanner on the Netflix series Fuller House. He leaves behind a wife and, like his character, had 3 daughters. A grieving family now asking fans to remember the love and laughter Bob Saget brought to the world. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
For the second time in 5 years, Georgia and Alabama battled it out for college football's national title. A low-scoring struggle was blown wide open in the second half. Bulldog fans are giving a hat tip to quarterback Stetson Bennett. He tossed 2 clutch touchdowns that surfed past the Crimson Tide defense. Georgia only lost 1 game all season, and that was to Alabama last month. They avenged the loss and win the national championship in style, 33-18.
Yeah, it was not looking good at halftime for the Bulldogs, but now it is the first time in 41 years that college football's national title heads to Athens, Georgia. A Southeastern Conference school has now won 5 of the 8 college football playoff championships.
Hey, this week has gotten off to a very cold start for much of the country. Wind chills in the upper Midwest on Monday were as cold as 45 degrees below zero. And now that deep freeze is settling in along the East Coast. Boston closed its public schools today because of the extreme cold. The high for Boston today is 12 degrees, but the wind chill across New England could drop to as low as 35 below zero.
My goodness. All right. Tracking all that frigid weather is our own NBC meteorologist, Janessa Webb. Good morning, Janessa.
Hi, good morning. Yes, the cold is definitely settling in. It's going to be about a one-day event. By tomorrow, things start to change and we'll notice a warm up. But this morning, we do have wind chill advisories and warnings that are currently in place across the Northeast into the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes, and we're going to continue to watch that. This is the warmer air that we're about to see across the central U.S. You can see daytime highs, southern plains in the upper 60s, 46 degrees for St. Louis, but if you're across the Pacific Northwest, you are not in on the mix of this. We do have warmer air surging in, and that is going to allow for a big time river event to impact the coastal areas of Seattle into Oregon. That warmer air starts to spread into the Northeast by tomorrow, but we're still talking about daytime highs in the single digits this afternoon. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. So for the Southern Plains this afternoon, you can see Corpus Christi 62 degrees, well above average. Upper Midwest, it's a dip in the jet stream. That's allowing the colder air to move in. Chicago 31. We'll take a look at more of that frigid air for the East Coast coming up, guys.
Need to hear all about that and how I'm going to bundle up my kids this morning. All right, Janessa, thank you. Researchers in the UK made a massive discovery nearly intact from prehistoric times. This 32-foot-long sea dragon fossil was unearthed, with researchers saying it is the largest and most complete of its kind discovered in the UK. The fossil is of the prehistoric ichthyosaur and is believed to have lived about 180 million years ago during the Jurassic period.
Wow, that is fascinating. A quick break and then hope for thousands with new details of a new heart transplant procedure involving a pig's heart.
And better pack your patience, the warning from the U.S. Treasury over this year's tax returns.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect.
The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt.
The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Leading the news, President Biden and Vice President Harris will speak in Atlanta today as the administration pushes its voting rights agenda. Specifically, the president is expected to call for changes to the Senate filibuster rule. Voting rights activists say new federal laws are needed to counter Republican state efforts to restrict voting. But Senate rules say that Democrats need 60 votes to pass legislation. The chamber is currently split 50-50.
There has been a huge breakthrough in medicine. A man has just undergone the first successful transplant of a pig heart into a human body. The FDA gave emergency authorization on New Year's Eve for 57-year-old David Bennett, who had been deemed ineligible for a conventional heart transplant. He was approved for the breakthrough surgery and is said to be doing well.
Now to consumer alert for salad lovers here. The weeks after a similar recall in December, Dole Fresh Vegetables issued another voluntary recall of packaged salad products due to listeria concerns. Consumers are advised to discard bags with a best buy and use by date between December 22nd and January 9th. For more information, check out Dole's Consumer Response Center that can be reached on that phone number on your screen.
When we return, why the IRS says this tax season could be especially taxing for all of us.
And get them while they're hot. Snoop Dogg gets his buns in gear for his own hot dog brand.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
and this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it at night.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In today's foodie quick hits, Arby's is bringing the heat with their new sandwich, the Diablo Dare. It's said to be so spicy, it even comes with a vanilla extinguish-shake milkshake to cool down your taste buds.
Hip-hop legend Snoop Dogg has reportedly applied for a federal trademark registration on the term Snoop Dogs back in December. According to Billboard, he says he plans to use the name to sell hot dogs and other types of sausage.
Plus, say hello to Goldfish Megabites. The snack that smiles back is now 50% larger than regular goldfish and comes in 2 flavors, sharp cheddar and cheddar jalapeno.
From foodie heaven to potential IRS hell as the Treasury warns of delays to your 2021 tax returns. Here with a look at that and a look at rising interest rates as well as CNBC's Karen Show. Karen, good morning.
Francis, well, good morning to you both. We are hearing that there's no need to hold your breath for speedy tax returns this year because the IRS does enter tax season with a backlog, so it may take longer than usual for those tax returns and any other service. This as the pandemic has wreaked havoc along too with previous budget cuts. The advice from the IRS, file that tax return early from the 24th of this month, also electronically rather than a paper version, and of course make sure it's accurate. Meantime, on markets, we've seen huge volatility this year around a rotation theme as investors prepare for interest rate hikes. Market expectations now are preparing for a March liftoff instead of June. That has meant investors very wary around technology. We've also seen a much higher in bond yields. We are setting up for Jay Powell, the Fed chair, to speak later on today about tackling any entrenched inflation. Also getting set for a hot inflation report tomorrow. Back to you in the studio.
All right. Thank you so much, Karen.
Up next, Janessa's got your frigid forecast next.
And payday in pennies, a boss's revenge backfires.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just 1 more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock. Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruzes. See? Power.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Good morning, everyone. Be careful out there today. We're talking about wind chills down to about 20 to 30 below in some sections of the Northeast. The air temperature not warming up too much. Will still be in the teens, but I promise you by tomorrow, this will be out of here by tomorrow afternoon, but bundle up across all of the East Coast, guys.
It's going to be a rough one out here, right? Janessa, thanks. Saved in the nick of time. The split-second rescue you have to see to believe.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
New on NBCNews.com this morning, a new lawsuit alleges some of the nation's top universities illegally conspired to inflate prices for students receiving financial aid. The suit, brought about by 5 former students from Vanderbilt, Northwestern, and Duke, names these 16 schools, including 6 Ivy League universities. The lawsuit alleges that over 170,000 financial aid recipients were overcharged by hundreds of millions of dollars as a result of the collusion.
All right, if you think you have nightmare boss stories, this next one will likely top them. One Georgia auto shop owner was sued for dumping 500 pounds of pennies on an ex-employee's driveway. Look at this video of all the pennies there in that note. The employee actually quit his job and then called the Labor Department to report he was still owed $915. Well, the shop owner paid up with 91,500 oil-covered pennies, and that note with not so nice words in it.
Oh, it doesn't say thank you? Oh, okay.
Not at all. I'm sure some choice 4-letter words probably in there. It took 7 hours to clean them all off. The Labor Department sued the owner, claiming he retaliated against the ex-employee. And imagine if you just post this and the name. Oh boy, and the backlash, I can just imagine.
He might get some pennies of his own. All right. This here, up next, here it is the definition of you have to see it to believe it. A plane crash lands onto tracks just moments before a train comes barreling through. Police leaping into action to rescue the pilot just in the nick of time. NBC's Gotti Schwartz talked to the heroes.
In the history of high-stakes rescues, this train versus plane chain of events is a heart-pounder. Now, the odds of what you just saw might be too incredible to believe if it wasn't captured by several vantage points. A pilot stuck in a cockpit after crash landing on train tracks, while in the distance, a terrible sound. LAPD's police body cam footage showing the true heroism 4 seconds before impact.
Go, 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 go!
The Metro commuter train obliterating the small plane, sending debris flying.
And all of a sudden, the bells and whistles and lights started flashing. I just thought, nah, this can't be happening. And I look down the tracks and I see this train with 3 huge white lights coming right at us.
The pilot is recovering in the hospital. The officers who saved him say to call him lucky is an understatement, especially when you consider how close they were when the plane went down.
So this over here, this is your police station. And then we got planes landing over here. This is the intersection where it happened? That's right. This is right where it happened. I think this guy's a very lucky man. Not only was it right by the police station, I think he cheated death twice in about 10 minutes. And I think he should buy a lottery ticket.
All of it coming together in those final critical seconds when those officers transformed into the literal hands of fate. Gadi Schwartz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, deep freeze, a winter wake-up call for millions of Americans on what could be the coldest day in years. This morning, weather alerts are in effect from the Midwest to the Northeast as real field temperatures dip to dangerously low levels. The latest on the conditions, the closures, and just how long this bitter cold will last. Staggering statistics in the fight against COVID as the U.S. struggles with the Omicron surge. A new pandemic record set with a record 1.3 million new cases reported yesterday, and hospitalizations now past last winter's peak. This as the nation's leading health officials prepare to testify before lawmakers today about the federal response to the pandemic. We have team coverage this morning. Defending democracy. Today, President Biden headed to the South to announce his plan to push for new voter protections in response to several controversial state voting laws.
The president will forcefully advocate for protecting the most bedrock American rights, the right to vote and have your voice counted in a free, fair, and secure election.
We're in battleground Georgia ahead of the president's visit with details on the plan that would weaken the filibuster in the Senate. Plus, why some voting rights activists say it's not enough. And post-holiday hangover. And we're not talking alcohol, but if you're feeling tired, irritable, or just spacey these days, you're not alone. We'll talk to a professional about what's being called social jet lag as the holiday season comes to a close and give you tips on how to overcome the slump. I know a lot of people are probably feeling that way after no social interaction for a long time and then an overload.
We showed pictures of people at a party there. I didn't do that. So, sat in my bedroom. All right.
We're all easing back in. All right, we begin this morning, though, with news some of you may already be feeling. It's very cold across much of the country, including here in New York. We're seeing record low temperatures gripping most parts of the Northeast and Midwest.
Millions of Americans from Montana to Maine are waking up to wind chill alerts this morning. Temperatures plunging to the lowest levels in 3 years. Wind chills across the Midwest are expected to drop as low as minus 45 degrees, and it could get as cold as minus 35 in some parts of the Northeast today. NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns is here to break down these record low temperatures, and WNBC reporter Jessica Cunnington is out braving the elements in New York City this morning. So, Jessica, we're going to go to you first because we feel sorry for you. What's the scene like where you are right now? Just describe it for us, and how cold is it expected to get in the New York area this morning?
Yeah, good morning, guys. I'm right here outside Bryant Park, where the big fountain in the center of the park keeps forming more and more icicles, honestly, by the minute. And I feel like I'll turn into that in a few minutes as well. A lot of people starting to head to work right now, and they are absolutely bundled up, which is good because we are in the teens right now. But with the windshield chill, it feels like one singular degree here in New York City. So those wind gusts are definitely going to be a factor. It's what New Yorkers are going to have to battle today and even tomorrow morning, too.
Yeah, that hood you have on there seems like a good way to protect yourself right now. We know several cities in the Northeast and Midwest are altering school schedules, switching to remote learning, something we know quite well, so they can keep kids and faculty out of the cold during the morning commute. Looks like folks are just whizzing by you there because they don't want to waste any time outside. Any plans like that being considered in New York City?
No, Joe. Honestly, 1 million public school kids here in New York City will be heading into the classrooms today. And you know what? Last Friday, we got our first snow of the season, several inches here in and around the city. And Mayor Eric Adams said kids are going to school. So even last Friday, he made that decision when the snow came, and he defended that decision. So no, this morning, kids will be out and getting into those classrooms. So again, for parents getting their kids ready, definitely just be prepared and get, especially the little ones, really bundled up for that commute to school.
And we'd love to stay inside today, but obviously that's not the case. Some people do have to go out. So what are the best ways to stay warm during this brutal stretch of cold weather? Anything people should avoid in order to stay safe?
I mean, avoid coming outside if you don't have to, because this is the type of cold where it literally hits your bones as soon as you walk outside. So even if you're running down the block, getting a coffee real quick, you are going to feel this, and you're going to feel it fast. So definitely layering up is the biggest thing if you are going out for a while or even just a little bit. The layers, cover the extremities, the gloves, extra socks, obviously the hood, as you mentioned, and a hat as well. So definitely avoid being outside if you can. But if you are out and about, the layering is so key, because frostbite can really settle in quicker than you think, especially when your skin is exposed. Guys?
Jessica, with that, we will let you get back and get a little bit of warmth in. Thanks so much for being out there this morning. We appreciate it. Let's get a check on your morning news now. Weather.
NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now with more on this Arctic blast, when we can expect to see some warmer temperatures. And he's indoors, thank goodness, because I think we'd hear some complaints if not.
Yeah, I spent my time as a kid in upstate New York waiting at a bus stop in like -10, -15. So I've done my outdoor cold, so I don't need to go back to those days anytime soon. So let's show you what's happening. So this is kind of our first dangerous cold out there that we've had this season in the Northeast and in New England. And actually, because it's been so mild the last couple winters, this is really our first really cold, dangerous blast in almost 3 winters. You have to go back to 2019. Remember, we talked a lot about the polar vortex. That was a really cold winter. We had a couple outbreaks that were much colder than even what we're dealing with today. But because it's been so mild, it's a shock to the system out there. Now, the criteria for wind chill warnings is different in every area. We don't even have wind chill advisories for D.C., Philly, New York, or Boston. And by the way, Boston public schools are closed today because of the cold. But in northern New England, where the worst of it is, that's where it's a lot more dangerous, and that's where we do have the wind chill warnings. Your eyes immediately go up to Caribou, Maine. The temperature is -14. And that's the coldest I've ever been. I lived in Maine for a little bit, a couple winters, and -14 was the coldest I ever felt it. And the wind chill is -33 in Caribou. So that's some serious cold. It's a little bit better today in the northern plains. Remember yesterday we were talking about International Falls and Minneapolis. They were like -20 to -40. This morning it's still in the negative numbers, but it's not quite as bad. So you're starting to get your recovery. But for the Northeast, we're starting the clock on about 24 hours of really cold temperatures with dangerous wind chills, and then we'll start to improve things by about Thursday. Here's a closer view of some of the big cities where Jessica was just standing outside. New York City's at 3 wind chill. Hartford's at -1. Boston's at -8. So once you get north of about Hartford, everyone is in the negative numbers, including our friends there from Syracuse to Vermont, which are also about -teens to -20s. Now, this afternoon, we don't warm it up much. That air mass is so cold and still moving in that areas from New York City northwards, what you feel is what you get pretty much for the entire day. D.C. gets a little bit warmer as the day goes on, going up to about 29. And then we have one more really frigid morning tomorrow. It won't be as bad as today, but still about 17 in New York. Wind chill of 10 won't feel good. Same with Boston up to Maine. The reward finally comes by the time we get to Wednesday afternoon, Thursday, and Friday. Temperatures even go above freezing in some cases, and that'll be our recovery. And one thing that's interesting is that this is really confined to the Great Lakes in the Northeast. I mean, today is 50 in Denver. Oklahoma City is almost up to 60 degrees. So the middle of the country, which was cold, really begins to warm up. And anytime, you and Joe knows this, when Minneapolis in the middle of winter hits 32 degrees, it's like a party in the streets. So it's a short blast of cold air, guys, and then we're going to be out of it in a hurry.
Yeah, 32, that's shorts weather. My favorite, by the way, cold weather story. I was in Duluth, Minnesota years back. It was 45, 50 below wind chill. There was a guy out for his morning run. So, Bill, what I'm saying is, if you want to impress us, we need to see you running out.
Yeah, I mean, you're an Iron Man. I think you could do it.
My treadmill is like 30 feet that way, and that's where I'll be.
All right, thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill. All right, now to the COVID surge. The U.S. is breaking new records as the highly contagious Omicron variant continues to spread. In just the past day, more than 1.3 million Americans tested positive for COVID. That's the highest daily number since the pandemic began, and it breaks the previous record that was just set last week when a little over 1 million people tested positive in a day. This comes as number of Americans hospitalized with COVID surpasses last winter's peak, and areas first hit hard by Omicron are now seeing a rise in COVID deaths.
There has been more deaths that I've seen the whole time in just 1 week that I normally see in a month, let alone in a day.
All of this happening, of course, despite vaccines being readily available and 63% of the country being fully vaccinated against the virus. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards joins us now. Erica, good morning. So vaccine makers are now preparing to roll out boosters that are specifically meant to target Omicron. They say they could be available later this spring. First, tell us what you're learning about these boosters, but then what does it mean for people? Would this be a fourth shot for people who were already boosted? And also, could these really still be necessary by then if they're not available till the spring and we're experiencing this right here at the start of winter?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. Those are all really good questions. Both Pfizer and Moderna are working on vaccines specific to the Omicron variant. You know, this is after there's some data out of the UK that shows that protection against symptomatic Omicron infection falls to just about 10% 4 months after that initial series. Now, it's unclear still where this would fall in the process. Would it be a booster? Would it be a fourth shot? When would it be needed? Omicron is spreading so rapidly that some are saying, you know, perhaps we won't end up needing this. It would just be part of, you know, that annual shot that we get. Now, both CEOs of both companies were on CNBC yesterday to talk about their work.
We're working very actively on an Omicron-specific vaccine as a booster. That should be in the clinic very soon.
This vaccine will be ready in March. I don't know if we will need it. I don't know if and how it will be used, but we'll be ready.
Yeah, so it's also important to remember that both of these vaccines do remain quite effective at preventing the most severe complications of COVID-19. That's hospitalization and death. Savannah?
Now, Erica, one of the other big issues we've been seeing is the fact that if you are feeling sick, maybe especially during this Omicron spread, obviously we know 1.3 million people just tested positive yesterday. If you are feeling sick, you can't get tested, and therefore you might be going out and spreading it. But it soon might be easier to get those kits because the Biden administration says private insurers will have to cover the costs of, get this, 8 test kits per family member each month. Tell us how this program will work. How will people be able to claim those tests?
Yeah, this is part of a big push by the Biden administration to really try and meet that massive demand for those rapid at-home tests. People with private insurance will be able to get those tests at certain pharmacies without any out-of-pocket costs. Others and other scenarios will need to file for a reimbursement. Now, this is in addition to the tests that are already free. Those are, if a doctor orders a test for you specifically, those are also going to be free of charge. Savannah?
All right, that's good news for people. Now, Erica, we've heard how hospitals are so overwhelmed dealing with an increase in patients and staffing shortages right now, again, breaking records. Now we have Merck saying its authorized COVID pill works well against Omicron. How does this treatment work? Remind us, because I think a lot of people forget that it's available or haven't had to have that experience. And also, what's the rollout been like so far? Is it in hospitals and available to use?
No, not quite yet. The rollout has been pretty patchy. The Biden administration ordered about 3.1 million courses of the drug late last month. Most of those drugs will be available later this month. Now, it was an executive of Merck who said during a healthcare conference that he believes that the pills are effective against the Omicron variant or other variants that may come down the road, although he didn't offer any details or any new research to sort of back that up. We do know that in November, Merck released some pretty disappointing data from its drugs, saying that they're only about 30% effective against hospitalizations and death. Savannah?
All right, Erica Edwards, thank you so much for bringing us the latest here.
Let's bring in Dr. Bob Lahita. He's a professor at the Hackensack Meridian Medical School and the director of autoimmune and rheumatic diseases at St. Joseph Health. He's also the author of the new book, Immunity Strong. So, Dr. Bob, good to have you with us. What should people know about the situation at hospitals right now dealing with Omicron? What are you seeing?
Well, what we're seeing, Joe, is a shortage of nurses, nurses' aides, and in some cases, physicians themselves. They're asking for a lot of people to leave their offices and come and help, because there are not that many people after illness goes through, say, a ward of patients. And most of the beds are COVID Omicron patients. They are less severely ill, but in the ICU, there's still that complement of very, very ill patients who then subsequently are ventilated and then die.
We know a lot of vaccinated people are testing positive for the Omicron variant, most experiencing very minor symptoms. But this is a question I've heard from a few folks. If they're not boosted yet and they just got COVID, how long should they wait after having the virus to then get that booster dose?
Well, a lot of people, particularly some researchers out of California, are suggesting, actually it's Oregon Health System, suggests that once you get the Omicron, you're super immune. I don't know if that is particular. That's after you've been vaccinated. These are breakthrough infections. So after you've had 2 shots of the mRNA vaccine and you get Omicron, they consider you somewhat immunized. And so I am suggesting, and others in the literature are suggesting, that you don't get the booster for at least 6 months after your Omicron infection, after your symptoms have cleared.
All right. And of course, this is a fluid situation, as we know. So, of course, we'll be keeping tabs on it as it moves along. Dr. Bob, I also want to ask you about masks. We're hearing a lot of experts say that the cloth masks, even the surgical ones, they're just not as effective at preventing the spread of Omicron. I know I've just protectively gone back to double masking in most situations. But what is your best mask advice right now?
Well, as far as double masking goes, it depends on your situation. If you're in a closed space with a lot of potentially unvaccinated people, you could easily get the Omicron. So double masking may be a good idea in those instances. But basically, here's the general rule of thumb. Cloth masks are not as effective against protecting others from your droplets or from you, from their droplets to you. Then you go to surgical masks, which are sort of those paper masks that everyone wears if they can get them. And those are effective better than the cloth mask. The most effective is the so-called N95 mask, which is very closely fitted to your face. And in fact, doctors and nurses undergo fit testing, that's what it's called, to prove that the mask you wear is tight and it doesn't allow droplets to escape. Those N95s are largely reserved for people in the healthcare industry, such as hospitals, EMS people, police, fire, etc. However, regular people can purchase them either online or in certain drugstores. So those are the best. The N95 is the best. Then the surgical, and then the last is the cloth mask. Some of them are homemade at home. People have all kinds of colors on them and drawings, etc. Those are not that effective.
Yes, they're more of a fashion statement sometimes. Dr. Bob, while we have you, I just want to get a sense of where you think we are right now. It was, I think last month, Dr. Fauci said January is going to be bad. And right now, clearly, January is bad. Do we have an idea of how long we're going to be in this peak period? Have we reached the peak yet? Where do you think things sort of fall as far as a timeline moving forward with this Omicron wave?
We have not peaked yet, Joe. I think we're going to peak somewhere in February or March, and I think we're going to flatten the curve in this country, probably towards spring and maybe summer. So right now, because people are clustering and clumping in homes, in restaurants, and places where there is heat, because it's very, very cold out, at least in the Northeast, we're going to continue to see this spike. I don't think we've peaked yet. We'll probably peak towards the end of January, and then the curve will start to flatten. And by the spring and summer, I think we'll be in good shape.
Flattening the curve, something we don't hear much about these days, but still incredibly important. Dr. Bob Lahita, as always, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Now, today, the federal government's response to the Omicron variant will be front and center on Capitol Hill as Dr. Fauci and CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky are expected to testify in front of the Health, Education, and Labor Committee. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now with a preview of this. Hey, Leanne, good morning. So we're expecting to hear responses to some of the major issues facing the country when it comes to COVID. Like, for example, the fact that there's been this shortage of at-home tests, which is creating this problem. People don't know if they actually are sick. They can't get their hands on a test. They're sold out. They're super expensive. Now, the federal government has come under fire about that. So what steps are they taking to address that? And what might we learn today in this hearing and questioning?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. So we expect Dr. Fauci to talk a lot about the status of the Omicron variant, about vaccines and how they work with the variant. We can expect Dr. Walensky to answer a lot of those questions that you just mentioned about testing, about schools, and about CDC guidelines. There's been a lot of confusion, and she's come under a lot of fire over the updated guidelines, including only having to quarantine for 5 days if you are asymptomatic and have COVID. And we expect them to get a lot of tough questions, not only by Republicans, of course, but also Democrats as well, who think that the administration has come a long way, but still has a long way to go to reassure Americans and give them the tools they need to deal with this virus, Savannah.
Absolutely. And Leanne, one member on this committee that they will be testifying in front of is Senator Dr. Rand Paul. Now, we've seen clashes between him and Dr. Fauci in these types of hearings before. What are we expecting to hear there from him? Do we think we're watching out for any fireworks today?
I'm sure it's going to be a repeat of all of the hearings in the past between Rand Paul and Dr. Fauci. There is no love lost between the two. One of the things that Senator Paul continues to grill Fauci over and spar with him over is the origins of the COVID virus. We should expect him to have additional questions about that. We should expect him to have additional questions about masking, about vaccines. And so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of fireworks, Savannah.
All right, Leanne Caldwell, thank you so much. Turning out of the battle over voting rights, later today, President Biden will visit a state at the center of the issue. That's Georgia. That's following the somber anniversary of the January 6 riots on Capitol Hill, and Biden and fellow Democrats say critical voting rights legislation will protect future elections and American democracy. Now, the House has already passed 2 key election bills, but they face an uphill battle in the Senate as the 2022 midterm elections inch closer. NBC News received an excerpt from the president's planned speech in Atlanta tonight. It says, in part, "I will defend your right to vote and our democracy against all enemies, foreign and domestic." And so the question is, where will the institution, the United States Senate, stand? Joining us now with a full preview of the speech the president will give while in Georgia is NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee. And we also have NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander in Atlanta for us. Good morning to both of you. Carol, I'll start with you to just get a general overview of what this speech will lay out. What do we know so far that we can expect to hear?
Well, Savannah, we know that the president, according to the White House, is going to make a very forceful case for the Senate to pass voting rights legislation. This is really the most that he's spoken on this issue. They're billing this as a major speech, and they're saying it will build on his remarks last week on January 6th, where he touched upon voting rights issues while really focusing on the attack on the Capitol that day, but still made a bit of a plea and a bit of a preview of what he's expected to say today. Take a listen.
We have to be firm, resolute, and unyielding in our defense of the right to vote and to have that vote counted.
Now, White House official also says that the president is going to call on the Senate to change the filibuster rule so that they can allow voting rights legislation to pass. It's been held up in the Senate by Republicans using the filibuster to block it. The president has said before that he would support a sort of carve out for voting rights legislation in terms of changing the filibuster rules. But this is really the first time that he's putting himself squarely in this fight within his own party, because they are not united on this issue. And it's going to be a little bit of a battle for the president to get all Democrats on board to change this rule and then pass the legislation.
Yeah, definitely a battle. All right, Blaine, let's bring you in here. So Georgia, where you are, is a significant location for this speech. So the two pieces of legislation Biden will address are the Freedom to Vote Act and then the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. Lewis was, of course, a legendary civil rights activist who represented Georgia for over 30 years in Congress. What would both of these bills do if signed into law?
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. You know, collectively, Democrats say that they would essentially protect voting rights. You know, between the two of them, they would expand access to the ballot. They would expand, make almost universal access to mail-in voting. They would make Election Day a federal holiday. And this one is key. It would require federal oversight or federal approval for any elections changes that were made at the state and local level. Now, people who are pushing for these laws say that that last point is key because they point to states like Georgia. You know, of course, Georgia flipped blue in 2020 for Joe Biden. It also sent 2 Democratic senators to Washington, giving Democrats control of the Senate. And so soon after that, the Republican-led state legislature passed a law that Republicans say makes elections more secure, but Democrats say amounts to voter suppression. So now people are pointing to laws in states like Georgia and 19 other states around the country that have passed similar laws saying, look, this is what happens when states have control. That's why the federal government needs to have oversight when it comes to any sort of election changes made. Savannah?
Absolutely. And so, Carol, let's get back to what you were talking about basically this uphill battle that he has in order to make this federal legislation. To Blaine's point there, I mean, how does Biden think he could actually get this done with how much of a fight this has been through Congress?
Well, look, this is a really heavy lift for the president, and the White House is putting him out there on a limb saying that he's going to get this done. And there's what he's facing are a lot of cross currents really within his own party. This is not necessarily a battle just with Republicans, because what they're trying to do is just to get Democrats united in the Senate to get this through. So the president's under pressure from voting rights activists who are saying he hasn't done enough. He's under pressure from members of his own party who say, look, it's not time to change the rules of the Senate to get this done. And yet you hear the White House saying that the president expects that this will be a success. Let's just take a listen to White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki on this point.
His plan is to sign voting rights legislation into law. That requires a majority of senators to support it, even if there are changes to the Senate rules, which is something the president has expressed an openness to.
So I think, Savannah, what you're going to see after this speech is really when the work starts to get done, where you're going to see the White House and the president trying to find a way to thread the needle here and get this legislation passed.
Yeah, absolutely. And Blaine, multiple voting rights groups in Georgia wrote a letter to the president calling his upcoming speech just for show and saying that they need real action. What have you been hearing from them? Tell us more about this.
Well, Savannah, I actually spoke to the head of one of those groups, and she was very strong in her words of, listen, don't come down here, essentially, unless there is a plan for how the president is going to make sure that these bills become law. She says that she almost sees this as a waste of time, as an empty gesture, essentially saying that this is a speech that could have been given back in Washington, but all of the time, all the focus, all of the resources need to be on actually getting these bills through. Here's a little bit of what she told me. Take a look.
We know that we have the votes, but when you have bad maps and bad laws, there's nothing that we're able to do to assure our folks that their voices are going to be heard and tallied fairly. So we're asking the president and Congress to come in and act as an impartial referee by passing these laws.
Now, that was Kendra Cotton. She's the COO of the New Georgia Project. Their group was certainly played a large role in turning out voters, registering voters. They were knocking on doors. They were making calls. They were sending texts. They were getting people to the polls. They really played a big role in flipping Georgia blue back in 2020. So now what she's saying essentially is that if these laws do not pass, they're going to face a very uphill climb when it comes to the midterms this year. Savannah.
All right, Carol and Blaine, thank you so much. Blaine, great to have you back with us after maternity leave. It's so good to see you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Now, this morning, planes are flying again nationwide, but on Monday, flights at all West Coast airports were grounded by the FAA for several minutes. It happened around the same time North Korea fired a missile, although it's not clear yet if there's a connection there. Tom Costello, of course, covers aviation for us and is at Reagan International Airport with more. Hi, Tom. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. So, yeah, this was, in fact, something that really kind of immediately put everything on the West Coast in a freeze. It didn't last long, 5 to 7 minutes, but it underscores the potential threat perceived from North Korea. What the ground stop means, flights could not take off. Some flights told they had to land. It happened late Monday. North Korea launched what appeared to be a ballistic missile into its eastern sea, the rogue nation's second missile launch in less than a week. About that same time, air traffic controllers at some U.S. airports in the western U.S. heard ordering ground stops. This was air traffic control at California's Burbank Airport.
Zero Mike Echo, I need you to go ahead and land at Van Nuys at this time. Some sort of national security threat's going on, and we are not allowing aircraft to just maneuver in the area at the moment. Are you able to land Van Nuys?
The highly unusual and coordinated ground stop lasted for about 7 minutes. So far, no reason given. Under an FAA ground stop, flights scheduled to land at an airport are forced to stay at their departure airports. No takeoffs. They can be related to weather, equipment, or extreme events. Air traffic controllers at San Diego Airport.
Weather is the same. We are ground stop.
What's the ground stop for?
We don't know. We are trying to find out. It is everybody nationwide.
Interesting.
South Korea and Japan confirming North Korea launched a missile early Tuesday morning their time. But it's not clear how far the missile flew or where it landed, or if any U.S. planes were ever in any jeopardy. Again, the FAA not commenting this morning, neither is the Department of Defense. We can tell you that there is great concern right now, of course, about North Korea's ballistic missile program, and allegedly, I underscore allegedly, North Korea has even been working on hypersonic weapons. You know, the most famous nationwide ground stop occurred on 9/11 when the FAA ordered every plane in the air down on the ground and no planes to take off. This ground stop lasted only 5 to 7 minutes, only affected western states. Savannah, back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you so much. Coming up, the threat of war growing at the Russia-Ukraine border as the U.S. tries to de-escalate tensions. When we return, the latest on talks as tens of thousands of troops brace for battle. Also, China going to extremes in the fight against COVID ahead of the Beijing Olympics. A look at the new rules aimed at overcoming the surge. You're watching Morning News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock. I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Welcome back. The standoff over Ukraine continues today after little progress in talks between American and Russian officials. Thousands of troops from Russia remain stationed along its border with Ukraine. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner joins us now from Moscow with more on this. Matt, good morning. So we went into yesterday's meetings with low expectations, admittedly, but tell us what ended up being some of the biggest sticking points, and was any common ground found at all?
Savannah, good morning. Well, the sticking points are significant. Russia came to the table with nothing less than a demand for NATO to essentially demobilize its eastern flank and return to a 1997 status quo. Now, it goes without saying, this is something the United States really isn't willing to talk about and did not want to budge on. Let's actually take a listen to what Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman, the head of the American delegation yesterday, had to say about this point.
We were firm, however, in pushing back on security proposals that are simply non-starters for the United States. We will not allow anyone to slam closed NATO's open door policy, which has always been central to the NATO alliance. We will not forego bilateral cooperation with sovereign states that wish to work with the United States.
So Russia knew that this was going to be a big issue for the United States. You know, Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Ryabkov, the head of the Russian delegation, admitted this much in his press briefing afterwards. You know, he kept repeating Russia's demands are serious, but we didn't actually expect the United States to go for it. But essentially, to summarize where that debate is at now, the United States is insisting you, Russia, have no right to dictate our military alliances. Russia is saying that's nice in theory, but we do.
And Russia's deputy foreign minister did also say again yesterday that his country has no intention of attacking Ukraine. But Matt, do U.S. officials believe that?
It's hard to say. You know, I think the main difficulty, for example, that U.S. delegation yesterday is understanding what is real about Russia's position right now. So you have Ryabkov sit there and say, we're not planning any invasion, but he's saying that as 100,000, up to 100,000 Russian troops are poised to strike on the border of Ukraine. And he also used a few not to interpret as threats. One of the things that really stuck out to me yesterday was in his briefing, he said something to the extent of every time there's a miscalculation or a misstep in the Euro-Atlantic space, it is the security of countries to the west of Russia that suffer. And it's difficult to grapple with that.
And Matt, quickly before I let you go, talks are continuing tomorrow, but this time between NATO and the Russian Council. How's that meeting shaping up, and could we see progress there?
So I think for the Russians, yesterday was the big meeting, and for the U.S., probably tomorrow might be a bigger meeting. Russia really wants this to be a U.S.-Russia discussion. The United States wants this to be a broader discussion involving everyone in the European kind of security space. But that said, NATO itself is not optimistic about a breakthrough tomorrow. Let's listen to what Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary General of NATO, had to say about tomorrow's meeting.
It's not realistic to expect that when we have finished this week, when we have finished meetings that are already scheduled, that the problems will be solved. But I really hope that there is a real will on both sides, including on the Russian side, it is on the NATO side, to engage in a process that can prevent a new armed conflict in Europe.
So the Kremlin today is also getting ahead of tomorrow's meeting. We actually heard from the Kremlin spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, this morning saying he doesn't see great reason for optimism at this point, but it is good that talks are ongoing. But he insisted Russia is not talking for the sake of talking. They want results.
All right, Matt Bodner, as you said, talks are ongoing. Lots to continue to watch for there. Thank you so much. Now, as the U.S. struggles to contain the latest COVID surge, China is taking extreme measures in some cities just over 3 weeks ahead of the Beijing Olympics. NBC News correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer reports on the strict policies going into place.
All 14 million people in Tianjin being tested for the coronavirus. The city in partial lockdown after the first local cases of the Omicron variant were found here. 75,000 people quarantined. The worry that it'll get worse.
Because of the transmissibility of it. So, yeah, I do think people are alarmed and anxious, all hoping for that negative test result.
The cluster in Tianjin is small compared to most cities in the world, but it's only 70 miles from Beijing, which is now on high alert with less than a month before the Winter Olympics.
With COVID concerns running high here, Olympics venues and all areas around them have been completely sealed off.
It's China's biggest COVID crisis since the first outbreak in Wuhan. In the city of Xi'an, millions have been confined to their homes because of 1,900 cases. They're locked down, relying on food drops and pleading online for help. Some unable to access medical care, including a pregnant woman who had a miscarriage outside a hospital because she didn't have a COVID test to get in, igniting anger on social media here about the human cost of China's zero-tolerance policy.
In the coming months, it will be crucial, that for China in terms of the effectiveness of this strategy.
For Beijing's Olympics, thousands of athletes and officials will go directly into a tightly enforced bubble.
If they can pull it off, it'll be an amazing Olympics.
But with the variant already spreading quickly in other countries, there is a race here to contain it before the games begin. Janice Mackey-Freyer, NBC News, Beijing.
Let's now take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
NBC's Claudio Lubanga joins us from Rome. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, the president of Kazakhstan, Kassym Tokayev, said that Russian troops will withdraw from the country within 2 days. Now, Tokayev has asked for Russia's help following violent protests that spread across the country since the start of the year after a rise in fuel prices. More than 160 people were killed in clashes with the authorities and hundreds more were arrested. And a day after Novak Djokovic had his Australian visa reinstated by a judge, Australia's border force is investigating now whether the tennis star incorrectly declared that he had not traveled and will not do so for 2 weeks before his flights to Melbourne, a requirement these days to get into Australia. So it's game, set, but not yet match for the unvaccinated tennis star who still hopes to take part in the Australian Open. Last but not least, the fossilized remains of a colossal prehistoric marine reptile have been found in a UK reservoir. Experts believe they belong to an ichthyosaur, which looked like a dolphin, only a lot bigger and scarier, that was 33 feet long and with a skull weighing 1 ton. Now, it's good that that monster, sea monster, went extinct about 90 million years ago. Otherwise, it would be pretty scary these days. Compared to that, white sharks look like anchovies, guys.
All right. So not a cute dolphin is what you're saying.
No, a lot bigger and scarier,
right,
he says.
Thank you, Claudio.
Thank you. And coming up, the science of sleep when we return in our weekly mental health check-in, a possible perk of the pandemic.
What researchers have found about students starting school later.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
amazing.
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go.
CNBC, get yours.
Welcome back. You may start noticing some new faces featured on one side of your quarters this year, starting with writer and activist Maya Angelou. She's the first Black woman ever to be featured on the coin. She'll be followed by more trailblazing women, including astronaut Sally Ride and actress Anna May Wong. It's all part of the American Women Quarters program. It's set to run from this year until 2025. Angelou published more than 30 best-selling titles in her career and was the first Black woman to write and present a poem at a presidential inauguration. That was in 1992. Her many honors include the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Look at how cool those quarters are.
And what a cool little surprise if you get one of those. You know,
Absolutely.
you look down and you're like, yeah, I got one.
Yeah, I remember my grandma collected the special quarters that were all the state quarters, you know?
Yep.
She would always talk the special quarters and be on the hunt for the next state and that kind of thing. So that's kind of
You can continue the tradition.
Yeah, exactly. Very cool.
It is time now for our weekly mental health check-in, where we take a closer look at some of the biggest mental health headlines, studies, and trends, and take a moment to check in with ourselves.
Let's bring in Dr. Sumaya Dave for more on this. She's a psychiatrist and the author of What a Happy Family. Dr. Dave, good to see you. Good morning. So a lot of us struggle to get back into our normal routines after the holiday season. I know I'm dealing with that right now. We had Christmas, New Year's celebrations, all this type of stuff. But it turns out there's actually a term for this. It's called social jet lag. So how can we reverse the effects of social jet lag? What exactly is that? And why is it about more than just, you know, getting enough sleep, for example?
Sure. So social jet lag occurs when we have at least a week's worth of disruption from our usual routines and we really feel out of it. Some things that can help really include getting that sleep, like you mentioned, but also listening to our bodies. So if we're finding that we need more exercise, if we need healthier eating habits, if we just need that consistency that maybe was lost while we were with family members, we were not in our usual environment, that can be really, really important to just helping us get that sense of normalcy back in our lives. Now, of course, if these symptoms of anxiety, of feeling just out of it and not having so much motivation to carry through our day-to-day tasks, if they go on for more than 2 weeks, I always recommend seeing a mental health provider or at least bringing it up with your doctor in order to just see if you can get some more support.
Let's talk about a different type of lag, sleep. We all know the pandemic took a toll on teens as schools locked down, cut off access to friends. But one study suggests there might have been an upside that they got more sleep. The researchers say the study could be the first science-based case for starting school later for teens. We know it's been discussed for years. What were some of the benefits they saw from this?
So this study was published in JAMA and it took place in Switzerland. And one of the many benefits it found is that these youth who had increased sleep, they had decreased alcohol and caffeine use. And also they reported feeling like they were able to tolerate the distress that they've been experiencing for far too long now. Now, there's been so much talk up until this point about just the benefits of increased sleep. And I think that now we're seeing that we just can't ignore this. We've got to do something to get more sleep for our youth and also just anything that can help with the coping for everything they've had to deal with for far too long.
Absolutely. Now, one last one for you. Another recent study shows women took on a larger share of the so-called mental load in their relationships while at the height of the pandemic. So first, just explain to us what that term means, mental load, and why is it typically carried by women, and what can be done to help and make this more equitable?
So mental load can be divided into both cognitive labor, which are the organizing and scheduling and planning related tasks, and then also emotional labor. So worrying if somebody's going to like the gift you got them, if people are going to get along at the dinner table. And women really are bearing the brunt of this, mothers as well. So really what we need to do is take that labor, which is so often, too often invisible, and make it visible by talking about it, by acknowledging it, by saying this toll is too much, it's gone on for too long. And for the changes to really happen, we're going to need restructuring in many, many places. So we're talking about companies, we're talking about governments, we're talking about families. Really, we're just going to need changes in a lot of places so that people can get the support that they deserve and that they've needed for so long.
Something we have to talk about first, of course, too. So.
Yeah, it's such a good point. Reminds me of Sheryl Sandberg's book, Lean In, when she talks so much about splitting up what's in the household and recognizing it as work as well, because it often isn't.
Absolutely.
Really interesting.
Dr. Sumaya Dave, as always, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Good to see you.
Coming up, focused on fitness. For many of us, the new year means new goals when it comes to health.
When we return here on Morning News Now, we'll check in with an expert for some of the new trends and tips for good diet and exercise. That's next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Frank Holland is with us today. Hey, Frank, good morning.
Hey, good morning to both of you. We're going to be on some social media news. Meta Platforms, that's Facebook's parent company, it's now delaying the reopening of its U.S. offices now to the end of March instead of its previous plan of January the 31st. The company is also mandating that all employees that choose to return to the office show proof of a booster shot. Meta says we'll let employees decide by mid-March whether they want to come back to the office or just defer again. Bolt, that's the European rival of Uber, has raised more than $700 million in new funding, giving that startup a market valuation of over $8 billion. Bolt, which is based in Estonia, offers ride-hailing and food delivery, just like Uber does. It also provides rentals of e-scooters, car sharing, and a 15-minute grocery delivery service. It has more than 100 million customers in 45 countries across Europe and across Asia. And Rivian has filed for a new trademark for bicycles and electric bikes. That could signal the electric vehicle maker is considering getting into a market and diversifying its lineup with a product that's a lot cheaper to produce than a pickup truck. Rivian telling TechCrunch it has nothing to say on the matter. Companies often file trademarks for products that they don't really end up using, but other automakers like Porsche and BMW, they have seen value in the e-bike industry that saw sales increase more than 200% last year. Back over to you.
Seems like a potentially successful industry to get in. All right. Thanks so much, Frank.
Thank you.
Now, for many of us, it's an annual New Year's tradition, one that sometimes we actually succeed at, setting a goal to improve your health, to eat better, and, of course, to exercise more regularly.
But while those goals remain the same, how we achieve them is changing as new trends in fitness and wellness emerge. Joining us now is Marietta Alessi. She's the social media director for Shape. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. So the pandemic obviously shifted the way many Americans exercise because gyms were forced to close. You weren't able to go to those group classes anymore. So at-home fitness classes became a popular choice. What are some of the trends you're predicting for this year?
Thank you for having me. Yep. So with at-home fitness becoming a bigger deal now, I'm so impressed with how immersive it's gotten. So now it's more about gamification. So what you're going to be seeing at home now is more opportunities to get even more connected with your fitness community. One of the things that's at the top of my list is Lightboxer, which is a part of the VR system now. And what's so fun about it is that it gets you into the flow state. So you feel like you're not even working out, which is really fun. And then also Peloton is going to be releasing their lane break game coming up earlier this year. So that's going to be something that's going to be a really big hit. It's a great way to get new beginners interested into the platform and also makes sure that the current users are engaged and having fun.
Now, Marietta, some people seem to be focusing on setting more realistic goals for themselves. If you try to go to the gym every day, you're probably going to burn out after a while. So how are folks creating healthy routines that can actually keep going year round? What are the tips you have to do that?
Absolutely. And I will say that I am also one of those people that's all about realistic goal setting. Because right now, what we need is some self-compassion and some honesty with ourselves. So what people are doing is they're doing a lot of journaling to figure out what they really need right now, which is great. I think we should start thinking about the new year as a time to reinvest in ourselves. And ways to do that is to start thinking about your morning routine. Start waking up and thinking about what goals you want to set. And it can be as simple as just drinking a big glass of water to start your day.
Awesome. Now, also, I think sometimes diet is kind of a bad word. You don't want people being so strict on themselves, so hard on themselves. So what are some of your favorite health trends that you're seeing right now, and why is that? And how can they actually, be good, positive things to add to our lives?
Absolutely. So I think one of the biggest things everybody can consider adding to their list is intention setting. So essentially, you wake up in the beginning of the day and you think to yourself, what do I want the rest of my day to look like? What do I want to focus on? For me, I'm making this year all about the word nourishment. So I'm not going to feel guilty about if I'm interested in having a cookie. It's more about a soul nourishing cookie moment. But if I feel like I want to make myself a healthy breakfast, I'm going to focus on that. It's all about those intentional moments.
A soul cookie. I like that.
Yeah, really. Right.
I also like normal cookies, too.
Yeah, definitely. A little too much. All right. Thank you so much. Now, it was a night more than 40 years in the making, and it was worth the wait for the Georgia Bulldogs as they won their first college football national championship since 1980. The Bulldogs beat their rivals, Alabama, 33-18 in last night's college football playoff title game in Indianapolis. It was a close game throughout until an interception late in the fourth quarter sealed it for the Bulldogs. The win avenged Georgia's loss to Alabama in the SEC championship game last month. And I think I just sounded like I knew what I was talking about.
You did. Yeah, you
I
watched.
actually did
Clearly,
watch some of that.
Oh, you did?
I did,
Oh,
yeah.
good for
Well,
you.
because it was, what was on the TV, according to Alex, my fiance. All right, coming up, escaping harm not once, but twice.
Yeah, up next, hear from the heroes in this incredible video. It shows them rescuing a man after a plane crash, just moments before a collision with a train.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last movie. Was talking smack part of this?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
One pilot is lucky to be alive, and that is an understatement. He not only survived a plane crash, he also narrowly avoided an oncoming train.
Yeah, it's thanks to the help of some heroic Los Angeles police officers. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz has this incredible story that you almost can't believe, and we do want to warn you, though, some of the footage may be tough to watch.
In the history of high-stakes rescues, this train versus plane chain of events is a heart-pounder. Now, the odds of what you just saw might be too incredible to believe if it wasn't captured by several vantage points. A pilot stuck in a cockpit after crash landing on train tracks, while in the distance, a terrible sound. LAPD's police body cam footage showing the true heroism 4 seconds before impact.
Go, 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 go!
The Metro commuter plane obliterating the small plane at about 60 miles an hour, sending debris flying.
All of a sudden, the bells and whistles and lights started flashing. I just thought, nah, this can't be happening. And I look down the tracks and I see this train with 3 huge white lights coming right at us.
The pilot is recovering in the hospital. The officers who saved him say to call him lucky is an understatement, especially when you consider how close they were when the plane went down.
So this over here, this is your police station. And then we got planes landing over here. This is the intersection where it happened?
That's right. This is right where it happened. I think this guy's a very lucky man. Not only was it right by the police station, I think he cheated death twice in about 10 minutes. And I think he should buy a lottery ticket.
All of it coming together in those final critical seconds when those officers transformed into the literal hands of fate. Gadi Schwartz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
That would be quite the ending if he did win the lottery then next.
Can you even imagine? Wow, but what a way to put it. Cheating death twice in 10 minutes.
No kidding. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, ballot box battle. It is a cornerstone of the agenda he ran on. Now President Biden is turning up the heat in the battle over voting rights. He's heading to Georgia today with Vice President Harris to make an urgent appeal to pass federal legislation that has been stalled for months. Battle now brewing on Capitol Hill over a pair of bills aimed at bolstering mail-in voting infrastructure. Will the country see comprehensive change at the ballot box as the curtain opens on 2022? Cold snap. Millions of Americans from Minnesota to Massachusetts waking up this morning to positively frigid temperatures. The teeth-chattering wind chill alerts that could have some in the Northeast and Midwest dealing with temperatures that feel like 45 degrees below zero. New York and Boston set to see their coldest temperatures in 3 years. We've got our meteorologist Bill Cairns on standby with more on how long this chill could last. Also this morning, safety first. That deadly high-rise apartment fire in the Bronx over the weekend said to be caused by a malfunctioning space heater. Now, we're taking a closer look at how you can safely operate the appliances that keep you warm without putting yourself and your neighbors at risk. Plus, Bulldogs bite back, a championship matchup more than 40 years in the making, punctuated by an earth-shattering play. It not only sealed the deal for Georgia's Bulldogs, it broke the internet in the process. The freshmen who all but made Peach State history against Georgia's Crimson Tide rival, ending a decades-long championship drought. Lots of football coverage for you this morning.
Yes. Woo, can't wait.
We're just excited. We are going to begin this morning with the White House's renewed push for federal voting rights legislation.
Yeah, today President Joe Biden will speak in Atlanta about the issue, which has become a rallying cry for Democrats. 2 voting rights bills have passed the House, but stalled in the Senate, and the Biden administration is hoping to break that logjam. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Atlanta with a look at what we can expect to hear from the president today. Hi, Blaine. Good morning.
Well, Savannah and Joe, good morning to you both. You know, in many ways, Georgia really is the perfect backdrop for this voting rights push. Of course, Atlanta is the cradle of the civil rights movement. One of those two bills is named for John Lewis, the longtime congressman from this area. But also the president today is returning to the very state that gave his party the majority in the Senate. And this time he's facing some criticism from some in his own party. This morning, President Biden is taking his voting rights push, a central piece of his agenda, to Georgia, making an urgent appeal to protect the rights he says are under attack, vowing, "I will not yield, I will not flinch in protecting voting rights," according to an excerpt obtained by NBC News.
In state after state, new laws are being written, not to protect the vote, but to deny it.
On the line, a pair of federal voting bills that Democrats say would protect access to the ballot, providing universal access to mail-in voting, making Election Day a federal holiday, and requiring federal approval for election changes made at the state and local level. Georgia is ground zero for the fight over voting rights.
They attacked and cheated on our elections.
Repeatedly under attack by former President Trump, who has falsely claimed the election was stolen, focusing on mail-in ballots after Biden's victory in the once reliably red state. Soon after, the Republican-led state legislature passed a law limiting absentee voting, saying that the law made voting more secure, but Democrats slammed it as voter suppression, while similar laws passed in at least 19 other states. Now in Washington, efforts to secure federal voting rights are hitting a wall. Democrats are considering changing a Senate rule known as the filibuster so they could pass laws without Republicans, who are unanimously opposed.
Democrats are trying to use their fake hysteria to justify breaking Senate rules.
But in Georgia, patience is thin among the very organizers who helped the president win.
Did you feel that this was an empty gesture?
We feel like, the president and those that are accompanying the president are coming down here for a photo op.
And guys, in his speech today, the president is expected to say that he supports changing that filibuster rule. Meanwhile, the Senate's top Democrat, Chuck Schumer, has promised a vote on that rule change by next Monday, Martin Luther King Day. Guys, back to you.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you so much. We'll be watching for that speech later. But also, welcome back from maternity leave. We're so happy to see you and have some time with you away from your beautiful baby girl, Sage. Welcome back.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm so glad to be back with you guys. I appreciate that.
We're glad to have you back with us. All right. Thank you, Blaine. This morning, the U.S. is breaking yet another pandemic record. More than 1.3 million Americans tested positive for COVID in just the past day. That is the highest daily case total since the pandemic began. Now, as cases surge, vaccine makers say they're preparing for a fourth booster shot aimed at battling the Omicron variant. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest on the pandemic this morning.
Savannah and Joe, good morning. The U.S. has now topped a new record, more than 1.4 million infections in a single day. It comes as some Americans will soon qualify for a fourth shot of a vaccine.
Doctors fear a rise in fatalities similar to last year may soon be coming. Now officials in Sonoma County, California are advising residents to stay home for the next 30 days, moving quickly to ban large gatherings here in wine country that would impact weddings and conferences with limited exceptions. Meanwhile, child hospitalizations are up 133%. Cassandra Castillo's 6-month-old son Francisco is one of almost 4.5 million kids who've tested positive for the virus. He's been taken to the hospital 3 times.
My biggest concern is him being able to breathe. He sounds like he's struggling to breathe, and it's terrible to hear that.
Amid a push to get kids back into the classroom, students in Chicago will return to campus Wednesday after teachers reached a new agreement with the district over safety concerns. In Los Angeles, after a rush to get more than 500,000 students tested, the nation's second largest district is back today, just as COVID cases here surged to record levels.
I have mixed emotions about it, really.
This just the latest reopening as the nation tries to ride out a tidal wave of infections.
The White House is trying to expand testing, saying all Americans with health care insurance will soon be covered for those at-home tests. Starting January 15th, Americans will be able to be reimbursed from their private health care insurance for up to 8 tests a month. They believe that'll expand testing nationwide. Savannah and Joe, back to you.
Miguel, thanks so much.
Dr. Owais Durrani joins me now. He's an emergency medicine physician in San Antonio, Texas. Doctor, good morning. So we're talking about these potential Omicron-specific boosters, which if they were to happen, as we just heard from Miguel, would for many people be a 4th shot. So first of all, do you think an Omicron-specific booster is necessary? But also, do you anticipate these vaccines ever getting to a place where we essentially know what to expect? Like, for example, we know the flu shot comes once a year. Is that going to be a possibility here?
Well, good morning, and thanks for having me. I think from a scientific point of view, this is kind of good news in terms of knowing that our vaccines can be updated quickly. We have to go back to see what the goals of our vaccines were initially, and that was to prevent deaths and severe disease that led to hospitalizations. If you look at the data from both abroad and here in the United States, getting vaccinated and a booster, so 3 shots total, protects you from that. It keeps you out of the hospital, it prevents death in most cases, and it keeps you safe. So I don't think we're going to be needing this specific variant unless, or this specific version of this vaccine unless something massive changes. I think long-term, we're working on a vaccine that's essentially going to be working against all COVID variants. And I think that'll be the long-term play. That might be a yearly or every 2-year vaccine, and hopefully we'll get there at some point in 2022.
Now let's talk about testing and the importance of it, especially as we're in the middle of this surge. The Biden administration is now telling insurance providers to cover the cost of 8 at-home COVID tests per family member every month. How much can that help us here, especially as these at-home tests are either hard to come by or super expensive?
Well, look, in medicine, you have to diagnose the problem before you can treat it. And we have been underdiagnosing COVID in our communities since this pandemic began. So this is a strong piece of the testing puzzle that we face in the United States, but it's not going to save all or solve all our problems, right? We have millions of people who don't have health insurance, so this is not going to help them. We also, in a lot of circumstances, will have to pay out of pocket and get reimbursed for it. So if you have a family of 4 or 5, these tests can get pricey quick, and that's going to be a barrier to getting those tests. We need to move towards more of a model of what Europe has been doing for a year essentially now, which is you walk into any pharmacy, no questions asked, you can walk out with a test, you don't have to pay anything for it. I saw DC, you can pick up tests in libraries. And so that's the model we need to move to, and I hope we get some federal leadership on that.
Now, doctor, as we've been talking about throughout this show, we broke this record. More than 1.3 million people tested positive for COVID over the past 24 hours. That's the most we've seen. Did you think we would be in this situation nearly 2 years into the pandemic? Where do you think we go from here? How can we get out of this?
Yeah, unfortunately, I did not think we would be here. You know, we're talking about flattening the curve again, and that's what we were talking about in March and April of 2020. I'm tired of using that term. Essentially, what happened is we got a variant that was much more transmissible, but we did very little to change our behavior towards it, and that's leading to the record number of cases. We also have an extremely low vaccination rate. Essentially, we've plateaued when it comes to fully vaccinated individuals over the past couple of weeks. Our childhood vaccination rates are pretty abysmal, and so that combination is leading to some people still getting severe infections and getting hospitalized. We just have to double down on getting people vaccinated, whether that's through mandates or other measures, and masking up and just kind of weathering the storm through January and February.
All right, Dr. Owais Durrani, thank you so much for joining us.
Chicago teachers are returning to the classroom today after 4 days of cancellation sparked by the city's COVID policies. The Chicago Teachers Union voted to end their work action after finalizing a proposed agreement for employees. Teachers will vote on the new COVID policies this week, with students returning to the classroom on Wednesday. More than 340,000 students missed 5 days of class because of the standoff between the Teachers Union and Mayor Lori Lightfoot. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Chicago with more. Megan, good morning to you. So what led to the end of this standoff, and what are some of the new protocols that union members are going to be voting on?
Joe, good morning. You know, this has been 2 weeks, nearly 2 weeks now in the making, a lot of back and forth. And, you know, it's certainly a bit surprising that they've reached an agreement because you'll remember just yesterday we heard from the president of the teachers union who said that the mayor was being ridiculously stubborn and relentlessly stupid, he said, and that they were hitting a dead end. And so just last night, they finally reached a deal. What this has always been about for the teachers union is safety. So they were calling for, and what they have received is better quality masks that will be available inside schools. So we're talking about KN95 masks here. Also a metric system to be able to quantify how much virus is inside a school at any given time so that they can then trigger online learning. It sounds like they've reached an agreement there as well. And then they also wanted more testing inside schools and more rapid testing readily available. And that is something that they got a commitment for on the side of the city and the Chicago Public Schools. I want you to listen to what the vice president of the teachers union had to say.
I would say testing is still a big deal. I would say we need contact tracing at our school level, and then we need a metric. This particular variant is contagious, very contagious, and we're going to have to know when it is safe to be inside the school community and safe not to be in the school community. After 2 days of school, we have countless classrooms that are shutting down because the vast majority of the people inside of the classroom have been close contacts to those who came back with COVID.
So that is exactly what teachers have been saying since the very beginning of this. And as of this morning, it sounds like they are pretty satisfied with the agreement that they've come to.
So, Megan, on the other side of this is the mayor, Lori Lightfoot. How is she responding to the return of teachers?
So, you know, from the very beginning, Joe, as you know, the mayor has always said that she wants students and teachers back in class. And as of tomorrow, that's what's expected. So the mayor seemingly pleased that she has met the demands of what the teachers union wanted. The teachers union has sort of come to the table for what the mayor's side wants. And so finally, they've reached an agreement, and she's getting what she wants in terms of students back in the classroom, something the teachers union said they want too, but safely. I want you to listen to what the mayor had to say.
We know that this has been very difficult for students and families. Our goal throughout this entire process was to both get our students back to in-person learning as quickly as possible and prevent work disruptions for the rest of the school year. Switching completely back to remote learning again without a public health reason to do so would have created and amplified the social, emotional, and economic turmoil that far too many of our families are facing.
And so teachers will report to the classroom today, and starting tomorrow, students are expected to finally return to class, Joe.
Megan Fitzgerald in frigid Chicago giving us a little preview of our very next story.
That's right. That's those bitter cold temperatures Americans are dealing with, including Megan, across the Northeast and Midwest this morning. The blast of Arctic air is sending temperatures plunging to dangerously low levels just as people are getting ready to head out the door for the day. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now from White Plains, New York. Stephanie, we have had you out there for us a couple of times, and I always say thank you for being there, and I'm sorry. Good morning. It's good to see you. At least you look dressed warm.
I am dressed warm. I'm about as warm as you can get, which is in these temperatures not very warm. It's the kind of cold that freezes your iPhone and has news correspondents showing up in ridiculous ski mittens on camera. There are places in the Midwest and the Northeast today that are reaching temperatures they haven't seen in years. Here in White Plains, New York, it's about 15 degrees, but it feels like zero. That's 0 degrees, not even a single degree.
This morning, millions are waking up to more frigid winter weather.
It's super cold outside.
A dangerous Arctic blast slamming the Midwest and the Northeast.
And here's how cold it's going to get. Feels like forecast means frostbite in 30 minutes or less.
With temperatures and wind chills plunging into the single digits and well below zero. Folks across the country now bundling up as they brace for another round of bitter cold. Across the Great Lakes, the brutal cold snap is bringing heavy snow and high winds. In Parrish, New York, cars and streets were buried in more than a foot of lake-effect snow. Snow blanketed roads and highways, creating dangerous driving conditions. This jackknife tractor trailer shut down part of a busy interstate. The chilly forecast, the reason why classes are canceled in the Syracuse City School District this morning. Meantime, in Duluth, Minnesota, fire crews battled a large structure fire for nearly 7 hours amid negative 35-degree wind chills.
It's dangerous for us, just like anybody else being outside.
The deep freeze extending all the way to New England. In Boston, all public schools will also be closed today. For the first time in 7 years, the extreme cold is keeping kids out of the classroom.
We want to make sure there's no risk of students being either out in the cold on the way to school or having issues in school because of the ventilation that's needed with the pandemic.
The good news is these temperatures are going to break in the next 24 hours, rising into the balmy upper 30s. It's basically bikini weather. Savannah.
Oh, yeah. Can't wait for that. All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much. Love the mittens. All right, now let's get a check at your morning news now. Weather.
Meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us with the latest on these record cold temps. Bill, good morning.
Well, good morning. And you guys are going to join me. We're going to have a little anchor participation here in a second. So first, though, yes, you guys have been paying attention. I have faith that you guys are going to do really well today. So let's first go and just show you the wind chill temperatures right now across the board, because obviously that's the story of the day from the Midwest to the Great Lakes. I did find one spot in Canada, Sudbury, has a wind chill of negative 40. That's the coldest I've seen pretty much anywhere on the map. In the lower 48, you have to go to Caribou, Maine, who's at negative 33. So, all right, I have faith. This is going to be simple. You guys are going to be great. So, Savannah and Joe, who's colder today, Minneapolis or New York?
I'm going to go with Minneapolis.
Oh, I think I'm going to go with New York because this is the trick. Yes.
It is. New York is colder today. New York is only going to be 20 degrees. In Minneapolis, it's going to warm up to 31. So, all right, this is getting interesting now. Here's our second choice. Who is colder today, Chicago or Washington, D.C.?
I'm going to go D.C.
I guess I'll agree with D.C. since we're on an East Coast thing here.
All right, we'll see if we can get Joe on the board. It's a close call, but you were there. 29 in D.C. today. You haven't had many days below freezing. And our final one, let's see if Savannah can go 3 for 3. Who's colder today? A little twist. Let's go all the way to Anchorage or Boston.
I kind of have a feeling this is going to be their tide.
Oh, wow. I'll just go Anchorage.
Wow, okay.
I'll just go Anchorage.
Oh my
goodness.
And it is Boston by a lot. Actually, Alaska was brutally cold in December when the rest of the country was warm. And when the lower 48 is kind of really cold, usually Alaska's warmer, and that's the case right now. So Savannah you went for the tie. That was impressive.
Well, you've done that to us before, where then you're like, ha, ha, ha.
I have, and I don't like to be predictable, so I didn't want to give you the tie at the
really
end
what
again.
I was doing there was I wasn't thinking about the temperatures. I was thinking about Bill's logic.
Yes, how Bill is going to mess with my head today. The only other weather we need to talk about is in the Pacific Northwest. Unfortunately, we're going to get a lot more in the way of heavy rain. We've had a lot of snow, so the avalanche threat's going to get pretty high too. But it does look like we're going to get a big rainstorm over the next couple of days. So that's really only the travel trouble weather. In the Northeast, it's cold, but there's really not much snow or ice out there today, guys. So I think you guys both did very well. You both get what scale are we going with? Like complete, incomplete? Are we doing like the easy college course grading?
No, well,
I mean, I only got one right, so I failed no matter what your scale is.
He got a 33%, 33.33, 66% for me.
So room for improvement for Joe, and Savannah gets, did well. Study a little more.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, that was fun. Thanks for getting our brains working, Bill. All right. And coming up on Morning News Now, the ongoing battle for Venezuela.
A once popular opposition leader, internationally seen as the successor to socialist President Nicolas Maduro, is now stumbling in popularity. We're going to bring you the latest from the embattled nation next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in primetime and streaming live. It's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. In Venezuela, the fight over the presidency and the opposition's efforts to restore democracy are reaching a critical point.
Opposition leader Juan Guaido has been losing support locally, and that's leaving many to wonder when or if Nicolas Maduro's dictatorship will ever end. NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez takes a closer look.
In Venezuela, two men still call themselves the president, as they have for the last 3 years, but hope that the opposition party's Juan Guaido would overthrow the Socialist Party's Nicolás Maduro has dwindled dramatically. Concerns rising that the lack of a unified opposition is allowing the totalitarian leader to continue his power grab. In January of 2019, Guaido, the leader of the National Assembly at the time, declared himself Venezuela's acting president, according to the country's constitution, after the ruling Socialist Party's Nicolás Maduro won in presidential elections many say were rigged.
These were elections that were essentially run by the government.
At the time, nearly 60 countries, including the U.S., recognized Guaido and not Maduro as the rightful president.
These are just the first step on Venezuela's road to liberty.
But in the last couple of years, support for Guaido from inside and outside the country has waned.
There is widespread discontent with Juan Guaido. And, the opposition has been fragmented enormously. One reason is that they haven't been able to topple Maduro. More importantly, Maduro just held elections for governors and municipalities, and he won.
Buen triunfo. Buena victoria.
A cause for concern among the opposition after Guaido has heavily relied on international support for years.
Para nosotros es fundamental esta alianza de defensores de la democracia.
But some fear Guaido's reliance on that international backing has given Maduro the ammunition to tighten his grip in the country.
El Guaidó, el títere este que pusieron al frente del grupo este de la Asamblea Nacional, es un títere.
Yo diría que el primer semestre del año 2019 fue una época de gran ilusión para los venezolanos.
José Ignacio Hernández designed much of Juan Guaido's interim government structure and legal strategies. He has since quit his role with the opposition and is a university public policy professor.
Pero la comunidad internacional entendió que lamentablemente el cambio en Venezuela no era tan rápido, tan expedito como se quería, que el problema era más complejo, que había que avanzar con cautela. Y yo diría que el principal error, la principal debilidad de la oposición que la vimos en estos días es en los desencuentros internos y lo que yo he llamado el valle de la indecisión.
Venezuela is not going to get rid of Maduro by relying on external forces. The solution to Venezuela is should be, right, internal.
Meanwhile, a humanitarian crisis perpetuated by the Maduro regime rages on with no end in sight. 3 in 4 Venezuelans now living in extreme poverty. And violence, insecurity, a lack of food, medicine, and other shortages pushing over 6 million people to leave.
At the end of the day, the losers here continue to be the Venezuelan people.
That's the sad reality of it. The losers are the Venezuelans who have stayed at home and are weathering this crisis.
Isa Gutierrez, NBC News.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Claudio Lavanga is with us again from Rome. Hi, Claudio. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, David Sassoli, the president of the European Parliament, has passed away today at the age of 65. Sassoli died at an Italian hospital where he was being treated for what has been described as serious complications to a dysfunction of the immune system. Sassoli rose to fame here in Italy as a journalist before he went into politics. And Boris Johnson was accused once again of breaking his own COVID-19 restrictions in May last year when he held a garden party at the Prime Minister's official residence during a lockdown. In an email sent by his private secretary and now leaked to the media, 100 members of his staff were invited to bring their own booze, while the rest of the country was told to stay indoors and keep social distancing. And the remains of an ancient and apparently wealthy Roman town have been found under a field in the UK. Among other things, archaeologists discovered a 32 feet wide road, which is a lot wider than the road in modern Rome that I'm standing on now. A lot of jewelry, a lot of coins, and even minerals that the archaeologists believe were used to make cosmetics and makeup, guys.
All right. Claudio telling us about all kinds of old, interesting discoveries today.
Of things unearthed. Very cool, though. Claudio, thanks so much.
You can count on me.
All right, we do.
We know we can, yeah.
Coming up, raising crucial awareness to human trafficking through giving back to those who need it most.
The duo that's helping survivors start the businesses of their dreams. That's up next.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just 1 more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Doctors in Maryland made history this week after successfully transplanting a genetically modified pig heart into a 57-year-old human patient. David Bennett was diagnosed with an end-stage heart disease and was not eligible for a traditional heart transplant. That's when surgeons stepped in to offer the historic, potentially life-saving surgery. Now, this had never been done before. The pig used had been genetically modified to knock out several genes that would have made Bennett's body reject the heart. Doctors are hoping the breakthrough will bring them one step closer to solving the organ shortage crisis. Bennett, still being monitored, so far is doing well, and his body has not rejected the heart. Good to see him up and doing well there. Science is an amazing thing.
It's just incredible. The fact that it could have rejected it, but they knew how to make it not.
Yeah, and with a pig's heart.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Very
Keep
cool.
following that kind of development there.
Absolutely, and we're so happy for him. All right, now today is National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. The International Labor Organization estimates there are 40.3 million victims of human trafficking around the world. That's just heartbreaking, and it includes hundreds of thousands in the U.S. Chances are it's actually happening in your neighborhood.
We're about to hear, though, from one business owner who decided to make a difference in her community. Cafe owner Kim Taylor decided to change the lives of 6 survivors of trafficking by buying all of them business licenses. Kim joins us now, along with Tiffany McGee, the CEO and founder of Survivor Ventures. That's the local not-for-profit that Kim partnered with to make these donations. So Kim, Tiffany, good morning to both of you. We're thrilled to have both of you on. Kim, I want to start with you. Tell us, what did inspire you to make such a generous donation to these 6 women?
Well, you know, we learned of them through a partnership that we have. And so us being, with Smoothie Stop being a woman-owned business, we wanted to partner with them and we help them empower our women economically to just, just to be there for them. I mean, we just wanted to partner with them so that they can do what they would love to do and to empower their own selves, empower their own lives.
Yeah, and I think what you're saying there is so important, that word empower. And Tiffany, that's what I want to ask you about with Survivor Ventures, this focus on economic empowerment for survivors of trafficking. Why is that piece of support for us survivors so important in particular?
Right. So one of the reasons why we founded Survivor Ventures in the first place is because domestically speaking, trafficking survivors are often arrested for their role as victim in the trafficking situation. Upon rescue or escape, or more frequently released from jail, survivors are in dire need of essential supportive services for themselves and their children. They want to work and they want to provide for their children, but unfortunately, many states lack effective criminal record relief legislation for confirmed trafficking victims. As service providers, we do our best to help survivors find employment, but due to survivors' criminal records, they can only get minimum wage jobs, and that rarely provides 40 hours a week with no ability to make ends meet. So when their shelter stays and follow-on assistance end, they often cycle back to homelessness and other positions of vulnerability that led to the trafficking in the first place, which results in really high rates of re-trafficking. So to disrupt this cycle, we partner with small business owners like Kim and the Smoothie Stop in order to create gainful employment opportunities. We have a program called Survivors to Entrepreneurs that provides wage reimbursements for startups.
Kim, how has this changed your perspective when it comes to trafficking, and what is your relationship with these 6 individuals you've helped out?
You know, when they came to our location in Hampton, I had a chance to actually talk to the women, to hear their experiences and to hear the things that they've gone through. And so just hearing their stories, you know, has impacted me, because to have gone through those things and still press forward to make a better future for themselves and open up businesses. I mean, I can't even describe the feeling that it made me want to work harder as a business owner myself.
Oh my goodness, that's incredible to hear. Now, Tiffany, human trafficking is often really misunderstood, especially when it comes to understanding that this could be happening in our own backyard. Misconceptions, even something like confusing it with the international slave trade, as it often is actually, can stereotype these survivors. How can raising awareness help combat this and help get these people who have been through this into jobs and on the track that they want to be on?
Yeah, that's all exactly right. There's been so many human trafficking awareness campaigns, but a lot of people still don't understand what it really looks like. We wear blue on National Human Trafficking Awareness Day, but we continue to have some of those serious misconceptions that you just mentioned, that it only happens to foreign nationals, it always involves handcuffs or bondage. But human trafficking, by definition, involves the use of force, fraud, or coercion to obtain some type of labor or commercial sex act. And the majority of cases in the U.S. involve the fraud and coercion side of it. So if we start to understand that it's actually vulnerability that grows trafficking, things like poverty, low self-esteem, unstable housing, addiction, isolation, loneliness, just one of those things can be exploited by a trafficker. So when we're talking about awareness, we should start at home, at social media platforms, in schools, and help people in those spaces understand their vulnerabilities and how to protect against predators eager to exploit.
Tiffany and Kim, thank you for everything you're doing to raise awareness and to help out, and we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us this morning. And we do want to tell our viewers, if you think you or someone you know may be a potential victim of human trafficking, you can call the National Human Trafficking Hotline at 888-373-7888, or you can text BE-FREE, that's 233-733.
Now we've got much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now. We'll take you to Wall Street for the 1-year anniversary of that infamous GameStop short squeeze. What's changed for 2022 as even more armchair investors look to go to the moon?
Plus, a malfunctioning space heater was behind the fire that killed at least 17 people in the Bronx over the weekend. We've got some tips on how you can keep your house warm and safe this winter. That's next.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Fire safety and prevention has been in the spotlight following the recent devastating fires over the past week in Philadelphia and in New York City. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen shares some important tips on how to stay safe in the event of an emergency.
Yeah, the thought alone is terrifying, being stuck in a fire, sometimes hundreds of feet above the ground. We know every second counts, but what are you supposed to do? Well, with the help of the New York Fire Department, we're about to show you the things that you should know and practice with your family to get out alive. The Bronx apartment fire, a tragic example of the deadly power of residential fires. The FDNY says a faulty door to the burning apartment stayed open, allowing smoke to spread.
The door, when it was fully open, stayed fully opened because it malfunctioned.
Investigators also looking at risks posed by an everyday appliance used by millions of Americans in the winter months.
We're certain that the fire started with a faulty electrical heater, portable heater.
A flawed space heater sparking a blaze. It's more common than you might think. The latest data show 81% of home heating fire deaths involve stationary or portable space heaters. So if you're using one, set it up safely.
And as the name suggests, give the heater some space. Keep it at least 3 feet away from anything flammable like this dog bed, and always plug it directly into the wall. Never a power strip.
Keep the space heater away from curtains, bedding, and upholstered furniture. Turn it off when you go to bed or leave the room, and only use space heaters with a tag from an approved testing lab. Also beware that electrical malfunctions, cooking, and unattended open flames are leading causes of residential fires too. So have a plan. At the New York City Fire Training Academy, the FDNY took us inside one of their drills.
Tell us what we're going to see today.
We prepared a scenario so we can demonstrate how fire and smoke travel throughout a high-rise building in the event of a fire.
The FDNY triggers this controlled fire to show you just how quickly flames can spread.
Fire will begin to consume the room, and if the door is not closed, we'll exit into the hallway with smoke and affect the rest of the building.
This is key. With the door to that room wide open, the flames intensify, shooting towards the open doorway. But watch what happens when the door is shut. A big difference. The flames are contained inside the room.
How come having the door closed makes such a big difference?
If that door is closed to confine the fire to that area, the rest of the building will remain habitable.
But in a high-rise fire, should you stay or should you try to evacuate? Fire experts say if the fire is in your room, exit, stay low, and go, using the stairs, not the elevator.
You want to stay low below the smoke because the smoke will rise.
But if the fire is not near you or in your room, grab a wet towel and cover the bottom of the door to block smoke. Then wait for instructions. It may sound counterintuitive, but fire experts say many high-rise buildings are equipped with building materials that are designed to limit the spread of fire. So if you're not close to the source of the flames, you may be safer waiting for the fire department.
We've had fires in these type of non-combustible high-rise multiple dwellings where the contents of the fire apartment was completely incinerated, but yet if you went to the adjoining apartment on either side, it didn't even look like there was a fire in the building.
Know the building you're in, keep the doors closed in case of fire, and remember, sometimes it's best to stay put. Tips to help you get out alive. And it is important to note, FDNY says there isn't a one-size-fits-all solution. Every home, building code is different. So it's very important to check those smoke detectors once a month to make sure they are working. Practice the fire drill with your family on how to safely get out of your home, and identify a meeting point for everyone outside so they can get there safely. Back to you.
Such great tips that could save lives. Vicki, thank you so much.
We might be less than 2 weeks into the new year, but the federal government says now is the time to start thinking about tax season. The IRS is warning of a potentially frustrating season ahead with challenges posed by the pandemic on top of years of budget cuts. Here's NBC's Tom Costello.
Good day. The bottom line for the IRS, they are understaffed, they are under budgeted right now, and they are way behind. The pandemic and staffing shortages have certainly contributed to that. Tax law changes are another reason. That means it could be a very long wait for you if you file your taxes, especially using the paper forms. The April 18th deadline is coming up fast. The April 18th tax filing deadline may be more than 3 months away, but the Treasury Department is warning Americans now that the upcoming tax filing season could be frustrating. Agency officials say they're facing enormous challenges, among them the pandemic.
There's a lot more work for the IRS to do with a lot fewer staff members doing it.
While the U.S. population has grown over the past half century, IRS staffing is now at the same level it was more than 50 years ago, with fewer than 15,000 workers available last year to handle more than 240 million calls. To make matters worse, the agency is using outdated technology and has also seen its budget slashed nearly 20% over the past 10 years. The best way to avoid refund delays this year, file early electronically and ditch the paper forms. As of last month, the agency still had a backlog of millions of unprocessed returns from the year before. For those who made less than $73,000, the IRS offers free file. And companies like H&R Block and TurboTax offer their own software for e-filing too.
E-filing with direct deposit, that's the quickest way to get your tax refund.
The IRS says people who file electronically with direct deposit should not experience issues and should receive their refund within 21 days.
So it's important to file electronically to make sure that everything is accurate and that it's filed electronically so that you can possibly get your refund sooner rather than later.
Yeah, the average size of the refund, $2,800, money that can come in handy, of course, if you're paying off the holiday debt. But experts say the key here is organization and prep. It may be 3 months away, but the sooner you start organizing, the better. Back to you.
All right, good heads up, Tom. Thanks so much.
Now, 1 year ago, a group of small-scale investors began buying up stocks of GameStop, the video game retailer. The surge drove share prices to dizzying heights and cost the firms who had bet against that company millions.
It would become one of the most infamous examples of a short squeeze while ushering in a new trend of so-called meme stocks and retail investing.
CNBC reporter Leslie Picker joins us now. Hi, Leslie. Good morning. So people may remember this had to do with Reddit. This had to do with a user named Roaring Kitty. And we were all like, what is happening? So walk us through how exactly the spike in GameStop stock happened and what did make it so unique.
Hey, good morning, Savannah. Yes, Roaring Kitty, of course, was the famous name, at least the screen name of one of the key individual investors who were helping to kind of create this, what we call a bullish or a supportive case to drive GameStop shares higher. What happened was really remarkable and something you don't see every day in the markets. It's that you've got this collective group of individual investors on social media that were champions of GameStop. It had kind of been left for dead by the professional investors out there. A lot of them were taking the opposite side of the trade, betting against the company, given that it was a video game retailer. It was closing stores. No one was really going into malls anymore because we were in the heart of COVID. And then you had this kind of group of maverick investors who said, no, I see value here and here's why. They helped propel this stock higher, but then there were these technical aspects to the way that this stock was positioned in the market that helped really catapult it to the stratosphere. And that has to do with what you mentioned, a short squeeze, which is when people are betting against a company, and then when it goes higher, they have to buy at higher and higher levels in order to cover their positions.
So folks may remember Melvin Capital became one of the main targets of this squeeze. Quickly tell us, what effect did it have on that firm and other big short sellers?
Yeah, that's right. Melvin was famously short GameStop. They disclosed it in a filing based on certain options that they held that were betting against the company. They never really recovered from the losses that they suffered as a result of that position and several others in January. They posted, according to sources familiar with the matter, negative 39% returns in 2021. That was just revealed last week. That's compared to a market that is dramatically higher in 2021. Definitely not something you want to see, but same is true with a lot of other hedge funds who were short GameStop. They just weren't really able to recover throughout the year.
And it fascinated us all as we watched it unfold. Look, here we are a year later talking about it. All right, Leslie, thank you so much for joining us. And now we'll stay on your money with our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Frank Holland is with us again. Frank, good morning.
Hey, good morning again, guys. We're going to start with some big financial news. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon says the U.S. is headed for its best growth in decades in 2022. Speaking to CNBC yesterday, Dimon said that was partly due to the balance sheets of American consumers, which he says have never been in better shape. However, Dimon says the financial markets, they could experience a bit of turbulence as the Fed Reserve tightens monetary policy and starts to raise interest rates. Dimon believes the Fed could hike rates 4 times or maybe even more this year. Apple says App Store developers have earned more than $260 billion since the store launched back in 2008. It's estimated developers made roughly $60 billion just last year. While the App Store continues to be a big moneymaker, many developers, they're a bit unhappy with what they see as restrictive policies, including the 30% cut that Apple takes in many transactions. And Apple's also reportedly in some very serious talks to carry Major League Baseball games next season. Apple has long been looked at as a landing spot for TV sports rights, and according to the New York Post, Major League Baseball has been trying to sell its Monday and Wednesday night games that ESPN recently gave up. And if a deal happens, Apple would expected to make those games available through its Apple TV Plus streaming service. Back over to you.
I think we're going to see more and more of that in the coming years. All right, Frank, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Coming up, tributes continue to pour into legendary comedian and America's dad, Bob Saget.
Yeah, one of Saget's closest friends spoke with the team at the Today Show earlier this morning. We'll bring you part of that interview next.
Good morning, I'm I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last Was talking smack part of this?
This morning, tributes and loving memories of Bob Saget are still pouring in following the sudden death of the 65-year-old comedian and actor. One of his closest friends, comedian Mike Young, joined the Today Show this morning, and here's some of what he had to say.
Bob was, obviously he was incredible. He was just beyond funny, but he was sweet because he always wanted to take care of everybody. Like Bob was just that guy, like, give me your phone. And all of a sudden my hotel is connected to my credit card and I never pay for a hotel again. And all my miles are corrected. He just took care of you. And, Bob, the last text, we were just joking back and forth because we were getting ready to do some shows together. And I said, Bobby, you got to put me on the poster. You put my face on the poster at this point. We're together over 10 years. And he just made this hilarious picture. And I didn't even bring the picture, but it was me, a giant picture of me and Bob, a tiny Bob in the corner for the shows coming up. And we just had a great laugh.
Saget was beloved for his character on Full House, also admired for his sometimes dark, irreverent sense of humor. This morning, we are learning more about the caring side of this iconic TV dad.
Bob Saget left behind a rich and varied body of work, from raunchy adult stand-up sets to the adoring single father on Full House.
You girls are the greatest.
Those who knew him say the kindness he showed on screen was no act. Jimmy Kimmel emotionally paid tribute overnight.
A word that came up a lot was the sweetest. And Bob was the sweetest. He was the sweetest man.
Saget was found dead Sunday inside an Orlando hotel room. According to the police incident report, his family could not get a hold of him, so hotel security went to check on him and found Saget on the bed with no pulse.
We have an unresponsive guest in a room.
Authorities say they found no signs of foul play or drug use. The medical examiner has performed an autopsy to determine how the 65-year-old died, but the results are months away. Saget's widow says, Bob was my absolute everything. I am so completely shattered and in disbelief. John Stamos posted a new statement on behalf of the Full House cast. 35 years ago, we came together as a TV family, but we became a real family. And now, we grieve as a family. Stamos comforted Saget's widow, Kelly, on Monday. Andrea Barber posted this clip of Bob during rehearsal for the sequel, Fuller House.
And I'm so proud to have been able to raise these girls and know them since they were like my girls.
Saget was on a stand-up comedy tour when he died, and just hours earlier posted on Instagram, "I guess I'm finding my new voice and loving every moment of it." In one of his last interviews, he explained why he loved comedy so much.
You can make people laugh, and it might not be your cup of tea, but you're doing something great for people. You know, laughing, that's why I'm doing it.
Saget is also being remembered for his 30 years of work in the fight against scleroderma. That's the disease that took the life of his sister back in 1994. He proudly served on the board of the Scleroderma Research Foundation, writing last year, "It's one of my life's missions to help find a cure for this disease." Lots of tributes just pouring in, also from the cast of How I Met Your Mother, because he was the narrator of that for 9 years. A lot of people don't realize.
I didn't realize that actually until these tributes, but how sweet was that clip posted of him talking about the girls from Full House?
Yeah.
It shows really what he was like.
Everyone just keeps saying, nice, beloved. That's just the way he was.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, a huge upset last night in college football's biggest game.
Yeah, Georgia fans are waking up this morning as top dogs, you get it, after beating their rivals Alabama to win their first college football championship in more than 4 decades. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now with the recap from the big game. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Joe Savannah, good morning, and rest assured fans up there in Indy, all the way down to Georgia now, definitely celebrating this moment. Bulldogs' first national championship, as you mentioned, in about 40 years. And to make it even sweeter, they did it against a team that has had their number for years.
Georgia is going to conquer the Crimson Tide.
This morning, a college football comeback for the ages. The University of Georgia snapping a 41-year championship drought, dethroning college football royalty to do it, to earn their crown. The Bulldogs beating the Alabama Crimson Tide 33-18 Monday night in Indianapolis, winning its first title since 1980, when Herschel Walker was the team's star running back.
Georgia on the mountaintop. Demons be gone, and the drought is over. National champions at long last.
The Bulldogs coach Kirby Smart finally besting his old boss and mentor, Alabama's legendary Nick Saban, to earn his first national championship.
I hope it doesn't take that long again. Go Dogs.
Georgia's quarterback Stetson Bennett, a former walk-on, shaking off a fumble before throwing 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns.
I wasn't going to be the reason we lost tonight.
Bennett, who dreamed of playing for Georgia, weeping on the sidelines after his team sealed the game with a Keely Ringo interception.
40-yard touchdown to finish it.
Fans back home in Georgia celebrating the sweet victory. And those celebrations will likely be lasting quite a while. Head coach Kirby Smart added another pretty interesting statistic to his resume on top of that national championship. Entering last night's game, whenever Nick Saban played a former coaching assistant, his record 25-1 this morning, 25-2. Joe Savannah?
Student maybe has become the teacher for once. All right.
Maybe.
All right, Morgan, thanks so much.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now, so stick with us.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, deep freeze, a winter wake-up call for millions of Americans on what could be the coldest day in years. This morning, weather alerts are in effect from the Midwest to the Northeast as real field temperatures dip to dangerously low levels. The latest on the conditions, the closures, and just how long this bitter cold will last. Staggering statistics in the fight against COVID as the U.S. struggles with the Omicron surge. A new pandemic record set with a record 1.3 million new cases reported yesterday, and hospitalizations now past last winter's peak. This as the nation's leading health officials prepare to testify before lawmakers today about the federal response to the pandemic. We have team coverage this morning. Defending democracy. Today, President Biden headed to the South to announce his plan to push for new voter protections in response to several controversial state voting laws.
The president will forcefully advocate for protecting the most bedrock American right, the right to vote and have your voice counted in a free, fair, and secure election.
We're in battleground Georgia ahead of the president's visit with details on the plan that would weaken the filibuster in the Senate. Plus, why some voting rights activists say it's not enough. And post-holiday hangover. And we're not talking alcohol, but if you're feeling tired, irritable, or just spacey these days, you're not alone. We'll talk to a professional about what's being called social jet lag as the holiday season comes to a close and give you tips on how to overcome the slump. I know a lot of people are probably feeling that way after no social interaction for a long time and then an overload.
We showed pictures of people at a party there. I didn't do that. Sat in my bedroom. All right.
We're all easing back in. All right, we begin this morning, though, with news some of you may already be feeling. It's very cold across much of the country, including here in New York. We're seeing record low temperatures gripping most parts of the Northeast and Midwest.
Millions of Americans from Montana to Maine are waking up to wind chill alerts this morning. Temperatures plunging to the lowest levels in 3 years. Wind chills across the Midwest are expected to drop as low as minus 45 degrees, and it could get as cold as minus 35 in some parts of the Northeast today. NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns is here to break down these record low temperatures, and WNBC reporter Jessica Cunnington is out braving the elements in New York City this morning. So, Jessica, we're going to go to you first because we feel sorry for you. What's the scene like where you are right now? Just describe it for us, and how cold is it expected to get in the New York area this morning?
Yeah, good morning, guys. I'm right here outside Bryant Park, where the big fountain in the center of the park keeps forming more and more icicles, honestly, by the minute. And I feel like I'll turn into that in a few minutes as well. A lot of people starting to head to work right now, and they are absolutely bundled up, which is good because we are in the teens right now. But with the wind chill, it feels like one singular degree here in New York City. So those wind gusts are definitely going to be a factor. It's what New Yorkers are going to have to battle today and even tomorrow morning, too.
Yeah, that hood you have on there seems like a good way to protect yourself right now. We know several cities in the Northeast and Midwest are altering school schedules, switching to remote learning, something we know quite well, so they can keep kids and faculty out of the cold during the morning commute. Looks like folks are just whizzing by you there because they don't want to waste any time outside. Any plans like that being considered in New York City?
No, Joe. Honestly, 1 million public school kids here in New York City will be heading into the classrooms today. And you know what? Last Friday, we got our first snow of the season, several inches here in and around the city. And Mayor Eric Adams said kids are going to school. So even last Friday, he made that decision when the snow came, and he defended that decision. So no, this morning, kids will be out and getting into those classrooms. So again, for parents getting their kids ready, definitely just be prepared and get, especially the little ones, really bundled up for that commute to school.
And we'd love to stay inside today, but obviously that's not the case. Some people do have to go out. So what are the best ways to stay warm during this brutal stretch of cold weather? Anything people should avoid in order to stay safe?
I mean, avoid coming outside if you don't have to, because this is the type of cold where it literally hits your bones as soon as you walk outside. So even if you're running down the block, getting a coffee real quick, you are going to feel this, and you're going to feel it fast. So definitely layering up is the biggest thing if you are going out for a while or even just a little bit. The layers, cover the extremities, the gloves, extra socks, obviously the hood, as you mentioned, and a hat as well. So definitely avoid being outside if you can. But if you are out and about, the layering is so key because frostbite can really settle in quicker than you think, especially when your skin is exposed. Guys?
And Jessica, with that, we will let you get back and get a little bit of warmth in. Thanks so much for being out there this morning. We appreciate it. Let's get a check on your morning news now, weather.
NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now with more on this Arctic blast, when we can expect to see some warmer temperatures, and he's indoors. Thank goodness, because I think we'd hear some complaints if not.
Yeah, I spent my time as a kid in upstate New York waiting at a bus stop in like -10, -15. So I've done my outdoor cold, so I don't need to go back to those days anytime soon. So let's show you what's happening. So this is kind of our first dangerous cold out there that we've had this season in the Northeast and New England. And actually, because it's been so mild the last couple winters, this is really our first really cold, dangerous blast in almost 3 winters. You have to go back to 2019. Remember, we talked a lot about the polar vortex. That was a really cold cold winter. We had a couple outbreaks that were much colder than even what we're dealing with today. But because it's been so mild, it's a shock to the system out there. Now, the criteria for wind chill warnings is different in every area. We don't even have wind chill advisories for D.C., Philly, New York, or Boston. And by the way, Boston public schools are closed today because of the cold. But in northern New England, where the worst of it is, that's where it's a lot more dangerous, and that's where we do have the wind chill warnings. Your eyes immediately go up to Caribou, Maine. The temperature is -14. And that's the coldest I've ever been. I lived in Maine for a little bit, a couple winters, and -14 was the coldest I ever felt it. And the wind chill is -33 in Caribou. So that's some serious cold. It's a little bit better today in the northern plains. Remember yesterday we were talking about International Falls and Minneapolis. They were like -20 to -40. This morning it's still in the negative numbers, but it's not quite as bad. So you're starting to get your recovery. But for the Northeast, we're starting the clock on about 24 hours of really cold temperatures with dangerous wind chills, and then we'll start to improve things by about Thursday. Here's a closer view of some of the big cities, where Jessica was just standing outside. New York City's at 3 wind chill. Hartford's at -1. Boston's at -8. So once you get north of about Hartford, everyone is in the negative numbers, including our friends there from Syracuse to Vermont, which are also about negative teens to -20s. Now, this afternoon, we don't warm it up much. That air mass is so cold and still moving in that areas from New York City northwards, what you feel is what you get pretty much for the entire day. D.C. gets a little bit warmer as the day goes on, going up to about 29. And then we have one more really frigid morning tomorrow. It won't be as bad as today, but still about 17 in New York. Wind chill of 10 won't feel good. Same with Boston up to Maine. The reward finally comes by the time we get to Wednesday afternoon, Thursday, and Friday. Temperatures even go above freezing in some cases, and that'll be our recovery. And one thing that's interesting is that this is really confined to the Great Lakes in the Northeast. I mean, today is 50 in Denver. Oklahoma City is almost up to 60 degrees. So the middle of the country, which was cold, really begins to warm up. And anytime, Ian Joe knows this, when Minneapolis in the middle of winter hits 32 degrees, it's like a party in the streets. So it's a short blast of cold air, guys, and then we're going to be out of it in a hurry.
Yeah, 32, that's shorts weather. My favorite, by the way, cold weather story. I was in Duluth, Minnesota years back. It was 45, 50 below wind chill. There was a guy out for his morning run. So, Bill, what I'm saying is, if you want to impress us, we need to see you running out.
Yeah, I mean, you're an Iron Man.
Oh.
I think you could do it.
My treadmill is like 30 feet that way, and that's where I'll be.
All right, thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill. All right, now to the COVID surge. The U.S. is breaking new records as the highly contagious Omicron variant continues to spread. In just the past day, more than 1.3 million Americans tested positive for COVID. That's the highest daily number since the pandemic began, and it breaks the previous record that was just set last week when a little over 1 million people tested positive in a day. This comes as number of Americans hospitalized with COVID surpasses last winter's peak, and areas first hit hard by Omicron are now seeing a rise in COVID deaths.
There has been more deaths that I've seen the whole time in just 1 week that I normally see in a month, let alone in a day.
All of this happening, of course, despite vaccines being readily available and 63% of the country being fully vaccinated against the virus. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards joins us now. Erica, good morning. So vaccine makers are now preparing to roll out boosters that are specifically meant to target Omicron. They say they could be available later this spring. First, tell us what you're learning about these boosters, but then what does it mean for people? Would this be a fourth shot for people who were already boosted? And also, could these really still be necessary by then if they're not available till the spring and we're experiencing this right here at the start of winter?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. Those are all really good questions. Both Pfizer and Moderna are working on vaccines specific to the Omicron variant. You know, this is after there's some data out of the UK that shows that protection against symptomatic Omicron infection falls to just about 10% 4 months after that initial series. Now, it's unclear still where this would fall in the process. Would it be a booster? Would it be a fourth shot? When would it be needed? Omicron is spreading so rapidly that some are saying, you know, perhaps we won't end up needing this. It would just be part of, you know, that annual shot that we get. Now, both CEOs of both companies were on CNBC yesterday to talk about their work.
We're working very actively on an Omicron-specific vaccine as a booster. That should be in the clinic very soon.
This vaccine will be ready in March. I don't know if we will need it,
I don't know if and how will be used, but we'll be ready.
Yeah, so it's also important to remember that both of these vaccines do remain quite effective at preventing the most severe complications of COVID-19. That's hospitalization and death. Savannah.
Now, Erica, one of the other big issues we've been seeing is the fact that if you are feeling sick, maybe especially during this Omicron spread, obviously we know 1.3 million people just tested positive yesterday. If you are feeling sick, you can't get tested, and therefore you might be going out and spreading it. But it soon might be easier to get those kits because the Biden administration says private insurers will have to cover the costs of, get this, 8 test kits per family member each month. Tell us how this program will work. How will people be able to claim those tests?
Yeah, this is part of a big push by the Biden administration to really try and meet that massive demand for those rapid at-home tests. People with private insurance will be able to get those tests at certain pharmacies without any out-of-pocket costs. Others and other scenarios will need to file for a reimbursement. Now, this is in addition to the tests that are already free. Those are, if a doctor orders a test for you specifically, those are also going to be free of charge. Savannah.
All right, that's good news for people. Now, Erica, we've heard how hospitals are so overwhelmed dealing with an increase in patients and staffing shortages right now, again, breaking records. Now we have Merck saying its authorized COVID pill works well against Omicron. How does this treatment work? Remind us, because I think a lot of people forget that it's available or haven't had to have that experience. And also, what's the rollout been like so far? Is it in hospitals and available to use?
No, not quite yet. The rollout has been pretty patchy. The Biden administration ordered about 3.1 million courses of the drug late last month. Most of those drugs will be available later this month. Now, it was an executive of Merck who said during a healthcare conference that he believes that the pills are effective against the Omicron variant or other variants that may come down the road, although he didn't offer any details or any new research to sort of back that up. We do know that in November, Merck released some pretty disappointing data from its drugs, saying that they're only about 30% effective against hospitalizations and death. Savannah.
All right, Erica Edwards, thank you so much for bringing us the latest here.
Let's bring in Dr. Bob Lahita. He's a professor at the Hackensack Meridian Medical School and the director of autoimmune and rheumatic diseases at St. Joseph Health. He's also the author of the new book, Immunity Strong. So, Dr. Bob, good to have you with us. What should people know about the situation at hospitals right now dealing with Omicron? What are you seeing?
Well, what we're seeing, Joe, is a shortage of nurses aides, and in some cases, physicians themselves. They're asking for a lot of people to leave their offices and come and help, because there are not that many people after illness goes through, say, a ward of patients. And most of the beds are COVID Omicron patients. They are less severely ill, but in the ICU, there's still that complement of very, very ill patients who then subsequently are ventilated and then die.
We know a lot of vaccinated people are testing positive for the Omicron variant, most experiencing very minor symptoms. But this is a question I've heard from a few folks. If they're not boosted yet and they just got COVID, how long should they wait after having the virus to then get that booster dose?
Well, a lot of people, particularly some researchers out of California, are suggesting, actually it's Oregon Health System, suggests that once you get the Omicron, you're super immune. I don't know if that is particular. That's after you've been vaccinated. These are breakthrough infections. So after you've had 2 shots of the mRNA vaccine and you get Omicron, they consider you somewhat immunized. And so I am suggesting, and others in the literature are suggesting, that you don't get the booster for at least 6 months after your Omicron infection, after your symptoms have cleared.
All right. And of course, this is a fluid situation, as we know. So, of course, we'll be keeping tabs on it as it moves along. Dr. Bob, I also want to ask you about masks. We're hearing a lot of experts say that the cloth masks, even the surgical ones, they're just not as effective at preventing the spread of Omicron. I know I've just protectively gone back to double masking in most situations, but what is your best mask advice right now?
Well, as far as double masking goes, it depends on your situation. If you're in a closed space with a lot of potentially unvaccinated people, you could easily get the Omicron. So double masking may be a good idea in those instances. But basically, here's the general rule of thumb. Cloth masks are not as effective against protecting others from your droplets or from you, from their droplets to you. Then you go to surgical masks, which are sort of those paper masks that everyone wears if they can get them. And those are effective, better than the cloth mask. The most effective is the so-called N95 mask, which is very closely fitted to your face. And in fact, doctors and nurses undergo fit testing, that's what it's called, to prove that the mask you wear is tight and it doesn't allow droplets to escape. Those N95s are largely reserved for people in the healthcare industry, such as hospitals, EMS people, police, fire, etc. However, regular people can purchase them either online or in certain drugstores. So those are the best. The N95 is the best, then the surgical, and then the last is the cloth mask. Some of them are homemade at home. People have all kinds of colors on them and drawings, etc. Those are not that effective.
Yes, they're more of a fashion statement sometimes. Dr. Bob, while we have you, I just want to get a sense of where you think we are right now. It was, I think last month Dr. Fauci said January is going to be bad. And right now, clearly, January is bad. Do we have an idea of how long we're going to be in this peak period? Have we reached the peak yet? Where do you think things sort of fall as far as a timeline moving forward with this Omicron wave?
We have not peaked yet, Joe. I think we're going to peak somewhere in February or March, and I think we're going to flatten the curve in this country, probably towards spring and maybe summer. So right now, because people are clustering and clumping in homes, in restaurants, and places where there is heat, because it's very, very cold out, at least in the Northeast, we're going to continue to see this spike. I don't think we've peaked yet. We'll probably peak towards the end of January, and then the curve will start to flatten. And by the spring and summer, I think we'll be in good shape.
Flattening the curve, something we don't hear much about these days, but still incredibly important. Dr. Bob Lahita, as always, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Now, today, the federal government's response to the Omicron variant will be front and center on Capitol Hill as Dr. Fauci and CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky are expected to testify in front of the Health, Education and Labor Committee. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now with a preview of this. Hey, Leanne, good morning. So we're expecting to hear responses to some of the major issues facing the country when it comes to COVID. Like, for example, the fact that there's been this shortage of at-home tests, which is creating this problem. People don't know if they actually are sick. They can't get their hands on a test. They're sold out. They're super expensive. Now, the federal government has come under fire about that. So what steps are they taking to address that? And what might we learn today in this hearing and questioning?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. So we expect Dr. Fauci to talk a lot about the status of the Omicron variant, about vaccines and how they work with the variant. We can expect Dr. Walensky to answer a lot of those questions that you just mentioned about testing, about schools, and about CDC guidelines. There's been a lot of confusion, and she's come under a lot of fire over the updated guidelines, including only having to quarantine for 5 days if you are asymptomatic and have COVID. And we expect them to get a lot of tough questions, not only by Republicans, of course, but also Democrats as well, who think that the administration has come a long way, but still has a long way to go to reassure Americans and give them the tools they need to deal with this virus, Savannah.
Absolutely. And Leanne, one member on this committee that they will be testifying in front of is Senator Dr. Rand Paul. Now, we've seen clashes between him and Dr. Fauci in these types of hearings before. What are we expecting to hear there from him? Do we think we're watching out for any fireworks today?
I'm sure it's going to be a repeat of all of the hearings in the past between Rand Paul and Dr. Fauci. There is no love lost between the two. One of the things that Senator Paul continues to grill Fauci over and spar with him over is the origins of the COVID virus. We should expect him to have additional questions about that. We should expect him to have additional questions about masking, about vaccines. And so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of fireworks, Savannah.
All right, Leanne Caldwell, thank you so much. Turning out of the battle over voting rights, later today, President Biden will visit a state at the center of the issue. That's Georgia. As following the somber anniversary of the January 6 riots on Capitol Hill, and Biden and fellow Democrats say critical voting rights legislation will protect future elections and American democracy. Now, the House has already passed 2 key election bills, but they face an uphill battle in the Senate. as the 2022 midterm elections inch closer. NBC News received an excerpt from the president's planned speech in Atlanta tonight. It says, in part, "I will defend your right to vote and our democracy against all enemies, foreign and domestic." And so the question is, where will the institution, the United States Senate, stand? Joining us now with a full preview of the speech the president will give while in Georgia is NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee. And we also have NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander in Atlanta for us. Good morning to both of you. Carol, I'll start with you to just get a general overview of what this speech will lay out. What do we know so far that we can expect to hear?
Well, Savannah, we know that the president, according to the White House, is going to make a very forceful case for the Senate to pass voting rights legislation. This is really the most that he's spoken on this issue. They're billing this as a major speech, and they're saying it will build on his remarks last week on January 6th, where he touched upon voting rights issues while really focusing on the attack on the Capitol that day, but still made a bit of a plea and a bit of a preview of what he's expected to say today. Take a listen.
We have to be firm, resolute, and unyielding in our defense of the right to vote and to have that vote counted.
Now, White House official also says that the president is going to call on the Senate to change the filibuster rule so that they can allow voting rights legislation to pass. It's been held up in the Senate by Republicans using the filibuster to block it. The president has said before that he would support a sort of carve out for voting rights legislation in terms of changing the filibuster rules. But this is really the first time that he's putting himself squarely in this fight within his own party, because they are not united on this issue. And it's going to be a little bit of a battle for the president to get all Democrats on board to change this rule and then pass the legislation.
Yeah, definitely a battle. All right, Blaine, let's bring you in here. So Georgia, where you are, is a significant location for this speech. So the two pieces of legislation Biden will address are the Freedom to Vote Act and then the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. Lewis was, of course, a legendary civil rights activist who represented Georgia for over 30 years in Congress. What would both of these bills do if signed into law?
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. You know, collectively, Democrats say that they would essentially protect voting rights. You know, between the two of them, they would expand access to the ballot. They would expand, make almost universal access to mail-in voting. They would make Election Day a federal holiday. And this one is key. It would require federal oversight or federal approval for any elections changes that were made at the state and local level. Now, people who are pushing for these laws say that that last point is key because they point to states like Georgia. You know, of course, Georgia flipped blue in 2020 for Joe Biden. It also sent 2 Democratic senators to Washington, giving Democrats control of the Senate. And so soon after that, the Republican-led state legislature passed a law that Republicans say makes elections more secure, but Democrats say amounts to voter suppression. So now people are pointing to laws in states like Georgia and 19 other states around the country that have passed similar laws saying, look, this is what happens when states have control. That's why the federal government needs to have oversight when it comes to any sort of election changes made. Savannah?
Absolutely. And so, Carol, let's get back to what you were talking about basically this uphill battle that he has in order to make this federal legislation. To Blaine's point there, I mean, how does Biden think he could actually get this done with how much of a fight this has been through Congress?
Well, look, this is a really heavy lift for the president, and the White House is putting him out there on a limb saying that he's going to get this done. And there's what he's facing are a lot of cross currents really within his own party. This is not necessarily a battle just with Republicans, because what they're trying to do is just to get Democrats united in the Senate to get this through. So the president's under pressure from voting rights activists who say he hasn't done enough. He's under pressure from members of his own party who say, look, it's not time to change the rules of the Senate to get this done. And yet you hear the White House saying that the president expects that this will be a success. Let's just take a listen to White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki on this point.
His plan is to sign voting rights legislation into law. That requires a majority of senators to support it, even if there are changes to the Senate rules, which is something the president has expressed an openness to.
So I think, Savannah, what you're going to see after this speech is really when the work starts to get done, where you're going to see the White House and the president trying to find a way to thread the needle here and get this legislation passed.
Yeah, absolutely. And Blaine, multiple voting rights groups in Georgia wrote a letter to the president calling his upcoming speech just for show and saying that they need real action. What have you been hearing from them? Tell us more about this.
Well, Savannah, I actually spoke to the head of one of those groups, and she was very strong in her words of, listen, don't come down here, essentially, unless there is a plan for how the president is going to make sure that these bills become law. She says that she almost sees this as a waste of time, as an empty gesture, essentially saying that this is a speech that could have been given back in Washington, but all of the time, all the focus, all of the resources need to be on actually getting these bills through. Here's a little bit of what she told me. Take a look.
We know that we have the votes, but when you have bad maps and bad laws, there's nothing that we're able to do to assure our folks that their voices are going to be heard and tallied fairly. So we're asking the president and Congress to come in and act as an impartial referee by passing these laws.
Now, that was Kendra Cotton. She's the COO of the New Georgia Project. Their group was certainly played a large role in turning out voters, registering voters. They were knocking on doors. They were making calls. They were sending texts. They were getting people to the polls. They really played a big role in flipping Georgia blue back in 2020. So now what she's saying essentially is that if these laws do not pass, they're going to face a very uphill climb when it comes to the midterms this year. Savannah.
All right, Carol and Blaine, thank you so much. Blaine, great to have you back with us after maternity leave. It's so good to see you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Now, this morning, planes are flying again nationwide, but on Monday, flights at all West Coast airports were grounded by the FAA for several minutes. It happened around the same time North Korea fired a missile, although it's not clear yet if there's a connection there. Tom Costello, of course, covers aviation for us and is at Reagan International Airport with more. Hi, Tom. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. So, yeah, this was, in fact, something that really kind of immediately put everything on the West Coast in a freeze. It didn't last long, 5 to 7 minutes, but it underscores the potential threat perceived from North Korea. What the ground stop means, flights could not take off. Some flights told they had to land. It happened late Monday. North Korea launched what appeared to be a ballistic missile into its eastern sea, the rogue nation's second missile launch in less than a week. About that same time, air traffic controllers at some U.S. airports in the western U.S. heard ordering ground stops. This was air traffic control at California's Burbank Airport.
Zero Mike Echo, I need you to go ahead and land at Van Nuys at this time. Some sort of national security threat's going on, and we are not allowing aircraft to just maneuver in the area at the moment. Are you able to land Van Nuys?
The highly unusual and coordinated ground stop lasted for about 7 minutes. So far, no reason given. Under an FAA ground stop, flights scheduled to land at an airport are forced to stay at their departure airports. No takeoffs. They can be related to weather, equipment, or extreme events. Air traffic controllers at San Diego Airport.
Weather is the same. We are ground stop.
What's the ground stop for?
We don't know. We are trying to find out. It is everybody nationwide.
Interesting.
South Korea and Japan confirming North Korea launched a missile early Tuesday morning their time. But it's not clear how far the missile flew or where it landed, or if any U.S. planes were ever in any jeopardy. Again, the FAA not commenting this morning. Neither is the Department of Defense. We can tell you that there is great concern right now, of course, about North Korea's ballistic missile program. And allegedly, I underscore allegedly, North Korea has even been working on hypersonic weapons. You know, the most famous nationwide ground stop occurred on 9/11 when the FAA ordered every plane in the air down on the ground and no planes to take off. This ground stop lasted only 5 to 7 minutes, only affected western states. Savannah, back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you so much. Coming up, the threat of war growing at the Russia-Ukraine border as the U.S. tries to de-escalate tensions. When we return, the latest on talks as tens of thousands of troops brace for battle. Also, China going to extremes in the fight against COVID ahead of the Beijing Olympics. So look at the new rules aimed at overcoming the surge. You're watching Morning News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan.
Mikaela Shiffrin.
Shiffrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Mikaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
Welcome back. The standoff over Ukraine continues today after little progress in talks between American and Russian officials. Thousands of troops from Russia remain stationed along its border with Ukraine. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner joins us now from Moscow with more on this. Matt, good morning. So we went into yesterday's meetings with low expectations, admittedly, but tell us what ended up being some of the biggest sticking points, and was any common ground found at all?
Savannah, good morning. Well, the sticking points are significant. Russia came to the table with nothing less than a demand for NATO to essentially demobilize its eastern flank and return to a 1997 status quo. Now, it goes without saying, this is something the United States really isn't willing to talk about and did not want to budge on. Let's actually take a listen to what Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman, the head of the American delegation yesterday, had to say about this point.
We were firm, however, in pushing back on security proposals that are simply non-starters for the United States. We will not allow anyone to slam closed NATO's open door policy, which has always been central to the NATO alliance. We will not forego bilateral cooperation with sovereign states that wish to work with the United States.
So Russia knew that this was going to be a big issue for the United States. You know, Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Ryabkov, the head of the Russian delegation, admitted this much in his press briefing afterwards. You know, he kept repeating Russia's demands are serious, but we didn't actually expect the United States to go for it. But essentially, to summarize where that debate is at now, the United States is insisting you, Russia, have no right to dictate our military alliances. Russia is saying that's nice in theory, but we do.
And Russia's deputy foreign minister did also say again yesterday that his country has no intention of attacking Ukraine. But Matt, do U.S. officials believe that?
It's hard to say. You know, I think the main difficulty, for example, that U.S. delegation yesterday is understanding what is real about Russia's position right now. So you have Ryabkov sit there and say, we're not planning any invasion, but he's saying that as 100,000, up to 100,000 Russian troops are poised to strike on the border of Ukraine. And he also used a few not to interpret as threats. One of the things that really stuck out to me yesterday was in his briefing, he said something to the extent of every time there's a miscalculation or a misstep in the Euro-Atlantic space, it is the security of countries to the west of Russia that suffer. And it's difficult to grapple with that.
And Matt, quickly before I let you go, talks are continuing tomorrow, but this time between NATO and the Russian Council. How's that meeting shaping up, and could we see progress there?
So I think for the Russians, yesterday was the big meeting, and for the U.S., probably tomorrow might be a bigger meeting. Russia really wants this to be a U.S.-Russia discussion. The United States wants this to be a broader discussion involving everyone in the European kind of security space. But that said, NATO itself is not optimistic about a breakthrough tomorrow. Let's listen to what Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary General of NATO, had to say about tomorrow's meeting.
It's not realistic to expect that when we have finished this week, when we have finished meetings that are already scheduled, that the problems will be solved. But I really hope that there is a real will on both sides, including on the Russian side, it is on the NATO side, to engage in a process that can prevent a new armed conflict in Europe.
So the Kremlin today is also getting ahead of tomorrow's meeting. We actually heard from the Kremlin spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, this morning saying he doesn't see great reason for optimism at this point, but it is good that talks are ongoing. But he insisted Russia is not talking for the sake of talking. They want results.
All right, Matt Bodnar, as you said, talks are ongoing. Lots to continue to watch for there. Thank you so much. Now, as the U.S. struggles to contain the latest COVID surge, China is taking extreme measures in some cities just over 3 weeks ahead of the Beijing Olympics. NBC News correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer reports on the strict policies going into place.
All 14 million people in Tianjin being tested for the coronavirus. The city in partial lockdown after the first local cases of the Omicron variant were found here. 75,000 people quarantined. The worry that it'll get worse.
Because of the transmissibility of it. So, yeah, I do think people are alarmed and anxious, all hoping for that negative test result.
The cluster in Tianjin is small compared to most cities in the world, but it's only 70 miles from Beijing, which is now on high alert with less than a month before the Winter Olympics.
With COVID concerns running high here, Olympics venues and all areas around them have been completely sealed off.
It's China's biggest COVID crisis since the first outbreak in Wuhan. In the city of Xi'an, millions have been confined to their homes because of 1,900 cases. They're locked down, relying on food drops and pleading online for help. Some unable to access medical care, including a pregnant woman who had a miscarriage outside a hospital because she didn't have a COVID test to get in, igniting anger on social media here about the human cost of China's zero-tolerance policy.
In the coming months, it will be crucial, that for China in terms of the effectiveness of this strategy.
For Beijing's Olympics, thousands of athletes and officials will go directly into a tightly enforced bubble.
If they can pull it off, it'll be an amazing Olympics.
But with the variant already spreading quickly in other countries, there is a race here to contain it before the games begin. Janice Mackey-Freyer, NBC News, Beijing.
Let's now take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
NBC's Claudio Lubanga joins us from Rome. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, the president of Kazakhstan, Kassym Tokayev, said that Russian troops will withdraw from the country within 2 days. Now, Tokayev has asked for Russia's help following violent protests that spread across the country since the start of the year after a rise in fuel prices. More than 160 people were killed in clashes with the authorities and hundreds more were arrested. And a day after Novak Djokovic had his Australian visa reinstated by a judge, Australia's border force is investigating now whether the tennis star incorrectly declared that he had not traveled and will not do so for 2 weeks before his flights to Melbourne, a requirement these days to get into Australia. So it's game, set, but not yet match for the unvaccinated tennis star who still hopes to take part in the Australian Open. Last but not least, the fossilized remains of a colossal prehistoric marine reptile have been found in a UK reservoir. Experts believe they belong to a ichthyosaur, which looked like a dolphin, only a lot bigger and scarier, that was 33 feet long and with a skull weighing 1 ton. Now, it's good that monster, sea monster, went extinct about 90 million years ago, otherwise it would be pretty scary these days. Compared to that, white sharks look like
anchovies, guys.
All right. So not a cute dolphin is what you're saying.
No, a lot bigger and scarier,
All right,
he says.
Thank you, Claudio.
Thank you. And coming up, the science of sleep when we return in our weekly mental health check-in, a possible perk of the pandemic.
What researchers have found about students starting school later.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts. These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. You may start noticing some new faces featured on one side of your quarters this year, starting with writer and activist Maya Angelou. She's the first Black woman ever to be featured on the coin. She'll be followed by more trailblazing women, including astronaut Sally Ride and actress Anna May Wong. It's all part of the American Women Quarters program. It's set to run from this year until 2025. Angelou published more than 30 best-selling titles in her career and was the first Black woman to write and present a poem at a presidential inauguration. That was in 1992. Her many honors include the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Look at how cool those quarters are.
And what a cool little surprise if you get one of those. You know, you look down and you're like, yeah, I got one.
Yeah, I remember my grandma collected the special quarters that were all the state quarters, you know?
Yep.
She would always talk the special quarters and be on the hunt for the next state and that kind of thing. So that's kind of
You can continue the tradition.
Yeah, exactly. Very cool.
It is time now for our weekly mental health check-in, where we take a closer look at some of the biggest mental health headlines, studies, and trends, and take a moment to check in with ourselves.
Let's bring in Dr. Sumaya Dave for more on this. She's a psychiatrist and the author of What a Happy Family. Dr. Dave, good to see you. Good morning. So a lot of us struggle to get back into our normal routines after the holiday season. I know I'm dealing with that right now. We had Christmas, New Year celebrations, all this type of stuff. But it turns out there's actually a term for this. It's called social jet lag. So how can we reverse the effects of social jet lag? What exactly is that? And why is it about more than just, getting enough sleep, for example?
Sure. So social jet lag occurs when we have at least a week's worth of disruption from our usual routines and we really feel out of it. Some things that can help really include getting that sleep, like you mentioned, but also listening to our bodies. So if we're finding that we need more exercise, if we need healthier eating habits, if we just need that consistency that maybe was lost while we were with family members, we were not in our usual environment, that can be really, really important to just helping us get that sense of normalcy back in our lives. Now, of course, if these symptoms of anxiety, of feeling just out of it and not having so much motivation to carry through our day-to-day tasks, if they go on for more than 2 weeks, I always recommend seeing a mental health provider or at least bringing it up with your doctor in order to just see if you can get some more support.
Let's talk about a different type of lag, sleep. We all know the pandemic took a toll on teens as schools locked down, cut off access to friends. But one study suggests there might have been an upside that they got more sleep. The researchers say the study could be the first science-based case for starting school later for teens. We know it's been discussed for years. What were some of the benefits they saw from this?
So this study was published in JAMA and it took place in Switzerland. And one of the many benefits it found is that these youth who had increased sleep, they had decreased alcohol and caffeine use. And also they reported feeling like they were able to tolerate the distress that they've been experiencing for far too long now. Now, there's been so much talk up until this point about just the benefits of increased sleep. And I think that now we're seeing that we just can't ignore this. We've got to do something to get more sleep for our youth and also just anything that can help with the coping for everything they've had to deal with for far too long.
Absolutely. Now, one last one for you. Another recent study shows women took on a larger share of the so-called mental load in their relationships while at the height of the pandemic. So first, just explain to us what that term means, mental load, and why is it typically carried by women, and what can be done to help and make this more equitable?
So mental load can be divided into both cognitive labor, which are the organizing and scheduling and planning related tasks, and then also emotional labor. So worrying if somebody's going to like the gift you got them, if people are going to get along at the dinner table. And women really are bearing the brunt of this, mothers as well. So really what we need to do is take that labor, which is so often, too often invisible, and make it visible by talking about it, by acknowledging it, by saying this toll is too much, it's gone on for too long. And for the changes to really happen, we're going to need restructuring in many, many places. So we're talking about companies, we're talking about governments, we're talking about families. Really, we're just going to need changes in a lot of places so that people can get the support that they deserve and that they've needed for so long.
Something we have to talk about first, of course, too. So.
Yeah, it's such a good point. It reminds me of Sheryl Sandberg's book, Lean In, when she talks so much about splitting up what's in the household and recognizing it as work as well, because it often isn't.
Absolutely.
Really interesting.
Dr. Soumya Dave, as always, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
It's good to see you.
Coming up, focused on fitness. For many of us, the new year means new goals when it comes to health.
When we return here on Morning News Now, we'll check in with an expert for some of the new trends and tips for good diet and exercise. That's next.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I'm going to change your life. Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Frank Holland is with us today. Hey, Frank, good morning.
Hey, good morning to both of you. We're going to be on some social media news. Meta Platforms, that's Facebook's parent company, it's now delaying the reopening of its U.S. offices now to the end of March instead of its previous plan of January the 31st. The company is also mandating that all employees that choose to return to the office show proof of a booster shot. Meta says it will let employees decide by mid-March whether they want to come back to the office or just defer again. Bolt, that's the European rival of Uber, has raised more than $700 million in new funding, giving that startup a market valuation of over $8 billion. Bolt, which is based in Estonia, offers ride-hailing and food delivery, just like Uber does. It also provides rentals of e-scooters, car sharing, and a 15-minute grocery delivery service. It has more than 100 million customers in 45 countries across Europe and across Asia. And Rivian has filed for a new trademark for bicycles and electric bikes. That could signal the electric vehicle maker is considering getting into a market and diversifying its lineup with a product that's a lot cheaper to produce than a pickup truck. Rivian telling TechCrunch it has nothing to say on the matter. Companies often file trademarks for products that they don't really end up using, but other automakers like Porsche and BMW, they have seen value in the e-bike industry that saw sales increase more than 200% last year. Back over to you.
Seems like a potentially successful industry to get in. All right, thanks so much, Rank.
Thank you.
Now, for many of us, it's an annual New Year's tradition, one that sometimes we actually succeed at, setting a goal to improve your health, to eat better, and of course, to exercise more regularly.
But while those goals remain the same, how we achieve them is changing as new trends in fitness and wellness emerge. Joining us now is Marietta Alessi. She's the social media director for Shape. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. So the pandemic obviously shifted the way many Americans exercise because gyms were forced to close. You weren't able to go to those group classes anymore. So at-home fitness classes became a popular choice. What are some of the trends you're predicting for this year?
Thank you for having me. Yep. So with at-home fitness becoming a bigger deal now, I'm so impressed with how immersive it's gotten. So now it's more about gamification. So what you're going to be seeing at home now is more opportunities to get even more connected with your fitness community. One of the things that's at the top of my list is Lightboxer, which is a part of the VR system now. And what's so fun about it is that it gets you into the flow state. So you feel like you're not even working out, which is really fun. And then also Peloton is going to be releasing their Lane Break game coming up earlier this year. So that's going to be something that's going to be a really big hit. It's a great way to get new beginners interested into the platform and also makes sure that the current users are engaged and having fun.
Now, Marietta, some people seem to be focusing on setting more realistic goals for themselves. If you try to go to the gym every day, you're probably going to burn out after a while. So how are folks creating healthy routines that can actually keep going year-round? What are the tips you have to do that?
Absolutely. And I will say that I am also one of those people that's all about realistic goal setting. Because right now what we need is some self-compassion and some honesty with ourselves. So what people are doing is they're doing a lot of journaling to figure out what they really need right now, which is great. I think we should start thinking about the new year as a time to reinvest in ourselves. And ways to do that is to start thinking about your morning routine. Start waking up and thinking about what goals you want to set. And it can be as simple as just drinking a big glass of water to start your day.
Awesome. Now, also, I think sometimes diet is kind of a bad word. You don't want people being so strict on themselves, so hard on themselves. So what are some of your favorite health trends that you're seeing right now, and why is that? And how can they actually, be good, positive things to add to our lives?
Absolutely. So I think one of the biggest things everybody can consider adding to their list is intention setting. So essentially you wake up in the beginning of the day and you think to yourself, what do I want the rest of my day to look like? What do I want to focus on? For me, I'm making this year all about the word nourishment. So I'm not going to feel guilty about if I'm interested in having a cookie. It's more about a soul nourishing cookie moment. But if I feel like I want to make myself a healthy breakfast, I'm going to focus on that. It's all about those intentional moments.
A soul cookie. I like that.
Yeah, really. Right.
I also like normal cookies, too.
Yeah, definitely. A little too much. All right. Thank you so much. Now, it was a night more than 40 years in the making, and it was worth the wait for the Georgia Bulldogs as they won their first college football national championship since 1980. The Bulldogs beat their rivals, Alabama, 33-18 in last night's college football playoff title game in Indianapolis. It was a close game throughout until an interception late in the fourth quarter sealed it for the Bulldogs. The win avenged Georgia's loss to Alabama in the SEC championship game last month. And I think I just sounded like I knew what I was talking about.
You did, yeah. You
I
watched,
actually did
clearly.
watch some of that.
Oh, you
I
did? Oh,
yeah,
good for
well,
you.
because it was, you know, what was on the TV, according to Alex, my fiance. All right, coming up, escaping harm not once, but twice.
Yeah, up next, hear from the heroes in this incredible video. It shows them rescuing a man after a plane crash, just moments before a collision with a train.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
One pilot is lucky to be alive, and that is an understatement. He not only survived a plane crash, he also narrowly avoided an oncoming train.
Yeah, it's thanks to the help of some heroic Los Angeles police officers. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz has this incredible story that you almost can't believe, and we do want to warn you, though, some of the footage may be tough to watch.
In the history of high-stakes rescues, this train versus plane chain of events is a heart-pounder. Now, the odds of what you just saw might be too incredible to believe if it wasn't captured by several vantage points. A pilot stuck in a cockpit after crash landing on train tracks, while in the distance, a terrible sound. LAPD's police body cam footage showing the true heroism 4 seconds before impact.
Go, 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 go!
The Metro commuter plane obliterating the small plane at about 60 miles an hour, sending debris flying.
All of a sudden, the bells and whistles and lights started flashing. I just thought, nah, this can't be happening. And I look down the tracks and I see this train with 3 huge white lights coming right at us.
The pilot is recovering in the hospital. The officers who saved him say to call him lucky is an understatement, especially when you consider how close they were when the plane went down.
So this over here, this is your police station. And then we got planes landing over here. This is the intersection where it happened? That's right. This is right where it happened. I think this guy's a very lucky man. Not only was it right by the police station, I think he cheated death twice in about 10 minutes. And I think he should buy a lottery ticket.
All of it coming together in those final critical seconds when those officers transformed into the literal hands of fate. Gadi Schwartz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
That would be quite the ending if he did win the lottery then next.
Can you even imagine? Wow, but what a way to put it. Cheating death twice in 10 minutes.
No kidding. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, ballot box battle. It is a cornerstone of the agenda he ran on. Now President Biden is turning up the heat in the battle over voting rights. He's heading to Georgia today with Vice President Harris to make an urgent appeal to pass federal legislation that has been stalled for months. Battle now brewing on Capitol Hill over a pair of bills aimed at bolstering mail-in voting infrastructure. Will the country see comprehensive change at the ballot box as the curtain opens on 2022? Cold snap. Millions of Americans from Minnesota to Massachusetts waking up this morning to positively frigid temperatures. The teeth-chattering wind chill alerts that could have some in the Northeast and Midwest dealing with temperatures that feel like 45 degrees below zero. New York and Boston set to see their coldest temperatures in 3 years. We've got our meteorologist Bill Cairns on standby with more on how long this chill could last. Also this morning, safety first. That deadly high-rise apartment fire in the Bronx over the weekend said to be caused by a malfunctioning space heater. Now, we're taking a closer look at how you can safely operate the appliances that keep you warm without putting yourself and your neighbors at risk. Plus, Bulldogs bite back, a championship matchup more than 40 years in the making, punctuated by an earth-shattering play. It not only sealed the deal for Georgia's Bulldogs, it broke the internet in the process. The freshmen who all but made Peach State history against Georgia's Crimson Tide rival, ending a decades-long championship drought. Lots of football coverage for you this morning.
Yes, woo, can't wait.
I'm just excited. We are going to begin this morning with the White House's renewed push for federal voting rights legislation.
Yeah, today President Joe Biden will speak in Atlanta about the issue, which has become a rallying cry for Democrats. 2 voting rights bills have passed the House, but stalled in the Senate, and the Biden administration is hoping to break that logjam. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Atlanta with a look at what we can expect to hear from the president today. Hi, Blaine. Good morning.
Well, Savannah and Joe, good morning to you both. You know, in many ways, Georgia really is the perfect backdrop for this voting rights push. Of course, Atlanta is the cradle of the civil rights movement. One of those 2 bills is named for John Lewis, the longtime congressman from this area. But also the president today is returning to the very state that gave his party the majority in the Senate. And this time he's facing some criticism from some in his own party.
This morning, President Biden is taking his voting rights push, a central piece of his agenda, to Georgia, making an urgent appeal to protect the rights he says are under attack, vowing, "I will not yield, I will not flinch in protecting voting rights," according to an excerpt obtained by NBC News.
In state after state, new laws are being written, not to protect the vote, but to deny it.
On the line, a pair of federal voting bills that Democrats say would protect access to the ballot, providing universal access to mail-in voting, making Election Day a federal holiday, and requiring federal approval for election changes made at the state and local level. Georgia is ground zero for the fight over voting rights.
They attacked and cheated on our elections.
Repeatedly under attack by former President Trump, who has falsely claimed the election was stolen, focusing on mail-in ballots after Biden's victory in the once reliably red state. Soon after, the Republican-led state legislature passed a law limiting absentee voting, saying that the law made voting more secure, but Democrats slammed it as voter suppression, while similar laws passed in at least 19 other states. Now in Washington, efforts to secure federal voting rights are hitting a wall. Democrats are considering changing a Senate rule known as the filibuster so they could pass laws without Republicans, who are unanimously opposed.
Democrats are trying to use their fake hysteria to justify breaking Senate rules.
But in Georgia, patience is thin among the very organizers who helped the president win.
Did you feel that this was an empty gesture?
We feel like, the president and those that are accompanying the president are coming down here for a photo op.
And guys, in his speech today, the president is expected to say that he supports changing that filibuster rule. Meanwhile, the Senate's top Democrat, Chuck Schumer, has promised a vote on that rule change by next Monday, Martin Luther King Day. Guys, back to you.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you so much. We'll be watching for that speech later. But also, welcome back from maternity leave. We're so happy to see you and have some time with you away from your beautiful baby girl, Sage. Welcome back.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm so glad to be back with you guys. I appreciate that.
We're glad to have you back with us. All right. Thank you, Blaine. This morning, the U.S. is breaking yet another pandemic record. More than 1.3 million Americans tested positive for COVID in just the past day. That is the highest daily case total since the pandemic began. Now, as cases surge, vaccine makers say they're preparing for a fourth booster shot aimed at battling the Omicron variant. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest on the pandemic this morning.
Savannah and Joe, good morning. The U.S. has now topped a new record, more than 1.4 million infections in a single day. It comes as some Americans will soon qualify for a fourth shot of a vaccine.
Doctors fear a rise in fatalities similar to last year may soon be coming. Now officials in Sonoma County, California are advising residents to stay home for the next 30 days, moving quickly to ban large gatherings here in wine country that would impact weddings and conferences with limited exceptions. Meanwhile, child hospitalizations are up 133%. Cassandra Castillo's 6-month-old son Francisco is one of almost 4.5 million kids who've tested positive for the virus. He's been taken to the hospital 3 times.
My biggest concern is him being able to breathe. He sounds like he's struggling to breathe, and it's terrible to hear that.
Amid a push to get kids back into the classroom, students in Chicago will return to campus Wednesday after teachers reached a new agreement with the district over safety concerns. In Los Angeles, after a rush to get more than 500,000 students tested, the nation's second largest district is back today, just as COVID cases here surge to record levels.
I have mixed emotions about it, really.
This just the latest reopening as the nation tries to ride out a tidal wave of infections.
The White House is trying to expand testing, saying all Americans with health care insurance will soon be covered for those at-home tests. Starting January 15th, Americans will be able to be reimbursed from their private health care insurance for up to 8 tests a month. They believe that'll expand testing nationwide. Savannah and Joe, back to you.
Miguel, thanks so much.
Dr. Owais Durrani joins me now. He's an emergency medicine physician in San Antonio, Texas. Doctor, good morning. So we're talking about these potential Omicron-specific boosters, which if they were to happen, as we just heard from Miguel, would for many people be a fourth shot. So first of all, do you think an Omicron-specific booster is necessary? But also, do you anticipate these vaccines ever getting to a place where we essentially know what to expect? Like, for example, we know the flu shot comes once a year. Is that going to be a possibility here?
Well, good morning, and thanks for having me. I think from a scientific point of view, this is kind of good news in terms of knowing that our vaccines can be updated quickly. We have to go back to see what the goals of our vaccines were initially, and that was to prevent deaths and severe disease that led to hospitalizations. If you look at the data from both abroad and here in the United States, getting vaccinated and a booster, so 3 shots total, protects you from that. It keeps you out of the hospital, it prevents death in most cases, and it keeps you safe. So I don't think we're going to be needing this specific variant unless, or this specific version of this vaccine unless something massive changes. I think long term, we're working on a vaccine that's essentially going to be working against all COVID variants. And I think that'll be the long term play. That might be a yearly or every 2-year vaccine, and hopefully we'll get there at some point in 2022.
Now let's talk about testing and the importance of it, especially as we're in the middle of this surge. The Biden administration is now telling insurance providers to cover the cost of 8 at-home COVID tests per family member every month. How much can that help us here, especially as these at-home tests are either hard to come by or super expensive?
Well, look, in medicine, you have to diagnose the problem before you can treat it. And we have been underdiagnosing COVID in our community since this pandemic began. So this is a strong piece of the testing puzzle that we face in the United States, but it's not going to save all or solve all our problems, right? We have millions of people who don't have health insurance, so this is not going to help them. We also, in a lot of circumstances, will have to pay out of pocket and get reimbursed for it. So if you have a family of 4 or 5, these tests can get pricey quick, and that's going to be a barrier to getting those tests. We need to move towards more of a model of what Europe has been doing for a year essentially now, which is you walk into any pharmacy, no questions asked, you can walk out with a test, you don't have to pay anything for it. I saw DC, you can pick up tests in libraries. And so that's the model we need to move to, and I hope we get some federal leadership on that.
Now, doctor, as we've been talking about throughout this show, we broke this record. More than 1.3 million people tested positive for COVID over the past 24 hours. That's the most we've seen. Did you think we would be in this situation nearly 2 years into the pandemic? Where do you think we go from here? How can we get out of this?
Yeah, unfortunately, I did not think we would be here. You know, we're talking about flattening the curve again, and that's what we were talking about in March and April of 2020. I'm tired of using that term. Essentially, what happened is we got a variant that was much more transmissible, but we did very little to change our behavior towards it, and that's leading to the record number of cases. We also have an extremely low vaccination rate. Essentially, we've plateaued when it comes to fully vaccinated individuals over the past couple of weeks. Our childhood vaccination rates are pretty abysmal, and so that combination is leading to some people still getting severe infections and getting hospitalized. We just have to double down on getting people vaccinated, whether that's through mandates or other measures, and masking up and just kind of weathering the storm through January and February.
All right, Dr. Owais Durrani, thank you so much for joining us.
Chicago teachers are returning to the classroom today after 4 days of cancellation sparked by the city's COVID policies. The Chicago Teachers Union voted to end their work action after finalizing a proposed agreement for employees. Teachers will vote on the new COVID policies this week, with students returning to the classroom on Wednesday. More than 340,000 students missed 5 days of class because of the standoff between the Teachers Union and Mayor Lori Lightfoot. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Chicago with more. Megan, good morning to you. So what led to the end of this standoff, and what are some of the new protocols that union members are going to be voting on?
Joe, good morning. You know, this has been 2 weeks, nearly 2 weeks now in the making, a lot of back and forth. And, you know, it's certainly a bit surprising that they've reached an agreement because you'll remember just yesterday we heard from the president of the Teachers Union who said that the mayor was being ridiculously stubborn and relentlessly stupid, he said, and that they were hitting a dead end. And so just last night, they finally reached a deal. What this has always been about for the Teachers Union is safety. So they were calling for, and what they have received is better quality masks that will be available inside schools. So we're talking about KN95 masks here. Also a metric system to be able to quantify how much virus is inside a school at any given time so that they can then trigger online learning. It sounds like they've reached an agreement there as well. And then they also wanted more testing inside schools and more rapid testing readily available. And that is something that they got a commitment for on the side of the city and the Chicago Public Schools. I want you to listen to what the vice president of the Teachers Union had to say.
I would say testing is still a big deal. I would say we need contact tracing at our school level, and then we need a metric. This particular variant is contagious, very contagious, and we're going to have to know when it is safe to be inside the school community and safe not to be in the school community. After 2 days of school, we have countless classrooms that are shutting down because the vast majority of the people inside of the classroom have been close contacts to those who came back with COVID.
So that is exactly what teachers have been saying since the very beginning of this. And as of this morning, it sounds like they are pretty satisfied with the agreement that they have come to.
So, Megan, on the other side of this is the mayor, Lori Lightfoot. How is she responding to the return of teachers?
So, you know, from the very beginning, Joe, as you know, the mayor has always said that she wants students and teachers back in class. And as of tomorrow, that's what's expected. So the mayor seemingly pleased that she has met the demands of what the teachers union wanted. The teachers union has sort of come to the table for what the mayor's side wants. And so finally, they've reached an agreement, and she's getting what she wants in terms of students back in the classroom, something the teachers union said they want too, but safely. I want you to listen to what the mayor had to say.
We know that this has been very difficult for students and families. Our goal throughout this entire process was to both get our students back to in-person learning as quickly as possible and prevent work disruptions for the rest of the school year. Switching completely back to remote learning again without a public health reason to do so would have created and amplified the social, emotional, and economic turmoil that far too many of our families are facing.
And so teachers will report to the classroom today, and starting tomorrow, students are expected to finally return to class, Joe.
Megan Fitzgerald in frigid Chicago giving us a little preview of our very next story.
That's right. That's those bitter cold temperatures Americans are dealing with, including Megan, across the Northeast and Midwest this morning. The blast of Arctic air is sending temperatures plunging to dangerously low levels just as people are getting ready to head out the door for the day. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now from White Plains, New York. Stephanie, we have had you out there for us a couple of times, and I always say thank you for being there, and I'm sorry. Good morning. It's good to see you. At least you look dressed warm.
I am dressed warm, and I'm about as warm as you can get, which is, in these temperatures, not very warm. It's the kind of cold that freezes your iPhone and has news correspondents showing up in ridiculous ski mittens on camera. There are places in the Midwest and the Northeast today that are reaching temperatures they haven't seen in years. Here in White Plains, New York, it's about 15 degrees, but it feels like zero. That's 0 degrees, not even a single degree.
This morning, millions are waking up to more frigid winter weather.
It's super cold outside.
A dangerous Arctic blast slamming the Midwest and the Northeast.
And here's how cold it's going to get. Feels like forecast means frostbite in 30 minutes or less.
With temperatures and wind chills plunging into the single digits and well below zero. Folks across the country now bundling up as they brace for another round of bitter cold. Across the Great Lakes, the brutal cold snap is bringing heavy snow and high winds. In Parrish, New York, cars and streets were buried in more than a foot of lake-effect snow. Snow blanketed roads and highways, creating dangerous driving conditions. This jackknife tractor-trailer shut down part of a busy interstate. The chilly forecast, the reason why classes are canceled in the Syracuse City School District this morning. Meantime, in Duluth, Minnesota, fire crews battled a large structure fire for nearly 7 hours amid negative 35-degree wind chills.
It's dangerous for us, just like anybody else being outside.
The deep freeze extending all the way to New England. In Boston, all public schools will also be closed today. For the first time in 7 years, the extreme cold is keeping kids out of the classroom.
We want to make sure there's no risk of students being either out in the cold on the way to school or having issues in school because of the ventilation that's needed with the pandemic.
The good news is these temperatures are going to break in the next 24 hours, rising into the balmy upper 30s. It's basically bikini weather. Savannah.
Oh, yeah. Can't wait for that. All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much. Love the mittens. All right, now let's get a check at your morning news now. Weather.
Meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us with the latest on these record cold temps. Bill, good morning.
Well, good morning. And you guys are going to join me. We're going to have a little anchor participation here in a second. So first, though, yes, you guys have been paying attention. I have faith that you guys are going to do really well today. So let's first go and just show you the wind chill temperatures right now across the board, because obviously that's the story of the day from the Midwest to the Great Lakes. I did find one spot in Canada, Sudbury, has a wind chill of -40. That's the coldest I've seen pretty much anywhere on the map. In the lower 48, you have to go to Caribou, Maine, who's at -33. So, all right, I have faith. This is going to be simple. You guys are going to be great. So, Savannah and Joe, who's colder today, Minneapolis or New York?
I'm going to go with Minneapolis.
Oh, I think I'm going to go with New York because this is the trick.
Yes.
It is. Wow. New York is colder today. New York is only going to be 20 degrees. In Minneapolis, it's going to warm up to 31. So, all right, this is getting interesting now. Here's our second choice. Who is colder today, Chicago or Washington, D.C.?
I'm going to go D.C.
I guess I'll agree with D.C. since we're on an East Coast thing here.
All right, we'll see if we can get Joe on the board. It's a close call, but you were there. 29 in D.C. today. You haven't had many days below freezing. And our final one, let's see if Savannah can go 3 for 3. Who's colder today? A little twist. Let's go all the way to Anchorage or Boston.
I kind of have a feeling this is going to be their tide.
Oh, wow. I'll just go Anchorage.
Wow, okay.
I'll just go Anchorage.
Oh, my
goodness.
And
okay.
It is Boston by a lot. Actually, Alaska was brutally cold in December when the rest of the country was warm. And when the lower 48 is kind of really cold, usually Alaska's warmer, and that's the case right now. So Savannah you went for the tie. That was impressive.
Well, you've done that to us before, where then you're like, ha, ha, ha.
I have, and I don't like to be predictable, so I didn't want to give you the tie at the
Really,
end
what I
again.
was doing there was I wasn't thinking about the temperatures. I was thinking about Bill's logic.
Yes, how Bill is going to mess with my head today. The only other weather we need to talk about is in the Pacific Northwest. Unfortunately, we're going to get a lot more in the way of heavy rain. We've had a lot of snow, so the avalanche threat's going to get pretty high too. But it does look like we're going to get a big rainstorm over the next couple of days. So that's really only the travel trouble weather. In the Northeast, it's cold, but there's really not much snow or ice out there today, guys. So I think you guys both did very well. You both get what scale are we going with? Like complete, incomplete? Are we doing like the easy college course grading?
No, well,
I mean, I only got one right, so I failed no matter what your scale is.
He got a 33%, 33.33, 66% for me.
So room for improvement for Joe, and Savannah gets, did well. Study a little more.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, that was fun. Thanks for getting our brains working, Bill. All right. And coming up on Morning News Now, the ongoing battle for Venezuela.
A once popular opposition leader, internationally seen as the successor to socialist President Nicolas Maduro, is now stumbling in popularity. We're going to bring you the latest from the embattled nation next.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Welcome back. In Venezuela, the fight over the presidency and the opposition's efforts to restore democracy are reaching a critical point.
Opposition leader Juan Guaido has been losing support locally, and that's leaving many to wonder when or if Nicolas Maduro's dictatorship will ever end. NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez takes a closer look.
In Venezuela, 2 men still call themselves the president, as they have for the last 3 years, but hope that the opposition party's Juan Guaido would overthrow the Socialist Party's Nicolás Maduro has dwindled dramatically. Concerns rising that the lack of a unified opposition is allowing the totalitarian leader to continue his power grab. In January of 2019, Guaido, the leader of the National Assembly at the time, declared himself Venezuela's acting president, according to the country's constitution, after the ruling Socialist Party's Nicolás Maduro won in presidential elections many say were rigged.
These were elections that were essentially run by the government.
At the time, nearly 60 countries, including the U.S., recognized Guaido and not Maduro as the rightful president.
These are just the first step on Venezuela's road to liberty.
But in the last couple of years, support for Guaido from inside and outside the country has waned.
There is widespread discontent with Juan Guaido. And, the opposition has been fragmented enormously. One reason is that they haven't been able to topple Maduro. More importantly, Maduro just held elections for governors and municipalities, and he won.
Buen triunfo. Buena victoria.
A cause for concern among the opposition after Guaidó has heavily relied on international support for years.
Para nosotros es fundamental esta alianza de defensores de la democracia.
But some fear Guaidó's reliance on that international backing has given Maduro the ammunition to tighten his grip in the country.
El Guaidó, el títere este que pusieron al frente del grupo este de la Asamblea Nacional, es un títere.
Yo diría que el primer semestre del año 2019 fue una época de gran ilusión para los venezolanos.
José Ignacio Hernández designed much of Juan Guaidó's interim government structure and legal strategies. He has since quit his role with the opposition and is a university public policy professor.
Pero la comunidad internacional entendió que lamentablemente el cambio en Venezuela no era tan rápido, tan expedito como se quería, que el problema era más complejo, que había que avanzar con cautela. Y yo diría que el principal error, la principal debilidad de la oposición que la vimos en estos días es en los desencuentros internos y lo que yo he llamado el valle de la indecisión.
Venezuela is not going to get rid of Maduro by relying on external forces. The solution to Venezuela is should be, right, internal.
Meanwhile, a humanitarian crisis perpetuated by the Maduro regime rages on with no end in sight. 3 in 4 Venezuelans now living in extreme poverty. And violence, insecurity, a lack of food, medicine, and other shortages pushing over 6 million people to leave.
At the end of the day, the losers here continue to be the Venezuelan people.
That's the sad reality of it. The losers are the Venezuelans who have stayed at home and are weathering this crisis.
Isa Gutierrez, NBC News.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Claudio Lavanga is with us again from Rome. Hi, Claudio. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, David Sassoli, the president of the European Parliament, has passed away today at the age of 65. Sassoli died at an Italian hospital where he was being treated for what has been described as serious complications to a dysfunction of the immune system. Sassoli rose to fame here in Italy as a journalist before he went into politics. And Boris Johnson was accused once again of breaking his own COVID-19 restrictions in May last year when he held a garden party at the Prime Minister's official residence during a lockdown. In an email sent by his private secretary and now leaked to the media, 100 members of his staff were invited to bring their own booze, while the rest of the country was told to stay indoors and keep social distancing. And the remains of an ancient and apparently wealthy Roman town have been found under a field in the UK. Among other things, archaeologists discovered a 32 feet wide road, which is a lot wider than the road in modern Rome that I'm standing on now. A lot of jewelry, a lot of coins, and even minerals that the archaeologists believe were used to make cosmetics and makeup, guys.
All right. Claudio telling us about all kinds of old, interesting discoveries today.
Of things unearthed. Very cool, though. Claudio, thanks so much.
You can count on me.
All right, we do.
We know we can, yeah.
Coming up, raising crucial awareness to human trafficking through giving back to those who need it most.
The duo that's helping survivors start the businesses of their dreams. That's up next.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White,
What are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Doctors in Maryland made history this week after successfully transplanting a genetically modified pig heart into a 57-year-old human patient. David Bennett was diagnosed with an end-stage heart disease and was not eligible for a traditional heart transplant. That's when surgeons stepped in to offer the historic, potentially life-saving surgery. Now, this had never been done before. The pig used had been genetically modified to knock out several genes that would have made Bennett's body reject the heart. Doctors are hoping the breakthrough will bring them one step closer to solving the organ shortage crisis. Bennett, still being monitored, so far is doing well, and his body has not rejected the heart. Good to see him up and doing well there. Science is an amazing thing.
It's just incredible. The fact that it could have rejected it, but they knew how to make it not.
Yeah, and with a pig's heart.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Very cool.
Keep following that kind of development there.
Absolutely, and we're so happy for him. All right, now today is National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. The International Labor Organization estimates there are 40.3 million victims of human trafficking around the world. That's just heartbreaking, and it includes hundreds of thousands in the U.S. Chances are it's actually happening in your neighborhood.
We're about to hear, though, from one business owner who decided to make a difference in her community. Cafe owner Kim Taylor decided to change the lives of 6 survivors of trafficking by buying all of them business licenses. Kim joins us now along with Tiffany McGee, the CEO and founder of Survivor Ventures. That's the local not-for-profit that Kim partnered with to make these donations. So Kim, Tiffany, good morning to both of you. We're thrilled to have both of you on. Kim, I want to start with you. Tell us, what did inspire you to make such a generous donation to these 6 women?
Well, you know, we learned of them through a partnership that we have. And so Smoothie Stop being a woman-owned business, we wanted to partner with them and we help them empower our women economically to just, just to be there for them. I mean, we just wanted to partner with them so that they can do what they would love to do and to empower their own selves, empower their own lives.
Yeah, and I think what you're saying there is so important, that word empower. And Tiffany, that's what I want to ask you about with Survivor Ventures, this focus on economic empowerment for survivors of trafficking. Why is that piece of support for us survivors so important in particular?
Right. So one of the reasons why we founded Survivor Ventures in the first place is because domestically speaking, trafficking survivors are often arrested for their role as victim in the trafficking situation. Upon rescue or escape, or more frequently released from jail, survivors are in dire need of essential supportive services for themselves and their children. They want to work and they want to provide for their children, but unfortunately, many states lack effective criminal record relief legislation for confirmed trafficking victims. As service providers, we do our best to help survivors find employment, but due to survivors' criminal records, they can only get minimum wage jobs, and that rarely provides 40 hours a week with no ability to make ends meet. So when their shelter stays and follow-on assistance end, they often cycle back to homelessness and other positions of vulnerability that led to the trafficking in the first place, which results in really high rates of re-trafficking. So to disrupt this cycle, we partner with small business owners like Kim and the Smoothie Stop in order to create gainful employment opportunities. We have a program called Survivors to Entrepreneurs that provides wage reimbursements for startups.
Kim, how has this changed your perspective when it comes to trafficking, and what is your relationship with these 6 individuals you've helped out?
You know, when they came to our location in Hampton, I had a chance to actually talk to the women, to hear their experiences and to hear the things that they've gone through. And so just hearing their stories, you know, has impacted me, because to have gone through those things and still press forward to make a better future for themselves and open up businesses. I mean, I can't even describe the feeling that it made me want to work harder as a business owner myself.
Oh my goodness, that's incredible to hear. Now, Tiffany, human trafficking is often really misunderstood, especially when it comes to understanding that this could be happening in our own backyard. Misconceptions, even something like confusing it with the international slave trade, as it often is actually, can stereotype these survivors. How can raising awareness help combat this and help get these people who have been through this into jobs and on the track that they want to be on?
Yeah, that's all exactly right. There's been so many human trafficking awareness campaigns, but a lot of people still don't understand what it really looks like. We wear blue on National Human Trafficking Awareness Day, but we continue to have some of those serious misconceptions that you just mentioned, that it only happens to foreign nationals, it always involves handcuffs or bondage. But human trafficking, by definition, involves the use of force, fraud, or coercion to obtain some type of labor or commercial sex act. And the majority of cases in the U.S. involve the fraud and coercion side of it. So if we start to understand that it's actually vulnerability that grows trafficking, things like poverty, low self-esteem, unstable housing, addiction, isolation, loneliness, just one of those things can be exploited by a trafficker. So when we're talking about awareness, we should start at home, at social media platforms, in schools, and help people in those spaces understand their vulnerabilities and how to protect against predators eager to exploit.
Tiffany and Kim, thank you for everything you're doing to raise awareness and to help out, and we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us this morning. And we do want to tell our viewers, if you think you or someone you know may be a potential victim of human trafficking, you can call the National Human Trafficking Hotline at 888-373-7888, or you can text Be Free, that's 233-733.
Now we've got much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now. We'll take you to Wall Street for the 1-year anniversary of that infamous GameStop short squeeze. What's changed for 2022 as even more armchair investors look to go to the moon?
Plus, a malfunctioning space heater was behind the fire that killed at least 17 people in the Bronx over the weekend. We've got some tips on how you can keep your house warm and safe this winter. That's next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nathan Chen equals power, because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have 2?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing.
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go.
CNBC, get yours.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Fire safety and prevention has been in the spotlight following the recent devastating fires over the past week in Philadelphia and in New York City. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen shares some important tips on how to stay safe in the event of an emergency.
Yeah, the thought alone is terrifying, being stuck in a fire, sometimes hundreds of feet above the ground. We know every second counts, but what are you supposed to do? Well, with the help of the New York Fire Department, we're about to show you the things that you should know and practice with your family to get out alive. The Bronx apartment fire, a tragic example of the deadly power of residential fires. The FDNY says a faulty door to the burning apartment stayed open, allowing smoke to spread.
The door, when it was fully open, stayed fully opened because it malfunctioned.
Investigators also looking at risks posed by an everyday appliance used by millions of Americans in the winter months.
We're certain that the fire started with a faulty electrical heater, portable heater.
A flawed space heater sparking a blaze. It's more common than you might think. The latest data show 81% of home heating fire deaths involve stationary or portable space heaters. So if you're using one, set it up safely.
And as the name suggests, give the heater some space. Keep it at least 3 feet away from anything flammable like this dog bed. And always plug it directly into the wall. Never a power strip.
Keep the space heater away from curtains, bedding, and upholstered furniture. Turn it off when you go to bed or leave the room. And only use space heaters with a tag from an approved testing lab. Also beware that electrical malfunctions, cooking, and unattended open flames are leading causes of residential fires too. So have a plan. At the New York City Fire Training Academy, the FDNY took us inside one of their drills.
Tell us what we're going to see today.
We prepared a scenario so we can demonstrate how fire and smoke travel throughout a high-rise building in the event of a fire.
The FDNY triggers this controlled fire to show you just how quickly flames can spread.
Fire will begin to consume the room, and if the door is not closed, we'll exit into the hallway with smoke and affect the rest of the building.
This is key. With the door to that room wide open, the flames intensify, shooting towards the open doorway. But watch what happens when the door is shut. A big difference. The flames are contained inside the room.
How come having the door closed makes such a big difference?
If that door is closed to confine the fire to that area, the rest of the building will remain habitable.
But in a high-rise fire, should you stay or should you try to evacuate? Fire experts say if the fire is in your room, exit, stay low, and go, using the stairs, not the elevator.
You want to stay low below the smoke because the smoke will rise.
But if the fire is not near you or in your room, grab a wet towel and cover the bottom of the door to block smoke. Then wait for instructions. It may sound counterintuitive, but fire experts say many high-rise buildings are equipped with building materials that are designed to limit the spread of fire. So if you're not close to the source of the flames, you may be safer waiting for the fire department.
We've had fires in these type of non-combustible high-rise multiple dwellings where the contents of the fire apartment was completely incinerated, but yet if you went to the adjoining apartment on either side, it didn't even look like there was a fire in the building.
Know the building you're in, keep the doors closed in case of fire, and remember, sometimes it's best to stay put. Tips to help you get out alive. And it is important to note, FDNY says there isn't a one-size-fits-all solution. Every home, building code is different. So it's very important to check those smoke detectors once a month to make sure they are working. Practice the fire drill with your family on how to safely get out of your home, and identify a meeting point for everyone outside so they can get there safely. Back to you.
Such great tips that could save lives. Vicki, thank you so much.
We might be less than 2 weeks into the new year, but the federal government says now is the time to start thinking about tax season. The IRS is warning of a potentially frustrating season ahead with challenges posed by the pandemic on top of years of budget cuts. Here's NBC's Tom Costello.
Good day. The bottom line for the IRS, they are understaffed, they are under budgeted right now, and they are way behind. The pandemic and staffing shortages have certainly contributed to that. Tax law changes are another reason. That means it could be a very long wait for you if you file your taxes, especially using the paper forms. The April 18th deadline is coming up fast. The April 18th tax filing deadline may be more than 3 months away, but the Treasury Department is warning Americans now that the upcoming tax filing season could be frustrating. Agency officials say they're facing enormous challenges, among them the pandemic.
There's a lot more work for the IRS to do with a lot fewer staff members doing it.
While the U.S. population has grown over the past half-century, IRS staffing is now at the same level it was more than 50 years ago, with fewer than 15,000 workers available last year to handle more than 240 million calls. To make matters worse, the agency is using outdated technology and has also seen its budget slashed nearly 20% over the past 10 years. The best way to avoid refund delays this year, file early electronically and ditch the paper forms. As of last month, the agency still had a backlog of millions of unprocessed returns from the year before. For those who made less than $73,000, the IRS offers free file. And companies like H&R Block and TurboTax offer their own software for e-filing too.
E-filing with direct deposit, that's the quickest way to get your tax refund.
The IRS says people who file electronically with direct deposit should not experience issues and should receive their refund within 21 days.
So it's important to file electronically to make sure that everything is accurate and that it's filed electronically so that you can possibly get your refund sooner rather than later.
Yeah, the average size of the refund, $2,800, money that can come in handy, of course, if you're paying off the holiday debt. But experts say the key here is organization and prep. It may be 3 months away, but the sooner you start organizing, the better. Back to you.
All right, good heads up, Tom. Thanks so much.
Now, 1 year ago, a group of small-scale investors began buying up stocks of GameStop, the video game retailer. The surge drove share prices to dizzying heights and cost the firms who had bet against that company millions.
It would become one of the most infamous examples of a short squeeze while ushering in a new trend of so-called meme stocks and retail investing.
CNBC reporter Leslie Picker joins us now. Hi, Leslie. Good morning. So people may remember this had to do with Reddit. This had to do with a user named Roaring Kitty. And we were all like, what is happening? So walk us through how exactly the spike in GameStop stock happened and what did make it so unique.
Hey, good morning, Savannah. Yes, Roaring Kitty, of course, was the famous name, at least the screen name of one of the key individual investors who were helping to kind of create this, what we call a bullish or a supportive case to drive GameStop shares higher. What happened was really remarkable and something you don't see every day in the markets. It's that you've got this collective group of individual investors on social media that were champions of GameStop. It had kind of been left for dead by the professional investors investors out there. A lot of them were taking the opposite side of the trade, betting against the company, given that it was a video game retailer. It was closing stores. No one was really going into malls anymore because we were in the heart of COVID. And then you had this kind of group of maverick investors who said, no, I see value here, and here's why. They helped propel this stock higher, but then there were these technical aspects to the way that this stock was positioned in the market that helped really catapult it to the stratosphere. And that has to do with what you mentioned, a short squeeze, which is when people are betting against a company, and then when it goes higher, they have to buy at higher and higher levels in order to cover their positions.
So folks may remember Melvin Capital became one of the main targets of this squeeze. Quickly tell us, what effect did it have on that firm and other big short sellers?
Yeah, that's right. Melvin was famously short GameStop. They disclosed it in a filing based on certain options that they held that were betting against the company. They never really recovered from the losses that they suffered as a result of that position and several others in January. They posted, according to sources familiar with the matter, negative 39% returns in 2021. That was just revealed last week. That's compared to a market that is dramatically higher in 2021. Definitely not something you want to see, but same is true with a lot of other hedge funds who were short GameStop. They just weren't really able to recover throughout the year.
And it fascinated us all as we watched it unfold. Look, here we are a year later talking about it. All right, Leslie, thank you so much for joining us. And now we'll stay on your money with our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Frank Holland is with us again. Frank, good morning.
Hey, good morning again, guys. We're going to start with some big financial news. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon says the U.S. is headed for its best growth in decades in 2022. Speaking to CNBC yesterday, Dimon said that was partly due to the balance sheets of American consumers, which he says have never been in better shape. However, Dimon says the financial markets, they could experience a bit of turbulence as the Fed Reserve tightens monetary policy and starts to raise interest rates. Dimon believes the Fed could hike rates 4 times or maybe even more this year. Apple says App Store developers have earned more than $260 billion since the store launched back in 2008. It's estimated developers made roughly $60 billion just last year. While the App Store continues to be a big moneymaker, many developers, they're a bit unhappy with what they see as restrictive policies, including the 30% cut that Apple takes in many transactions. And Apple's also reportedly in some very serious talks to carry Major League Baseball games next season. Apple has long been looked at as a landing spot for TV sports rights, and according to the New York Post, Major League Baseball has been trying to sell its Monday and Wednesday night games that ESPN recently gave up. And if a deal happens, Apple would expected to make those games available through its Apple TV Plus streaming service. Back over to you.
I think we're going to see more and more of that in the coming years. All right, Frank, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Coming up, tributes continue to pour into legendary comedian and America's dad, Bob Saget.
Yeah, one of Saget's closest friends spoke with the team at the Today Show earlier this morning. We'll bring you part of that interview next.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who Wants
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
This morning, tributes and loving memories of Bob Saget are still pouring in following the sudden death of the 65-year-old comedian and actor. One of his closest friends, comedian Mike Young, joined the Today Show this morning, and here's some of what he had to say.
Bob was, obviously he was incredible. He was just beyond funny, but he was sweet because he always wanted to take care of everybody. Like, Bob was just that guy, like, give me your phone, and all of a sudden my hotel is connected to my credit card, and I never pay for a hotel again, and all my miles are corrected. He just took care of you, and Bob, the last text, we were just joking back and forth because we were getting ready to do some shows together, and I said, Bobby, you got to put me on the poster. You put my face on the poster at this point. We're together over 10 years, and he just made this hilarious picture, and I didn't even bring the picture, but it was me, a giant picture of me and Bob, a tiny Bob in the corner for the shows coming up, and we just had a great laugh.
Saget was beloved for his character on Full House, also admired for his sometimes dark, irreverent sense of humor. This morning, we are learning more about the caring side of this iconic TV dad.
Bob Saget left behind a rich and varied body of work, from raunchy adult stand-up sets to the adoring single father on Full House.
You girls are the greatest.
Those who knew him say the kindness he showed on screen was no act. Jimmy Kimmel emotionally paid tribute overnight.
A word that came up a lot was the sweetest. And Bob was the sweetest. He was the sweetest man.
Saget was found dead Sunday inside an Orlando hotel room. According to the police incident report, his family could not get a hold of him, so hotel security went to check on him and found Saget on the bed with no pulse.
We have an unresponsive guest in a room.
Authorities say they found no signs of foul play or drug use. The medical examiner has performed an autopsy to determine how the 65-year-old died, but the results are months away. Saget's widow says, Bob was my absolute everything. I am so completely shattered and in disbelief. John Stamos posted a new statement on behalf of the Full House cast. 35 years ago, we came together as a TV family, but we became a real family. And now, we grieve as a family. Stamos comforted Saget's widow, Kelly, on Monday. Andrea Barber posted this clip of Bob during rehearsal for the sequel, Fuller House.
And I'm so proud to have been able to raise these girls and know them since they were like my girls.
Saget was on a stand-up comedy tour when he died, and just hours earlier posted on Instagram, I guess I'm finding my new voice and loving every moment of it. In one of his last interviews, he explained why he loved comedy so much.
You can make people laugh, and it might not be your cup of tea, but you're doing something great for people. Laughing, that's why I'm doing it.
Saget is also being remembered for his 30 years of work in the fight against scleroderma. That's the disease that took the life of his sister back in 1994. He proudly served on the board of the Scleroderma Research Foundation, writing last year, "It's one of my life's missions to help find a cure for this disease." Lots of tributes just pouring in, also from the cast of How I Met Your Mother, because he was the narrator of that for 9 years. A lot of people don't realize.
I didn't realize that actually until these tributes, but how sweet was that clip posted of him talking about the girls from Full House?
Yeah.
It shows really what he was like.
Everyone just keeps saying, nice, beloved. That's just the way he was.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, a huge upset last night in college football's biggest game.
Yeah, Georgia fans are waking up this morning as top dogs, you get it, after beating their rivals Alabama to win their first college football championship in more than 4 decades. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now with the recap from the big game. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Joe Savannah, good morning, and rest assured fans up there in Indy, all the way down to Georgia now, definitely celebrating this moment. Bulldogs' first national championship, as you mentioned, in about 40 years, and to make it even sweeter, they did it against a team that has had their number for years.
Georgia is going to conquer the Crimson Tide.
this morning, a college football comeback for the ages. The University of Georgia snapping a 41-year championship drought, dethroning college football royalty to do it, to earn their crown. The Bulldogs beating the Alabama Crimson Tide 33-18 Monday night in Indianapolis, winning its first title since 1980, when Herschel Walker was the team's star running back.
Georgia on the mountaintop. Demons be gone, and the drought is over. National champions at long last.
The Bulldogs coach Kirby Smart finally besting his old boss and mentor, Alabama's legendary Nick Saban, to earn his first national championship.
I hope it doesn't take that long again. Go Dogs.
Georgia's quarterback Stetson Bennett, a former walk-on, shaking off a fumble before throwing 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns.
I wasn't going to be the reason we lost tonight.
Bennett, who dreamed of playing for Georgia, weeping on the sidelines after his team sealed the game with a Keely Ringo interception.
40-yard touchdown to finish it.
Fans back home in Georgia celebrating the sweet victory.
And those celebrations will likely be lasting quite a while. Head coach Kirby Smart added another pretty interesting statistic to his resume on top of that national championship. Entering last night's game, whenever Nick Saban played a former coaching assistant, his record 25-1 this morning, 25-2. Joe Savannah?
Student maybe has become the teacher for once. All right.
Maybe.
All right, Morgan, thanks so much.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now, so stick with us.
On NBC News Now, bitter blast. Millions across the Midwest and Northeast dealing with extreme cold. In some places, it feels like 0 degrees. We're tracking the dangerous conditions and when relief may be coming.
Record breaker, Americans hit an all-time high for COVID cases, 1.3 million cases in a single day, where the numbers are surging fastest, plus the new travel warning now being issued to keep the spike from getting worse.
Presidential pressure. President Biden set to speak in Atlanta in just a matter of hours, pushing for a dramatic new set of measures to protect Americans' right to vote. The message he is hoping to send with the 2022 midterms fast approaching.
And dangerous heat, a faulty space heater blamed for causing the fire that killed 17 people in the Bronx. On this frigid, cold day, an urgent warning how to protect yourself and your family from the risk of a tragic malfunction. Hi, everyone. I'm Vicki Nguyen in for Morgan this week.
And thanks for joining us. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with that bitter blast of Arctic air leaving millions of Americans shivering.
Yeah, take a look at this. New York and Boston dealing with their coldest temperatures in 3 years. The high in Boston, 12 degrees, and wind chills are dramatically lower. The frigid air is being driven by a band of Arctic wind making its way south. Lake effect snow warnings are in place right now over the Great Lakes. Some parts of upstate New York saw 1 to 3 inches of snow per hour overnight. Yeah, per hour, Aaron.
Crazy stuff. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the temperatures for us. But we begin with NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk in frigid White Plains, New York.
These are brutal and bitter temperatures in some places in the Midwest and Northeast, the coldest they've seen in years. Here in White Plains, it's in the teens, but it feels like 0. That's 0 degrees, not even a single degree.
Millions are waking up to more frigid winter weather.
It's super cold outside.
A dangerous Arctic blast slamming the Midwest and the Northeast.
And here's how cold it's going to get. Feels like forecast means frostbite in 30 minutes or less.
With temperatures and wind chills plunging into the single digits and well below 0. Folks across the country now bundling up as they brace for another round of bitter cold. Across the Great Lakes, the brutal cold snap is bringing heavy snow and high winds. In Parrish, New York, cars and streets were buried in more than a foot of lake effect snow. Snow blanketed roads and highways, creating dangerous driving conditions. This jackknife tractor trailer shut down part of a busy interstate. The chilly forecast, the reason why classes are canceled in the Syracuse City School District this morning. Meantime, in Duluth, Minnesota, fire crews battled a large structure fire for nearly 7 hours amid negative 35-degree wind chills.
It's dangerous for us, just like anybody else being outside.
The deep freeze extending all the way to New England. In Boston, all public schools will also be closed today. For the first time in 7 years, the extreme cold is keeping kids out of the classroom.
We want to make sure there's no risk of students being either out in the cold on the way to school or having issues in school because of the ventilation that's needed with the pandemic.
The good news is these cold temperatures are going to break in the next 24 hours. Here in the Northeast, temperatures rising up into the balmy 30s. Back to you.
That's bikini weather, Seth. All right, we're going to bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, who is seeing the worst of it, and when are we going to see some relief?
Yeah, we first have to start with where this came from, because in any of these big Arctic blasts, we call them the Arctic blasts for a reason, because usually these air masses start off, in the Arctic. Sometimes they start in Siberia or Alaska, but this one came straight from the North Pole, and it has come down over the Hudson Bay. And because it's all frozen and ice up there, the air mass hasn't really moderated or warmed up much, and that's why in some cases this is the coldest in 3 years. If you remember, 2019 was the year we had the polar vortex. That was like the hot buzzword that was all over the place. This is kind of a piece of that polar vortex that's come down, but it's swinging through pretty quickly. And it's not the entire country like we dealt with 3 years ago. This is really confined just to northern New England today. Even the northern plains have warmed up. We've eliminated the wind chill advisory in Wisconsin and in West Virginia. The only wind chill warnings left is upstate New York, northern Vermont, New Hampshire, and in sections of Maine. So how cold is it right now? The black number shows you the actual temperature. The feels like, that's how it would be on your skin if you're outside, is in white. So you notice that, the number that jumps out at you, it's still -9 degrees with sunshine in Caribou with a wind chill of -29. Ooh. So the heart of this cold blast is up through Quebec and heading through northern New England. It's still cold in D.C. and Richmond and West Virginia, but not that dangerous cold to be outside in that they have in northern New England. So as far as what we're going to deal with, the wind chill values, Albany is still -12 right now, Burlington's -16, and Boston is still -9. And even with full sunshine in New York City, now heading towards the noon hour, it is 5 for a wind chill. So that is some pretty cold air to have sunshine with wind chills that low. And the temperatures this afternoon, the areas that will get above freezing, Indianapolis, Charleston, the Roanoke. And then tomorrow morning, we have one more really cold day with temperatures in the single digits, northern New England, teens from Boston all the way down to Philly, and wind chill values in the single digits. But then, guys, it's not bad. I mean, we quickly go back to, you get 40s in January, you're happy in Cincinnati, Cleveland, D.C., or even New York. And the forecast, the rest of the country isn't too bad either. So it's really isolated from the Great Lakes up through northern New England. Next hour, we'll talk a little bit more about some of the weather problems we have out there. And we could have a new snowstorm for the East Coast, too. I'll give you those updates coming up.
I guess it's all relative when you say 40s feels balmy. All right, Bill Cairns, thank you so much.
Yes.
Well, America has just shattered a COVID case count record. The U.S. has just reported more than 1.3 million cases in a 24-hour period. That's a new single-day high. The previous record was set just a week ago. Now, case data is sometimes backlogged on Mondays, but that number is just part of a much bigger picture. The surge is a reality now from coast to coast. Take a look at the map here, almost fully shaded in that deep red. That means a 100% change in cases over the last 7 days. Now, a new travel warning for Americans is also hitting as close to home as it gets. Canada now rated a level 4 by the CDC because of its COVID surge. That means people are being urged to avoid travel to Canada or any other level 4 country. We are looking closely at the impacts of the record COVID surge this hour. Let's start with NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald. She's in Chicago today, where a fight over COVID safety in schools is now over, it seems. Megan, I know the school district and the teachers union had been really sort of fighting over reopening schools over the last several days. What's the deal?
Well, you know, as of last night, Aaron, as you mentioned, after several days of negotiations, both sides have reached a deal. So what this means is that the more than 2,500 members of the Chicago Teachers Union still have to vote on this. Once they do, we're going to get more clear details. But what we know for right now is that what this means is that both sides were able to agree on how to make schools safer. The Teachers Union was calling on a metric to be put in place so that they could understand exactly how much virus is in each school at any given time, and then they would reach a number, and that would then trigger online learning. So they have an agreement there. They wanted more robust masks. So we know KN95 masks will now be available to anybody in the school who wants one. They wanted more testing, more regular testing, as well as rapid testing. That's something also that it sounds like they were able to come to an agreement on. It's a compromise, both sides having to give a little. I want you to listen to what both sides had to say.
It was not an agreement that had everything. It's not a perfect agreement, but it's something that we can hold our heads up about, partly because it was so difficult to get.
And I want to make sure that everybody knows that we are committed to the safety of our students. We're committed to the safety of our staff. We're going to work together. There's some really good things in this agreement. There's some really good things that are going to continue to strengthen and build on the procedures and on the safety protocols that we put in place.
So again, some 2,500 members, 25,000 rather, members of the Chicago Teachers Union still have to vote on this. That vote is expected to happen at some point this week, Aaron.
You know, Megan, we've talked a lot about the back and forth between the city and the teachers, but what about the kids? What about the families? Do we have a sense of how much strain this whole situation has put on Chicago families?
You know, Aaron, that's a great question. That's something that the mayor has really been speaking out about since the very beginning of this, since last week, saying that canceling classes now collectively for the 5th day in a row really puts a strain on lower income families, minority communities here. Of course, all families as well, but specifically those families that really rely on a paycheck by going to work. And a lot of times these parents didn't know if they're going to have school the next day until late at night. So it puts parents into a scramble to try and figure out what to do with their kids the next day. Some parents, if they don't go to work, they don't get a paycheck, the mayor had been saying. So the pressure really was mounting to try and reach an agreement to get kids back into school. So we know teachers are in class today. Classes will officially start with students back in the classroom expected tomorrow, Aaron.
All right, we hope that they can stay in the classroom and stay healthy, too. Megan Fitzgerald for us in Chicago. Thanks, Megan.
In New York, new reported cases of COVID have been soaring for a week. But if you take a look at the peak, that's on the far right of the chart on your screen there, there's some indication things may be leveling off. Even still, the surge is prompting swift action at some New York hospitals. They're hitting pause on elective procedures. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from one of those hospitals in Oneonta, New York. Ellison, just how serious is the COVID situation there for that hospital to take these elective surgeries off the schedule?
Hey, Vicki. So this is something that is mandated by the state. The governor issued an executive order in preparation for a potential winter surge of COVID-19, where if hospitals hit a certain threshold where they had only 10% or even less than that of beds available, that then they would need to start limiting non-essential services. What we're seeing happen right now is the largest number of hospitals falling into that threshold since we've seen the Omicron, the current surge. This hospital where we are, it is one of 40 hospitals in New York State that has been ordered to temporarily pause, at least for 2 weeks, non-essential elective surgeries, and that's because 90% of their available beds are full right now. And we're talking about bed space and capacities with hospitals. We're not just talking about available square footage, right? It's staffed beds. And the big issue at this hospital and others that we have spoken to is staffing. A few factors are at play here. They say, one, they have more doctors, nurses, technicians out because they themselves have tested positive for COVID-19. vaccine. They've also seen a lot of healthcare workers leave the field entirely since the pandemic began. And when we've spoken to hospitals, they say that they aren't seeing the majority of people leaving because of something like a vaccine mandate or not wanting to get vaccinated. Most of the people they have lost, they say it is solely because of burnout, people that have just been pushed to their limits with the demand and the stress of the job. And so they have left. There was already a nursing shortage prior to the pandemic. It has been exacerbated right now because of all this. One thing to keep in mind, Vicki, right now compared to previous surges, you kind of have two different groups of COVID patients right now. You have people who are admitted to the hospital solely because of COVID-19. That tends to be a largely unvaccinated population. But then you also have people who are being admitted for other things and then finding out they have COVID-19 when they're tested upon being admitted. And that adds other issues because they have to isolate those patients. There are protocols in play that further cause this strain on staffing.
Yeah,
Vicki?
those incidental cases, Ellison. I want to go back to something you mentioned, talking about the burnout, because that is very real. We've heard it from so many frontline workers. What are you hearing now from doctors and nurses at the hospital about at least taking these elective procedures off the table and hopefully keeping those beds staffed until this Omicron surge levels off and hopefully decreases?
Yeah, so they say they understand the rationale behind it, but it's not ideal. They know that for many patients, a quote-unquote non-essential elective surgery does not feel non-essential, and it doesn't even feel elective. And in some cases, they know that delaying procedures can be a bit risky. Here's some of what one doctor told us.
Many hip and knee replacement type surgeries, orthopedic procedures have been postponed, and many of those patients are suffering pain when they use that joint. Some of the cancer screening procedures are considered elective, and so they get postponed, things like colonoscopies, and that can also put patients at risk. So postponing these types of procedures is a big concern for us, but we understand the rationale behind it.
So New York, by and large, has seemingly the highest number of hospitals currently in this pause, but we've seen other states like Florida, Pennsylvania, hospitals within those states take similar steps as well. Vicki?
And NBC's Ellison Barber. Ellison, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Dr. Clyde Yancey now. He is the chief of cardiology at Northwestern Memorial Hospital. Dr. Yancey, we know that the major drug makers, Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, have all said that they're working on a booster specifically for the Omicron variant right now. How necessary do you think that is given the timing of the variant surge and the way things are going right now?
Well, good morning, Aaron, and this is an important conversation because we're all trying to wrestle with this current crisis. I want to start by saying that even though we're in a crisis mode, I really do believe we will get through. We will definitely get through. This is about preparedness. We really should encourage the manufacturers to develop new iterations of the current vaccine so we are prepared. Maybe we won't need it, but just in case we do, we would not want to be without. So I really do encourage the manufacturers to continue the development of iterations of the virus vaccine so that we can protect ourselves.
You know, you're at Northwestern Hospital there in Chicago, so I do want to ask you about this agreement between the school district, between the city and the teachers union there to return to classrooms. Do you think that's a wise decision given where COVID cases are there in Chicago and what you know about how schools are being sort of outfitted to deal with this virus?
You know, Aaron, incredibly important conversation that touches a lot of different spaces, health, education, even politics, but recognize that there are reasons to try to bring the children back into school, reasons for the economy, reasons for childcare, but also for best learning for children, but it has to be done safely. Reasonableness should enter this conversation so that we are safe, we are protecting our children, we're protecting our teachers, and we're protecting our future. So I have a sense that reasonableness did prevail. We took the right precautions here in Chicago. Children are getting back to school, but we have to keep the chain of communication open. If we learned anything at all through all of this, Aaron, we know that this is an unpredictable journey we're on. We may need to pivot yet again, but for right now, I think the city of Chicago has done the right thing.
Yeah, being flexible is so important these days. I want to ask you before I let you go, you know, here in the Northeast and there in Chicago, obviously, it's freezing cold right now. A lot of people are going indoors more. What's your feeling about, eating in restaurants, for example, right now? Boosted or newly recovered from COVID, would you eat indoors right now?
So we do have a new twindemic. It's COVID and the cold, right? So we have to think about getting out in the community. In many communities, Chicago included, there has to be proof of vaccination before you go into a public place, that is both vaccinations. And so it's a calculated risk that each person needs to understand. When you can avoid congregating, being with a group being anyone not in your bubble where you live or work, you should think carefully about the advantages and disadvantages. But if an additional step of safety has been taken, where there's distancing, there's a guarantee that everyone's been vaccinated, it is a reasonable decision for each individual to understand.
All right, some real sound food for thought there, Dr. Clyde Yancey. We appreciate your time today. Thank you.
All right, we will hear from both President Biden and Vice President Harris this afternoon. They're on their way to Georgia to throw their support behind federal voting rights legislation. Right now, the bill is stalled on Capitol Hill. Senate Democrats do not have the votes to pass it. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Atlanta, where the president and vice president will speak shortly. Blaine, welcome back. It is great to see you.
Vicki, good morning, and thank you so much. I'm glad to be back with you. Certainly a lot happening here in the state of Georgia, and in many ways, Georgia really is the perfect backdrop for this voting rights push. Of course, Atlanta's known as the cradle of the civil rights movement. Congressman John Lewis, for whom one of the bills is named, was the longtime representative here in this district. But of course, this is also the place that handed the president's party control of the Senate, and now he's facing some opposition from some in his own party.
President Biden is taking his voting rights push, a central piece of his agenda, to Georgia, making an urgent appeal to protect the rights he says are under attack, vowing, "I will not yield, I will not flinch in protecting voting rights," according to an excerpt obtained by NBC News.
In state after state, new laws are being written, not to protect the vote, but to deny it.
On the line, a pair of federal voting bills that Democrats say would protect access to the ballot, providing universal access to mail-in voting, making Election Day a federal holiday, and requiring federal approval for election changes made at the state and local level. Georgia is ground zero for the fight over voting rights.
They attacked and cheated on our elections.
Repeatedly under attack by former President Trump, who has falsely claimed the election was stolen, focusing on mail-in ballots after Biden's victory in the once reliably red state. Soon after, the Republican-led state legislature passed a law limiting absentee voting, saying that the law made voting more secure, but Democrats slammed it as voter suppression, while similar laws passed in at least 19 other states. Now in Washington, efforts to secure federal voting rights are hitting a wall. Democrats are considering changing a Senate rule known as the filibuster so they could pass laws without Republicans, who are unanimously opposed.
Democrats are trying to use their fake hysteria to justify breaking Senate rules.
But in Georgia, patience is thin among the very organizers who helped the president win.
Did you feel that this was an empty gesture?
We feel like, the president and those that are accompanying the president are coming down here for a photo op.
Now, Blaine, do you know when there might be a vote on this proposed rule change?
Well, Vicki, we could see something really soon. In fact, the top Democrat in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, has promised that there will be a vote before next Monday, which, of course, is Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And in his speech today, President Biden is expected to say that he supports changing that filibuster rule. Vicki.
That would be a poignant date. Blaine Alexander back from maternity leave after welcoming her little girl, Sage. Blaine, good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Glad to be back with you.
Well, the president and VP are set to deliver remarks in Atlanta just before 4 p.m. Eastern. You can watch both of their addresses live right here on NBC News Now. All right, well, he was a doting dad on screen and off.
Straight ahead, how Bob Saget's Full House family is comforting his real family as more and more tributes pour in.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruzes. See? Power. I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Tributes and loving memories of iconic comedian and actor Bob Saget continue to pour in after his death.
NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer has a look at how Hollywood is mourning one of its beloved stars.
Aaron and Vicky, he was beloved for his character on Full House, admired and respected for his sometimes dark, irreverent sense of humor. Now, as friends and fellow comedians grieve his passing, we're learning more about the caring side of this iconic TV dad.
Bob Saget left behind a rich and varied body of work, from raunchy adult stand-up sets to the adoring single father on Full House.
You girls are the greatest.
Those who knew him say the kindness he showed on screen was no act. Jimmy Kimmel emotionally paid tribute overnight.
A word that came up a lot was the sweetest. And Bob was the sweetest. He was the sweetest man.
Saget was found dead Sunday inside an Orlando hotel room. According to the police incident report, his family could not get a hold of him, so hotel security went to check on him and found Saget on the bed with no pulse.
We have an unresponsive guest in a room.
Authorities say they found no signs of foul play or drug use. The medical examiner has performed an autopsy to determine how the 65-year-old died, but the results are months away. Saget's widow says, "Bob was my absolute everything. I am so completely shattered and in disbelief." John Stamos posted a new statement on behalf of the Full House cast. 35 years ago, we came together as a TV family, but we became a real family. And now, we grieve as a family. Stamos comforted Saget's widow, Kelly, on Monday. Andrea Barber posted this clip of Bob during rehearsal for the sequel, Fuller House.
And I'm so proud to have been able to raise these girls and know them since they were like my girls.
Saget was on a stand-up comedy tour when he died, and just hours earlier posted on Instagram, "I guess I'm finding my new voice and loving every moment of it." In one of his last interviews, he explained why he loved comedy so much.
You can make people laugh, and it might not be your cup of tea, but you're doing something great for people. You know, laughing, that's why I'm doing it.
Saget is also being remembered for his 30 years of work in the fight against scleroderma. That is the disease that took the life of his sister back in 1994. He proudly served on the board of the Scleroderma Research Foundation, writing last year, "It's one of my life's missions to help find a cure for this disease." Vicki and Aaron.
Well, we are deep into the coronavirus pandemic, but tax season is still coming.
It always comes. Death and taxes, what they say, right? Why top experts say this could be the most frustrating filing season in years. What you can do now to avoid tax troubles. That's up next.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Making news right now, the man who gave Kyle Rittenhouse the gun he used to kill 2 people has reached a deal that will keep him out of jail. Rittenhouse's friend, Dominic Black, pled no contest to contributing to the delinquency of a minor. That plea was heard by the same judge who presided over the Rittenhouse trial. Black will have to pay a $2,000 fine. A California court upholding the LAPD's firing of 2 cops for playing Pokemon Go instead of responding to a robbery. A video system in their patrol car captured the officers ignoring the initial report and calls for backup back in 2017. For 20 minutes, the officers were recorded driving to different locations, trying to capture virtual Pokemon creatures. The officers say they didn't hear the radio calls for backup and that the recordings were improperly used as evidence.
To be fair, that's a very addictive game.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta let it go, though. And finally, we've learned exactly how Hollywood icon Betty White died. The death certificate now revealing that the 99-year-old died from a stroke. It happened 6 days before she passed away on New Year's Eve. The beloved actress died at her home in Los Angeles.
We turn now to the high-stakes talks between the U.S. and Russia as tensions escalate over Ukraine. After a day of urgent diplomatic discussions in Geneva, both sides downplaying expectations for a major breakthrough. It comes amid a Russian military buildup on its border with Ukraine, though Russian officials claim no intention of invading their neighbor. This as Russia is standing firm in its demand that NATO not expand to include Ukraine. Here's NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel.
Here in Ukraine and across the world, all eyes are focused on diplomacy, specifically talks in Europe designed to avert a Russian invasion of Ukraine. Russia has over 100,000 troops positioned along 3 sides of the Ukrainian borders. Also, Russia holds positions inside Ukraine, positions that are held by pro-Russian separatists. Now, Russia says it doesn't intend to invade, it doesn't want to invade, but the Pentagon just today affirmed that those Russian troops are still there in a position to invade should Putin decide to go ahead. Yesterday, there was nearly 8 hours of diplomatic negotiations between the United States and Russia. The U.S. says it's willing to offer concessions to ease some of Russia's security concerns, concessions including notification about military exercises near Russia, limiting the size and scope of those military exercises, both conditioned on Russia doing the same and having reciprocal action. And also, the U.S. said it's willing to talk about missile deployments in Ukraine and elsewhere in Europe. But Russia is taking a much harder line, saying it wants guarantees that NATO not only never include Ukraine, also never include Georgia, and that NATO shrink, that it roll back to what it was in 1997. So effectively, NATO would give up its military holdings in Eastern Europe and the Baltics. The U.S. has said that is unacceptable. It is a non-starter. So where do we go from here? The first round of talks ended without any kind of conclusion, the U.S. offering limited concessions, the Russians demanding much more, and the troops poised on the border. But it is not the end of the road. Now the U.S. is huddling with NATO allies, huddling with European allies. There will be extended talks tomorrow with NATO and Russia, and then after that, European nations and Russia. And there is another parallel track in which the Ukrainian government is negotiating with France and Germany and Russia. So there is a flurry of diplomatic activity, all with the goal of trying to prevent the Russian invasion. But on the Russian side, the goal is to reduce NATO, to push back NATO, and some have expressed concerns here in Ukraine and the United States that Russia's position is so unreasonable from NATO's perspective that Putin might not be serious about these negotiations at all, that he's just going through the motions, trying to give the impression that he's interested in finding a diplomatic resolution so that he can later say that he gave peace a chance and invade this country again anyway. Richard Engel, NBC News, Kharkiv, Ukraine.
The nation's top health officials are in the hot seat today in Washington. The head of the CDC and President Biden's chief medical advisor both answering questions from senators today. That as the Omicron variant is bringing heightened uncertainty across the country. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is tracking several hearings on the Hill today. Sahil, fill us in on some of the key takeaways so far in today's hearing with Drs. Walensky and Fauci.
Well, Walensky and Fauci highlighted the fact that Omicron is now the dominant COVID-19 variant in the country, and both of them pointed out how effective vaccines have been in terms of preventing severe illness, hospitalization, and death. They encourage everyone to get their boosters, talking about the fact that boosters are very important to try to prevent the infection as well as severe illness from Omicron, given how much more aggressively it spreads. They did face some criticism, including from the top Republican on the committee, Richard Burr, who argued that the administration's rollout of the vaccine regulations and their comments about Omicron and their shifting guidance has led to mass confusion. There was also one thing we've come to expect at these hearings, fireworks between Anthony Fauci as well as one senator on this committee, Rand Paul, who is a favorite of vaccine and mask skeptics. Let's play a part of that exchange, what Fauci had to say.
What happens when he gets out and accuses me of things that are completely untrue is that all of a sudden that kindles the crazies out there, and I have threats upon my life, harassment of my family and my children with obscene phone calls because people are lying about me.
Just another indication here about how polarized, how emotional something as basic as protecting the country from a deadly virus has become.
Sahil, let me ask you, too, while we have you there. The House committee that's looking into the Capitol riot, we know, is ramping up their investigation now. There are also 2 other hearings on the Hill today about security at the Capitol and the current domestic terror threat. How are those hearings playing out today?
Well, one of them is with a House Appropriations panel where the Capitol Police Chief Tom Major talks about the situation with the force right now. He talked in his opening statement about the fact that the Capitol Police has implemented 90 of the roughly 103 recommendations sent to them by the Inspector General, and that they have a lot of work to do. Now, one key focal point here is staffing. That has been a serious vulnerability of the Capitol Police. They've lost many of their officers. Morale has plummeted in the last year since there have been several deaths and many more injuries as a result of January 6th and other events that happened. So this is going to be a big question for lawmakers to decide what kind of appropriations level is necessary here, whether the force needs more funding to fully get up to get up to where it needs to be in terms of staffing, be able to, more than anything else, combat the growing threats in this complex to members that Capitol Police says it is struggling to keep up with. Aaron.
All right, Sahil Kapoor for us at the Capitol today. Thank you.
Former President Donald Trump is pushing for a court to toss out several lawsuits against him regarding the Capitol riot. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins us now. Pete, first lay out the arguments for us that are being presented right now in these cases.
Well, this was yesterday's argument that was here in federal court. And what the president's lawyers are saying is, first of all, that he never incited anybody to riot at the Capitol, that there's no evidence that he was involved in a conspiracy with anybody to do so, that what he said at the rally was free speech, that he was talking about a government function, which is the counting of the electoral vote, and that as president, he was immune from lawsuits, that he was acting in his official capacity by making these comments. And the Supreme Court has long established that presidents cannot be sued civilly for their official conduct. So for all these reasons, they say the lawsuit should be thrown out. Now, the judge, the federal judge, Amit Mehta, did ask probing questions of both sides here. He asked questions of the lawyers for the House as well. One of these lawsuits was filed by 10 House Democrats, originally filed by Benny Thompson, who has since become the chairman of the January 6th committee. And he said, you know, where do I draw the line here? How do I know what of his comments were political and what of them were not? So it was a spirited argument. It went on for 5 hours. So the judge will now decide what to do about these motions.
All right, Pete Williams, thank you so much.
Former students are accusing some of the nation's elite universities of conspiring over financial aid offers. They are suing, claiming that 16 universities artificially inflated the cost of attendance for students on financial aid. Here's NBC News correspondent Ken Delanian.
This lawsuit takes aim at a group of elite universities, including some Ivy League schools, some small exclusive colleges, that many years ago was given an exemption from antitrust laws by Congress because they agreed to be need-blind in admissions, meaning they would admit students without regard to their ability to pay. And so they were allowed to coordinate on financial aid practices, essentially to get together and have meetings and to decide what a family's responsibility to pay for college was, what a family could afford, and they were going to standardize those awards. But what this lawsuit says is that these colleges are in violation of those rules because some of them are not need blind, because some of them are well known to give preferences to the children of mega donors. This is something that's been confirmed by journalists. If somebody gives $10 million to a college, their kids have a better chance of getting in. And so this lawsuit essentially says that what this group actually is a price-fixing cartel that prevents competition and prevents students from shopping around for the best financial aid deal. Now, by and large, these schools have not commented on the lawsuit, but in the past they have defended this arrangement, saying that it actually helps protect minorities and lower income schools and it prevents kind of a bidding war for financial aid. It's worth noting that the lead lawyer in this lawsuit happened to have been the lead prosecutor in that infamous Varsity Blues scandal, where parents, including famous people, went to prison for essentially trying to bribe their way into getting their kids into some of these elite institutions by having them pose as athletes. Why are people so fascinated in this, in this lawsuit and the admissions policies of these schools? The lawsuit tries to answer that question by saying that these schools are essentially the gatekeeper to the American dream. And that may not be true anymore, but there is a perception that being admitted to one of these elite institutions is a ticket to success, and that's why there's such fascination and interest in their admissions policies. There are a couple of cases involving affirmative action in some of these elite institutions that are headed to the Supreme Court. Constant interest in how these schools decide to admit students and how to award financial aid, and now the subject of a class action lawsuit. Back to you.
All right, Ken Dilanian, thank you. We are less than 2 weeks into the new year, but the federal government says now is the time to start thinking about tax season. The IRS is warning there could be a frustrating season ahead due to the pandemic and also years of budget cuts. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
Good day. The bottom line for the IRS, they are understaffed, they are under budgeted right now, and they are way behind. The pandemic and staffing shortages have certainly contributed to that. Tax law changes are another reason. That means it could be a very long wait for you if you file your taxes, especially using the paper forms. The April 18th deadline is coming up fast. The April 18th tax filing deadline may be more than 3 months away, but the Treasury Department is warning Americans now that the upcoming tax filing season could be frustrating. Agency officials say they're facing enormous challenges, among them the pandemic.
There's a lot more work for the IRS to do with a lot fewer staff members doing it.
While the U.S. population has grown over the past half-century, IRS staffing is now at the same level it was more than 50 years ago, with fewer than 15,000 workers available last year to handle more than 240 million calls. To make matters worse, the agency is using outdated technology and has also seen its budget slashed nearly 20% over the past 10 years. The best way to avoid refund delays this year, file early electronically and ditch the paper forms. As of last month, the agency still had a backlog of millions of unprocessed returns from the year before. For those who made less than $73,000, the IRS offers free file. And companies like H&R Block and TurboTax offer their own software for e-filing too.
E-filing with direct deposit, that's the quickest way to get your tax refund.
The IRS says people who file electronically with direct deposit should not experience issues and should receive their refund within 21 days.
So it's important to file electronically to make sure that everything is accurate and that it's filed electronically so that you can possibly get your refund sooner rather than later.
Yeah, the average size of the refund, $2,800, money that can come in handy, of course, if you're paying off the holiday debt. But experts say the key here is organization and prep. It may be 3 months away, but the sooner you start organizing, the better. Back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you. While we're on the topic of dollars and cents, you may soon notice quarters looking a little bit different.
Yeah, they're going to soon feature the faces of trailblazing American women. The first to be honored is going to be writer and activist Maya Angelou. Astronaut Sally Ride and actress Anna May Wong will also appear on the coin. It's all a part of the American Women Quarters program that's set to run from this year until 2025.
Very cool. Angelou published more than 30 best-selling titles in her career. She was the first Black woman to write and present a poem at a presidential inauguration. That was back in 1992, you may remember. And her many honors include the Presidential Medal of Freedom. So I'm going to look forward to seeing that money out there.
Yeah, about time. Well, bone-chilling temperatures have millions of people trying to stay warm any way they can today.
Yeah, what you need to know before firing up a space heater and the fire drill that could save your life. That's straight ahead.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In Philadelphia, investigators say battery-powered smoke detectors were not working when flames gutted a public housing building, killing 12 people, including 8 children last week. Records show the smoke detectors were working when they were last checked last May. It's believed the child playing with a lighter near a Christmas tree caused the fire. Meanwhile, in the Bronx, more than a dozen people remain in critical condition after New York City's deadliest fire in 30 years. In all, 17 people, including 8 children, were killed when that fire ripped through the building on Sunday. There are a lot of unanswered questions about whether the self-closing fire doors may have stopped working. Many of the victims died of smoke inhalation and were found dead in the hallway. It's believed a faulty space heater sparked that fire. And space heaters are coming under scrutiny today because of their fire risk.
Yeah, while they are small and convenient, space heaters cause about 1,700 fires a year and cause 80 deaths, according to the Consumer Product Safety Commission. Here's how to protect yourself and your family.
The Bronx apartment fire, a tragic example of the deadly power of residential fires. The FDNY says a faulty door to the burning apartment stayed open, allowing smoke to spread.
The door, when it was fully open, stayed fully opened because it malfunctioned.
Investigators also looking at risks posed by an everyday appliance used by millions of Americans in the winter months.
We're certain that the fire started with a faulty electrical heater, portable heater.
A flawed space heater sparking a blaze. It's more common than you might think. The latest data show 81% of home heating fire deaths involve stationary or portable space heaters. So if you're using one, set it up safely.
And as the name suggests, give the heater some space. Keep it at least 3 feet away from anything flammable like this dog bed. And always plug it directly into the wall. Never a power strip.
Keep the space heater away from curtains, bedding, and upholstered furniture. Turn it off when you go to bed or leave the room. And only use space heaters with a tag from an approved testing lab. Also beware that electrical malfunctions, cooking, and unattended open flames are leading causes of residential fires too. So have a plan. At the New York City Fire Training Academy, the FDNY took us inside one of their drills.
Tell us what we're going to see today.
We prepared a scenario so we can demonstrate how fire and smoke travel throughout a high-rise building in the event of a fire.
The FDNY triggers this controlled fire to show you just how quickly flames can spread.
Fire will begin to consume the room, and if the door is not closed, we'll exit into the hallway with smoke and affect the rest of the building.
This is key. With the door to that room wide open, the flames intensify, shooting towards the open doorway. But watch what happens when the door is shut. A big difference. The flames are contained inside the room.
How come having the door closed makes such a big difference?
If that door is closed to confine the fire to that area, the rest of the building will remain habitable.
But in a high-rise fire, should you stay or should you try to evacuate? Fire experts say if the fire is in your room, exit, stay low, and go, using the stairs, not the elevator.
You want to stay low below the smoke because the smoke will rise.
But if the fire is not near you or in your room, grab a wet towel and cover the bottom of the door to block smoke. Then wait for instructions. It may sound counterintuitive, but fire experts say many high-rise buildings are equipped with building materials that are designed to limit the spread of fire. So if you're not close to the source of the flames, you may be safer waiting for the fire department.
We've had fires in these type of non-combustible high-rise multiple dwellings where the contents of the fire apartment was completely incinerated, but yet if you went to the adjoining apartment on either side, it didn't even look like there was a fire in the building.
Know the building you're in, keep the doors closed in case of fire, and remember, sometimes it's best to stay put. Tips to help you get out alive.
Now, it is important to note there really isn't a one-size-fits-all answer here. The FDNY cautions all homes, buildings, and codes are different, so it's really critical that you know your building where you live and also to test those smoke detectors every month. Practice a fire drill, especially with your kids, and have a meeting point that's away from your home. All right, well, she is a month away from competing in the Beijing Winter Olympics, but one elite athlete is already getting a gold medal in generosity.
The incredibly selfless act that helping a friend fulfill a lifelong dream. That's straight ahead.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds that admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play. There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Well, doctors in Maryland have made history this week. They successfully transplanted a genetically modified pig heart into a 57-year-old human patient. David Bennett was diagnosed with an end-stage heart disease and was not eligible for a traditional heart transplant. That's when surgeons stepped in to offer the historic, potentially life-saving surgery. Now, this had never been done before. The pig that was used had been genetically modified to knock out several genes that would have made Bennett's body reject the heart. Doctors are hoping the breakthrough will bring them one step closer to solving the organ shortage crisis. Bennett is still being monitored now, but so far he's doing pretty well, and his body has not rejected that heart.
Really remarkable.
Look what science can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow.
Well, there is less than a month now until the Winter Olympics, and an act of generosity is shining a light on the Olympic spirit.
Team USA speed skater Brittany Bowe gave her spot in the 500 meters to her teammate and longtime friend Erin Jackson after Jackson came up short during qualifying. Here's Today's Show host Hoda Kotb with a special show of sportsmanship and friendship.
With the spot in Beijing on the line, no one saw it coming.
Together. Oh, big slip for Erin Jackson. That's going to cost her at least a few tenths of a second.
American speed skating star Erin Jackson slipping during qualifying for the 500 meters, costing her an opportunity to compete in the Winter Olympics.
This is a stunning event.
The reigning world champion down. But thanks to a teammate's generosity, not out. Jackson's longtime friend Brittany Bowe, who qualified in the 500 and 2 other events, graciously giving her slot in the 500 to Jackson so they could both suit up for Team USA.
I'm beyond grateful and humbled and just, I'm happy.
Bowe saying later, Jackson also deserves to skate for a medal.
Erin has earned her right to be on this 500-meter team. She's ranked #1 in the world.
The selfless act celebrated across social media. One Twitter user writing, "Thank you for teaching the world the true meaning of sportsmanship, team spirit, and unconditional friendship." Another adding, "This is the kind of world I want to live in." Now, less than a month until the games begin, Bowe providing all of us with a glowing example of the Olympic spirit while giving her teammate a shot at achieving her dreams.
It's my honor to give her that opportunity. She's earned it and she deserves it.
Right now on NBC News Now, critical condition. The U.S. breaking COVID case records, setting the highest daily total recorded for any country in the world. As the Omicron variant tests hospital capacity, the alarming new data about children being sent to emergency rooms.
Winter blast. Some high temperatures not making it past 0 today as a rush of freezing air takes over parts of the country. How long it will last and how schools are keeping kids safe.
Flights grounded, air travel getting back to normal after flights at all West Coast airports were totally grounded by the FAA. New questions today about what caused it and if a missile test in North Korea was connected.
And the road to Beijing. Just 24 days until the Winter Olympics. We have your preview of the newly minted U.S. figure skating team. And good Tuesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Vicki Wynn in for Morgan this week. A sobering record nearly 2 years into the coronavirus pandemic. More than 1.3 million U.S. cases reported just yesterday. That's the most ever in a single day. Hospitalizations are soaring too. Take a look at this chart. The 7-day average now tops 135,000. That is up 83% in just 2 weeks.
Now, as of yesterday, 24 states recorded their highest 7-day case averages of the pandemic. The surge clearly not just in one region of the U.S. now. Concerns are also growing overseas. The World Health Organization saying today that more than half of Europe could be infected with Omicron within the next 6 to 8 weeks.
There is hope, especially on the vaccination front. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer leads our coverage this hour.
The nation's top COVID vaccine providers are working on a fourth shot. The CEOs for Moderna and Pfizer say a second booster, this one aimed at Omicron, could be rolled out in the next few months.
This vaccine will be ready in March. I don't know if we will need it. I don't know if and how it will be used, but we'll be ready.
With our nation already averaging nearly 700,000 new infections every day, most of those hospitalized are unvaccinated. And with COVID deaths rising in places where Omicron first hit, doctors fear a rise in fatalities similar to last year may soon be coming. Now officials in Sonoma County, California, are advising residents to stay home for the next 30 days, moving quickly to ban large gatherings here in wine country that would impact weddings and conferences with limited exceptions. Meanwhile, child hospitalizations are up 133%. Cassandra Castillo's 6-month-old son Francisco is one of almost 4.5 million kids who've tested positive for the virus. He's been taken to the hospital 3 times.
My biggest concern is him being able to breathe. He sounds like he's struggling to breathe, and it's terrible to hear that.
Amid a push to get kids back into the classroom, students in Chicago will return to campus Wednesday after teachers reached a new agreement with the district over safety concerns. In Los Angeles, after a rush to get more than 500,000 students tested, the nation's second largest district is back today, just as COVID cases here surged to record levels.
I have mixed emotions about it, really.
This just the latest reopening as the nation tries to ride out a tidal wave of infections.
The U.S. is hoping to expand testing nationwide, saying Americans with private insurance will now be covered for up to 8 tests a month. They say the private insurance companies will need to pay them back for any out-of-home pocket expense. That, they say, hopefully will expand testing nationwide. Back to you.
Let's talk more about Los Angeles students going back to class today. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from North Hollywood. Aaron, what are you hearing there? What are teachers saying both about the delay and now the return to work?
Well, teachers that we've been speaking to here, Aaron, say they're extraordinarily concerned about this situation. This despite the LA Unified School District's multi-layered approach, mandating masks, mandating vaccines for all school employees, and mandating weekly tests, including a test that was required, so-called baseline test, that all school employees as well as students were required to present a negative COVID-19 test prior to class starting today. The LA Unified School District releasing its positivity numbers yesterday, that baseline testing having found some 65,630 positive cases, a student positivity rate of just under 17%, and an employee positivity rate of almost 15%. School district officials say that that is below the county levels of 20% positivity rate, but that is little comfort to teachers that we've been speaking to. We spoke to high school teacher Joanne Yee just last night. She said she was extraordinarily concerned and angry about the situation. Take a listen to what she had to say.
I think that I feel angry that after 2 years of being in a pandemic, that our systems and our leadership still insist on maintaining this mirage of normalcy at the risk of students, staff members, and community members getting sick or becoming disabled in the long term or even dying.
We checked in with Yi this morning, and she told us she wasn't feeling good, and she called in sick. It's an illustration of the trepidation and uncertainty surrounding the beginning of spring semester here in Los Angeles.
Wow, it really is. Aaron, you know, we heard from one parent in Miguel's story a minute ago, but what are they telling you about how they're feeling and how they're handling and dealing with what's been going on there?
Yeah, I mean, parents I've been speaking to here as they were dropping their kids off earlier this morning are extraordinarily concerned. Take a listen to what one parent told me as she was dropping off two students here today.
My son is in a special needs class, so it's smaller and more contained, but my daughter is in middle school, and it's just going to be chaos.
Do you think it's safe for them to be in school at all?
Not right now, no.
And yet you're dropping them off?
Yes, I have to, because the online learning we would have had to sign up for weeks ago, and I didn't foresee this happening.
And she was telling me that she was trying to find N95s for her two kids to wear in class. She was trying to upgrade their masks. She said that those N95s were sold out online, and she's still scrambling for options to better protect her children. Aaron.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin for us in North Hollywood, California today. Aaron, thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News contributor Dr. Nahid Bhadelia. She is the director at Boston University Center for Emerging Infectious Diseases Policy and Research. Dr. Bhadelia, great to see you. COVID hospitalizations among children at a record high. I want to show our viewers these numbers here. The U.S. is averaging over 4,000 child hospitalizations per day. That's up 128% in 2 weeks. We haven't seen this at any point in the pandemic, Omicron or not. So give us, though, some context for these numbers. You heard a lot of parents were so fearful there in L.A. in Aaron's piece, but give us some context about these child hospitalizations.
Yeah, Vicki, and I think context is important, but also to start with saying that kids are at greater risk right now than before. So let me just start by saying that in general, still the hospitalization among kids remains lower than it does in adults, but it doesn't matter as much when you have such a transmissible variant that more kids are getting infected. So even if the percentage is smaller, the absolute number, as you just said, tends to go up. And those that are at the highest risk are, of course, those that are unvaccinated yet. And those that might have multiple medical conditions, as well as those who are immunocompromised in that group, and those that haven't been vaccinated, Vicki. I mean, I think what's drastic in this setting is that we're seeing these numbers, and only a quarter, as of January 5th, only a quarter of the kids between 5 to 11 have been vaccinated. The number is slightly higher from 11 to 17. It's about 53-54% fully vaccinated, and that's one big step that parents can take. That's going to both help them protect their children from more severe aspects of the disease. But what we find out is from a study that says with Pfizer, with 2 doses, 91% reduction in rare side effects or rare adverse effects of COVID, such as the multi-system inflammatory syndrome that you've heard so much about over the last year.
So vaccination is key, and that's what you're telling your patients and parents when they have questions about getting their kids vaccinated. What about when it comes to schools? We are seeing schools and universities that are temporarily now remote, trying to prevent the spread of Omicron. But then you got to balance out the negative effects of that on kids who are now missing out on socialization, seeing friends. We know all of the in-person learning is so vital to their mental health and their academic health. So when it comes to COVID guidelines in classrooms, what do schools need to do, and how do you reassure parents it is safe to send their kids back?
Yeah, Vicki, and as you said, I'll start by saying vaccination is our long-term way out of this and making classrooms safe. But in a surge, you need additional measures. You need to have, and particularly in areas of high transmission, which right now is almost every place in the United States, let's be honest. We need to sort of think about putting those mitigation layers of good quality mask, of improving ventilation where possible. The thing that's actually, I'm going to say the answer is not the same everywhere. And testing, I will say, the answer is not the same everywhere, because what you're seeing in some school districts is that it's just impossible to get kids back to classrooms because there's a shortage of teachers who are out because of Omicron, because so many of us are getting infected. And in those settings, I think that it might be a lot more challenging, but to be able to get the children back into classrooms. But in places where there is higher vaccination, where you can get all those measures into place, as you said, the balance is trying to get kids who have lower, chances of hospitalizations to gain from their in-person learning.
Yeah, it is so important. Dr. Nahid Bhadelia with some context for us this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Millions of people from the Midwest to here in the Northeast are feeling the coldest temperatures of the winter so far today. Wind chills in some states far below zero, and this is all being caused by a band of Arctic air making its way south, creating a massive snow-induced headache for people near the Great Lakes. Parts of upstate New York seeing 1 to 3 inches of snow per hour. Now, this cold blast is canceling classes for students in Boston. Same deal in Syracuse, New York. They are expecting sub-zero wind chills today there. We are going to check in with meteorologist Bill Cairns in just a moment here, but we begin with Johnny Archer from our NBC station in Philadelphia. Johnny, bring us up to speed here. What's it like where you are?
It's cold, Aaron. Yeah, we're not experiencing sub-zero temperatures quite yet, but we're pretty close to it. I'll tell you, you stand out here more than 5 minutes and you can really feel that cold weather seep into your bones. And right now we're along the Ben Franklin Parkway, which is an area that would normally be bustling with people on any normal given day because it's a tourist destination because of all the museums in the area. But as you can see, there's not many people out here, and the people that are out here are all bundled up. But we're talking about weather and cold temperatures that Philadelphia hasn't seen in about 3 years. It's about 22 degrees right now, but it's that feels like temperature that is really bad right now. We're talking about 9 degrees, and you can see from some of the flags along the Ben Franklin Parkway blowing in the wind, that's what's causing that feels like temperature to be 9 degrees. So it's just a dangerous situation out here. If you're out here for too long, officials in Philadelphia are really warning people to stay inside if they can, but if they have to be out here, obviously layer up and try to get warmth every so often. But you have to look out for those cold weather stresses like shivering and also things like numbness in your toes and your fingers, which can be really dangerous.
Yeah, Johnny, I got to give you credit. I know you worked in Miami just a few months ago, and now you're in Philadelphia in this crazy cold. So hats off to you. I do want to ask you, while we have you, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say my blood has certainly thinned out since I've been in Miami for about 4 years. I'm from the Northeast. I'm from the Philadelphia area. But after living in Miami for 4 years, man, your blood really thins out. So I'm all layered up right now. I got my hat, got the gloves, got the thermals on and all that, and my puffy jacket.
Smart man. Let me ask you, too, while we have you. A lot of folks, especially in these urban areas, you have people who are dealing with not having enough heat at home in some cases. There are homeless populations that we have to think about at times like this. What's the city doing to try to help folks out?
Yeah, so what Philadelphia is doing right now, they enacted their Code Blue, and what that essentially is, they have extra teams out here on the streets of Philadelphia trying to find people who are living on the streets and encourage those people to relocate into shelters. But you have to think, there are some about 1,000 people living on the streets in unsheltered conditions on any given day. So that's a major operation to try to find those people and then relocate them into shelters. But I did speak to a shelter a little bit earlier this morning, and they say they do have room in their shelter right now, and they're also accepting people who are COVID positive, too, Aaron.
All right, Johnny Archer from NBC 10 in Philadelphia. Johnny, we appreciate it. Thanks.
He'll get that thick blood soon enough. All right, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now. Bill, we might see some relief sooner than later, right? Last time we talked to you, said about a day more of this.
Yeah, this is a quick blast. 24 hours of this, and then we're going to be on the next topic, which pretty quickly is going to change to what's going to happen when the holiday upcoming weekend with a potential pretty large snowstorm. So let me first just talk about the immediate story, which is with the coldest day of the winter, and in some cases the coldest day we've had in 2 or 3 years, especially in the Northeast and northern New England, not so much in the northern plains. We're already starting to warm it up in St. Louis and Kansas City. Look at Kansas City, almost at 50 degrees. So this is a quick cold blast and then a quick recovery right behind it. So just bear with it for another 24 hours in New England, and then tomorrow it'll change. Then we're going to start talking about what's happening in the Pacific Northwest. Rain has already arrived. We're expecting very heavy rain, even at the high elevations. It's a pretty warm air mass, so the snow levels are extremely high. So you worry about the snowpack and then the heavy rain on top of it. You get avalanches, melting snow, river flooding. You get the idea. So flood watches are up in the mountainous areas of the Olympics and the Northern Cascades till Thursday morning. And some of the rainfall totals could be pretty epic in the Olympics, which is in between Olympia there and Forks. up to about 8 inches or so is possible of rain in the next couple of days. And then the Cascades, which is just to the right there of Bellingham and Seattle, that area also could pick up maybe 4 to 6 inches of rain. So we'll have to wait and see how bad the flooding is from there. And as we mentioned, the middle of the country looks pretty good and quiet. But then we're going to go and watch that storm that's in the Pacific Northwest. That is going to shift into the middle of the country. So let me show you 2 of our model solutions. This is one of the new ones that just came out. Ignore the snow amounts. We don't care about that right now. We're still 5 to 6 days away. That's going to change. But the storm track dips down through the plains, through the southeast, and then up the East Coast. In January, this is, if you love snow in the northeast and interior sections of the East Coast, if you love snow, this is the forecast path that you want. But it's not the only model. We have other models, like the European model, that take the storm much flatter through the southeast, then off the East Coast, guys. So this is one of the stories we'll be watching. Of course, upcoming Martin Luther King holiday weekend. A lot of people have travel plans, and we have the potential for a pretty decent snow event from the middle of the country and then possibly through the East Coast. As we say, details ahead.
You showed us the map for people who love snow. I'm waiting for the map for people who don't love snow. Right. Asking for a friend. All right, Bill Cairns, thank you so much.
All right.
President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris are on their way to Georgia now, a state critical in their 2020 victory. They'll make the push for federal voting rights legislation, which is stalled on Capitol Hill. The president expected to announce his support for a change in the filibuster rule to push the bill through the Senate. But will that be enough to win over the holdouts inside his own party? Joining us now are NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee and NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell. Carol, what more can we expect to hear from President Biden's remarks this afternoon?
Well, Aaron, we're told from the White House that the president's going to make a very forceful case for why the Senate needs to pass this legislation. He's going to outline why he believes it's important, particularly at this moment in time. He's going to refer to this as a turning point for our country. I'll read you a little bit of an excerpt the White House released of his speech. He'll go on to say, "I will defend your right to vote and our democracy against all enemies, foreign and domestic." And so the question is, where will the institution of the United States Senate stand? And frankly, that is the question. He needs to know where his Democrats in the Senate are going to come out on this issue. And right now, when he comes out and says he will support a change to the filibuster to allow for voting rights legislation to pass, he doesn't know and currently doesn't have the votes to make that happen within his own party. So the president is really taking a bit of a risk here. He said before that he supports a change to the filibuster to allow for voting rights legislation to pass. But now he's saying that he's not only believes that, but he's going to put his time and his political capital on the line to try to make that happen.
At the same time, Carol, there's been some criticism from outside groups that this is more talk and not more action from the president. How's the president and the administration pushing back against that sort of messaging?
Look, they're saying that this is the beginning of a push by the president to try to get this done and that he's serious about it. And the president, you know, obviously this is a risk. He's taking a political risk here because the votes currently aren't there. And the president was asked about that by our own Kelly O'Donnell today. Take a listen to what he said about that.
I risk not saying what I believe. That's what I risk. This is one of those defining moments. It really is. People are going to be judged. Where were they before and where were they after the vote? History's going to judge it. It's that consequential. And so the risk is making sure people understand just how important this is.
So the president is doing this, obviously, amid a bunch of pressure from the Democratic base. I think the question after this is all said and done is whether the fight for this alone will be enough if he indeed does not get this through.
And so, Leanne, to you at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue there, how likely is a change in the filibuster rules to win some favor from these Senate holdouts, and when can we expect a vote on the legislation?
It's going to be really difficult, Aaron. Those discussions among Democrats are ongoing. They had another meeting just last night, including these moderate Democrats who are trying to figure out a path forward. But the reality is, even if they can come to some sort of agreement on making some changes to Senate rules, it doesn't look like those changes would be enough to pass this legislation with a 50-vote threshold. That's because Senator Joe Manchin today came out and said that he doesn't want to get rid of the 60 vote threshold to pass legislation. And he also doesn't want to make any changes, especially big changes to Senate rules with just Democrats. That's something that's called the nuclear option up here. Any rule changes he wants to be done on a bipartisan basis. And Senator Manchin's not the only one. Senator Kyrsten Sinema has said the same. She wants a debate on the Senate floor about these rules changes. She wants a 60 vote threshold. She could get a debate on the Senate floor soon, though. Senator Schumer has said that that will definitely happen if Republicans once again block voting rights legislation. As far as the timing is concerned, Schumer has repeatedly said that he expects the vote on the legislation again in that debate to happen on or before Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And of course, that is Monday. So they don't have a lot of time, Aaron.
All right. Leanne Caldwell, Carol Lee in Washington for us today. Ladies, thank you. And the president and vice president are set to deliver remarks in Atlanta just before 4 p.m. Eastern. We will bring you an NBC News special report live right here on NBC News Now.
It is one of the most infamous stock shorts in history.
Ahead, why the fallout over the GameStop spike still isn't over a year later.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
All right, nice to see you.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
All right, nice to see you.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Crewses. See? Power.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
All right, nice to see you.
On the money this hour, the IRS is warning of a frustrating tax season this year. Treasury Department officials say processing returns will take longer, phone calls will go unanswered, and customer service will be worse. It was a really bleak outlook there. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now. Why is the IRS saying it's going to be so bad this year, Dom?
So, Vicki, it's already a busy time of year anyway, but given the fact that we've seen all these workplace disruptions due to COVID, America's tax collecting body does have some tips to kind of help things go smoothly, as well as possible anyway. The biggest one is for those that can file online to do their tax returns and file them electronically and select direct deposit for their refund or a direct debit from their checking account if they owe taxes. As always, it's always easier to process returns if they're done correctly, so take a little time to be as accurate as possible before you submit those returns. And many online resources and questions can be answered, I guess, is if you kind of register for an account at IRS.com. The agency did also warn that there are currently no plans to extend that filing deadline past April 18th. And Vicki, you can, by the way, start filing those returns as early as January 24th. So for those real heavy early movers, you can kind of get it done in the next couple of weeks here.
Hey, listen, if you file earlier and you are due a refund, then it comes earlier. So there is some, good news for people who are early birds. Dom, talk about this CNBC study. You looked at the financial health of the average American family and found, not surprisingly, they're falling deeper into debt as inflation rises. Walk us through that study.
So prices keep rising. Like you said, paychecks aren't keeping up with them. That's the problem in a nutshell. This is according to data from the Census Bureau and Labor Department. Over the past couple of years, the cost of living has risen roughly 7%, at the same time that the median incomes have fallen by roughly 3%. So when there are those gaps between income and spending, oftentimes folks turn towards borrowing money to bridge that gap. They're borrowing more and more. The average U.S. household debt load is now over $155,000, which is more than 6% higher than last year. That includes money owed to things like credit cards, mortgages, and everything else. So here's the silver lining. Wages are expected to increase in the coming months, so maybe there's some relief, guys, on the horizon.
Yeah, I read that. 3.9% was the number that I heard, so that is good news. All right, Dom, always good to see you. Thanks so much.
Well, it's been 1 year since one of the most infamous stock rallies in financial history. GameStop's stock became the focal point of a trading battle when retail investors using apps like Robinhood to trade and Reddit to communicate took on Wall Street powerhouses. The at-home traders short squeezed the stock. That means that happens when a security that is overly shorted rises quickly and unexpectedly. It costs big institutions billions of dollars. CNBC's reporter Leslie Picker joins us now. Leslie, the Reddit traders took on Melvin Capital. That's a major investment house, and they won here. How did they do it?
It's pretty remarkable when you think back to what happened last year. Essentially, this was a stock that had over 100% of its tradable securities held short. That in and of itself is really an anomaly. And what that meant is that just a small little trigger to send that stock higher could force hedge funds such as Melvin to cover their short positions, essentially buying them back at higher and higher and higher levels. And that causes this fury to the upside. And that is why you saw a huge spike in GameStop shares starting about a year ago, but really taking off toward the end of the month.
So, Leslie, GameStop's stock remains much higher today than it was before the squeeze. How did they sort of leverage their stock success to keep it where it is?
It's a good question, because at the beginning of all this, you'd speak to critics and they'd say, well, nothing's really changed here at the fundamental basis of the company. The stock is trading at this high valuation. You know, what do we make of this? Well, GameStop has actually really been able to capitalize by issuing stock at these elevated price levels in order to raise capital to then fund their business. They announced, for example, last week, and I'm not sure how much of the cash that they've been able to raise from the elevated stock price plays a role here, but it certainly helped kind of their cause of transformation that they're going to be launching this NFT marketplace. It's kind of differentiating and diversifying their business a bit more in order to provide that kind of fundamental base case that the bulls have been championing for so long. So having more cash, not a bad thing. Being able to raise and sell fewer shares at higher prices is essentially what they've been able to accomplish.
All right, Leslie Picker from CNBC for us today. Leslie, thank you.
All right, well, the FAA momentarily halted all flights on the West Coast just around the same time North Korea launched a new missile.
Coming up, a look at the disruption that impacted thousands of passengers overnight.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Making news right now, an ocean rescue off the coast of Florida. Miami-Dade emergency responders rescued well over 100 Haitian migrants from an overloaded sailboat off the coast of Key Largo yesterday. 20 of the passengers required medical attention and 4 were taken to a nearby hospital. The Border Patrol says that all the migrants will individually get a chance to seek residency in the U.S. A major fire tore through an apartment building in Malden, Massachusetts. Dozens of firefighters responded to the fire at a laundromat in the building. Freezing temperatures and icy conditions made it even more challenging to fight. Fortunately, everyone got out safely. And the New York Yankees organization making history with the first female manager in minor league baseball history. 34-year-old Rachel Balkovich will be the new manager of the Tampa Tarpons. That's the Yankees' low-A minor league team. She was previously a hitting coach for the Yankees organization, and before that, she worked as a minor league coach for the St. Louis Cardinals.
The body of a potential victim of an alleged serial killer has turned up in Virginia, and police are now hoping to find even more victims of the man you see on your screen here. They say he lured women on dating sites before he killed them and transported their bodies by shopping cart. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esimwa has more.
Police search for more victims of the alleged shopping cart serial killer, a man police believe transports the bodies of his victims in a shopping cart after killing them.
We received a tip, a critical tip, that our person of interest may be linked to another case where a woman was found deceased in a shopping cart in Washington, D.C.
That person of interest, Anthony Eugene Robinson, a 35-year-old D.C. resident already charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and 2 counts of concealing dead bodies. Robinson, arrested in November, is being held in Harrisonburg, Virginia. Police suspect Robinson is that serial killer.
He's called the shopping cart killer because after he inflicts trauma to his victims and kills them, he transports their bodies to their final resting place, literally in a shopping cart.
Robinson's alleged victims, Aline Beth Redmond, 54, and Tanita Larice Smith, 39, according to police, who also say the women's bodies were discovered in a commercial area of Harrisonburg. Now officials worry there could be more.
This is based on digital evidence that puts him in the same vicinity around the time of the victim's disappearance.
A 5th body found in Washington, D.C. in a shopping cart covered by a blanket. The Metropolitan Police Department is investigating that case. This is Fairfax County PD also suspect Robinson to be involved in the deaths of 2 other women, Stephanie Harrison, 48, and Cheyenne Brown, 29, possible 3rd and 4th victims. Their bodies found in a container in Alexandria, Virginia, near the Moon Inn Hotel, according to a police report. Nearby that container, a shopping cart.
It is believed that Robinson used the Plenty of Fish dating app to lure his victims.
Robinson met Brown on one of those platforms, according to police. Brown, pregnant and a mother of a 7-year-old, went missing in September. Her family and others now speaking out.
None of these families, my family, none of these families deserve to go through this. Not only, is my daughter gone, like he took the life of my unborn grandchild.
Robinson's attorney declined to comment on the charges, allegations, or, quote, pending matters, and he says no pleas have been filed yet. In a statement, the dating app Plenty of Fish said they are, quote, deeply saddened to hear of the victims in this horrific case and that they will fully cooperate with the investigation. As questions remain, police ask that any survivors or individuals with information on Robinson contact law enforcement immediately. At least 35 other regional law enforcement agencies have been contacted to determine if any other missing persons cases may be linked to the alleged shopping cart killer.
This case is not about shopping carts. It's about a serial killer who took the lives of innocent women.
Zincle Esimwa, NBC News.
For 40 years, real estate millionaire Robert Durst dodged justice. Authorities say he died of natural causes in California on Monday, serving a life sentence for the murder of his close friend. NBC's Erin McLaughlin has more.
He was the eccentric real estate heir turned convicted killer. Allegations he denied while testifying at his murder trial last year. The last time Robert Durst spoke in public.
Did you kill Susan Berman?
No.
Do you know who did?
No, I do not.
Durst has been tied to the deaths of 3 people. His close friend, Susan Berman, his wife, Kathy, who disappeared 40 years ago, and a former neighbor. Last September, he was convicted of the December 2000 execution-style killing of Susan Berman, and he died while waiting to be tried for the murder of his wife, Kathy. Prosecutors allege he killed Susan to cover up his involvement in Kathy's disappearance.
Was Kathy happy?
Kathy was ecstatic.
Were you happy?
I was ecstatic.
Were you in love?
We were both very much in love.
In 2003, Durst was also tried and later acquitted of the 2003 decapitation killing of his Texas neighbor.
Robert Durst, not guilty.
The mysteries surrounding the killings, the subject of the 2015 HBO documentary, The Jinx. During the final episode of the docuseries, Durst was caught on a hot mic, allegedly after he was confronted with evidence tying him to the killings. Although media reports later revealed the comments were presented out of order.
There it is. You're caught. What the hell did I do? Kill them all. Of course.
In a dramatic twist, Durst was arrested for Berman's murder hours before the episode aired. Durst appeared at his sentencing looking frail and sickly, later testing positive for COVID. Authorities say the 79-year-old died in jail on Monday of natural causes while serving a life sentence. For Robert Durst's alleged victims, the road to justice was long and winding, and in the eyes of many, far from over. Erin McLaughlin, NBC News.
Now to high-stakes security talks underway in Europe. Diplomats from the U.S. and Russia meeting in Geneva on Monday, deadlocked on Moscow's demand that Ukraine be blocked from ever joining NATO. The U.S. saying that's a non-starter. It's keeping tensions high amid concerns about a Russian invasion of Ukraine, though Russia claims no intention of doing that, despite tens of thousands of troops being staged at the border. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from London, where he's been tracking this story. Matt, sort of give us an idea of the state of play here. What are both sides saying about the talks and where things go from here?
Yeah, Aaron, I mean, it depends on how you're looking at it. I mean, you could have looked at this with great optimism and you'd be very disappointed by what happened in Geneva yesterday. So far, it looks like both sides, Russia and the U.S., are essentially where they started. No progress was really made. But if you have a more realistic, perhaps more pessimistic view of how diplomacy between great powers works, this might just meet your expectations, because really no side budged, no side gave way, but the demands were laid out and both countries talked. And actually, the Russian delegate, the main Russian negotiator, Ryabkov, the deputy foreign minister, he's concluded the meetings by saying that they were profound, that they were deep, that you know there was recognition and appreciation on both sides. And at the same time, Russia said that they would not, or had no plans to invade Ukraine. That's not going to be taken all that seriously in Kiev, because of course the Russians have amassed about 100,000 troops on the Ukrainian border and have already in the recent past invaded Ukraine. So those sorts of assurances might not be taken so seriously, but this is a starting point, and there still is a lot of negotiating to go if this is going to be de-escalated anytime soon. Aaron?
Matt, I want to play a piece of sound here very quickly and then ask you a question on the other side. I think we have this.
On the central question on no expansion of NATO, my answer would be a flat and plain no, no progress. And this is one of the major problems before us, and I would say the rest depends to a great extent on what will happen further down the road on this, exactly on this issue.
So, Matt, I'm curious, you know, we sort of, like you indicated, have this sort of mixed signals coming out of Russia about Ukraine and what's going to happen there. How is Ukraine responding to all this?
I mean, Ukraine is worried, of course. They're the ones who have the most to lose. Russia has so much power over Ukraine, and Russia considers Ukraine, or at least Vladimir Putin and his allies consider Ukraine to be nothing less than a part of Russia, and they want it back. So these Russian troops could easily roll over into Ukraine, and there's no doubt that they would make a lot of military progress if they did so. Ukraine is quite weak, and that's why Ukraine is pursuing its own parallel talks. They're relying on the U.S. and on NATO, of which they're not a member, in order to negotiate with Russia and de-escalate the situation. But they're doing talks in parallel with what they call the Normandy Four. That's Russia, Ukraine, and two other countries, France and Germany. They're trying to essentially resolve the conflict within Ukraine, whereas the US and NATO and Russia are negotiating on a geostrategic level involving Russia's confrontation with greater Europe as a whole, and specifically that question that is so vexing for Moscow: will Ukraine become part of NATO? That is exactly what, and you heard from the deputy foreign minister, the main negotiator there. He also said, never, never, ever will Ukraine be a part of NATO. The US and its allies in Europe have said, we won't guarantee that that's not going to happen. Aaron?
Matt Bradley for us in London today. Matt, thank you.
Questions remain about what led to the FAA's grounding of all flights at West Coast airports for several minutes. That was yesterday, late Monday. North Korea, at that same time, launched what appeared to be a ballistic missile into its eastern sea. It's unclear whether there is a connection. NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello has the latest.
Good day. The FAA is not commenting on this ground stop or what caused it. It does appear, though, to have some connection to that North Korean missile launch. It only lasted 5 to 7 minutes, only affected airports on the West Coast. That meant airplanes could not take off, and some planes were told they had to land. It happened late Monday. North Korea launched what appeared to be a ballistic missile into its eastern sea, the rogue nation's second missile launch in less than a week. About that same time, air traffic controllers at some U.S. airports in the western U.S. heard ordering ground stops. This was air traffic control at California's Burbank Airport.
Mike Echo, I need you to go ahead and land at Van Nuys at this time. Some sort of national security threat's going on, and we are not allowing aircraft to just maneuver in the area at the moment. Are you able to land Van Nuys?
The highly unusual and coordinated ground stop lasted for about 7 minutes. So far, no reason given. Under an FAA ground stop, flights scheduled to land at an airport are forced to stay at their departure airports. No takeoffs. They can be related to weather, equipment, or extreme events. Air traffic controllers at San Diego Airport.
Weather is the same. We are ground stop.
What's the ground stop for?
We don't know. We are trying to find out. It is everybody nationwide.
Interesting.
South Korea and Japan confirming North Korea launched a missile early Tuesday morning their time. But it's not clear how far the missile flew or where it landed, or if any U.S. planes were ever in any jeopardy. Again, the FAA not commenting on this really short ground stop affecting West Coast traffic only. Keep in mind, the most historic ground stop ever was on 9/11 when the FAA ordered every plane in the air to land, every plane on the ground to stay on the ground. This was not that. This was an isolated ground stop really affecting a very small number of planes out on the West Coast. I'm Tom Costello at Reagan Airport. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. Novak Djokovic says he plans on staying and competing in Australia despite the controversy surrounding his vaccination status.
The world's #1 tennis player was released from an immigration detention just yesterday after a judge stepped in. But as Sky News reporter Nicole Johnston explains, this saga may not be over yet.
Has really changed. Initially, when Novak Djokovic appeared to be entering the country without being double vaccinated, there was a great deal of anger. People here had experienced long lockdowns, especially in Melbourne, where they had more than 260 days under lockdown, so people weren't happy about it. The federal government certainly felt that, and it appeared that one of the reasons perhaps that they cracked down so hard at the borders was because they saw that there was no political capital in allowing Novak Djokovic into the country. But since all of this escalated and he ended up in a hotel immigration detention centre, many people became fed up with that response from the federal government. They thought that was a step too far and he should be freed. So that's the situation that we've seen publicly. But also this has turned into a real political hot potato for the Australian government internationally. Now, Serbia's Prime Minister Ana Brnabic requested a phone call with the Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison. That has happened. He attempted to reassure her that there was no real policy of discrimination at the borders in Australia. But this situation still isn't over. We need to wait to hear what the federal government's next move will be, whether the Immigration Minister, Alex Hawke, will use his ministerial powers to cancel that visa. And the other thing that is happening in the middle of all of this is the fact that Australia has had a big shortage of COVID rapid tests. COVID-19 infections have been skyrocketing. So there was also a sense among many people that perhaps the government initially tried to use their tough border approach as a distraction from all of the other problems that are going on in Australia right now.
Russian-led troops set to leave Kazakhstan and a prehistoric discovery in the UK. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Kazakhstan, where its president announced that Russian-led troops will begin leaving the country in 2 days. Russia sent more than 2,000 troops to Kazakhstan to quell unrest after violent protests last week. Now, Kazakh authorities say order has been restored. Almost 10,000 protesters have been detained, and more than 160 people were killed in scuffles between demonstrators and police. Belgium, where European Union scientists published a report declaring 2021 the 5th hottest year on record. 2020 and 2016 were among the years hotter than 2021, but last year broke the records for both methane and CO2 emissions. Climate change exacerbated extreme weather events in 2021, from flooding in Sudan to raging wildfires in Greece. And the United Kingdom, where the fossilized remains of an ichthyosaurus have been discovered in England. Ichthyosauruses are large marine reptiles. They're kind of shaped like dolphins, but they grew up to 82 feet in length. Known as the Dragon of the Sea, the fossil is thought to be 180 million years old. And that's the world now. Well, Team USA is finalizing its lineup in one of the Olympics' most watched sports, figure skating.
Oh, yes. Excited for that. Ahead, a first look at what we can expect from some of these athletes at next month's Winter Games.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We are just weeks away from the start of the Beijing Olympics, and when it comes to COVID, the Chinese government is taking no chances. The town of Tianjin, located just 70 miles from Beijing, is under partial lockdown now because of Omicron. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has a closer look at the extreme measures being taken, with time very much of the essence.
Millions more people across China have been ordered into lockdown, with the first cases of the Omicron variant emerging here and the Winter Olympics just weeks away.
All 14 million people in Tianjin being tested for the coronavirus. The city in partial lockdown after the first local cases of the Omicron variant were found here. 75,000 people quarantined. The worry that it'll get worse.
Because of the transmissibility of it. So, yeah, I do think people are alarmed and anxious, all hoping for that negative test result.
The cluster in Tianjin is small compared to most cities in the world, but it's only 70 miles from Beijing, which is now on high alert with less than a month before the Winter Olympics.
With COVID concerns running high here, Olympics venues in all areas around them have been completely sealed off.
It's China's biggest COVID crisis since the first outbreak in Wuhan. In the city of Xi'an, millions have been confined to their homes because of 1,900 cases. They're locked down, relying on food drops and pleading online for help. Some unable to access medical care, including a pregnant woman who had a miscarriage outside a hospital because she didn't have a COVID test to get in, igniting anger on social media here about the human cost of China's zero-tolerance policy.
In the coming months, it will be crucial, that for China in terms of the effectiveness of this strategy.
For Beijing's Olympics, thousands of athletes and officials will go directly into a tightly enforced bubble.
If they can pull it off, it'll be an amazing Olympics.
But with the variant already spreading quickly in other countries, there is a race here to contain it before the games begin.
China's zero-tolerance approach to COVID means there are travel bans, checkpoints, and closures of schools, restaurants, shopping malls in these cities that are affected. In Hong Kong, they're stepping up restrictions too, banning transit passengers from over 150 places unless they're traveling for the Olympics. Now, games organizers here say that the city will not be shut down entirely, but the feeling here is that there are going to be tougher restrictions to come.
Meanwhile, Team USA is getting set for the games and has just finalized the lineup for one of the most watched sports.
It's a good one. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss takes us to the ice.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2022 U.S. Olympic figure skating team.
It's a really cool opportunity to get to show the world, what you love to do.
They will jump, they will twist, and they will most certainly dazzle.
When it comes to competition, it's kind of like, hey, just go for it,
Nathan Chen took flight to Elton John's Rocket Man, winning the national championship and capping a nearly flawless stretch of skating since Pyeongchang. On the women's side, 16-year-old Alyssa Liu had to pull out because of a positive COVID test, but she was still named to the Olympic team.
It's seriously a dream come true, and I'm so happy.
Winning nationals this year, 25-year-old Mariah Bell, making her the oldest U.S. champion in 95 years.
Something that I've been working for a really long time, and it's really amazing.
COVID has been tough on these athletes. At one point, Vincent Joe had to skate on a makeshift rink.
Somebody had a barn in their backyard with a sheet of ice on it.
And the virus is likely to be a challenge in Beijing. But for now, they're just happy to have their tickets punched.
It's our time to shine and just have fun.
Watching them do it will be thrilling. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
A very dynamic team. I'm looking forward to watching them.
And it's almost like with the Winter Olympics, the number of people who sort of fly, it's pretty amazing to watch across a lot of sports.
Yeah, totally. Looking forward to it.
Well, the University of Georgia's 41-year wait is over.
Ahead, a look at the Bulldogs' historic national championship win over Bama's Crimson Tide.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
So if you listen closely, you might still be able to hear the faint cheers all the way from Georgia. The Bulldogs celebrating a historic National College Football Championship.
Oh, yeah. Is that what that sound was?
That's the sound, yeah.
Okay. The University of Georgia took down their rivals, Alabama's Crimson Tide, 33-18. It was a bit of sweet revenge for Georgia, which lost to Alabama in an embarrassing playoff game just last month. Here's NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky.
Well, one thing is for certain today, and that is that fans are going to be celebrating from Indianapolis all the way down to Georgia. The Bulldogs winning their first national championship in about 40 years. And to make it even sweeter, it came against a team that has had their number for years.
Georgia is going to conquer the Crimson Tide.
This morning, a college football comeback for the ages. The University of Georgia snapping a 41-year championship drought, dethroning college football royalty to do it, to earn their crown. The Bulldogs beating the Alabama Crimson Tide 33-18 Monday night in Indianapolis, winning its first title since 1980, when Herschel Walker was the team's star running back.
Georgia on the mountaintop. Demons be gone, and the drought is over. National champions at long last.
The Bulldogs coach Kirby Smart finally besting his old boss and mentor, Alabama's legendary Nick Saban, to earn his first national championship.
I hope it doesn't take that long again. Go Dogs.
Georgia's quarterback Stetson Bennett, a former walk-on, shaking off a fumble before throwing 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns.
I wasn't going to be the reason we lost tonight.
Bennett, who dreamed of playing for Georgia, weeping on the sidelines after his team sealed the game with a Keely Ringo interception.
40-yard touchdown to finish it.
Fans back home in Georgia celebrating the sweet victory. And as Bulldog Nation celebrates their national title, head coach Kirby Smart can add one interesting statistic to his resume. Entering last night's game, whenever Nick Saban played a former assistant, his record was 25-1. However, today, it's 25-2. We'll send it back to you.
Go Dogs.
There you go, right?
Well, thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. On NBC News Now, bitter blast. Millions across the Midwest and Northeast dealing with extreme cold. In some places, it feels like 0 degrees. We're tracking the dangerous conditions and when relief may be coming.
Record breaker, Americans hit an all-time high for COVID cases, 1.3 million cases in a single day, where the numbers are surging fastest, plus the new travel warning now being issued to keep the spike from getting worse.
Presidential pressure. President Biden set to speak in Atlanta in just a matter of hours, pushing for a dramatic new set of measures to protect Americans' right to vote. The message he is hoping to send with the 2022 midterms fast approaching.
And dangerous heat, a faulty space heater blamed for causing the fire that killed 17 people in the Bronx. On this frigid, cold day, an urgent warning how to protect yourself and your family from the risk of a tragic malfunction. Hi, everyone. I'm Vicki Nguyen in for Morgan this week.
And thanks for joining us. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with that bitter blast of Arctic air, leaving millions of Americans shivering.
Yeah, take a look at this. New York and Boston dealing with their coldest temperatures in 3 years. The high in Boston, 12 degrees, and wind chills are dramatically lower. The frigid air is being driven by a band of Arctic wind making its way south. Lake effect snow warnings are in place right now over the Great Lakes. Some parts of upstate New York saw 1 to 3 inches of snow per hour overnight. Yeah, per hour, Aaron.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the temperatures for us. But we begin with NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk in frigid White Plains, New York.
These are brutal and bitter temperatures in some places in the Midwest and Northeast, the coldest they've seen in years. Here in White Plains, it's in the teens, but it feels like 0. That's 0 degrees, not even a single degree.
Millions are waking up to more frigid winter weather.
It's super cold outside.
A dangerous Arctic blast slamming the Midwest and the Northeast.
And here's how cold it's going to get. Feels like forecast means frostbite in 30 minutes or less.
With temperatures and wind chills plunging into the single digits and well below 0. Folks across the country now bundling up as they brace for another round of bitter cold. Across the Great Lakes, the brutal cold snap is bringing heavy snow and high winds. In Parrish, New York, cars and streets were buried in more than a foot of lake-effect snow. Snow blanketed roads and highways, creating dangerous driving conditions. This jackknife tractor trailer shut down part of a busy interstate. The chilly forecast, the reason why classes are canceled in the Syracuse City School District this morning. Meantime, in Duluth, Minnesota, fire crews battled a large structure fire for nearly 7 hours amid negative 35-degree wind chills.
It's dangerous for us, just like anybody else being outside.
The deep freeze extending all the way to New England. In Boston, all public schools will also be closed today. For the first time in 7 years, the extreme cold is keeping kids out of the classroom.
We want to make sure there's no risk of students being either out in the cold on the way to school or having issues in school because of the ventilation that's needed with the pandemic.
The good news is these cold temperatures are going to break in the next 24 hours. Here in the Northeast, temperatures rising up into the balmy 30s. Back to you.
That's bikini weather, Seth. All right, we're going to bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, who is seeing the worst of it, and when are we going to see some relief?
Yeah, we first have to start with where this came from, because in any of these big Arctic blasts, we call them the Arctic blasts for a reason, because usually these air masses start off, in the Arctic. Sometimes they start in Siberia or Alaska, but this one came straight from the North Pole, and it has come down over the Hudson Bay. And because it's all frozen and ice up there, the air mass hasn't really moderated or warmed up much, and that's why in some cases this is the coldest in 3 years. If you remember, 2019 was the year we had the polar vortex. That was like the hot buzzword that was all over the place. This is kind of a piece of that polar vortex that's come down, but it's swinging through pretty quickly. And it's not the entire country like we dealt with 3 years ago. This is really confined just to northern New England today. Even the northern plains have warmed up. We've eliminated the wind chill advisory in Wisconsin and in West Virginia. The only wind chill warnings left is upstate New York, northern Vermont, New Hampshire, and in sections of Maine. So how cold is it right now? The black number shows you the actual temperature. The feels like, that's how it would be on your skin if you're outside, is in white. So you notice that, the number that jumps out at you, it's still -9 degrees with sunshine in Caribou with a wind chill of -29. So the heart of this cold blast is up through Quebec, and heading through northern New England. It's still cold in D.C. and Richmond and West Virginia, but not that dangerous cold to be outside in that they have in northern New England. So as far as what we're going to deal with, the wind chill values, Albany is still -12 right now. Burlington's -16, and Boston is still -9. And even with full sunshine in New York City, now heading towards the noon hour, it is 5 for a wind chill. So that is some pretty cold air to have sunshine with wind chills that low. And the temperatures this afternoon, the areas that will get above freezing, Indianapolis, Charleston, the Roanoke. And then tomorrow morning, we have one more really cold day with temperatures in the single digits, northern New England, teens from Boston all the way down to Philly, and wind chill values in the single digits. But then, guys, it's not bad. I mean, we quickly go back to, you get 40s in January, you're happy in Cincinnati, Cleveland, D.C., or even New York. And the forecast, the rest of the country isn't too bad either. So it's really isolated from the Great Lakes up through northern New England. Next hour, we'll talk a little bit more about some of the weather problems we have out there. And we could have a new snowstorm for the East Coast, too. I'll give you those updates coming up.
I guess it's all relative when you say 40s feels balmy. All right, Bill Cairns, thank you so much.
Yes.
Well, America has just shattered a COVID case count record. The U.S. has just reported more than 1.3 million cases in a 24-hour period. That's a new single-day high. The previous record was set just a week ago. Now, case data is sometimes backlogged on Mondays, but that number is just part of a much bigger picture. The surge is a reality now from coast to coast. Take a look at the map here, almost fully shaded in that deep red. That means a 100% change in cases over the last 7 days. Now, a new travel warning for Americans is also hitting as close to home as it gets. Canada now rated a level 4 by the CDC because of its COVID surge. That means people are being urged to avoid travel to Canada or any other level 4 country. We are looking closely at the impacts of the record COVID surge this hour. Let's start with NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald. She's in Chicago today, where a fight over COVID safety in schools is now over, it seems. Megan, I know the school district and the teachers union had been really sort of fighting over reopening schools over the last several days. What's the deal?
Well, as of last night, Aaron, as you mentioned, after several days of negotiations, both sides have reached a deal. So what this means is that the more than 2,500 members of the Chicago Teachers Union still have to vote on this. Once they do, we're going to get more clear details. But what we know for right now is that what this means is that both sides were able to agree on how to make schools safer. The Teachers Union was calling on a metric to be put in place so that they could understand exactly how much virus is in each school at any given time, and then they would reach a number, and that would then trigger online learning. So they have an agreement there. They wanted more robust masks. So we know KN95 masks will now be available to anybody in the school who wants one. They wanted more testing, more regular testing, as well as rapid testing. That's something also that it sounds like they were able to come to an agreement on. It's a compromise, both sides having to give a little. I want you to listen to what both sides had to say.
It was not an agreement that had everything. It's not a perfect agreement, but it's something that we can hold our heads up about, partly because it was so difficult to get.
And I want to make sure that everybody knows that we are committed to the safety of our students. We're committed to the safety of our staff. We're going to work together. There's some really good things in this agreement. There's some really good things that are going to continue to strengthen and build on the procedures and on the safety protocols that we put in place.
So again, some 25,000 members of the Chicago Teachers Union still have to vote on this. That vote is expected to happen at some point this week, Aaron.
Megan, we've talked a lot about the back and forth between the city and the teachers, but what about the kids? What about the families? Do we have a sense of how much strain this whole situation has put on Chicago families?
Aaron, that's a great question. That's something that the mayor has really been speaking out about since the very beginning of this, since last week, saying that canceling classes now collectively for the 5th day in a row really puts a strain on lower income families, minority communities here. Of course, all families as well, but specifically those families that really rely on a paycheck by going to work. And a lot of times these parents didn't know if they're going to have school the next day until late at at night. So it puts parents into a scramble to try and figure out what to do with their kids the next day. Some parents, if they don't go to work, they don't get a paycheck, the mayor had been saying. So the pressure really was mounting to try and reach an agreement to get kids back into school. So we know teachers are in class today. Classes will officially start with students back in the classroom expected tomorrow, Aaron.
All right, we hope that they can stay in the classroom and stay healthy, too. Megan Fitzgerald for us in Chicago. Thanks, Megan.
In New York, new reported cases of COVID have been soaring for a week. But if you take a look at the peak, that's on the far right of the chart on your screen there, there's some indication things may be leveling off. Even still, the surge is prompting swift action at some New York hospitals. They're hitting pause on elective procedures. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from one of those hospitals in Oneonta, New York. Ellison, just how serious is the COVID situation there for that hospital to take these elective surgeries off the schedule?
Hey, Vicki. So this is something that is mandated by the state. The governor issued an executive order in preparation for a potential winter surge of COVID-19, where if hospitals hit a certain threshold where they had only 10% or even less than that of beds available, that then they would need to start limiting non-essential services. What we're seeing happen right now is the largest number of hospitals falling into that threshold since we've seen the Omicron, the current surge. This hospital where we are, it is one of 40 hospitals in New York State that has been ordered to temporarily pause, at least for 2 weeks, non-essential elective surgeries, and that's because 90% of their available beds are full right now. And we're talking about bed space and capacities with hospitals. We're not just talking about available square footage, right? It's staffed beds. And the big issue at this hospital and others that we have spoken to is staffing. A few factors are at play here. They say, one, they have more doctors, nurses, technicians out because they themselves have tested positive for COVID-19. They've also seen a lot of healthcare workers leave the field entirely since the pandemic began. And when we've spoken to hospitals, they say that they aren't seeing the majority of people leaving because of something like a vaccine mandate or not wanting to get vaccinated. Most of the people they have lost, they say it is solely because of burnout, people that have just been pushed to their limits with the demand and the stress of the job. And so they have left. There was already a nursing shortage prior to the pandemic. It has been exacerbated right now because of all this. One thing to keep in mind, Vicki, right now compared to previous surges, you kind of have two different groups of COVID patients right now. You have people who are admitted to the hospital solely because of COVID-19. That tends to be a largely unvaccinated population. But then you also have people who are being admitted for other things and then finding out they have COVID-19 when they're tested upon being admitted. And that adds other issues because they have to isolate those patients. There are protocols in play that further cause this strain on staffing.
Yeah,
Vicki?
those incidental cases, Ellison. I want to go back to something you mentioned, talking about the burnout, because that is very real. We've heard it from so many frontline workers. What are you hearing now from doctors and nurses at the hospital about at least taking these elective procedures off the table and hopefully keeping those beds staffed until this Omicron surge levels off and hopefully decreases?
Yeah, so they say they understand the rationale behind it, but it's not ideal. They know that for many patients, a quote-unquote non-essential elective surgery does not feel non-essential, and it doesn't even feel elective. And in some cases, they know that delaying procedures can be a bit risky. Here's some of what one doctor told us.
Many hip and knee replacement type surgeries, orthopedic procedures have been postponed, and many of those patients are suffering pain when they use that joint. Some of the cancer screening procedures are considered elective, and so they get postponed, things like colonoscopies, and that can also put patients at risk. So postponing these types of procedures is a big concern for us, but we understand the rationale behind it.
So New York, by and large, has seemingly the highest number of hospitals currently in this pause, but we've seen other states like Florida, Pennsylvania, hospitals within those states take similar steps as well. Vicki?
And NBC's Ellison Barber. Ellison, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Dr. Clyde Yancey now. He is the chief of cardiology at Northwestern Memorial Hospital. Dr. Yancey, we know that the major drug makers, Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, have all said that they're working on a booster specifically for the Omicron variant right now. How necessary do you think that is given the timing of the variant surge and the way things are going right now?
Well, good morning, Aaron, and this is an important conversation because we're all trying to wrestle with this current crisis. I want to start by saying that even though we're in a crisis mode, I really do believe we will get through. We will definitely get through. This is about preparedness. We really should encourage the manufacturers to develop new iterations of the current vaccine so we are prepared. Maybe we won't need it, but just in case we do, we would not want to be without. So I really do encourage the manufacturers to continue the development of iterations of the virus vaccine so that we can protect ourselves.
You know, you're at Northwestern Hospital there in Chicago, so I do want to ask you about this agreement between the school district, between the city and the teachers union there to return to classrooms. Do you think that's a wise decision given where COVID cases are there in Chicago and what you know about how schools are being sort of outfitted to deal with this virus?
You know, Aaron, incredibly important conversation that touches a lot of different spaces, health, education, even politics, but recognize that there are reasons to try to bring the children back into school, reasons for the economy, reasons for childcare, but also for best learning for children, but it has to be done safely. Reasonableness should enter this conversation so that we are safe, we are protecting our children, we're protecting our teachers, and we're protecting our future. So I have a sense that reasonableness did prevail. We took the right precautions here in Chicago. Children are getting back to school, but we have to keep the chain of communication open. If we learned anything at all through all of this, Aaron, we know that this is an unpredictable journey we're on. We may need to pivot yet again, but for right now, I think the city of Chicago has done the right thing.
Yeah, being flexible is so important these days. I want to ask you before I let you go, you know, here in the Northeast and there in Chicago, obviously, it's freezing cold right now. A lot of people are going indoors more. What's your feeling about, you know, eating in restaurants, for example, right now? Boosted or newly recovered from COVID, would you eat indoors right now?
So we do have a new twindemic, it's COVID and the cold, right? So we have to think about getting out in the community. In many communities, Chicago included, there has to be proof of vaccination before you go into a public place, that is both vaccinations. And so it's a calculated risk that each person needs to understand. When you can avoid congregating, being with a group being anyone not in your bubble where you live or work, you should think carefully about the advantages and disadvantages. But if an additional step of safety has been taken, where there's distancing, there's a guarantee that everyone's been vaccinated, it is a reasonable decision for each individual to understand.
All right, some real sound food for thought there, Dr. Clyde Yancey. We appreciate your time today. Thank you.
All right, we will hear from both President Biden and Vice President Harris this afternoon. They're on their way to Georgia to throw their support behind federal voting rights legislation. Right now, the bill is stalled on Capitol Hill. Senate Democrats do not have the votes to pass it. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Atlanta, where the president and vice president will speak shortly. Blaine, welcome back. It is great to see you.
Vicki, good morning, and thank you so much. I'm glad to be back with you. Certainly a lot happening here in the state of Georgia, and in many ways, Georgia really is the perfect backdrop for this voting rights push. Of course, Atlanta's known as the cradle of the civil rights movement. Congressman John Lewis, for whom one of the bills is named, was the longtime representative here in this district. But of course, this is also the place that handed the president's party control of the Senate, and now he's facing some opposition from some in his own party.
President Biden is taking his voting rights push, a central piece of his agenda, to Georgia, making an urgent appeal to protect the rights he says are under attack, vowing, "I will not yield, I will not flinch in protecting voting rights," according to an excerpt obtained by NBC News.
In state after state, new laws are being written, not to protect the vote, but to deny it.
On the line, a pair of federal voting bills that Democrats say would protect access to the ballot, providing universal access to mail-in voting, making Election Day a federal holiday, and requiring federal approval for election changes made at the state and local level. Georgia is ground zero for the fight over voting rights.
They attacked and cheated on our elections.
Repeatedly under attack by former President Trump, who has falsely claimed the election was stolen, focusing on mail-in ballots after Biden's victory in the once reliably red state. Soon after, the Republican-led state legislature passed a law limiting absentee voting, saying that the law made voting more secure, but Democrats slammed it as voter suppression, while similar laws passed in at least 19 other states. Now in Washington, efforts to secure federal voting rights are hitting a wall. Democrats are considering changing a Senate rule known as the filibuster so they could pass laws without Republicans, who are unanimously opposed.
Democrats are trying to use their fake hysteria to justify breaking Senate rules.
But in Georgia, patience is thin among the very organizers who helped the president win.
Did you feel that this was an empty gesture?
We feel like, the president and those that are accompanying the president are coming down here for a photo op.
Now, Blaine, do you know when there might be a vote on this proposed rule change?
Well, Vicki, we could see something really soon. In fact, the top Democrat in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, has promised that there will be a vote before next Monday, which, of course, is Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And in his speech today, President Biden is expected to say that he supports changing that filibuster rule. Vicki.
That would be a poignant date. Blaine Alexander back from maternity leave after welcoming her little girl, Sage. Blaine, good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Glad to be back with you.
Well, the president and VP are set to deliver remarks in Atlanta just before 4 p.m. Eastern. You can watch both of their addresses live right here on NBC News Now. All right, well, he was a doting dad on screen and off.
Straight ahead, how Bob Saget's Full House family is comforting his real family as more and more tributes pour in.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold!
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Tributes and loving memories of iconic comedian and actor Bob Saget continue to pour in after his death.
NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer has a look at how Hollywood is mourning one of its beloved stars.
Aaron and Vicky, he was beloved for his character on Full House, admired and respected for his sometimes dark, irreverent sense of humor. Now, as friends and fellow comedians grieve his passing, we're learning more about the caring side of this iconic TV dad. Bob Saget left behind a rich and varied body of work, from raunchy adult stand-up sets to the adoring single father on Full House.
You girls are the greatest.
Those who knew him say the kindness he showed on screen was no act. Jimmy Kimmel emotionally paid tribute overnight.
A word that came up a lot was the sweetest. And Bob was the sweetest. He was the sweetest man.
Saget was found dead Sunday inside an Orlando hotel room. According to the police incident report, his family could not get a hold of him, so hotel security went to check on him and found Saget on the bed with no pulse.
We have an unresponsive guest in a room.
Authorities say they found no signs of foul play or drug use. The medical examiner has performed an autopsy to determine how the 65-year-old died, but the results are months away. Saget's widow says, "Bob was my absolute everything. I am so completely shattered and in disbelief." John Stamos posted a new statement on behalf of the Full House cast. 35 years ago, we came together as a TV family, but we became a real family. And now, we grieve as a family. Stamos comforted Saget's widow, Kelly, on Monday. Andrea Barber posted this clip of Bob during rehearsal for the sequel, Fuller House.
And I'm so proud to have been able to raise these girls and know them since they were like my girls.
Saget was on a stand-up comedy tour when he died, and just hours earlier posted on Instagram, "I guess I'm finding my new voice and loving every moment of it." In one of his last interviews, he explained why he loved comedy so much.
You can make people laugh, and it might not be your cup of tea, but you're doing something great for people. You know, laughing, that's why I'm doing it.
Saget is also being remembered for his 30 years of work in the fight against scleroderma. That is the disease that took the life of his sister back in 1994. He proudly served on the board of the Scleroderma Research Foundation, writing last year, "It's one of my life's missions to help find a cure for this disease." Vicki and Aaron.
Well, we are deep into the coronavirus pandemic, but tax season is still coming.
It always comes. Death and taxes, what they say, right? Why top experts say this could be the most frustrating filing season in years. What you can do now to avoid tax troubles. That's up next.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, the man who gave Kyle Rittenhouse the gun he used to kill 2 people has reached a deal that will keep him out of jail. Rittenhouse's friend, Dominic Black, pled no contest to contributing to the delinquency of a minor. That plea was heard by the same judge who presided over the Rittenhouse trial. Black will have to pay a $2,000 fine. A California court upholding the LAPD's firing of 2 cops for playing Pokemon Go instead of responding to a robbery. A video system in their patrol car captured the officers ignoring the initial report and calls for backup back in 2017. For 20 minutes, the officers were recorded driving to different locations, trying to capture virtual Pokemon creatures. The officers say they didn't hear the radio calls for backup and that the recordings were improperly used as evidence.
To be fair, that's a very addictive game.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to let it go, though. And finally, we've learned exactly how Hollywood icon Betty White died. The death certificate now revealing that the 99-year-old died from a stroke. It happened 6 days before she passed away on New Year's Eve. The beloved actress died at her home in Los Angeles.
We turn now to the high-stakes talks between the U.S. and Russia as tensions escalate over Ukraine. After a day of urgent diplomatic discussions in Geneva, both sides downplaying expectations for a major breakthrough. It comes amid a Russian military buildup on its border with Ukraine, though Russian officials claim no intention of invading their neighbor. This as Russia is standing firm in its demand that NATO not expand to include Ukraine. Here's NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel.
Here in Ukraine and across the world, all eyes are focused on diplomacy, specifically talks in Europe designed to avert a Russian invasion of Ukraine. Russia has over 100,000 troops positioned along 3 sides of the Ukrainian borders. Also, Russia holds positions inside Ukraine, positions that are held by pro-Russian separatists. Now, Russia says it doesn't intend to invade, it doesn't want to invade, but the Pentagon just today affirmed that those Russian troops are still there in a position to invade should Putin decide to go ahead. Yesterday, there was nearly 8 hours of diplomatic negotiations between the United States and Russia. The U.S. says it's willing to offer concessions to ease some of Russia's security concerns, concessions including notification about military exercises near Russia, limiting the size and scope of those military exercises, both conditioned on Russia doing the same and having reciprocal action. And also, the U.S. said it's willing to talk about missile deployments in Ukraine and elsewhere in Europe. But Russia is taking a much harder line, saying it wants guarantees that NATO not only never include Ukraine, also never include Georgia, and that NATO shrink, that it roll back to what it was in 1997. So effectively, NATO would give up its military holdings in Eastern Europe and the Baltics. The U.S. has said that is unacceptable. It is a non-starter. So where do we go from here? The first round of talks ended without any kind of conclusion, the U.S. offering limited concessions, the Russians demanding much more, and the troops poised on the border. But it is not the end of the road. Now the U.S. is huddling with NATO allies, huddling with European allies. There will be extended talks tomorrow with NATO and Russia, and then after that, European nations and Russia. And there is another parallel track in which the Ukrainian government is negotiating with France and Germany and Russia. So there is a flurry of diplomatic activity, all with the goal of trying to prevent the Russian invasion. But on the Russian side, the goal is to reduce NATO, to push back NATO, and some have expressed concerns here in Ukraine and the United States that Russia's position is so unreasonable from NATO's perspective that Putin might not be serious about these negotiations at all, that he's just going through the motions, trying to give the impression that he's interested in finding a diplomatic resolution so that he can later say that he gave peace a chance and invade this country again anyway. Richard Engel, NBC News, Kharkiv, Ukraine.
The nation's top health officials are in the hot seat today in Washington. The head of the CDC and President Biden's chief medical advisor both answering questions from senators today. That as the Omicron variant is bringing heightened uncertainty across the country. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is tracking several hearings on the Hill today. Sahil, fill us in on some of the key takeaways so far in today's hearing with Drs. Walensky and Fauci.
Well, Walensky and Fauci highlighted the fact that Omicron is now the dominant COVID-19 variant in the country, and both of them pointed out how effective vaccines have been in terms of preventing severe illness, hospitalization, and death. They encourage everyone to get their boosters, talking about the fact that boosters are very important to try to prevent infection as well as severe illness from Omicron, given how much more aggressively it spreads. They did face some criticism, including from the top Republican on the committee, Richard Burr, who argued that the administration's rollout of the vaccine regulations and their comments about Omicron and their shifting guidance has led to mass confusion. There was also one thing we've come to expect at these hearings, fireworks between Anthony Fauci as well as one senator on this committee, Rand Paul, who is a favorite of vaccine and mask skeptics. Let's play a part of that exchange, what Fauci had to say.
What happens when he gets out and accuses me of things that are completely untrue is that all of a sudden that kindles the crazies out there, and I have threats upon my life, harassment of my family and my children with obscene phone calls because people are lying about me.
Just another indication here about how polarized, how emotional something as basic as protecting the country from a deadly virus has become.
Sahil, let me ask you, too, while we have you there. The House committee that's looking into the Capitol riot, we know, is ramping up their investigation now. There are also two other hearings on the Hill today about security at the Capitol and the current domestic terror threat. How are those hearings playing out today?
Well, one of them is with a House Appropriations panel where the Capitol Police Chief Tom Major talks about the situation with the force right now. He talked in his opening statement about the fact that the Capitol Police has implemented 90 of the roughly 103 recommendations sent to them by the Inspector General, and that they have a lot of work to do. Now, one key focal point here is staffing. That has been a serious vulnerability of the Capitol Police. They've lost many of their officers. Morale has plummeted in the last year since there have been several deaths and many more injuries as a result of January 6th and other events that happened. So this is going to be a big question for lawmakers to decide what kind of appropriations level is necessary here, whether the force needs more funding to fully get up to get up to where it needs to be in terms of staffing, being able to, more than anything else, combat the growing threats in this complex to members that Capitol Police says it is struggling to keep up with. Aaron.
All right, Sahil Kapoor for us at the Capitol today. Thank you.
Former President Donald Trump is pushing for a court to toss out several lawsuits against him regarding the Capitol riot. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins us now. Pete, first lay out the arguments for us that are being presented right now in these cases.
Well, this was yesterday's argument that was here in federal court. And what the president's lawyers are saying is, first of all, that he never incited anybody to riot at the Capitol, that there's no evidence that he was involved in a conspiracy with anybody to do so, that what he said at the rally was free speech, that he was talking about a government function, which is the counting of the electoral vote, and that as president, he was immune from lawsuits, that he was acting in his official capacity by making these comments, and the Supreme Court has long established that presidents cannot be sued civilly for their official conduct. So for all these reasons, they say the lawsuit should be thrown out. Now, the federal judge, Amit Mehta, did ask probing questions of both sides here. He asked questions of the lawyers for the House as well. One of these lawsuits was filed by 10 House Democrats, originally filed by Benny Thompson, who has since become the chairman of the January 6th committee. And he said, you know, where do I draw the line here? How do I know what of his comments were political and what of them were not? It was a spirited argument. It went on for 5 hours. The judge will now decide what to do about these motions.
All right, Pete Williams, thank you so much.
Former students are accusing some of the nation's elite universities of conspiring over financial aid offers. They are suing, claiming that 16 universities artificially inflated the cost of attendance for students on financial aid. Here's NBC News correspondent Ken Delanian.
This lawsuit takes aim at a group of elite universities, including some Ivy League schools, some small exclusive colleges, that many years ago was given an exemption from antitrust laws by Congress because they agreed to be need-blind in admissions, meaning they would admit students without regard to their ability to pay. And so they were allowed to coordinate on financial aid practices, essentially to get together and have meetings and to decide what a family's responsibility to pay for college was, what a family could afford, and they were going to standardize those awards. But what this lawsuit says is that these colleges are in violation of those rules because some of them are not need blind, because some of them are well known to give preferences to the children of mega donors. This is something that's been confirmed by journalists. If somebody gives $10 million to a college, their kids have a better chance of getting in. And so this lawsuit essentially says that what this group actually is a price-fixing cartel that prevents competition and prevents students from shopping around for the best financial aid deal. Now, by and large, these schools have not commented on the lawsuit, but in the past they have defended this arrangement, saying that it actually helps protect minorities and lower-income schools and it prevents kind of a bidding war for financial aid. It's worth noting that the lead lawyer in this lawsuit happened to have been the lead prosecutor in that infamous Varsity Blues scandal, where parents, including famous people, went to prison for essentially trying to bribe their way into getting their kids into some of these elite institutions by having them pose as athletes. Why are people so fascinated in this, in this lawsuit and the admissions policies of these schools? The lawsuit tries to answer that question by saying that these schools are essentially the gatekeeper to the American dream. And that may not be true anymore, but there is a perception that being admitted to one of these elite institutions is a ticket to success, and that's why there's such fascination and interest in their admissions policies. There are a couple of cases involving affirmative action in some of these elite institutions that are headed to the Supreme Court. Constant interest in how these schools decide to admit students and how to award financial aid, and now the subject of a class action lawsuit. Back to you.
All right, Ken Delanian, thank you. We are less than 2 weeks into the new year, but the federal government says now is the time to start thinking about tax season. The IRS is warning there could be a frustrating season ahead due to the pandemic and also years of budget cuts. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
Good day. The bottom line for the IRS, they are understaffed, they are under budgeted right now, and they are way behind. The pandemic and staffing shortages have certainly contributed to that. Tax law changes are another reason. That means it could be a very long wait for you if you file your taxes, especially using the paper forms. The April 18th deadline is coming up fast. The April 18th tax filing deadline may be more than 3 months away, but the Treasury Department is warning Americans now that the upcoming tax filing season could be frustrating. Agency officials say they're facing enormous challenges, among them the pandemic.
There's a lot more work for the IRS to do with a lot fewer staff members doing it.
While the U.S. population has grown over the past half century, IRS staffing is now at the same level it was more than 50 years ago, with fewer than 15,000 workers available last year to handle more than 240 million calls. To make matters worse, the agency is using outdated technology and has also seen its budget slashed nearly 20% over the past 10 years. The best way to avoid refund delays this year, file early electronically and ditch the paper forms. As of last month, the agency still had a backlog of millions of unprocessed returns from the year before. For those who made less than $73,000, the IRS offers free file. And companies like H&R Block and TurboTax offer their own software for e-filing too.
E-filing with direct deposit, that's the quickest way to get your tax refund.
The IRS says people who file electronically with direct deposit should not experience issues and should receive their refund within 21 days.
So it's important to file electronically to make sure that everything is accurate and that it's filed electronically so that you can possibly get your refund sooner rather than later.
Yeah, the average size of the refund, $2,800, money that can come in handy, of course, if you're paying off the holiday debt. But experts say the key here is organization and prep. It may be 3 months away, but the sooner you start organizing, the better. Back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you. While we're on the topic of dollars and cents, you may soon notice quarters looking a little bit different.
Yeah, they're going to soon feature the faces of trailblazing American women. The first to be honored is going to be writer and activist Maya Angelou. Astronaut Sally Ride and actress Anna May Wong will also appear on the coin. It's all a part of the American Women Quarters program that's set to run from this year until 2025.
Very cool. Angelou published more than 30 best-selling titles in her career. She was the first Black woman to write and present a poem at a presidential inauguration. That was back in 1992, you may remember. And her many honors include the Presidential Medal of Freedom. So we're going to look forward to seeing that money out there.
Yeah, about time. Well, bone-chilling temperatures have millions of people trying to stay warm any way they can today.
Yeah, what you need to know before firing up a space heater and the fire drill that could save your life. That's straight ahead.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
In Philadelphia, investigators say battery-powered smoke detectors were not working when flames gutted a public housing building, killing 12 people, including 8 children last week. Records show the smoke detectors were working when they were last checked last May. It's believed the child playing with a lighter near a Christmas tree caused the fire. Meanwhile, in the Bronx, more than a dozen people remain in critical condition after New York City's deadliest fire in 30 years. In all, 17 people, including 8 children, were killed when that fire ripped through the building on Sunday. There are a lot of unanswered questions about whether the self-closing fire doors may have stopped working. Many of the victims died of smoke inhalation and were found dead in the hallway. It's believed a faulty space heater sparked that fire. And space heaters are coming under scrutiny today because of their fire risk.
Yeah, while they are small and convenient, space heaters cause about 1,700 fires a year and cause 80 deaths, according to the Consumer Product Safety Commission. Here's how to protect yourself and your family. The Bronx apartment fire, a tragic example of the deadly power of residential fires. The FDNY says a faulty door to the burning apartment stayed open, allowing smoke to spread.
The door, when it was fully open, stayed fully opened because it malfunctioned.
Investigators also looking at risks posed by an everyday appliance used by millions of Americans in the winter months.
We're certain that the fire started with a faulty electrical heater, portable heater.
A flawed space heater sparking a blaze. It's more common than you might think. The latest data show 81% of home heating fire deaths involve stationary or portable space heaters. So if you're using one, set it up safely. And as the name suggests, give the heater some space. Keep it at least 3 feet away from anything flammable like this dog bed. And always plug it directly into the wall. Never a power strip. Keep the space heater away from curtains, bedding, and upholstered furniture. Turn it off when you go to bed or leave the room. And only use space heaters with a tag from an approved testing lab. Also beware that electrical malfunctions, cooking, and unattended open flames are leading causes of residential fires too. So have a plan. At the New York City Fire Training Academy, the FDNY took us inside one of their drills. Tell us what we're going to see today.
We prepared a scenario so we can demonstrate how fire and smoke travel throughout a high-rise building in the event of a fire.
The FDNY triggers this controlled fire to show you just how quickly flames can spread.
Fire will begin to consume the room, and if the door is not closed, we'll exit into the hallway with smoke and affect the rest of the building.
This is key. With the door to that room wide open, the flames intensify, shooting towards the open doorway. But watch what happens when the door is shut. A big difference. The flames are contained inside the room. How come having the door closed makes such a big difference?
If that door is closed to confine the fire to that area, the rest of the building will remain habitable.
But in a high-rise fire, should you stay or should you try to evacuate? Fire experts say if the fire is in your room, exit, stay low, and go, using the stairs, not the elevator.
You want to stay low below the smoke because the smoke will rise.
But if the fire is not near you or in your room, grab a wet towel and cover the bottom of the door to block smoke. Then wait for instructions. It may sound counterintuitive, but fire experts say many high-rise buildings are equipped with building materials that are designed to limit the spread of fire. So if you're not close to the source of the flames, you may be safer waiting for the fire department.
We've had fires in these type of non-combustible high-rise multiple dwellings where the contents of the fire apartment was completely incinerated, but yet if you went to the adjoining apartment on either side, it didn't even look like there was a fire in the building.
Know the building you're in, keep the doors closed in case of fire, and remember, sometimes it's best to stay put. Tips to help you get out alive. Now, it is important to note there really isn't a one-size-fits-all answer here. The FDNY cautions all homes, buildings, and codes are different, so it's really critical that you know your building where you live and also to test those smoke detectors every month. Practice a fire drill, especially with your kids, and have a meeting point that's away from your home. All right, well, she is a month away from competing in the Beijing Winter Olympics, but one elite athlete is already getting a gold medal in generosity.
The incredibly selfless act that helping a friend fulfill a lifelong dream. That's straight ahead.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Well, doctors in Maryland have made history this week. They successfully transplanted a genetically modified pig heart into a 57-year-old human patient. David Bennett was diagnosed with an end-stage heart disease and was not eligible for a traditional heart transplant. That's when surgeons stepped in to offer the historic, potentially life-saving surgery. Now, this had never been done before. The pig that was used had been genetically modified to knock out several genes that would have made Bennett's body reject the heart. Doctors are hoping the breakthrough will bring them one step closer to solving the organ shortage crisis. Bennett is still being monitored now, but so far he's doing pretty well, and his body has not rejected that heart.
Really remarkable.
Look what science can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow.
Well, there is less than a month now until the Winter Olympics, and an act of generosity is shining a light on the Olympic spirit.
Team USA speed skater Brittany Bowe gave her spot in the 500 meters to her teammate and longtime friend Erin Jackson after Jackson came up short during qualifying. Here's Today's Show host Hoda Kotb with a special show of sportsmanship and friendship.
With the spot in Beijing on the line, no one saw it coming.
Together. Oh, big slip for Erin Jackson. That's going to cost her at least a few tenths of a second.
American speed skating star Erin Jackson slipping during qualifying for the 500 meters, costing her an opportunity to compete in the Winter Olympics.
This is a stunning event.
The reigning world champion down. But thanks to a teammate's generosity, not out. Jackson's longtime friend Brittany Bowe, who qualified in the 500 and two other events, graciously giving her slot in the 500 to Jackson so they could both suit up for Team USA.
I'm beyond grateful and humbled and just, I'm happy.
Bowe saying later, Jackson also deserves to skate for a medal.
Erin has earned her right to be on this 500-meter team. She's ranked #1 in the world.
The selfless act celebrated across social media. One Twitter user writing, "Thank you for teaching the world the true meaning of sportsmanship, team spirit, and unconditional friendship." Another adding, "This is the kind of world I want to live in." Now, less than a month until the games begin, Bowe providing all of us with a glowing example of the Olympic spirit while giving her teammate a shot at achieving her dreams.
It's my honor to give her that opportunity. She's earned it and she deserves it.
Right now on NBC News Now, critical condition. The U.S. breaking COVID case records, setting the highest daily total recorded for any country in the world. As the Omicron variant tests hospital capacity, the alarming new data about children being sent to emergency rooms.
Winter blast. Some high temperatures not making it past zero today as a rush of freezing air takes over parts of the country. How long it will last and how schools are keeping kids safe.
Flights grounded, air travel getting back to normal after flights at all West Coast airports were totally grounded by the FAA. New questions today about what caused it and if a missile test in North Korea was connected.
And the road to Beijing. Just 24 days until the Winter Olympics. We have your preview of the newly minted U.S. figure skating team. And good Tuesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Vicki Wynn in for Morgan this week. A sobering record nearly 2 years into the coronavirus pandemic. More than 1.3 million U.S. cases reported just yesterday. That's the most ever in a single day. Hospitalizations are soaring too. Take a look at this chart. The 7-day average now tops 135,000. That is up 83% in just 2 weeks.
Now, as of yesterday, 24 states recorded their highest 7-day case averages of the pandemic. The surge clearly not just in one region of the U.S. now. Concerns are also growing overseas. The World Health Organization saying today that more than half of Europe could be infected with Omicron within the next 6 to 8 weeks.
There is hope, especially on the vaccination front. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer leads our coverage this hour.
The nation's top COVID vaccine providers are working on a 4th shot. The CEOs for Moderna and Pfizer say a second booster, this one aimed at Omicron, could be rolled out in the next few months.
This vaccine will be ready in March. I don't know if we will need it. I don't know if and how it will be used, but we'll be ready.
With our nation already averaging nearly 700,000 new infections every day, most of those hospitalized are unvaccinated. And with COVID deaths rising in places where Omicron first hit, doctors fear a rise in fatalities similar to last year may soon be coming. Now officials in Sonoma County, California, are advising residents to stay home for the next 30 days, moving quickly to ban large gatherings here in Wine Country that would impact weddings and conferences with limited exceptions. Meanwhile, child hospitalizations are up 133%. Cassandra Castillo's 6-month-old son Francisco is one of almost 4.5 million kids who've tested positive for the virus. He's been taken to the hospital 3 times.
My biggest concern is him being able to breathe. He sounds like he's struggling to breathe, and it's terrible to hear that.
Amid a push to get kids back into the classroom, students in Chicago will return to campus Wednesday after teachers reached a new agreement with the district over safety concerns. In Los Angeles, after a rush to get more than 500,000 students tested, the nation's second largest district is back today, just as COVID cases here surge to record levels.
I have mixed emotions about it, really.
This just the latest reopening as the nation tries to ride out a tidal wave of infections.
The U.S. is hoping to expand testing nationwide, saying Americans with private insurance will now be covered for up to 8 tests a month. They say the private insurance companies will need to pay them back for any out-of-home pocket expense. That, they say, hopefully will expand testing nationwide. Back to you.
Let's talk more about Los Angeles students going back to class today. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from North Hollywood. Aaron, what are you hearing there? What are teachers saying both about the delay and now the return to work?
Well, teachers that we've been speaking to here, Aaron, say they're extraordinarily concerned about this situation. This despite the LA Unified School District's multi-layered approach, mandating masks, mandating vaccines for all school employees, and mandating weekly tests, including a test that was required, so-called baseline test, that all school employees as well as students were required to present a negative COVID-19 test prior to class starting today. The LA Unified School District releasing its positivity numbers yesterday, that baseline testing having found some 65,630 positive cases, a student positivity rate of just under 17%, and an employee positivity rate of almost 15%. School district officials say that that is below the county levels of 20% positivity rate, but that is little comfort to teachers that we've been speaking to. We spoke to high school teacher Joanne Yee just last night. She said she was extraordinarily concerned and angry about the situation. Take a listen to what she had to say.
I think that I feel angry that after 2 years of being in a pandemic, that our systems and our leadership still insist on maintaining this mirage of normalcy at the risk of students, staff members, and community members getting sick or becoming disabled in the long term or even dying.
We checked in with Yi this morning, and she told us she wasn't feeling good, and she called in sick. It's an illustration of the trepidation and uncertainty surrounding the beginning of spring semester here in Los Angeles.
Wow, it really is. Aaron, you know, we heard from one parent in Miguel's story a minute ago, but what are they telling you about how they're feeling and how they're handling and dealing with what's been going on there?
Yeah, I mean, parents I've been speaking to here as they were dropping their kids off earlier this morning are extraordinarily concerned. Take a listen to what one parent told me as she was dropping off two students here today.
My son is in a special needs class, so it's smaller and more contained, but my daughter is in middle school, and it's just going to be chaos.
Do you think it's safe for them to be in school at all?
Not right now, no.
And yet you're dropping them off?
Yes, I have to, because the online learning we would have had to sign up for weeks ago, and I didn't foresee this happening.
And she was telling me that she was trying to find N95s for her two kids to wear in class. She was trying to upgrade their masks. She said that those N95s were sold out online, and she's still scrambling for options to better protect her children. Aaron.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin for us in North Hollywood, California today. Aaron, thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News contributor Dr. Nahid Bhadelia. She is the director at Boston University Center for Emerging Infectious Diseases Policy and Research. Dr. Bhadelia, great to see you. COVID hospitalizations among children at a record high. I want to show our viewers these numbers here. The U.S. is averaging over 4,000 child hospitalizations per day. That's up 128% in 2 weeks. We haven't seen this at any point in the pandemic, Omicron or not. So give us, though, some context for these numbers. You heard a lot of parents were so fearful there in L.A. in Aaron's piece, but give us some context about these child hospitalizations.
Yeah, Vicki, and I think context is important, but also to start with saying that kids are at greater risk right now than before. So let me just start by saying that in general, still the hospitalization among kids remains lower than it does in adults, but it doesn't matter as much when you have such a transmissible variant that more kids are getting infected. So even if the percentage is smaller, the absolute number, as you just said, tends to go up. And those that are at the highest risk are, of course, those that are unvaccinated yet. And those that might have multiple medical conditions, as well as those who are immunocompromised in that group, and those that haven't been vaccinated, Vicki. I mean, I think what's drastic in this setting is that we're seeing these numbers, and only a quarter, as of January 5th, only a quarter of the kids between 5 to 11 have been vaccinated. The number is slightly higher from 11 to 17, is about 53-54% fully vaccinated, and that's one big step that parents can take. That's going to both help them protect their children from more severe aspects of the disease. But what we find out is from a study that says with Pfizer with 2 doses, 91% reduction in rare side effects or rare adverse effects of COVID, such as the multi-system inflammatory syndrome that you've heard so much about over the last year.
So vaccination is key, and that's what you're telling your patients and parents when they have questions about getting their kids vaccinated. What about when it comes to schools? We are seeing schools and universities that are temporarily now remote, trying to prevent the spread of Omicron. But then you got to balance out the negative effects of that on kids who are now missing out on socialization, seeing friends. We know all of the in-person learning is so vital to their mental health and their academic health. So when it comes to COVID guidelines in classrooms, what do schools need to do, and how do you reassure parents it is safe to send their kids back?
Yeah, Vicki, and as you said, I'll start by saying vaccination is our long-term way out of this and making classrooms safe. But in a surge, you need additional measures. You need to have, and particularly in areas of high transmission, which right now is almost every place in the United States, let's be honest. We need to sort of think about putting those mitigation layers of good quality mask, of improving ventilation where possible. The thing that's actually, I'm going to say the answer is not the same everywhere. And testing, I will say, the answer is not the same everywhere, because what you're seeing in some school districts is that it's just impossible to get kids back to classrooms because there's a shortage of teachers who are out because of Omicron, because so many of us are getting infected. And in those settings, I think that it might be a lot more challenging, but to be able to get the children back into classrooms. But in places where there is higher vaccination, where you can get all those measures into place, as you said, the balance is trying to get kids who have lower, chances of hospitalizations to gain from their in-person learning.
Yeah, it is so important. Dr. Nahid Bhadelia with some context for us this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Millions of people from the Midwest to here in the Northeast are feeling the coldest temperatures of the winter so far today. Wind chills in some states far below zero, and this is all being caused by a band of Arctic air making its way south, creating a massive snow-induced headache for people near the Great Lakes. Parts of upstate New York seeing 1 to 3 inches. Now, this cold blast is canceling classes for students in Boston. Same deal in Syracuse, New York. They are expecting sub-zero wind chills today there. We are going to check in with meteorologist Bill Cairns in just a moment here, but we begin with Johnny Archer from our NBC station in Philadelphia. Johnny, bring us up to speed here. What's it like where you are?
It's cold, Aaron. Yeah, we're not experiencing sub-zero temperatures quite yet, but we're pretty close to it. I'll tell you, you stand out here more than 5 minutes and you can really feel that cold weather seep into your bones. And right now we're along the Ben Franklin Parkway, which is an area that would normally be bustling with people on any normal given day because it's a tourist destination because of all the museums in the area. But as you can see, there's not many people out here, and the people that are out here are all bundled up. But we're talking about weather and cold temperatures that Philadelphia hasn't seen in about 3 years. It's about 22 degrees right now, but it's that feels like temperature that is really bad right now. We're talking about 9 degrees, and you can see from some of the flags along the Ben Franklin Parkway blowing in the wind, that's what's causing that feels like temperature to be 9 degrees. So it's just a dangerous situation out here. If you're out here for too long, officials in Philadelphia are really warning people to stay inside if they can, but if they have to be out here, obviously layer up and try to get warmth every so often. But you have to look out for those cold weather stresses like shivering and also things like numbness in your toes and your fingers, which can be really dangerous. Aaron.
Yeah, Johnny, I got to give you credit. I know you worked in Miami just a few months ago, and now you're in Philadelphia in this crazy cold. So hats off to you. I do want to ask you, while we have you, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say my blood has certainly thinned out since I've been in Miami for about 4 years. I'm from the Northeast. I'm from the Philadelphia area. But after living in Miami for 4 years, man, your blood really thins out. So I'm all layered up right now. I got my hat, got the gloves, got the thermals on and all that, and my puffy jacket.
Smart man. Let me ask you, too, while we have you. A lot of folks, especially in these urban areas, you have people who are dealing with not having enough heat at home in some cases. There are homeless populations that we have to think about at times like this. What's the city doing to try to help folks out?
Yeah, so what Philadelphia is doing right now, they enacted their Code Blue, and what that essentially is, they have extra teams out here on the streets of Philadelphia trying to find people who are living on the streets and encourage those people to relocate into shelters. But you have to think, there are some about 1,000 people living on the streets in unsheltered conditions on any given day. So that's a major operation to try to find those people and then relocate them into shelters. But I did speak to a shelter a little bit earlier this morning, and they say they do have room in their shelter right now, and they're also accepting people who are COVID positive too, Aaron.
All right, Johnny Archer from NBC 10 in Philadelphia. Johnny, we appreciate it. Thanks.
He'll get that thick blood soon enough. All right, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now. Bill, we might see some relief sooner than later, right? Last time we talked to you, you said about a day more of this?
Yeah, this is a quick blast. 24 hours of this, and then we're going to be on the next topic, which pretty quickly is going to change to what's going to happen in the holiday upcoming weekend with a potential pretty large snowstorm. So let me first just talk about the immediate story, which is with the coldest day of the winter, and in some cases the coldest day we've had in 2 or 3 years, especially in the Northeast and northern New England, not so much in the northern plains. We're already starting to warm it up in St. Louis and Kansas City. Look at Kansas City, almost at 50 degrees. So this is a quick cold blast and then a quick recovery right behind it. So just bear with it for another 24 hours in New England, and then tomorrow it'll change. Then we're going to start talking about what's happening in the Pacific Northwest. Rain has already arrived. We're expecting very heavy rain, even at the high elevations. It's a pretty warm air mass, so the snow levels are extremely high. So you worry about the snowpack and then the heavy rain on top of it. You get avalanches, melting snow, river flooding. You get the idea. So flood watches are up in the mountainous areas of the Olympics and the Northern Cascades till Thursday morning. And some of the rainfall totals could be pretty epic in the Olympics, which is in between Olympia there and Forks. up to about 8 inches or so is possible of rain in the next couple of days. And the Cascades, which is just to the right there of Bellingham and Seattle, that area also could pick up maybe 4 to 6 inches of rain. So we'll have to wait and see how bad the flooding is from there. And as we mentioned, the middle of the country looks pretty good and quiet. But then we're going to go and watch that storm that's in the Pacific Northwest. That is going to shift into the middle of the country. So let me show you 2 of our model solutions. This is one of the new ones that just came out. Ignore the snow amounts. We don't care about that right now. We're still 5 to 6 days away. That's going to change. But the storm track dips down through the plains, through the southeast, and then up the east coast. In January, this is, if you love snow in the northeast and interior sections of the east coast, if you love snow, this is the forecast path that you want. But it's not the only model. We have other models, like the European model, that take the storm much flatter through the southeast, then off the east coast, guys. So this is one of the stories we'll be watching. Of course, upcoming Martin Luther King holiday weekend. A lot of people have travel plans, and we have the potential for a pretty decent snow event from the middle of the country and then possibly through the east coast. As we say, details ahead.
You showed us the map for people who love snow. I'm waiting for the map for people who don't love snow.
Right.
Asking for a friend. All right, Bill Cairns, thank you so much.
All right.
President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris are on their way to Georgia now, a state critical in their 2020 victory. They'll make the push for federal voting rights legislation, which is stalled on Capitol Hill. The president expected to announce his support for a change in the filibuster rule to push the bill through the Senate. But will that be enough to win over the holdouts inside his own party? Joining us now are NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee and NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell. Carol, what more can we expect to hear from President Biden's remarks this afternoon?
Well, Aaron, we're told from the White House that the president's going to make a very forceful case for why the Senate needs to pass this legislation. He's going to outline why he believes it's important, particularly at this moment in time. He's going to refer to this as a turning point for our country. I'll read you a little bit of an excerpt from an excerpt the White House released of his speech. He'll go on to say, "I will defend your right to vote and our democracy against all enemies, foreign and domestic." And so the question is, where will the institution of the United States Senate stand? And frankly, that is the question. He needs to know where his Democrats in the Senate are going to come out on this issue. And right now, when he comes out and says he will support a change to the filibuster to allow for voting rights legislation to pass, he doesn't know and currently doesn't have the votes to make that happen within his own party. So the president is really taking a bit of a risk here. He said before that he supports a change to the filibuster to allow for voting rights legislation to pass. But now he's saying that he's not only believes that, but he's going to put his time and his political capital on the line to try to make that happen.
At the same time, Carol, there's been some criticism from outside groups that this is more talk and not more action from the president. How is the president and the administration pushing back against that sort of messaging?
Look, they're saying that this is the beginning of a push by the president to try to get this done and that he's serious about it. And the president, obviously this is a risk. He's taking a political risk here because the votes currently aren't there. And the president was asked about that by our own Kelly O'Donnell today. Take a listen to what he said about that.
I risk not saying what I believe. That's what I risk. This is one of those defining moments. It really is. People are going to be judged. Where were they before and where were they after the vote? History's going to judge it. It's that consequential. And so the risk is making sure people understand just how important this is.
So the president is doing this, obviously, amid a bunch of pressure from the Democratic base. I think the question after this is all said and done is whether the fight for this alone will be enough if he indeed does not get this through.
And so, Leanne, to you at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue there, how likely is a change in the filibuster rules to win some favor from these Senate holdouts, and when can we expect a vote on the legislation?
It's going to be really difficult, Aaron. Those discussions among Democrats are ongoing. They had another meeting just last night, including these moderate Democrats who are trying to figure out a path forward. But the reality is, even if they can come to some sort of agreement on making some changes to Senate rules, it doesn't look like those changes would be enough to pass this legislation with a 50-vote threshold. That's because Senator Joe Manchin today came out and said that he doesn't want to get rid of the 60 vote threshold to pass legislation. And he also doesn't want to make any changes, especially big changes to Senate rules with just Democrats. That's something that's called the nuclear option up here. Any rule changes he wants to be done on a bipartisan basis. And Senator Manchin's not the only one. Senator Kyrsten Sinema has said the same. She wants a debate on the Senate floor about these rules changes. She wants a 60 vote threshold. She could get a debate on the Senate floor soon, though. Senator Schumer has said that will definitely happen if Republicans once again block voting rights legislation. As far as the timing is concerned, Schumer has repeatedly said that he expects the vote on the legislation again in that debate to happen on or before Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And of course, that is Monday, so they don't have a lot of time, Aaron.
All right, Leanne Caldwell, Carol Lee in Washington for us today. Ladies, thank you. And the president and vice president are set to deliver remarks in Atlanta just before 4 p.m. Eastern. We will bring you an NBC News special report live right here on NBC News Now.
It is one of the most infamous stock shorts in history.
Ahead, why the fallout over the GameStop spike still isn't over a year later.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast.
The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect.
The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast.
The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
On the money this hour, the IRS is warning of a frustrating tax season this year. Treasury Department officials say processing returns will take longer, phone calls will go unanswered, and customer service will be worse. Well, it's a really bleak outlook there. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now. Why is the IRS saying it's going to be so bad this year, Dom?
So, Vicki, it's already a busy time of year anyway, but given the fact that we've seen all these workplace disruptions due to COVID, America's tax collecting body does have some tips to kind of help things go smoothly, as well as possible anyway. The biggest one is for those who can file online to do their tax returns and file them electronically and select direct deposit for their refund or a direct debit from their checking account if they owe taxes. As always, it's always easier to process returns if they're done correctly, so take a little time to be as accurate as possible before you submit those returns. And many online resources and questions can be answered, I guess, is if you kind of register for an account at IRS.com. The agency did also warn that there are currently no plans to extend that filing deadline past April 18th. And Vicki, you can, by the way, start filing those returns as early as January 24th. So for those real heavy early movers, you can kind of get it done in the next couple of weeks here.
Hey, listen, if you file earlier and you are due a refund, then it comes earlier. So there is some, good news for people who are early birds. Dom, talk about this CNBC study. You looked at the financial health of the average American family and found, not surprisingly, they're falling deeper into debt as inflation rises. Walk us through that study.
So prices keep rising. Like you said, paychecks aren't keeping up with them. That's the problem in a nutshell. This is according to data from the Census Bureau and Labor Department. Over the past couple of years, the cost of living has risen roughly 7%, at the same time that the median incomes have fallen by roughly 3%. So when there are those gaps between income and spending, oftentimes folks turn towards borrowing money to bridge that gap. They're borrowing more and more. The average U.S. household debt load is now over $155,000, which is more than 6% higher than last year. That includes money owed to things like credit cards, mortgages, and everything else. So here's the silver lining. Wages are expected to increase in the coming months, so maybe there's some relief, guys, on the horizon.
Yeah, I read that. 3.9% was the number that I heard, so that is good news. All right, Dom, always good to see you. Thanks so much.
Well, it's been 1 year since one of the most infamous stock rallies in financial history. GameStop's stock became the focal point of a trading battle when retail investors using apps like Robinhood to trade and Reddit to communicate took on Wall Street powerhouses. The at-home traders short squeezed the stock. That means that happens when a security that is overly shorted rises quickly and unexpectedly. It costs big institutions billions of dollars. CNBC's reporter Leslie Picker joins us now. Leslie, the Reddit traders took on Melvin Capital. That's a major investment house, and they won here. How did they do it?
It's pretty remarkable when you think back to what happened last year. Essentially, this was a stock that had over 100% of its tradable securities held short. That in and of itself is really an anomaly. And what that meant is that just a small little trigger to send that stock higher could force hedge funds such as Melvin to cover their short positions, essentially buying them back at higher and higher and higher levels. And that causes this fury to the upside. And that is why you saw a huge spike in GameStop shares starting about a year ago, but really taking off toward the end of the month.
So, Leslie, GameStop's stock remains much higher today than it was before the squeeze. How did they sort of leverage their stock success to keep it where it is?
It's a good question, because at the beginning of all this, you'd speak to critics and they'd say, well, nothing's really changed here at the fundamental basis of the company. The stock is trading at this high valuation. What do we make of this? Well, GameStop has actually really been able to capitalize by issuing stock at these elevated price levels in order to raise capital to then fund their business. They announced, for example, last week, and I'm not sure how much of the cash that they've been able to raise from the elevated stock price plays a role here, but it certainly helped kind of their cause of transformation that they're going to be launching this NFT marketplace. It's kind of differentiating and diversifying their business a bit more in order to provide that kind of fundamental base case that the bulls have been championing for so long. So having more cash, not a bad thing. Being able to raise and sell fewer shares at higher prices is essentially what they've been able to accomplish.
All right, Leslie Picker from CNBC for us today. Leslie, thank you.
All right, well, the FAA momentarily halted all flights on the West Coast just around the same time North Korea launched a new missile.
Coming up, a look at the disruption that impacted thousands of passengers overnight.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect.
The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruzes. See? Power.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, an ocean rescue off the coast of Florida. Miami-Dade emergency responders rescued well over 100 Haitian migrants from an overloaded sailboat off the coast of Key Largo yesterday. 20 of the passengers required medical attention and 4 were taken to a nearby hospital. The Border Patrol says that all the migrants will individually get a chance to seek residency in the U.S. A major fire tore through an apartment building in Malden, Massachusetts. Dozens of firefighters responded to the fire at a laundromat in the building. Freezing temperatures and icy conditions made it even more challenging to fight. Fortunately, everyone got out safely. And the New York Yankees organization making history with the first female manager in minor league baseball history. 34-year-old Rachel Balkovich will be the new manager of the Tampa Tarpons. That's the Yankees' low-A minor league team. She was previously a hitting coach for the Yankees organization, and before that, she worked as a minor league coach for the St. Louis Cardinals.
The body of a potential victim of an alleged serial killer has turned up in Virginia, and police are now hoping to find even more victims of the man you see on your screen here. They say he lured women on dating sites before he killed them and transported their bodies by shopping cart. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esemwa has more.
Police search for more victims of the alleged shopping cart serial killer, a man police believe transports the bodies of his victims in a shopping cart after killing them.
We received a tip, a critical tip, that our person of interest may be linked to another case where a woman was found deceased in a shopping cart in Washington, D.C.
That person of interest, Anthony Eugene Robinson, a 35-year-old D.C. resident already charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and 2 counts of concealing dead bodies. Robinson, arrested in November, is being held in Harrisonburg, Virginia. Police suspect Robinson is that serial killer.
He's called the shopping cart killer because after he inflicts trauma to his victims and kills them, he transports their bodies to their final resting place, literally in a shopping cart.
Robinson's alleged victims, Aline Beth Redmond, 54, and Tanita Laree Smith, 39, according to police, who also say the women's bodies were discovered in a commercial area of Harrisonburg. Now officials worry there could be more.
This is based on digital evidence that puts him in the same vicinity around the time of the victim's disappearance.
A 5th body found in Washington, D.C. in a shopping cart covered by a blanket. The Metropolitan Police Department is investigating that case. This is Fairfax County PD also suspect Robinson to be involved in the deaths of 2 other women, Stephanie Harrison, 48, and Cheyenne Brown, 29, possible 3rd and 4th victims. Their bodies found in a container in Alexandria, Virginia, near the Moon Inn Hotel, according to a police report. Nearby that container, a shopping cart.
It is believed that Robinson used the Plenty of Fish dating app to lure his victims.
Robinson met Brown on one of those platforms, according to police. Brown, pregnant and a mother of a 7-year-old, went missing in September. Her family and others now speaking out.
None of these families, my family, none of these families deserve to go through this. You know, not only, is my daughter gone, like he took the life of my unborn grandchild.
Robinson's attorney declined to comment on the charges, allegations, or, quote, pending matters, and he says no pleas have been filed yet. In a statement, the dating app Plenty of Fish said they are, quote, deeply saddened to hear of the victims in this horrific case and that they will fully cooperate with the investigation. As questions remain, police ask that any survivors or individuals with information on Robinson contact law enforcement immediately. At least 35 other regional law enforcement agencies have been contacted to determine if any other missing persons cases may be linked to the alleged shopping cart killer.
This case is not about shopping carts. It's about a serial killer who took the lives of innocent women.
Zinclair Samoa, NBC News.
For 40 years, real estate millionaire Robert Durst dodged justice. Authorities say he died of natural causes in California on Monday, serving a life sentence for the murder of his close friend. NBC's Erin McLaughlin has more.
He was the eccentric real estate heir turned convicted killer. Allegations he denied while testifying at his murder trial last year. The last time Robert Durst spoke in public.
Did you kill Susan Berman?
No.
Do you know who did?
No, I do not.
Durst has been tied to the deaths of 3 people. His close friend, Susan Berman, his wife, Kathy, who disappeared 40 years ago, and a former neighbor. Last September, he was convicted of the December 2000 execution-style killing of Susan Berman, and he died while waiting to be tried for the murder of his wife, Kathy. Prosecutors allege he killed Susan to cover up his involvement in Kathy's disappearance.
Was Kathy happy?
Kathy was ecstatic.
Were you happy?
I was ecstatic.
Were you in love?
We were both very much in love.
In 2003, Durst was also tried and later acquitted of the 2003 decapitation killing of his Texas neighbor.
Robert Durst, not guilty.
The mysteries surrounding the killings, the subject of the 2015 HBO documentary, The Jinx. During the final episode of the docuseries, Durst was caught on a hot mic, allegedly after he was confronted with evidence tying him to the killings. Although media reports later revealed the comments were presented out of order.
There it is. You're caught. What the hell did Rachel? Kill them all. Of course.
In a dramatic twist, Durst was arrested for Berman's murder hours before the episode aired. Durst appeared at his sentencing looking frail and sickly, later testing positive for COVID. Authorities say the 79-year-old died in jail on Monday of natural causes while serving a life sentence. For Robert Durst's alleged victims, the road to justice was long and winding, and in the eyes of many, far from over. Erin McLaughlin, NBC News.
Now to high-stakes security talks underway in Europe. Diplomats from the U.S. and Russia meeting in Geneva on Monday, deadlocked on Moscow's demand that Ukraine be blocked from ever joining NATO. The U.S. saying that's a non-starter. It's keeping tensions high amid concerns about a Russian invasion of Ukraine, though Russia claims no intention of doing that, despite tens of thousands of troops being staged at the border. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from London, where he's been tracking this story. Matt, sort of give us an idea of the state of play here. What are both sides saying about the talks and where things go from here?
Yeah, Aaron, I mean, it depends on how you're looking at it. I mean, you could have looked at this with great optimism and you'd be very disappointed by what happened in Geneva yesterday. So far, it looks like both sides, Russia and the U.S., are essentially where they started. No progress was really made. But if you have a more realistic, perhaps more pessimistic view of how diplomacy between great powers works, this might just meet your expectations, because really no side budged, no side gave way, but the demands were laid out and both countries talked. And actually, the Russian delegate, the main Russian negotiator, Ryabkov, the deputy foreign minister, he's concluded the meetings by saying that they were profound, that they were deep, that you know, there was recognition and appreciation on both sides. And at the same time, Russia said that they would not, or had no plans to invade Ukraine. That's not going to be taken all that seriously in Kiev, because of course the Russians have amassed about 100,000 troops on the Ukrainian border and have already in the recent past invaded Ukraine. So those sorts of assurances might not be taken so seriously, but this is a starting point, and there still is a lot of negotiating to go if this is going to be de-escalated anytime soon. Aaron?
Matt, I want to play a piece of sound here very quickly and then ask you a question on the other side. I think we have this.
On the central question on no expansion of NATO, my answer would be a flat and plain no, no progress. And this is one of the major problems before us. And I would say the rest depends to a great extent on what will happen further down the road on this, exactly on this issue.
So, Matt, I'm curious, you know, we sort of, like you indicated, have this sort of mixed signals coming out of Russia about Ukraine and what's going to happen there. How is Ukraine responding to all this?
I mean, Ukraine is worried, of course. They're the ones who have the most to lose. Russia has so much power over Ukraine, and Russia considers Ukraine, or at least Vladimir Putin and his allies consider Ukraine to be nothing less than a part of Russia, and they want it back. So these Russian troops could easily roll over into Ukraine, and there's no doubt that they would make a lot of military progress if they did so. Ukraine is quite weak, and that's why Ukraine is pursuing its own parallel talks. They're relying on the U.S. and on NATO, of which they're not a member, in order to negotiate with Russia and de-escalate the situation. But they're doing talks in parallel with what they call the Normandy Four. That's Russia, Ukraine, and two other countries, France and Germany. They're trying to essentially resolve the conflict within Ukraine, whereas the US and NATO and Russia are negotiating on a geostrategic level involving Russia's confrontation with greater Europe as a whole, and specifically that question that is so vexing for Moscow. Will Ukraine become part of NATO? That is exactly what, and you heard from the Deputy Foreign Minister, the main negotiator there. He also said, never, never, ever will Ukraine be a part of NATO. The US and its allies in Europe have said we won't guarantee that that's not going to happen. Aaron?
Right. Matt Bradley for us in London today. Matt, thank you.
Questions remain about what led to the FAA's grounding of all flights at West Coast airports for several minutes. That was yesterday, late Monday. North Korea, at that same time, launched what appeared to be a ballistic missile into its eastern sea. It's unclear whether there is a connection. NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello has the latest.
Good day. The FAA is not commenting on this ground stop or what caused it. It does appear, though, to have some connection to that North Korean missile launch. It only lasted 5 to 7 minutes, only affected airports on the West Coast. That meant airplanes could not take off, and some planes were told they had to land. It happened late Monday. North Korea launched what appeared to be a ballistic missile into its eastern sea, the rogue nation's second missile launch in less than a week. About that same time, air traffic controllers at some U.S. airports in the western U.S. heard ordering ground stops. This was air traffic control at California's Burbank Airport.
Zero Mike Echo, I need you to go ahead and land at Van Nuys at this time. Some sort of national security threat's going on, and we are not allowing aircraft to just maneuver in the area at the moment. Are you able to land Van Nuys?
The highly unusual and coordinated ground stop lasted for about 7 minutes. So far, no reason given. Under an FAA ground stop, flights scheduled to land at an airport are forced to stay at their departure airports. No takeoffs. They can be related to weather, equipment, or extreme events. Air traffic controllers at San Diego Airport.
Weather is the same. We are ground stop.
What's the ground stop for?
We don't know. We are trying to find out. It is everybody nationwide.
Interesting.
South Korea and Japan confirming North Korea launched a missile early Tuesday morning their time. But it's not clear how far the missile flew or where it landed, or if any U.S. planes were ever in any jeopardy. Again, the FAA not commenting on this really short ground stop affecting West Coast traffic only. Keep in mind, the most historic ground stop ever was on 9/11 when the FAA ordered every plane in the air to land, every plane on the ground to stay on the ground. This was not that. This was an isolated ground stop really affecting a very small number of planes out on the West Coast. I'm Tom Costello at Reagan Airport. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. Novak Djokovic says he plans on staying and competing in Australia despite the controversy surrounding his vaccination status.
The world's #1 tennis player was released from an immigration detention just yesterday after a judge stepped in. But as Sky News reporter Nicole Johnston explains, this saga may not be over yet.
Has really changed. Initially, when Novak Djokovic appeared to be entering the country without being double vaccinated, there was a great deal of anger. People here had experienced long lockdowns, especially in Melbourne, where they had more than 260 days under lockdown, so people weren't happy about it. The federal government certainly felt that, and it appeared that one of the reasons perhaps that they cracked down so hard at the borders was because they saw that there was no political capital in allowing Novak Djokovic into the country. But since all of this escalated and he ended up in a hotel immigration detention centre, many people became fed up with that response from the federal government. They thought that was a step too far and he should be freed. So that's the situation that we've seen publicly. But also this has turned into a real political hot potato for the Australian government internationally. Now, Serbia's Prime Minister Ana Brnabić requested a phone call with the Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison. That has happened. He attempted to reassure her that there was no real policy of discrimination at the borders in Australia. But this situation still isn't over. We need to wait to hear what the federal government's next move will be, whether the Immigration Minister, Alex Hawke, will use his ministerial powers to cancel that visa. And the other thing that is happening in the middle of all of this is the fact that Australia has had a big shortage of COVID rapid tests. COVID-19 infections have been skyrocketing. So there was also a sense among many people that perhaps the government initially tried to use their tough border approach as a distraction from all of the other problems that are going on in Australia right now.
Russian-led troops set to leave Kazakhstan and a prehistoric discovery in the UK. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Kazakhstan, where its president announced that Russian-led troops will begin leaving the country in 2 days. Russia sent more than 2,000 troops to Kazakhstan to quell unrest after violent protests last week. Now, Kazakh authorities say order has been restored. Almost 10,000 protesters have been detained, and more than 160 people were killed in scuffles between demonstrators and police. Belgium, where European Union scientists published a report declaring 2021 the 5th hottest year on record. 2020 and 2016 were among the years hotter than 2021, but last year broke the records for both methane and CO2 emissions. Climate change exacerbated extreme weather events in 2021, from flooding in Sudan to raging wildfires in Greece. And the United Kingdom, where the fossilized remains of an ichthyosaurus have been discovered in England. Ichthyosauruses are large marine reptiles. They're kind of shaped like dolphins, but they grew up to 82 feet in length. Known as the Dragon of the Sea, the fossil is thought to be 180 million years old. And that's the world now. Well, Team USA is finalizing its lineup in one of the Olympics' most watched sports, figure skating.
Oh, yes. Excited for that. Ahead, a first look at what we can expect from some of these athletes at next month's Winter Games.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank, back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
We are just weeks away from the start of the Beijing Olympics, and when it comes to COVID, the Chinese government is taking no chances. The town of Tianjin, located just 70 miles from Beijing, is under partial lockdown now because of Omicron. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has a closer look at the extreme measures being taken, with time very much of the essence.
Millions more people across China have been ordered into lockdown, with the first cases of the Omicron variant emerging here and the Winter Olympics just weeks away. All 14 million people in Tianjin being tested for the coronavirus. The city in partial lockdown after the first local cases of the Omicron variant were found here. 75,000 people quarantined. The worry that it'll get worse.
Because of the transmissibility of it. So, yeah, I do think people are alarmed and anxious, all hoping for that negative test result.
The cluster in Tianjin is small compared to most cities in the world, but it's only 70 miles from Beijing, which is now on high alert with less than a month before the Winter Olympics. With COVID concerns running high here, Olympics venues in all areas around them have been completely sealed off. It's China's biggest COVID crisis since the first outbreak in Wuhan. In the city of Xi'an, millions have been confined to their homes because of 1,900 cases. They're locked down, relying on food drops and pleading online for help. Some unable to access medical care, including a pregnant woman who had a miscarriage outside a hospital because she didn't have a COVID test to get in, igniting anger on social media here about the human cost of China's zero-tolerance policy.
In the coming months, it will be crucial, that for China in terms of the effectiveness of this strategy.
For Beijing's Olympics, thousands of athletes and officials will go directly into a tightly enforced bubble.
If they can pull it off, it'll be an amazing Olympics.
But with the variant already spreading quickly in other countries, there is a race here to contain it before the games begin. China's zero-tolerance approach to COVID means there are travel bans, checkpoints, and closures of schools, restaurants, shopping malls in these cities that are affected. In Hong Kong, they're stepping up restrictions too, banning transit passengers from over 150 places unless they're traveling for the Olympics. Now, Games organizers here say that the city will not be shut down entirely, but the feeling here is that there are going to be tougher restrictions to come.
Meanwhile, Team USA is getting set for the games and has just finalized the lineup for one of the most watched sports.
It's a good one. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss takes us to the ice.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2022 U.S. Olympic figure skating team.
It's a really cool opportunity to get to show the world, what you love to do.
They will jump, they will twist, and they will most certainly dazzle.
When it comes to competition, it's kind of like, hey, just go for it, you know?
Nathan Chen took flight to Elton John's Rocket Man, winning the national championship and capping a nearly flawless stretch of skating since Pyeongchang. On the women's side, 16-year-old Alyssa Liu had to pull out because of a positive COVID test, but she was still named to the Olympic team.
It's seriously a dream come true, and I'm so happy.
Winning nationals this year, 25-year-old Mariah Bell, making her the oldest U.S. champion in 95 years.
Something that I've been working for a really long time, and it's really amazing.
COVID has been tough on these athletes. At one point, Vincent Joe had to skate on a makeshift rink.
Somebody had like a barn in their backyard with a sheet of ice on it.
And the virus is likely to be a challenge in Beijing. But for now, they're just happy to have their tickets punched.
It's our time to shine and just have fun.
Watching them do it will be thrilling. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
A very dynamic team. I'm looking forward to watching them.
And it's almost like with the Winter Olympics, the number of people who sort of fly, it's pretty amazing to watch across a lot of sports.
Yeah, totally. Looking forward to it.
Well, the University of Georgia's 41-year wait is over.
Ahead, a look at the Bulldogs' historic national championship win over Bama's Crimson Tide.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
So if you listen closely, you might still be able to hear the faint cheers all the way from Georgia. The Bulldogs celebrating a historic National College Football Championship.
Oh, yeah. Is that what that sound was?
That's the sound, yeah.
Okay. The University of Georgia took down their rivals, Alabama's Crimson Tide, 33-18. It was a bit of sweet revenge for Georgia, which lost to Alabama in an embarrassing playoff game just last month. Here's NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky.
Well, one thing is for certain today, and that is that fans are going to be celebrating from Indianapolis all the way down to Georgia. The Bulldogs winning their first national championship in about 40 years. And to make it even sweeter, it came against a team that has had their number for years.
Georgia is going to conquer the Crimson Tide.
This morning, a college football comeback for the ages. The University of Georgia snapping a 41-year championship drought. dethroning college football royalty to do it, to earn their crown. The Bulldogs beating the Alabama Crimson Tide 33-18 Monday night in Indianapolis, winning its first title since 1980, when Herschel Walker was the team's star running back.
Georgia on the mountaintop. Demons be gone, and the drought is over. National champions at long last.
The Bulldogs coach Kirby Smart finally besting his old boss and mentor, Alabama's legendary Nick Saban, to earn his first national championship.
I hope it doesn't take that long again. Go Dogs.
Georgia's quarterback Stetson Bennett, a former walk-on, shaking off a fumble before throwing 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns.
I wasn't going to be the reason we lost tonight.
Bennett, who dreamed of playing for Georgia, weeping on the sidelines after his team sealed the game with a Keely Ringo interception.
40-yard touchdown to finish it.
Fans back home in Georgia celebrating the sweet victory.
And as Bulldog Nation celebrates their national title, head coach Kirby Smart can add one interesting statistic to his resume. Entering last night's game, whenever Nick Saban played a former assistant, his record was 25-1. However, today, it's 25-2. We'll send it back to you.
Go Dogs.
There you go, right?
Well, thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Pushing pause. New York's governor putting elective surgeries on hold at 40 hospitals. COVID cases crushing records. And she's not the only one. What it means for patients. The big chill blowing into the Midwest and Northeast. It's not just cold, it is dangerously cold. So how low will it go and how long will it last? And a make or break moment. President Biden giving a critical speech pressuring lawmakers to act on voting rights. Will it break the congressional logjam? In New York, the state's ordered dozens of hospitals to stop elective surgeries for now. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is outside one of those hospitals in Oneonta, New York. Ellison, New York reporting more than 73,000 new daily COVID cases. Hospitalizations up more than 100%, according to the New York Times. Governor Kathy Hochul shutting down elective surgeries at 40 New York hospitals, saying in a briefing today she'll reassess the situation in 2 weeks. So what are doctors there dealing with?
Hey, Allison, yeah, this is one of those 40 hospitals ordered to stop non-essential elective surgeries for at least 2 weeks because at least 90% of their beds are full. Obviously, the big thing when it comes to capacity and beds is not just do you have physical space available, but do you have the healthcare staff necessary to treat patients in those beds? And what we're hearing from these hospitals, all of them outside of New York City, most of them smaller, more rural hospitals, is that they simply do not have enough staff right now. And there are a number of factors, they say, at play here. Listen to what one doctor told us.
The nation's top COVID vaccine providers are working on a 4th shot. The CEOs for Moderna and Pfizer say a second booster, this one aimed at Omicron, could be rolled out in the next few months.
This vaccine will be ready in March. I don't know if we will need it. I don't know if and how it will be used, but we'll be ready.
With our nation already averaging nearly 700,000 new infections.
All right, Ellison, sorry about that. I think we queued up the wrong thing there. Let me just ask control, can we get the right sound for Ellison there, or should we move it along? All right, Ellison, sit tight. The right sound is coming. Here it is.
It's really been an all-encompassing staffing shortages on many fronts, including nursing techs, health professionals, but also the support staff from all the way to housekeeping, food services, things like that. Things that we really didn't anticipate at all with this pandemic. You anticipate the disease, the people getting sick, but I think this second wave has shown us that there are many unanticipated things that have happened that have resulted in us needing to halt truly elective surgeries.
So really you have a few factors at play here when it comes to staffing issues. On the one hand, there are more staff, more healthcare workers who are out because they themselves have tested positive for COVID-19. Then there has also been a lot of staffers who have either retired early or left the healthcare industry entirely because they were burnt out. The stress and the demands of the job got to be too much. And then one other factor impacting things here is right now you really have kind of two different COVID groups, which is unique when you look at previous waves with, say, the Delta variant. Right now in hospitals, they are seeing patients needing to be admitted solely because of COVID-19 and needing higher levels of care. That group of patients, the majority of them are unvaccinated, but then they're also seeing more patients being admitted for other things and then finding out in the process that they themselves have COVID-19. And while they might not be symptomatic or need high levels of care because of the virus, it impacts the way the hospital handles them. They have to be isolated, kept away from other patients so that the virus doesn't spread throughout the hospital. And that poses additional staffing challenges and stretches what is an already thin staff even thinner. Allison.
So, Ellison, let's talk a little bit more about what's going on here. I mean, elective surgeries, right? But they don't always feel elective when you're the person who needs that surgery. So what kinds of procedures, what kinds of surgeries are hospitals rescheduling right now?
Yeah, I mean, elective surgeries are often important surgeries, right? And clinicians, they have a lot of leeway at times in determining what's elective and what's not. But sometimes when we're talking about elective surgeries, they can be things that are truly elective, things like LASIK eye surgery or weight loss surgery. But then they can also be things like a hip replacement, a knee replacement, or even some cancer screenings. And those are oftentimes very important to people, and delays are not only frustrating, but sometimes can be risky. Allison?
Ellison, where else is this happening? I know New York is not alone in this. Where else are we seeing these kinds of changes?
Yeah, so there are some other states where hospitals, individual hospitals or individual hospital systems have decided to move forward with similar plans, similar pauses in terms of elective surgeries. In places like Florida, Illinois, you see some of them on your screen there, Massachusetts, Florida, Virginia's one as well. We've also heard of some in Pennsylvania. New York is a state where it's not something that hospitals or systems are electing to do. It's something that comes from the governor, an executive order that she put in effect, anticipating a potential surge of COVID in the winter. So for the hospitals here, it's mandatory, but we're seeing hospitals in other states decide that they need to pause things as well because they are dealing with similar issues. Allison?
All right. Ellison Barber and Oneonta, thank you so much. The U.S. reporting more than 1.3 million new COVID cases in just one day. That shatters a global record. The number of people hospitalized also hitting an all-time high. Meanwhile, NBC News correspondent Miguel Almaguer reports a fourth vaccine is now in the works.
The nation's top COVID vaccine providers are working on a fourth shot. The CEOs for Moderna and Pfizer say a second booster, this one aimed at Omicron, could be rolled out in the next few months.
This vaccine will be ready in March. I don't know if we will need it. I don't know if and how it will be used, but we'll be ready.
With our nation already averaging nearly 700,000 new infections every day, most of those hospitalized are unvaccinated. And with COVID deaths rising in places where Omicron first hit, doctors fear a rise in fatalities similar to last year may soon be coming. Now officials in Sonoma County, California, are advising residents to stay home for the next 30 days, moving quickly to ban large gatherings here in Wine Country that would impact weddings and conferences with limited exceptions. Meanwhile, child hospitalizations are up 133%. Cassandra Castillo's 6-month-old son Francisco is one of almost 4.5 million kids who've tested positive for the virus. He's been taken to the hospital 3 times.
My biggest concern is him being able to breathe. He sounds like he's struggling to breathe, and it's terrible to hear that.
Amid a push to get kids back into the classroom, students in Chicago will return to campus Wednesday after teachers reached a new agreement with the district over safety concerns. In Los Angeles, after a rush to get more than 500,000 students tested, the nation's second largest district is back today, just as COVID cases here surge to record levels.
I have mixed emotions about it, really.
This just the latest reopening as the nation tries to ride out a tidal wave of infections.
All right, let's bring in Dr. Scott Hadland. He's the chief of adolescent medicine at Mass General Hospital for Children in Boston. Dr. Hadland, thanks for being here. We just said it, the U.S. setting another daily COVID case record. There's an alarming number of kids in the hospital right now. The 7-day average now more than 4,600 kids a day. That's up 128% in the last 2 weeks, as you can see there. Tell us what's going on at your hospital. What are you seeing with the kids there?
Well, we're saying the same thing, that hospitalizations are really skyrocketing. And this is happening not just in our hospital, but happening across Boston and Massachusetts and lots of other places in the country. I'll tell you one thing that we're not seeing, and that is that we are not seeing kids who are vaccinated getting ill and getting hospitalized. And so that really points to all of us as to what the primary intervention here really needs to be, that we need to do everything we can to get kids 5 and up vaccinated so that we can help protect them and protect our loved ones and communities.
Dr. Hadland, starting on Saturday, President Biden will require that private health providers pay for at-home COVID tests. How do you think this will help? And what are you hearing from families about testing? I mean, it's great to have the costs covered, but only if you can get your hands on a test.
Well, I head up an outpatient clinic, and we're getting a lot of phone calls about testing. In fact, I think that's probably the single #1 thing that we get phone calls about is, how do I locate a test? Where do I get one? And unfortunately, they're really tough to come by, not just in a healthcare rich place like Boston, but all across the country. People are struggling to find these tests. And so I'm very encouraged by President Biden's assurance that we will get these tests reimbursed. But we really do need to see that these tests become available to people, not just so that they have the resources now to pay for them, but actually to be able to access them, find them in pharmacies. You know, these tests are really critical for helping families understand when they can go back to school, when they can go back to work, because these rapid antigen tests in particular are a measure of infectivity. And if you've got a negative test, well, that can help to reassure that you're probably safe to return if you've isolated for enough time after you've been ill.
Dr. Hadland, health experts are telling us we need to upgrade our masks. Every doctor that I've had on this show has said ditch the cloth masks. We should be using things like KN95s. But the CDC has not changed or upgraded its guidance. What would you like to hear from them on masking?
Well, I agree. I think that there are, these data are changing every day, and we've got now a lot of evidence that suggests that cloth masks are not providing the level of protection that we would like. And so I really would encourage families to consider using at least surgical masks for themselves and for their kids. And to the extent that you're able to use an N95 or higher filtration mask, I think that that's going to be really beneficial at helping prevent transmission as well. And so I'd like to see these changes made by the CDC, but for now, that doesn't stop us from taking these own changes into our own lives.
Dr. Hadland, Omicron-specific vaccines could be ready by March. Is this too little, too late? We keep hearing Omicron may have subsided by then. And how else would you like to see us adapt to not only prevent, but also to react as quickly as possible to new variants?
Well, I'm actually very encouraged to hear that vaccine manufacturers like Moderna are working really hard on this, because one thing that we know about this pandemic is that even though it takes a little bit of time to develop these vaccines, they are enormously beneficial. As an example, there was a recent analysis by the Commonwealth Fund, and what they found is that leading up to November of last year, vaccines prevented more than 1 million deaths across this country and probably prevented more than 10 million hospitalizations. And so vaccines have been enormously beneficial. And so even when the vaccine comes a little bit later than we would ideally like, they still offer protection. And that's the case right now in the Omicron wave. Although the vaccines that we have right now don't offer us perfect protection against infection, they are keeping kids and adults out of hospitals and keeping them from getting severely ill and dying. And so they remain a critical intervention.
All right, Dr. Hadland, we know you're incredibly busy there at the hospital. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us and share your medical expertise. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
COVID dimming the lights on the Great White Way in 2022. Broadway had bounced back to standing ovations last September, but now Omicron is shuttering some of New York City's top shows. Here's NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer.
The almost wildfire-like spread of Omicron threw a wrench into the holiday peak that Broadway has grown accustomed to. 4 productions shuttered their doors early. The play, Thoughts of a Colored Man, and the musicals, Jagged Little Pill, Ain't Too Proud, and Waitress. For many in the Broadway community, it felt eerily similar to the 2020 shutdown.
I think all of us have emotional impacts of that shutdown that we have probably not fully dealt with, myself included, by the way. So it's almost like having PTSD.
Broadway's initial closure nearly 2 years ago sent shockwaves throughout the entertainment industry and New York City.
We were planning for a 2-week to a month shutdown, and even that was tragic. When it became obvious that there was going to be a longer shutdown, it became almost crisis.
But hope returned in the summer of 2021. Thanks to rigorous health and safety protocols in September, Broadway was back.
You can't overstate what 18 months without Broadway is like for people that love Broadway, but certainly for the people that work on Broadway as well. So I think everyone is really happy about that. But of course, there's anxiety with Omicron and COVID in general.
That anxiety was well-founded. According to the Broadway League, revenues the week before Christmas fell 26%, dropping from $30.5 million to $22.5 million in a single week. Audience numbers also plummeted by more than 60,000 people.
When we got the announcement that we were closing, we got it over a Zoom meeting. And usually when you get a closing announcement, it's backstage, a producer calls a meeting, everyone knows what it's about.
Joshua Henry has been on and off Broadway since 2008, most recently playing Dr. Pomatter in Waitress after the reopening.
I've been really blessed to close a lot of shows under circumstances that are not COVID related. So this one hurt.
The abruptness of Waitress closing early shows just how unpredictable the pandemic has become.
I think every time anybody tries to think of what's coming next, COVID is like, LOL, best of luck figuring this out, because anything could change in any 24-hour period.
I mean, we were being tested every day, antigen and PCR tested, and I'm still kind of wrapping my mind around it.
But the curtain has not come down on Broadway like it did in 2020. In fact, as of January 7th, 27 out of the 28 shows open on Broadway were performing. A full stop of productions has not been considered.
I just want to make it real clear, Broadway is open and we have no intentions of shutting down. None. We have 17 shows that have not opened yet that are coming this spring, and to date they are all planning to come.
The ability to stay open is a testament to the protocols in place, with the league following the advice of 3 different epidemiologists.
One of which actually works directly with us, and we coordinate with the unions the protocols to ensure that the cast, the crew, and that the audience is safe.
Science and vaccines have also changed the morale and atmosphere on Broadway over these closures.
I just try to remember that the world of today with vaccines is a very different world than March 2020.
For Joshua Henry, this break off the stage gives him time to work on his music, spend time with his 3 kids and wife, and admire the fortitude of theater in New York City.
I'm happy that there are shows that are open right now, and I mean, that's just a testament to, like you said, Broadway's resilience.
An Arctic front bringing bitter cold and dangerous wind chills to the eastern half of the country. So when will it ever warm up again? Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us next.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. GolfNow app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go to NBC News digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Maya, what's happening?
Hey, Allison, we start in Maryland, where a patient is recovering after the first successful transplant of a pig heart to a human body. Doctors say this breakthrough surgery could help people on the transplant wait list. Personalized smart guns may soon be coming to the U.S. These are weapons that can only be fired by verified users. Two companies are hoping to start selling them commercially this year, but regulation concerns have caused delays. Bank of America is announcing it's reducing overdraft fees. Starting in May, they'll drop from $35 to $10. The bank also says it will stop charging bounce check fees. The U.S. is announcing it will give more than $308 million in humanitarian aid to struggling Afghans. Many people there are facing economic collapse and are struggling under the Taliban government. And a federal judge ruling Gruyere cheese can still be called Gruyere, even if it's made outside the Swiss region. A group of cheesemakers sued for trademark protections over the name, but they lost their case. Allison, back to you.
Oh, Gruyere, one of my favorites, Maya. Thank you. Baby, it is cold outside. Really, really cold outside. Arctic air sweeping across the Midwest and the Northeast this week. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here. Michelle, it is just bitter here in New York City. How long is this deep freeze going to last? Asking for a friend.
Asking for everybody, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is so cold. This is the time of year where I consider that move to Florida. Like, 40 plus years every year. I'm like, this is when I'm going. It's going to be the year. But it is so cold. We are all below freezing in most spots. Some spots feeling 20 degrees below zero. So it's going to be a quick hit, and then we rebound tomorrow and also Thursday, and then it's another shot of cold air over the weekend. So here's a look at the advisories. We do have a wind chill advisory in parts of northern Maine, and that's where it's going to feel this afternoon 20 degrees below zero. So here's the setup. We have the jet stream that kind of pulled to the south. That's sort of like opening the door to let all this cold air in. So that cold air from North Pole, that makes it sound so sweet, but it's dangerously cold air coming from the Arctic Circle. And we're seeing sub-freezing temperatures in a lot of spots and the coldest temperatures since 2019. We didn't break a lot of records in a lot of spots, but still it's been 3 or 4 years since we've seen these temperatures. So right now it's 28 degrees in DC. It feels like 21. It's 9 degrees in Syracuse, and it feels like just 1. And then look at Caribou. It's 2 degrees below zero, but it feels like 15 below zero. And same in Boston. It's 13, but it feels like 2 below zero. So this is where you need to wear the layers, the hats, the gloves, keep that heat in, because we're going to be cold once again tonight. And we're going to wake up to the teens in many spots, even single digits, even below zero temperatures tomorrow morning. So Plattsburgh, New York, you're looking at a 4 below zero tomorrow morning, and it's going to feel like 12 below zero once you factor in those really cold northwesterly winds. It's going to feel like 19 in New York City. And we're going to look at 12 degrees is what it's going to feel like. So we're also looking at some winter weather in the Northwest. We have another atmospheric river that's sort of just that river in the sky, bringing all that wet weather to the Northwest. They've been wet all of December. Now into January, they had a little break, but we're mainly seeing rain with the system. And we could see up to 10 inches in some spots. Notice the blues, the pinks, and the highest elevations. We're seeing some snow as well, but really it's that the rain that we're seeing. So a flood threat there in effect through Thursday morning, where you see the green, Bellingham, Seattle, also Forks, you could see up to 10 inches of rain in the highest elevations. So this is set up here. Atmospheric river leads to increase in rainfall. That's what we're seeing already. Potential for localized floodings, also landslides. And then we're going to see that continuing through tomorrow as well. And then before I leave you, we need to tease a potential northeast storm over the weekend. We have, looking at some models, we're looking at the potential for snow on Saturday.
Ooh. Michelle, I've learned not to complain. I told my friend Andrew in Nova Scotia how cold it was in New York today, and then he told me about the temperatures there, and I shut up very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. I totally agree. He's like, that zip.
Yeah, he's like, we're in the negatives, zip the lip. Thanks, Michelle. We really appreciate you getting us through through all this cold. Thanks. Yes. President Biden in Georgia about to give a highly anticipated speech on voting rights. The president calling this a defining moment. Democrats and voting groups pressuring him to act now. We have team coverage from Atlanta with NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli and NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander. Mike, President Biden scheduled to speak about half an hour from now. A White House official saying he'll support changing Senate rules to pass a voting rights bill. What else will we hear from the president?
Well, what we're hearing right now, and I'm tempted to step aside and just let you see what you can hear, is the great marching band here. But it is a big deal what the president's going to be saying today. We know him as a longtime senator, somebody who has been an institutionalist, who has been a defender of the filibuster in the past. But what the White House is saying is that the president in his remarks today is going to open the door to some rules changes that would at least put the onus on those who would oppose legislation to actually come to the floor, use the time and speak, or just outright lower the voting threshold to allow bills like the voting rights bills that Democrats are championing to pass by a majority vote. So why is the president doing this today? There has been some doubt about his commitment to this issue. And the president's given a number of speeches this year on a number of issues. This is only the second major speech he's giving on voting rights. And so the president wants to dispel any doubt, especially among black voters who put him in office. We know the role they played in the primary and the general election. And here's just a taste of what the president's going to say based on what we learned from the White House ahead of time. He's going to call the next few days, when we expect Senator Schumer to bring this to the floor, a turning point in this nation. He says, will we choose democracy, not autocracy, light over shadow, justice over injustice? Biden will go on to say that I will defend your right to vote and our democracies against all enemies, foreign and domestic. We know that's an allusion to the oath of office that the president takes when he is sworn into office. And to talk about enemies, foreign and domestic, is a pretty powerful shot, but it's sort of in line of what we heard last week when the president also delivered that major speech on the anniversary of January 6th. The White House obviously drawing a connection between those two issues as part of a defining issue in an election year. Allison.
All right, Blaine, to you. First of all, it's wonderful to see you back from maternity leave. You're wasting no time getting right into it. You've been talking with voting rights groups in Georgia who say President Biden's visit is too little too late. What else are they telling you?
Allison, thank you so much. I'm so glad to be back with you guys. You know, certainly a lot going on here in Georgia, and you're absolutely right about those groups. You know, they say that for the president to come here today with, as they put it, anything short of a concrete plan to get those bills through Congress and onto his desk is essentially a photo op. They're slamming it as performative, saying that it's just an empty gesture. In fact, I talked with one top organizer, and she said that she is not planning on going to today's speech. She says that, you know, her concern essentially is twofold. She's she's calling this a race against the clock to get these bills passed because, as you know, this year, this midterm cycle is going to be Georgia's first statewide election since the Republican-led state legislature passed that controversial voting law last year. And so she says that she is concerned that the turnout that they saw back in 2020 is not going to be the same and is going to be impacted by that law unless there are some sort of federal guardrails, she says, in place. Here's a little bit more about what she told me looking ahead to the speech today. Take a look.
President Biden himself spent 36 years as a senator. He has built himself as a master statesman, one who knows the intricacies of that body and is able to negotiate. And with that, we are utterly befuddled that he has not been able to move Senators Manchin or Sinema to get them on board with these very important pieces of legislation.
So, Allison, that's Kendra Cotton. She's the COO of New Georgia Project. That's one of the groups, one of many groups that we really saw out here hitting the pavement in 2020, knocking on doors, sending text messages, making calls, doing whatever they could to register voters and to essentially spark that record turnout that we saw back in 2020. She says now she's concerned as we look ahead to these midterms that the impact could be twofold. She says that as they go back to those same voters and try and encourage them to come out for the midterms this year, that if this isn't passed, they're not going to have anything to point to. She says that there needs to be a return on that investment for voters in order to inspire them to come out again in 2022. Allison.
So, Mike, how is the White House countering that criticism? What are you hearing from them?
Well, it's interesting, Allison. This morning, the White House responded in some ways to the sort of boycott that we've seen of some of these groups by releasing a list of more than a dozen civil rights, voting rights group leaders who were going to be attending the president's speech. Looking in the audience, I've seen the Reverend Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, Mark Morial, the head of the National Urban League. So there is a representation here of some prominent voting rights activists who are just as interested in what the president's going to be saying as those critics are. But we also heard from the president this morning when he was asked about a conspicuous absence. Stacey Abrams, who of course is going to be the likely Democratic nominee for governor here in Georgia again. The president saying he had a warm, cordial conversation with her just this morning about the issue of voting rights, that they're on the same page on that issue, and that it was simply a scheduling conflict. So the White House really sort of downplaying the idea that there is pressure on the president from his base, or that he is going to be facing some stiff headwinds in the form of a boycott here, and emphasizing that Democrats really are mostly on the same page on this issue, and the president will fight for it.
David Thomas.
So, Blaine, as Mike just said there, Stacey Abrams won't be there today because of that scheduling conflict. What are you hearing from activists who are going to be there?
Well, Allison, very quickly, to Mike's point, we're hearing the same thing from Stacey Abrams' team, also blaming it on a scheduling conflict. In fact, I've been in touch with a spokesperson for Abrams, an aide to her, who declined to elaborate on that conflict and the absence today. But she has been tweeting. She's tweeted her support for the president, welcoming him back to the state, thanking him for being relentless in his fight for voting rights. And so certainly trying to make it clear that there's no bad blood or nothing else to essentially read into her absence today. Now, as for those who will be there, as Mike said, there is a good deal of support from certainly some of the civil rights leaders here in Atlanta. I think that's another important point to make when it comes to using Georgia as the backdrop and essentially the place for this conversation around voting rights. It's very intentional in the sense that Atlanta's the cradle of the civil rights movement. You know, before the speech at Morehouse College, of course, a historically black college here in Atlanta, he stopped by the King Memorial. He paid his tribute at Ebenezer Baptist Church, of course, the longtime pulpit of Dr. King. So certainly a nod from the administration to the historic nature, to the history of Atlanta, and the fact that one of the two bills is named for Congressman John Lewis, of course, a civil rights icon himself and the longtime representative for this district. Allison.
Guys, in my next life, I would like to be as important as Stacey Abrams, able to tell the president, sorry, scheduling conflict. Mike, Blaine, thank you both so much for your reporting today. And Mike, to you for the marching band. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Allison.
Another college admissions scandal brewing, this one around financial aid. Ken Delanian has the details next.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Columbia, Cornell, Yale, among 16 top-tier universities accused of ratcheting up prices for financial aid. A class action lawsuit against these schools, the ones you're about to see on your screen, alleging a financial aid conspiracy that overcharged more than 170,000 financial aid recipients hundreds of millions of dollars. NBC News correspondent Ken Delaney in here now. Ken, those 16 schools sued for illegally conspiring to eliminate competitive financial aid offers in a price-fixing scheme. Who filed the lawsuit, and what do they say happened here?
Hey, Allison. Well, the lead lawyer in the lawsuit is a former federal prosecutor who happened to be the lead prosecutor in that Varsity Blues scandal you may remember, where some famous parents actually went to prison for trying to bribe their children into some of these elite institutions. So this is a lawyer very experienced with going after elite colleges and universities. What they are alleging here is that this is a group of colleges and universities that profess to be need-blind in admissions, meaning they admitted anyone regardless of their ability to pay. And because of that, they got an antitrust exemption to essentially coordinate on financial aid awards, to basically come together and agree on what kind of award should go to what particular family at what income level. But what this lawsuit says is that some of these schools actually give preference to the children of major donors. So in fact, they're not need blind, and so they violated their antitrust provisions, their exemption. And so what the suit says is essentially they're running a price-fixing cartel here, where they are basically forestalling the ability of parents and students to shop around and compete for better financial aid awards and play one school off another. Now, in response, the schools essentially say that, you know, they're not really commenting on this lawsuit, but they say that this arrangement has worked well in the past. And I have to say that independent studies of this arrangement have not found that it caused any harm. The colleges say that it benefits very low-income students and minorities, Allison.
So, Ken, we know what this lawsuit alleges went wrong here. Could you just, to be very clear, walk us through how financial aid should actually work compared to what you just described?
Well, you know, there's a formula, as anybody who's gone through this knows, that goes beyond what these schools have agreed to, that basically says, you know, if you make this much money, and let's remember, these schools cost, some of them, $80,000 a year, so only very wealthy people are paying the sticker price. Usually they award some kind of financial aid to middle-class families. Now, these schools have gotten together and coordinated exactly what the award should be. So if you get into Yale and you get into Amherst, which are two schools on the list, the financial aid award should not be different because they've coordinated. And what the lawsuit says is that's illegal. That's a cartel, essentially. There should be competition. There should be differences in the financial aid awards that you can shop around. And these schools should not be getting together and coordinating. And this lawsuit, Allison, seeks monetary damages for some of these plaintiffs who are essentially graduates of many of these schools.
Ken, I know we have statements from some of these schools. What are they saying specifically in their defense?
Yes. For example, sorry, I don't have it in front of me anymore, but essentially they're saying that they're not commenting specifically on their practices, but they're saying they've not violated the law. They're confident their financial aid practices will withstand scrutiny. You know, they did get this specific exemption from Congress, and there is a GAO report from back in 2006 that looked at this arrangement and found nothing wrong with it, Allison. But here you have this very aggressive lawyer, former federal prosecutor, who says different, and we'll just have to see how this thing works its way through the courts.
Some very big names on that list. We'll see what happens. Ken, thank you so much.
You bet.
Donald Trump's lawyers back in court asking a federal judge to toss out lawsuits accusing the former president of conspiring to block the presidential vote count on January 6th. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams here now. So, Pete, the first lawsuit filed by House Democrats accuses Trump and Rudy Giuliani of mobilizing supporters and backing armed protest at their January 6th rally, quote, stoking the crowd's anger and urging them to take action to forcibly seize control of the process for counting and approving electoral college ballots. How is Team Trump responding?
Well, they say several things about these lawsuits. Now, there are 6 civil lawsuits so far that have been filed against President Trump. The one you just mentioned that was originally filed by Benny Thompson and now has 10 House Democrats on it. Another by Representative Eric Swalwell. Another by members of the Capitol Hill Police Department. And they all, the hearing in federal court yesterday was about 3 of them. So what the Trump lawyers say is, number one, the president didn't say anything that led to the riot. There's no evidence that he colluded with any of the rioters in advance to get them to storm the Capitol. Secondly, they say any comments that he made at the rally were protected free speech. Third, they say he is entitled to be absolutely immune from any civil lawsuits involving his official performance of his duties. And they say that by talking about things that are pending in Congress, the president has the right to do that, just as he has the right to talk about congressional consideration of any other legislation. So for all those reasons, they say his immunity, his First Amendment defense, the fact that there's no evidence here of collusion or conspiracy, the lawsuit should be tossed out. Now, that's a very high legal bar to meet. This is not the question about who's right or wrong. This is a question about whether the pleadings so far, the complaints so far, are legally sufficient to go on to have a trial. And so it's a very, very tough standard to meet. I didn't get any sense that Judge Amit Mehta, the U.S. District Court judge who had this hearing, is prepared immediately to toss them out, but he says he will rule promptly on this.
So, Pete, the judge did suggest that Trump may have gone too far and asked if a president would have immunity for any statement made to the American people, even if it had nothing to do with the president's duties. Anything else particular that he said that jumped out to you?
Right. You know, I think it's fair to say that he tested both sides on their arguments. On the one hand, he tested the Trump's lawyers, who basically said they couldn't conceive of almost anything that the president would say about anything that would cause him to be subject to civil liability. A lawyer for the House said, well, for example, the president can't say something, he can't incite people to treason. You could sue him for that. On the other hand, he pressed the House lawyers as well to say, well, you know, doesn't a president have pretty wide legal latitude to talk about political issues? So he didn't really tip his hand, the judge, about how he's going to rule, but I didn't see him saying that the evidence or that the legal arguments were particularly strong to toss the lawsuits at this point.
So, Pete, where does this go from here? Do we just sit and wait?
We do. We sit and wait while the judge decides whether to dismiss the cases. And if he says no, then they move on to the discovery phase. That's where the two sides have to share information about what they have, and then potentially a trial. I mean, it would be quite remarkable if there actually are trials in federal court, either in the lawsuit brought by House members. The one thing about them is that they have a relatively novel legal theory here. They're saying that there was a conspiracy to violate a civil rights statute that was passed to deal with the Ku Klux Klan, and that it makes it illegal, or you can sue, basically, not illegal, but you can sue for a conspiracy to deprive somebody of their civil rights. That will be a big bone of contention if this thing ever does go to trial.
All right, Pete Williams, thank you.
You bet.
Coming up, North Korea launching its second ballistic missile in a week. The threat it poses to America and its allies next.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing.
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
North Korea firing a ballistic missile that could be more advanced than the hypersonic one it launched last week. That's according to military officials in South Korea who detected the launch. Pyongyang looking to expand its weapons program while nuclear talks with the U.S. are stalled. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer has the latest.
For the second time in less than a week, North Korea has fired a suspected ballistic missile landing in the Sea of Japan. It traveled over 400 miles, according to South Korean officials, at an altitude as high as 42 miles. They say that it appears to be a more advanced weapon than the hypersonic missile North Korea claims it fired last week. Now, these tests are in violation of UN Security Council resolutions that ban North Korea from developing or testing ballistic missiles or nuclear devices. And it happened at the time when the UNSC was meeting in New York to discuss North Korea's testing pattern and what they see as a threat to international security. Now, experts say the variety of the tests from North Korea show a level of sophistication in developing delivery systems for warheads, including nuclear warheads. South Korean officials took the step of issuing a stronger than usual statement today, saying that they have the capability to, quote, detect and destroy these missiles from North Korea.
The FAA halting air traffic on the West Coast Monday night around the same time North Korea potentially carried out that ballistic missile launch. While there's no official link between the two events, air traffic controllers were heard ordering ground stops, which keep flights from taking off. Take a listen.
Zero Mike Echo, I need you to go ahead and land at Van Nuys at this time. Some sort of national security threat's going on, and we are not allowing aircraft to just maneuver in the area at the moment. Are you able to land Van Nuys?
Weather is the same. We are ground stop.
What's the ground stop for?
We don't know. We are trying to find out.
The FAA releasing a statement today saying, quote, as a matter of precaution, the FAA temporarily paused departures at some airports along the West Coast on Monday night. Full operations resumed in less than 15 minutes. The FAA regularly takes precautionary measures. We are reviewing the process around this ground stop, as we do after all such events. Will Nicolas Maduro's reign in Venezuela ever end? The power struggle there at a critical point. 3 years after Juan Guaido was declared acting president, support for the U.S.-backed opposition leader is losing steam. NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez shows us what this means for people in Venezuela who are living in extreme poverty.
In Venezuela, two men still call themselves the president, as they have for the last 3 years, but hope that the opposition party's Juan Guaido would overthrow the Socialist Party's Nicolás Maduro has dwindled dramatically. Concerns rising that the lack of a unified opposition is allowing the totalitarian leader to continue his power grab. In January of 2019, Guaido, the leader of the National Assembly at the time, declared himself Venezuela's acting president, according to the country's constitution, after the ruling Socialist Party's Nicolás Maduro won in presidential elections many say were rigged.
These were elections that were essentially run by the government.
At the time, nearly 60 countries, including the U.S., recognized Guaido and not Maduro as the rightful president.
These are just the first step on Venezuela's road to liberty.
But in the last couple of years, support for Guaido from inside and outside the country has waned.
There is widespread discontent with Juan Guaido. And, you know, the opposition has been fragmented enormously. One reason is that they haven't been able to topple Maduro. More importantly, Maduro just held elections for governors and municipalities, and he won.
Buen triunfo. Buena victoria.
A cause for concern among the opposition after Guaido has heavily relied on international support for years.
Para nosotros es fundamental esta alianza de defensores de la democracia.
But some fear Guaido's reliance on that international backing has given Maduro the ammunition to tighten his grip in the country.
El Guaidó, el títere este que pusieron al frente del grupo este de la Asamblea Nacional, es un títere. Yo diría que el primer semestre del año 2019 fue una época de gran ilusión para los venezolanos.
José Ignacio Hernández designed much of Juan Guaido's interim government structure and legal strategies. He has since quit his role with the opposition and is a university public policy professor.
Pero la comunidad internacional entendió que lamentablemente el cambio en Venezuela no era tan rápido, tan expedito como se quería, que el problema era más complejo, que había que avanzar con cautela. Y yo diría que el principal error, la principal debilidad de la oposición que la vimos en estos días es en los desencuentros internos y lo que yo he llamado el valle de la indecisión.
Venezuela is not going to get rid of Maduro by relying on external forces. The solution to Venezuela is, you know, should be, right, internal.
Meanwhile, a humanitarian crisis perpetuated by the Maduro regime rages on with no end in sight. 3 in 4 Venezuelans now living in extreme poverty. And violence, insecurity, a lack of food, medicine, and other shortages pushing over 6 million people to leave.
At the end of the day, the losers here continue to be the Venezuelan people.
That's the sad reality of it. The losers are the Venezuelans who have stayed at home and are weathering this crisis.
Coming up, if a fire broke out in your apartment building, would you know what to do? Vicki Nguyen has some life-saving tips next.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app,
Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
17 people died Sunday in a high-rise fire in the Bronx, a broken open door, part of the problem. So what should you do if a fire breaks out? NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicky Nguyen shows us some key things to do to get out alive.
Yeah, the thought alone is terrifying, being stuck in a fire, sometimes hundreds of feet above the ground. We know every second counts, but what are you supposed to do? Well, with the help of the New York Fire Department, we're about to show you the things that you should know and practice with your family to get out alive. The Bronx apartment fire, a tragic example of the deadly power of residential fires. The FDNY says a faulty door to the burning apartment stayed open, allowing smoke to spread.
The door, when it was fully open, stayed fully opened because it malfunctioned.
Investigators also looking at risks posed by an everyday appliance used by millions of Americans in the winter months.
We're certain that the fire started with a faulty electrical heater, portable heater.
A flawed space heater sparking a blaze. It's more common than you might think. The latest data show 81% of home heating fire deaths involve stationary or portable space heaters. So if you're using one, set it up safely.
And as the name suggests, give the heater some space. Keep it at least 3 feet away from anything flammable like this dog bed, and always plug it directly into the wall. Never a power strip.
Keep the space heater away from curtains, bedding, and upholstered furniture. Turn it off when you go to bed or leave the room. And only use space heaters with a tag from an approved testing lab. Also beware that electrical malfunctions, cooking, and unattended open flames are leading causes of residential fires too. So have a plan. At the New York City Fire Training Academy, the FDNY took us inside one of their drills.
Tell us what we're going to see today.
We prepared a scenario so we can demonstrate how fire and smoke travel throughout a high-rise building in the event of a fire.
The FDNY triggers this controlled fire to show you just how quickly flames can spread.
Fire will begin to consume the room, and if the door is not closed, we'll exit into the hallway with smoke and affect the rest of the building.
This is key. With the door to that room wide open, the flames intensify, shooting towards the open doorway. But watch what happens when the door is shut. A big difference. The flames are contained inside the room.
How come having the door closed makes such a big difference?
If that door is closed to confine the fire to that area, the rest of the building will remain habitable.
But in a high-rise fire, should you stay or should you try to evacuate? Fire experts say if the fire is in your room, exit, stay low, and go, using the stairs, not the elevator.
You want to stay low below the smoke because the smoke will rise.
But if the fire is not near you or in your room, grab a wet towel and cover the bottom of the door to block smoke. Then wait for instructions. It may sound counterintuitive, but fire experts say many high-rise buildings are equipped with building materials that are designed to limit the spread of fire. So if you're not close to the source of the flames, you may be safer waiting for the fire department.
We've had fires in these type of non-combustible high-rise multiple dwellings where the contents of the fire apartment was completely incinerated, but yet if you went to the adjoining apartment on either side, it didn't even look like there was a fire in the building.
Know the building you're in. Keep the doors closed in case of fire. And remember, sometimes it's best to stay put. Tips to help you get out alive. Now, it is important to note the FDNY cautions there isn't a one-size-fits-all solution. Every building, every home, building codes are all different. So it's really important to check those smoke detectors every month to make sure they're working, change out the batteries at least once a year, and practice the fire drill with your family. Go through the motions and identify a meeting point outside of your home as well to make sure everyone knows where to go.
All right, you know what that sound is? It's just about 4 o'clock. You're looking at the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. The Dow up, how about that? 185 points. We'll talk about today's big business stories and how they affect you coming up in this next hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Back to school. Students in Chicago going back to class tomorrow. The school district and the teachers union finally striking a deal. So what's in it and how long will it last? Will you have trouble getting your tax refunds this year? The new warning from the IRS and what you should do to get your money on time. Plus, the Dogs win. The University of Georgia celebrating its first college national football championship in more than 40 years. We start in Chicago, where the teachers are back at school, ending a standoff with the city over COVID safety protocol. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is here now. So Megan, talk to us. What's in this deal and that's sending kids back to school after 5 days?
Yeah, Allison, as you and I have been discussing over the last several days, the biggest thing for teachers has been safety. They wanted safety measures in place before going back into the classroom, and they believe that they've got what is comfortable enough for them. So what this deal includes is this metric system that will basically be able to quantify the amount of virus that's inside a school at any given time, and if it hits a certain amount, that would then trigger online learning. And so they agreed on a number there. Also, they wanted higher quality masks. So we know that KN95 masks will be available to anybody within the school that wants it, as well as testing and rapid testing. But at the end of the day, this is a compromise. Take a listen to both sides here.
It was not an agreement that had everything. It's not a perfect agreement, but it's something that we can hold our heads up about. Partly because it was so difficult to get.
I want to make sure that everybody knows that we are committed to the safety of our students. We're committed to the safety of our staff. We're going to work together. There's some really good things in this agreement. There's some really good things that are going to continue to strengthen and build on the procedures and on the safety protocols that we put in place.
Now, Allison, those teachers are back in class today. Students will return to the classroom tomorrow.
So, Megan, the teachers still have to vote on this agreement. When does that happen? And how would you describe the relationship between the teachers in the city right now? It's been a little hostile for the last few days.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It's been a bit hostile between the teachers and the mayor and the city. They've all said that the city doesn't care about the safety of teachers and of students. And that is the reason why they said that they have fought so hard over the last several days. And then, of course, you heard the mayor pushing back and saying that teachers are abandoning students and their families. So a lot of back and forth. Hopefully this deal brings them a bit closer together. But we know that teachers, some 2,500 members, or 25,000 rather, members of the teachers union are expected to vote sometime this week, Allison.
So what are you hearing from parents today? Relief that the kids are going back, concern that this could happen again? What's the general consensus?
You know, you actually hit the nail on the head. I talked to a mother of two kids who go to school in Chicago Public School, and it was all of that. You know, she's relieved that kids are going back to the classroom because she says there's just a lot of frustration among parents in her neighborhood because they've had to put things on pause. Some people couldn't go to work because they had to care for their kids. But the bigger issue of it all is that kids weren't learning. They weren't inside the classroom. And as you said, hope that this is it, that this does not happen again, and kids remain in the classroom through the end of the year, Allison.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald in a chilly Chicago, thank you so very much. In Los Angeles, the nation's second largest school district back in class today, in spite of hitting its highest ever COVID rates among staff and students. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in North Hollywood. Aaron, the school district required that everyone get tested to return today. How'd that go, and what was attendance like there?
Well, Allison, we're still waiting for attendance numbers for both teachers and kids from the LA Unified School District, but they did release the testing numbers, that baseline testing that you were just referring to, requiring every student, every teacher, every school employee to present a negative COVID test before being allowed into schools, such as the middle school behind me. Last night, they released those numbers. That baseline testing having identified some 65,000 COVID positive cases with a positivity rate of nearly 17% for students and nearly 15% for teachers. LA Unified School District spokesperson pointing out that those numbers are still better than LA County's overall positivity rate of 20%, yet it still has parents extremely concerned about the overall situation. I was speaking to one parent who was dropping her two middle school kids off this morning, and she was pointing out that she's really nervous about that testing because some of those kids, some of those teachers were tested 3 or 4 days ago. And just because you were COVID negative 3 or 4 days ago doesn't necessarily mean you're COVID negative today. She was extremely, extremely nervous. Take a listen.
Do you think it's safe for them to be in school at all?
Not right now, no.
And yet you're dropping them off?
Yes, I have to, because the online learning we would have had to sign up for weeks ago, and I didn't foresee this happening.
So you're really worried?
Yeah.
And this and other parents told me they were desperate to try and improve the masking situation for their kids before entering school. They were trying to go online, find N95s or an equivalent mask, but all of those masks, they said, were sold out. They back ordered them. They'll be getting those N95s, that parent was telling me, in 2 weeks' time. So they're extremely, as I said, concerned about this overall situation.
Aaron, besides testing, what else is the school doing to make sure that students and staff are safe? And what are you hearing from teachers about going back to class?
Yeah, well, district officials say they're implementing what they called a multi-layered approach. Vaccines are required for every school employee who works inside schools. They're also mandating masks for students, but also for teachers, mandating that teachers have better quality masks, surgical grade masks or higher. But all of that is small comfort to the teachers we've been talking to. They're nervous as well. We spoke to Joanne Yee. She's a high school teacher. She laid out some of her concerns with the precautions being taken. Take a listen.
I'm being asked to keep my window open and to have a fan on that is propped up on a cardboard box, and that is our ventilation system for a room of 36 students. And usually we are relying on students to self-manage, especially when they are outside during lunch unmasked eating.
And when we spoke to Yi last night, she still said she was weighing her options. She was going to wait overnight to decide whether or not she would turn up at her classroom today. We called her this morning. She said she was feeling sick. She was feeling symptomatic. She was going back to get yet another COVID test. She didn't feel safe going to school today. Allison.
Oh, Aaron, what a situation there. Any sense of how long these COVID protocols, and some of them, I understand, not great, as she was just explaining that propped up fan, but any idea how long these protocols will be in place, or are they just taking one day at a time and waiting to see how it goes?
I mean, this is an extremely fluid situation, Allison. To give you a sense, they delayed the start of the spring semester by a day to allow enough time, enough runway for people to get these antigen tests. So they're working, they say, closely with LA County health officials, monitoring that positivity rate. They will be mandating tests every week going forward, although experts I've been talking to say that's still not enough, especially in light of just how contagious the Omicron variant is. So they're taking it day by day, week by week, even hour by hour, assessing this situation. Again, this is the second largest school district in the country, some 600,000 students and their health at stake. Allison.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of young people to worry about. Aaron, thank you so much for reporting there today. Over in China, people are confined to their homes with no access to food or medical care. A pregnant woman saying she miscarried. Her hospital refused to let her in without a valid COVID test. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer takes us inside China's zero COVID culture.
All 14 million people in Tianjin being tested for the coronavirus. The city in partial lockdown after the first local cases of the Omicron variant were found here. 75,000 people quarantined. The worry that it'll get worse.
Because of the transmissibility of it. So, yeah, I do think people are alarmed and anxious, all hoping for that negative test result.
The cluster in Tianjin is small compared to most cities in the world, but it's only 70 miles from Beijing, which is now on high alert with less than a month before the Winter Olympics.
With COVID concerns running high here, Olympics venues in all areas around them have been completely sealed off.
It's China's biggest COVID crisis since the first outbreak in Wuhan. In the city of Xi'an, millions have been confined to their homes because of 1,900 cases. They're locked down, relying on food drops and pleading online for help. Some unable to access medical care, including a pregnant woman who had a miscarriage outside a hospital because she didn't have a COVID test to get in, igniting anger on social media here about the human cost of China's zero-tolerance policy.
In the coming months, it will be crucial, that for China in terms of the effectiveness of this strategy.
For Beijing's Olympics, thousands of athletes and officials will go directly into a tightly enforced bubble.
If they can pull it off, it'll be an amazing Olympics.
But with the variant already spreading quickly in other countries, there is a race here to contain it before the games begin.
Coming up, the new moves the FBI is making to protect the homeland 1 year after the attack on the Capitol.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
President Biden speaking in Atlanta on voting rights. Let's go to an NBC News special report with Lester Holt.
Establish Election Day as a federal holiday and create universal access to mail-in voting, among other things. And the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, which would require certain spots to pre-clear voting law changes with the Justice Department and give the Justice Department authority to deploy federal observers where serious threats of racial discrimination in voting exist. Notably, some voting groups have will skip the president's speech today in protest of what they call months of inaction by the White House. The president is on the stage right now. Vice President Kamala Harris is concluding her remarks, and the president will speak immediately thereafter. Let's take you to Georgia.
Legislation. The American people have waited long enough. The Senate must act. And the bottom line is this. Years from now, our children and our grandchildren, they will ask us about this moment. They will look back on this time, and they will ask us not about how we felt. They will ask us, what did we do? We cannot tell them that we let a Senate rule stand in the way of our most fundamental freedom. Instead, let us tell them that we stood together as people of conscience and courage. Let us tell them we acted with the urgency that this moment demands. And let us tell them we secured the freedom to vote, that we ensured free and fair elections, and we safeguarded our democracy for them and their children. And now, my fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce a leader who is unwavering in his commitment to defend our democracy and ensure the ballot prevails. The President of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
In our lives, in the lives of our nation, life of our nation, there are moments so stark that they divide all that came before and everything that followed. They stop time. They rip away the trivial from the essential. And they force us to confront hard truths about ourselves, about our institutions, and about our democracy. In the words of Scripture, they remind us to hate evil, love good, and establish justice in the gate. Last week, President Harris and I stood in the United States Capitol to observe one of those before and after moments in American history. January 6th insurrection on the citadel of our democracy. Today, we come to Atlanta, the cradle of civil rights, to make clear what must come after that dreadful day when a dagger was literally held at the throat of American democracy. We stand on the grounds that connect Clark Atlanta University, Morehouse College, near Spelman College, the home of generations of advocates, activists, educators, and preachers. Young people, just like the students here, who have done so much to build a better America. We visited the sacred Ebenezer Baptist Church and paused to pray at the crypt of Dr. and Mrs. King and spent time with their family. And here in the district, as was pointed out, represented and reflected the life of beloved friend John Lewis. In their lifetimes, time stopped when a bomb blew up the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham and murdered 4 little girls. They stopped when John and many others seeking justice were beaten and bloodied while crossing the bridge at Selma, named after the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan. They stopped. Time stopped. They forced the country to confront the hard truths and to act to keep the promise of America alive, the promise that holds that we're all created equal, but more importantly, deserve to be treated equally. And from those moments of darkness and despair came light and hope. Democrats, Republicans, and Independents worked to pass the historic Civil Rights Act and the voting rights legislation. And each successive generation continued that ongoing work. But then, the violent mob of January 6, 2021, empowered and encouraged by a defeated former president, sought to win through violence what he had lost at the ballot box, to impose the will of the mob, to overturn a free and fair election, and for the first time in American history, to stop the peaceful transfer of power. They failed. They failed. But democracy's victory was not certain, nor is democracy's future. That's why we're here today, to stand against the forces in America that value power over principle, forces that attempted a coup against the legally expressed will of the American people by sowing doubt, inventing charges of fraud, and seeking to steal the 2020 election from the people. They want chaos to reign. We want the people to rule. But let me be clear. This is not about me or Vice President Harris or our party. It's about all of us. It's about the people. It's about America. Hear me plainly. The battle for the soul of America is not over. We must stand strong and stand together to make sure January 6th marks not the end of democracy, but the beginning of a renaissance of our democracy. You know, for the right to vote and to have that vote counted is democracy's threshold liberty. Without it, nothing is possible. But with it, anything is possible. But while the denial of fair and free elections is undemocratic, it is not unprecedented. Black Americans were denied full citizenship voting rights until 1965. Women were denied the right to vote until just 100 years ago. The United States Supreme Court in recent years has weakened the Voting Rights Act. And now, the defeated former president and his supporters used the big lie about the 2020 election to fuel torment and anti-voting laws. New laws designed to suppress your vote, to subvert our elections. Here in Georgia, for years, you've done the hard work of democracy, registering voters, educating voters, getting voters to the polls. You've built a broad coalition of voters, black, white, Latino, Asian American, urban, suburban, rural, working class and middle class, and it's worked. You've changed the state by bringing more people legally to the polls. That's how you won the historic elections for Senator Raphael Warnock and Senator Jon Ossoff. You did it the right way, the democratic way. And what's been the reaction of Republicans in Georgia? Choose the wrong way, the undemocratic way. To them, too many people voting in a democracy is a problem. So they're putting up obstacles. For example, voting by mail is a safe and convenient way to get more people to vote. So they're making it harder for you to vote by mail. The same way, I might add, in the 2020 election, President Trump voted from behind the desk in the White House in Florida, dropping your ballots off to secure drop boxes. It's safe, it's convenient, and you get more people to vote. So they're limiting the number of drop boxes and the hours you can use them. Taking away the options has a predictable effect. Longer lines at the polls. Lines that can last for hours. You've seen it with your own eyes. People get tired. They get hungry. When the Bible teaches us to feed the hungry and give water to the thirsty, the new Georgia law actually makes it illegal. Think of this. I mean, it's 2020. And now 22 going into that election. It makes it illegal to bring your neighbors, your fellow voters, food or water while they wait in line to vote. What in the heck are we talking about? I mean, think about it. That's not America. That's what it looks like when they suppress the right to vote. And here's how they plan to subvert the election. The Georgia Republican Party, the state legislature, has now given itself the power to make it easier for partisan actors, their cronies, to remove local election officials. Think about that. What happened the last election? The former president and allies pursued, threatened, and intimidated state and local election officials. Election workers, ordinary citizens, were subject to death threats, menacing phone calls, people stalking them in their homes. Remember what the defeated former president said to the highest-ranking election official, a Republican in this state? He said, quote, "I just want to find 11,780 votes." Pray God. He didn't say that part. He didn't say count the votes. He said find votes that he needed to win. He failed because of the courageous officials, Democrats, Republicans, who did their duty and upheld the law. But with this new law in Georgia, his loyalists will be placed in charge of state elections. What is that going to mean? Well, the chances for chaos and subversion are even greater as partisans seek the results they want, no matter what the voters have said, no matter what the count. The votes of nearly 5 million Georgians will be up for grabs if that law holds. It's not just here in Georgia. Last year alone, 19 states not proposed but enacted 34 laws attacking voting rights. There were nearly 400 additional bills Republican members of state legislatures tried to pass. And now, Republican legislators in several states have already announced plans to escalate the onslaught this year. Their end game? To turn the will of the voters into a mere suggestion, something states can respect or ignore. Jim Crow 2.0 is about two insidious things: voter suppression and election subversion. It's no longer about who gets to vote. It's about making it harder to vote. It's about who gets to count the vote and whether your vote counts at all. It's not hyperbole. This is a fact. Look, this matters to all of us. The goal of the former president and his allies is to disenfranchise anyone who votes against them. Simple as that. The facts won't matter. Your vote won't matter. They'll just decide what they want and then do it. That's the kind of power you see in totalitarian states, not in democracies. We must be vigilant, and the world is watching. I know the majority of the world leaders, the good and the bad ones, adversaries and allies alike. They're watching American democracy and seeing whether we can meet this moment. And that's not hyperbole. When I showed up at the G7 with 7 other world leaders, There were a total of 9 present. Vice President Harris and I have spent our careers doing this work. I said, America's back. And the response was, for how long? For how long? As someone who's worked in foreign policy my whole life, I never thought I would ever hear our allies say something like that. Over the past year, we've directed federal agencies to promote access to voting, led by the Vice President. We've appointed top civil rights advocates to help the U.S. Department of Justice, which has doubled its voting rights enforcement staff. And today, we call on Congress to get done what history will judge. Pass the Freedom to Vote Act. Pass it now, which will prevent voter suppression. So here in Georgia, there's full access to voting by mail. There are enough drop boxes during enough hours so that you can bring food and water as well to people waiting in line. The Freedom to Vote Act takes on election subversion to protect nonpartisan electors, officials who doing their job from intimidation and interference. It would get dark money out of politics, create fair district maps, and ending partisan gerrymandering. Look, it's also time to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. I've been having these quiet conversations with the members of Congress for the last 2 months. I'm tired of being quiet. Folks, it'll restore the strength of the Voting Rights Act of '65, the one President Johnson signed after John Lewis was beaten, nearly killed on Bloody Sunday, only to have the Supreme Court weakened it multiple times over the past decade. Restoring the Voting Rights Act would mean the Justice Department can stop discriminatory laws before they go into effect. Before they go into effect. The Vice President and I have supported voting rights bills since day one of this administration, but each and every time, Senate Republicans have blocked the way. Republicans oppose even debating the issue. You hear me? I've been around the Senate a long time. I was Vice President for 8 years. I've never seen a circumstance where not one single Republican has a voice that's ready to speak for justice now. When I was a senator, including when I headed up the Judiciary Committee, I helped reauthorize the Voting Act 3 times. We held hearings, we debated, we voted. Was able to extend the Voting Rights Act for 25 years. In 2006, the Voting Rights Act passed 390 to 33 in the House of Representatives and 98 to 0 in the Senate, with votes from 16 current sitting Republicans in this United States Senate. 16 of them voted to extend it. The last year I was chairman, some of my friends sitting down here will tell you, Strom Thurmond voted to extend the Voting Rights Act. Strom Thurmond. You can say that again. Wow. You have no idea how darn hard I worked on that one. But folks, then it was signed into law the last time by President George W. Bush. You know, when we get voting rights extended in 1980, as I said, even Thurmond supported it. Think about that. The man who led the longest one of the longest filibusters in history in the United States Senate, 1957, against the Voting Rights Act. The man who led and sided with old Southern bulls in the United States Senate to perpetuate segregation in this nation. Even Strom Thurmond came to support voting rights. But Republicans today can't and won't. Not a single Republican has displayed the courage to stand up to a defeated president to protect America's right to vote. Not one. Not one. We have 50-50 in the United States Senate. That means we have 51 presidents. You all think I'm kidding. I've been pretty good at working with senators my career, but man, when you got 51 presidents, it gets harder. Any one can change the outcome. Sadly, the United States Senate, designed to be the world's greatest deliberative body, has been rendered a shell of its former self. Gives me no satisfaction in saying that as an institutionalist, as a man who was honored to serve in the Senate. But as an institutionalist, I believe that the threat to our democracy is so grave that we must find a way to pass these voting rights bills. Debate them, vote, let the majority prevail. And if that bare minimum is blocked, we have no option but to change the Senate rules, including getting rid of the filibuster for this. You know, last year, if I'm not mistaken, the filibuster was used 154 times. The filibuster has been used to generate compromise in the past, promote some bipartisanship, but is also used to obstruct, including especially obstruct civil rights and voting rights. And when it was used, senators traditionally used to have to stand and speak at their desk for however long it took. And sometimes it took hours. And when they sat down, if no one immediately stood up, anyone could call for a vote or the debate ended. But that doesn't happen today. Senators no longer even have to speak one word. Filibuster is not used by Republicans to bring the Senate together, but to pull it further apart. Filibuster is weaponized and abused. Although state legislative assaults on voting rights is simple, all you need in your House and Senate is a pure majority. In the United States Senate, it takes a supermajority, 60 votes, even to get a vote, instead of 50 to protect the right to vote. State legislators can pass anti-voting laws with simple majorities. If they can do that, then the United States Senate should be able to protect voting rights by a simple majority. Today, I'm making it clear, to protect our democracy, I support changing the Senate rules, whichever way they need to be changed to prevent a minority of senators from blocking action on voting rights. When it comes to protecting majority rule in America, the majority should rule in the United States Senate. I make this announcement with careful deliberation, recognizing the fundamental right to vote is a right from which all other rights flow. And I make it with an appeal to my Republican colleagues, to those Republicans who believe in the rule of law, restore the bipartisan tradition of voting rights. People who restored it, who abided by it in the past were Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush. They all supported the Voting Rights Act. Don't let the Republican Party morph into something else. Restore the institution of the Senate the way it was designed to be. Senate rules were just changed to raise the debt ceiling so we wouldn't renege on our debt for the first time in our history, prevent an economic crisis. That was done by a simple majority. As Senator Warnock said a few weeks ago in a powerful speech, if we change the rules to protect the full faith and credit of the United States, we should be able to change the rules to protect the heart and soul of our democracy. He was right. In the days that followed John Lewis's death, there was an outpouring of praise and support across the political spectrum. But as we stand here today, it isn't enough just to praise his memory. We must translate eulogy into action. We need to follow John Lewis's footsteps. We need to support the bill in his name. Just a few days ago, we talked about, up in the Congress and the White House, the event coming up shortly to celebrate Dr. King's birthday. And Americans of all stripes will praise him for the content of his character. But as Dr. King's family said before, it's not enough to praise their father. They even said, on this holiday, don't celebrate his birthday unless you're willing to support what he lived for and what he died for. The next few days, when these bills come to a vote, will mark a turning point in this nation's history. We will choose. The issue is, will we choose democracy over autocracy, light over shadows, justice over injustice? I know where I stand. I will not yield. I will not flinch. I will defend the right to vote, our democracy against all enemies, foreign and, yes, domestic. And the question is, where will the institution of the United States Senate stand? Every senator, Democrat, Republican, and Independent, will have to declare where they stand, not just for the moment, but for the ages. Will you stand against voter suppression? Yes or no? That's the question they'll answer. Will you stand against election subversion? Yes or no? Will you stand for democracy? Yes or no? And here's one thing every senator, every American should remember. History has never been kind to those who've sided with voter suppression over voters' rights. And it'll even be less kind for those who side with election subversion. So I ask every elected official in America, how do you want to be remembered? At consequential moments in history, they present a choice. Do you want to be on the side of Dr. King or George Wallace? Do you want to be on the side of John Lewis or Bull Connor? Do you want to be on the side of Abraham Lincoln or Jefferson Davis? This is the moment to decide, to defend our elections, to defend our democracy. And if you do that, you will not be alone. That's because the struggle to protect voting rights has never been born by one group alone. We saw freedom riders of every race, leaders of every faith marching arm in arm, and yes, Democrats and Republicans in Congress of the United States and in the presidency. I did not live the struggles of Douglas, Tubman, King, Lewis, Goodman, Cheney, Swerner, countless others, known and unknown. I did not walk in the shoes of generations of students who walked these grounds, but I walked other grounds because I'm so damn old I was there as well. They think I'm kidding, man. Seems like yesterday, the first time I got arrested. Anyway. But their struggles here, they were the ones that opened my eyes as a high school student in the late 50s and early 60s. They got me more engaged in the work of my life. And what we're talking about today is rooted in the very idea of America. The idea that Annelle Ponder, who graduated from Clark Atlanta, captured in a single word. She was a teacher and a librarian who was also an unyielding champion of voting rights. In 1963, when I was just starting college and university, after registering voters in Mississippi, she was pulled off a bus, arrested and jailed, where she was brutally beaten. In her cell, next to her, was Fannie Lou Hamer, who described the beating this way, and I quote, "I could hear the sounds of the licks and the horrible screams. They beat her. I don't know for how long. And after a while, she began to pray and ask God to have mercy on those people. Annelle Ponder's friends visited her the next day. Her face was badly swollen. She could hardly talk. But she managed to whisper one word: freedom. Freedom, the only word she whispered. After nearly 250 years since our founding, that singular idea still echoes, but it's up to all of us to make sure it never fades, especially the students here, your generation, that just started voting, as there are those who are trying to take away that vote you just started to be able to exercise. But the giants we honor today were your age when they made clear who we must be as a nation. Not a joke. Think about it. In the early 60s, they were sitting where you're sitting. They were you. And like them, you give me much hope for the future. Before and after in our lives, in the life of this nation. Democracy is who we are, who we must be, now and forever. So let's stand in this breach together. Let's love good, establish justice in the gate. And remember, as I said, this is one of those defining moments in American history. Each of those who vote will be remembered by class after class in the 50s and 60s, the 2050s and 60s. Each one of the members of the Senate is going to be judged by history on where they stood before the vote and where they stood after the vote. There's no escape. So let's get back to work. As my grandfather Finney used to say every time I walked out the door in Scranton, he'd say, "Joey, keep the faith." Then he'd say, "No, Joey, spread it. Let's spread the faith and get this done." May God bless you all, and may God protect the sacred right to vote. Thank you. I mean it. Let's go get this done. Thank you.
President's strong words with strongest defense of the voting rights legislation that has stalled in Washington, putting his full voice behind it, including changes to Senate rules regarding the filibuster that would help, not necessarily assure, but help passage. Let's go now to NBC Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, strong speech there, but the math remains the math on Capitol Hill. Explain it.
Yeah, Lester, I think you're exactly right. The president said he was tired of being quiet, and he was forceful in his comments over the course of that speech today, casting this as a turning point in American history, calling for a series of Democratic sweeping voting rights bills that would add protections to voting rights, that they be passed. But again, the math is not in the president's favor. Notably, the president today, the quintessential veteran of the Senate, having spent 36 years there, said that the Senate is now a shell of itself and that he endorses the idea of changing these long-standing Senate rules. The filibuster rules that mean that 60 individuals need to be on board to pass a law. The president saying that that should be limited to just 50, which would allow the Democrats to go it alone on this. But the bottom line is there are right now 2 Democrats who remain to this point, Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin, who just this morning said they oppose those changes. So for the president, who tried to cast this as part of a historic fight earlier today, making stops at Martin Luther King Jr.'s graveside and going to the Ebenezer Baptist Church where King preached, the president trying to put this through the lens of history and the civil rights movement. But the bottom line is, at the end of the day, he still faces a very stiff challenge, not just from uniform Republican opposition, but from 2 Democrats who oppose any of those changes he called for, Lester.
And Peter, let me ask you this. Is this what we saw today, a one-off, or was this the beginning of a stronger, full-throated campaign to push this through with sheer willpower?
Well, the White House insists that this is part of a broader campaign, but recognize last year when 19 mostly Republican-led states enacted voting restrictions, the president was comparatively silent on this issue. The White House insists they will push ahead on this, but notably, it's also a significant gamble. After Build Back Better, the president's core agenda items appeared to be failing, if not certainly stalled. The president is now gambling on something, another major legislative item where he simply doesn't have the votes.
Peter Alexander at the White House. Thank you. NBC correspondent Blaine Alexander is in Atlanta and has been talking to voting rights groups. There has been some disappointment certainly being registered by many progressives who think the president hasn't moved quickly on this, Blaine.
Absolutely, Lester, and a number of them walked into today's speech essentially saying they wanted to hear one thing, a specific plan, a concrete plan on how the president planned to move those bills through Congress and eventually land on his desk. Now, to be clear, there were some voting rights advocates who did go to that speech today, but a number of others say that they were simply boycotting. They weren't going to go. In fact, I talked with one top organizer here in Georgia who said that anything short of a specific plan was nothing more than a photo op. She called it essentially an empty gesture and said that she would not go and that time instead should be spent trying to get these bills through Congress. Now, I've actually been speaking with two organizers who sat out the speech today, but getting their real-time reaction to what the president had to say. And notably, both of them say that they were very satisfied to hear him essentially take a strong stance on the filibuster. But to Peter's point, he mentioned those two holdout Democrats. Both of these organizers that I spoke to say they wish that they had heard more from the president calling out not only Republican holdouts, but the holdouts within his own party. So certainly a lot of things that they wanted to hear today. Now, the organizers that I've been speaking with say that the concern is twofold. Essentially, there's a lot on the line. This November is going to mark the first statewide election since the Republican-led legislature here in Georgia passed that very controversial voting bill that Democrats say is nothing more than voter suppression. This is going to be the first time that we've seen statewide voters head to the polls, and they say that if they want to organize, if they want to mount the same type of turnout that they saw in 2020, they're going to need to go back to those voters with some sort of return on investment, something to say, hey, look, this is what your votes in 2020 brought you, so that's why it's important to come out this year for the midterms. And they say that they're concerned that if this legislation doesn't go through, they won't have that to show to those voters. Lester.
Blaine Alexander, thank you. We're also joined by NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. And Chuck, as Peter pointed out, Build Back Better is still languishing out there. It's hard to imagine the president would pick up another initiative with an uncertain outcome.
Well, especially since he's really done very little inside. You know, when you push for a piece of legislation, there's the outside game, public speeches like this, then there's the inside game. Convene people in the White House, keep them there, keep negotiating, you know, all of that. And on Build Back Better and on the infrastructure plan, we've seen a lot of President Biden in the inside game, a little bit of the outside game. With voting rights, we've seen none of the inside game at all. And in fact, I think that this is why I'm so skeptical that today is anything more than doing this because it's January. We're a week from January 6th, and Martin Luther King's birthday is coming up. And, you know, I'm skeptical. What's this going to look like on February 1st? Or do they have, what's this going to look like when he delivers the State of the Union? There was no plan that he outlined today about how he plans to get this passed. And essentially, he's hanging it on the Democrats to get rid of the filibuster together. That's obviously a problem. And now he's setting up a disappointment, right? If they don't get it, then it's Democrats that are to blame for voting rights instead of creating a wedge with the actual opposition party, the Republicans here. But there's been, to me, so many ways that this could have been managed better. But the biggest one is there's been no inside game. There are Republicans that would like to participate in upping the Voting Rights Act. Invite him to the White House and start having those conversations. We've not seen that. When I see that, Lester, then I'll start to believe that they really are trying to put their efforts into passing something.
Interesting analysis. All right, Chuck Todd, thank you. That concludes our coverage of the president's speech on voting rights. We'll have much more tonight on NBC Nightly News. For now, I'm Lester Holt, NBC News, New York. Good day, everyone.
You've been listening to an NBC News special report. President Biden talking voting rights in Georgia. I want to bring in White House correspondent Mike Memoli, Joshua Johnson, host of Now Tonight on NBC News Now, and NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mike, we'll start with you there in Georgia. The president saying the battle for the soul of America isn't over. Take us through some of the other highlights of his speech.
Yeah, Allison, well, I think there's as much focus on what the president said as how he said it, right? We heard him on the substance talk about changing the rules of the Senate, as he put it, whichever way they need to be changed to advance these two key voting rights bills that Democrats have been championing, have said is critical given what we've seen in Republican state legislatures across the country. For a man of the Senate who has supported the filibuster in the past, that's a significant break. There was also the stark terms he put it, this choice, as he put it, that Republicans and Democrats alike are facing, those who sit in the Senate. Are they on the side of Abraham Lincoln or Jefferson Davis, as he put it, Bull Connor or Martin Luther King? That's a very stark choice. And then there's the how he said it part. As he put it, he's been having quiet meetings for 2 months now with senators trying to figure out a path forward for these pieces of legislation. And then he slammed the lectern and said, but he's tired of being quiet. That's exactly the kind of fire that so many members of his own party have been looking for from President Biden. He delivered it today. And now the question, of course, is will any of it matter? We know the uphill battle it does face, the rules changes in the Senate, Allison.
Mark, this was a long-awaited speech from the president on voting rights. Here's a bit more from the president this afternoon. Take a listen. We don't have that sound there from the president. Let me ask you this then, Mark. Did he deliver on your expectations?
This was a speech where the president ended up delivering urgency, passion, a commitment to voting rights. And, you know, that is something when Mike Memoli and our White House team have kind of looked back at the events and speeches that the president has delivered to sole issues. You end up looking at places like the coronavirus, where more than 60 events that the president has actually had solely about that. Nearly 40 events about infrastructure and the Build Back Better agenda. But today's voting rights speech was just the second time that the president has devoted either an entire speech or an event to the voting rights issue. And so, you know, going forward, the question is what's next? And if these votes end up failing in the Senate, particularly when it relates to whether you can change the filibuster or not, I think that's going to be one of the very big questions. So we saw a lot of passion, a lot of urgency, but that next question of what happens when this goes down, given the math in the Senate, that to me is the biggest question going forward.
Joshua, to you, your takeaways from the president's speech today.
Yeah, I mean, the president seemed to kind of loosen up as the speech was going on when, you know, he was referring to Georgia's law preventing people from bringing food or water to voters who are in line. And when he said, what the heck are we talking about? He kind of loosened up a little bit as the speech went on. And I think that kind of just viscerally endeared him to some of the crowd that was there. I've spoken to voting officials in Georgia, and they say, just as a sidebar, that the reason for that is to prevent electioneering, that if somebody who is campaigning for a candidate has the candidate's name on the label of the water bottle, that would violate electioneering laws. I think that the president said what he needed to say to that crowd. He also tried to paint the Republicans as not only the impediment to this passing, but also Republicans who sort of lost their soul in a way. I mean, he said that even Strom Thurmond supported the reauthorization of the Voting Rights Act, and Strom Thurmond still holds the record to this day for the longest filibuster in congressional history. He was filibustering the Civil Rights Act of 1957. It was a 24-hour filibuster where he stood and talked for 24 hours and I think 18 minutes. Now, the law still passed. Dwight D. Eisenhower signed it into law into September 57, but he's trying to paint Republicans as something other than what they had been in the past, which is more willing to work together. I'm not sure where the math is. I'm not sure where the leverage is for the president, either carrot or stick, to incite the GOP to work with Democrats on changing the filibuster rules. And Joe Manchin, even today, has said he's open to some rule changes, but he doesn't see the point of changing the filibuster. He doesn't see the need to change this. So Atlanta's a great city for great preaching. It felt a bit like the president was preaching to the choir today, and I'm not sure how he's going to get the people who are in that crowd to evangelize, particularly to Republicans who, at least as the president sees it, need to get some religion.
So, Mark, let's talk about what the administration needs to do here to turn a speech into a bill that could actually pass.
Yeah. And so, Allison, the actual math is that when it comes to the Freedom to Vote Act, and that is that compromise legislation, the Senator Joe Manchin and other Democrats ended up kind of coming as a compromise to protect mail-by voting, to try to deal with some election subversions, make an election day a national holiday. There are 51 votes for passage. Where there's not is actually reforming the filibuster, and that is that when Republicans try to end up continuing debate to prevent Democrats from voting on that is where they get to. And the problem that Democrats face is that this was known. Joe Manchin's opposition to reforming the filibuster is well known even before the 2020 elections. Ditto for Kyrsten Sinema, the Democratic senator for Arizona. And one of the realities of this 50-50 United States Senate, where you have Vice President Kamala Harris as the tie-breaking vote, is that given those kind of the filibuster was always going to be in existence, whether it was trying to carve it out for voting rights or other legislation, the Build Back Better agenda, for example, that was always going to be in existence. And for Democrats to make sure that, well, Joe Manchin's opposition to reforming the filibuster wouldn't be a problem, or Sinema's opposition, that they would actually need to have 52, 53, 54 United States senators. They didn't get that from the 2020 election. And so when we ask kind of what is next from President Biden, it's going to be trying to, with the recalcitrant Republican Party not willing to budge, except for Lisa Murkowski, who does support extending the Voting Rights Act, in bolstering it, the math is the math, and that is going to be really hard. And to me, the other thing I'm going to see is if it somehow goes down to defeat, you're not able to reform the filibuster, how many more speeches are we going to hear from President Biden on this? Is this something that he wanted to check the box because of the Martin Luther King holiday coming up, or is this something that he's going to continue to fight for?
Josh, Martin Luther King III was on Morning Joe saying this country is in a sad position when it comes to voting rights. Here's a clip for you.
Here we are approaching the King holiday, and it's amazing that when we talk about voting rights, which Dad and John Lewis and Amelia Boynton and so many others worked on, and over 50 years ago, here we are now trying to regain voting rights. The fact is, as Andrea reminded me, our daughter in 2008 had more voting rights when she was born. She's now 13 years old than she has now. That is unconscionable, and it must change, and it must change now.
Joshua, I know you have Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger on your show tonight. Any top questions you want to ask him about voting rights? Give us a little preview, if you will, about the situation, particularly there in Georgia, and how we get action here, not just words.
Yeah, just briefly, we will have the Secretary of State in Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, on tonight at 8 Eastern. Hopefully you can join us then. And I think the big issue is how do you regain the trust of black and brown people in Georgia? State officials have said consistently that the laws they've passed are designed to improve voting in Georgia, and that the problem that Democrats say exists doesn't exist. If that is true, the question then becomes, how do you rebuild faith in the system, especially if the state's position is that there's absolutely nothing wrong? So we'll ask him about that tonight at 8.
All right, well, tune in, gentlemen. Thank you both for being here. Mark and Joshua, really appreciate it. That does it for us. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
We are coming on the air right as President Biden is getting off the stage, telling Americans we are at a turning point, right? That Congress has to pass new laws to protect our right to vote. Okay, but how? Because you need every Democrat to be on board to change the rules to get this done. And right now they're not, even though the president just made a new push for that rules change today. We're live in Atlanta, where some activists actually boycotted the speech altogether, saying it's just not enough. You're going to hear from one of them I talked to coming up. And in Washington today, lawmakers have tons of questions for America's top doctors. So we'll show you what happens when Dr. Anthony Fauci goes toe-to-toe with Republican Senator Rand Paul again, and what he's doing now in just the last couple minutes. And look, I love a party as much as the next person, but maybe lockdown 2020 wasn't the best time for that. don't tell that to Boris Johnson, with the UK Prime Minister under fire again for pictures from last year, showing him breaking his own rules. We'll talk about how the public's reacting in London, just as we're getting scary news about Europe's Omicron fight. Plus, some concrete steps from the Justice Department to try and stop another January 6th. Why they say domestic terrorism is the biggest threat to the country right now. And here's a sentence I never thought I'd say. A pig heart is now beating inside the chest of a human man. Yeah, sounds like sci-fi, but it's happening right now over in Maryland. We're going to tell you all about this incredible medical breakthrough and what it means for the future of transplants. Hey, I'm Hallie, and in just the last few minutes, you heard from President Biden about what he thinks is at stake here, right? The fundamental right for all of us to be able to cast a ballot. And this is no hyperbole, the foundation of our democracy. With President Biden, right as we were coming on the air, calling this a battle for the soul of America.
I believe that the threat to our democracy is so grave that we must find a way to pass these voting rights bills. Debate them, vote, let the majority prevail. And if that bare minimum is blocked, we have no option but to change the Senate rules, including getting rid of the filibuster for this.
The filibuster, that's that rules change we're going to talk about in a second. But first, look at this map. This shows why he's pushing Congress to do something now. Because states, they're not waiting around. The green states, you see, they're the ones expanding ballot access. The red states are the states restricting it. And some of them with slash marks, they're actually doing both. We've got to point out Democrats have proposals on the table, two right here, the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. So those would expand voter registration, boost mail-in voting, protect elections officials, among other things. But Republicans are not interested, and they're united in being not interested in that. Problem is, as it's been for most of the president's agenda, Senate rules say you need 60 votes for bills like these. Republicans have 50, Democrats have 50, and as we just heard, the president now wants to change the rules to 50 votes just for this issue. And it's up to Democrats in Congress to make that happen. But in order to do so, Democrats have to be united, and they're not. The two you see on your screen, Senators Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, they're still talking about ways to avoid the so-called nuclear option, which would let Democrats pass those bills without Republicans. Okay, this is a lot of talking, right? We've been talking about a lot of the talking that's been happening. Here's who's sick of the talking: voting rights activists. Some of them didn't even show up today to hear the president speak because they want more than just words. They want real movement. I talked with one of those advocates, Cliff Albright, who says the president should have come to Georgia with an announcement, not just remarks. Watch.
We thought that there was more that he could do there that would be really focused on actions, really focused on coming up on a compromise. If he was going to come to Georgia, one thing that would be worth him coming, if it wasn't so much a speech, but an announcement saying, hey, I've worked it out with my good friend Joe Manchin. We've got a deal on modifying the filibuster.
We're going to talk with Garrett Haake about what Senator Manchin's thinking in just a sec. But let's start with Mike Memoli, who is in Atlanta, where the president just wrapped up. So, Mem, one of the things here we have to know, this was a long day. This was a long afternoon for the president in this area, and it was full of optics, right? He visited the crypt of MLK. He visited with the King family. He went to the historic Ebenezer Baptist Church there. He delivered this speech, right? But there are his supporters, you know, and voting rights advocates who say this has to be about more than optics ultimately.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. And I thought back as I was listening to the president today to the way he announced his presidential campaign, what is it, almost 3 years ago now, 2019. And there was originally a plan from the Biden campaign to announce with sort of a gauzy video of him on the stoop of his old home in Scranton talking about his roots. And they scrapped that. And what did we get instead? We got that video in which he described the scene we saw in Charlottesville, and he talked about this battle for the soul of America. There was a decision then made in the Biden campaign that the way he was going to be the nominee in a very crowded Democratic field was to raise the stakes of the election. I was reminded of it because that's what we saw the president do today. You know, because of the conversations that we have off the air among our colleagues, the biggest question I've been asking the White House is, what is this going to accomplish when everyone knows the math in the Senate is where it is, that it's unlikely to move the votes to get rules changes to get these legislations passed? And I think the answer was to raise the stakes. You saw the president in as stark terms as I have ever heard him about this issue specifically really call Republicans out, talk about this as a fundamental choice, including a lot of Republicans that he served with. Are you going to be on the side of Abraham Lincoln or Jefferson Davis? Are you going to be on the side of Martin Luther King or Bull Connor? That's a really profound, stark choice. And I think that's why this is not necessarily a speech about winning this vote on the floor this week, trying to change the rules, but really marking a moment in time. That's what the president said. This is a defining issue, and the president clearly wants to be on the right side of history, and he hopes that this speech is the beginning of a process that might move the needle for the rest of his party and maybe even some Republicans too.
Mike, can I just say, the patriotic soundtrack playing behind you, it is giving me major like Hollywood movie vibes for you right now. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot happening with this live shot as you're the last man standing there because the president's speech is wrapped up. Everybody skedaddles. One of the things that I think is so interesting is a statistic that I know, and I say this with love, I know you're obsessed with the stat, which is the number of speeches that President Biden has given about, let's say, COVID, right, versus the number of speeches he's given about Build Back Better, his infrastructure plan. 61 times he's delivered speeches in his presidency on COVID. 39 times for Build Back Better. This is just the second speech he's ever given, right? A keynote speech on voting rights here. That is partly why I showed this statistic earlier today. I'm like, that's partly why some voting rights advocates are like, that's not okay. We do not appreciate that. That's why we're not showing up. And that, by the way, included Stacey Abrams, who's been a huge grassroots player, mobilizing the grassroots in Georgia.
I love this stat. I love a good Excel spreadsheet. I love a good sort of data exercise to try to make the point.
My sweet nerd friend. Yes, it's important, right?
which is clear. I mean, as the president has often quoted his father, show me your budget and I'll show you what you value. Show me your schedule and I'll tell you what you value. And that's exactly what a lot of the president's critics have been saying, is he clearly doesn't value this issue because he hasn't devoted anywhere near the kind of presidential oxygen to this issue that they think is justified. But I think there's another, I was reminded as well as I watched the speech of something a White House official told me a few months ago about this fight over rules changes, which is the president really, as somebody who served on the Judiciary Committee, helped pass, as he laid out in this speech, the Voting Rights Act multiple times, reauthorizations with Republican support, unanimous often on the floor. He thinks Democrats have picked the wrong fight. And by making it about rules changes, you're letting Republicans off the hook. So that's why the president tried to use this speech to not make it, yes, he talked about rules changes and endorsed them, but he tried to really make this about Republicans, making this, and by extension, Joe Manchin, because he knows that Joe Manchin is listening to Republicans. And so that's really the power of the moment, is what the White House really thinks is to play here. Now, it was only 2, but the White House is telegraphing that there's going to be more speeches like this down the road. We know it's an election year, and the vote itself is an election issue, and so the president's going to be speaking more about it, according to what White House officials are telling us now.
Mem, thank you so much. You can go home now. I appreciate you holding it down there in Atlanta. Thank you, friend. Let me go to Garrett Haake, who is already closer to home, at least here in D.C. So, Garrett, we're talking about Senator Manchin, right? He talked, as he has done quite often, over the last year that President Biden's been in office, about how he feels about this whole rules change thing. I want to play that.
Filibuster is what we have, our rules. We need some good rule changes to make the place work better, but getting rid of the filibuster doesn't make it work better.
All right, I told my team we would not actually say the F word on the air, the word filibuster. We're going to have to, right, because Senator Manchin's talking about it. That's that rules change again. You got to have this, as they say in D.C., Garrett's getting the weeds, you got to change the filibuster, that's that rule, right, in order to get this voting rights stuff done like Democrats want to. But Garrett, if there is anything Senator Joe Manchin is, it is consistent on this issue, right? He doesn't want to change it, and he's made that pretty clear. So what's different now?
Well, nothing, and that's the problem for Democrats. I mean, Manchin has voted twice in the last couple of years against making rule changes. He's the only senator currently in this body that's voted against both the most recent sets of rule changes to lower the threshold from 60 to 50 votes, first for lower-level presidential appointees, then for Supreme Court justices. He doesn't want to do it here. If there's 2 things we know about Joe Manchin, he likes doing stuff in a bipartisan way, and he likes talking to folks. So the rule changes that he has proposed are ones that would allow more discussion, like getting rid of the first 60-vote threshold to start debate on a bill, but not the one at the end to actually pass it. And he says any other rule changes should be bipartisan. Neither of those things moves this voting rights package anywhere closer to becoming law.
So I think it's also important to note the context here that sometimes this whole filibuster rules change discussion, it's kind of an arms race, right? If you look at the history of it here, you had in 2013, the late Harry Reid, who's going to be remembered on the Hill actually tomorrow, used this to push through some lower court nominees. Then you had Mitch McConnell, who came out later and said, okay, we're going to do it for Supreme Court justices. So now Democrats are saying, okay, we're going to do this carve out, or we're going to try to for voting rights. Republicans are threatening to do the same thing again, right, and to escalate here again. Could that backfire on Democrats?
That is Kirsten Sinema's argument for why she doesn't support this rule change. You could call it the give a mouse a cookie argument. That's the way I think about it. Every additional piece you give on the filibuster on these rule changes provides the next Senate with a new majority and a different party a desire to move even further and changing the rules even more. Manchin's used a different metaphor. He says, you talk about carve-outs. When you carve a turkey, usually you end up eating all of it eventually. And so that is exactly the argument that Republicans are making. They're also making the argument that if the Senate goes down this road of changing the rules, they won't make it easier to get stuff done. They'll use every other procedural tool in their kit to make it even harder. This is what Mitch McConnell had to say about it today.
It's appropriate to ask, how easy would it be to get consent to turn the lights on? How easy would it be to have the traditional majority function of determining the agenda?
We talk about this sometimes. People think that the Senate is dysfunctional now. There is a ton that happens in that body that is done by simple consent. Everybody just agrees, sometimes almost without a vote, to move on to issue X, Y, or Z. Republicans are saying, you think it's bad now. We can make it a whole lot worse if you go down this road.
Of course, Democrats' rejoinder is this is so important, right? This is so critical to democracy that we've got to do it. We're going to talk about that piece of it, Garrett, with our friend and colleague Blayne Alexander, who is back from her maternity leave later on in the show. Garrett, hey, thank you so much for being with us. Appreciate it, pal.
You bet.
Elsewhere on the Hill, you saw Dr. Anthony Fauci and CDC Director Rochelle Walensky. Listen, this got personal. This got tense. This got really heated as they were taking questions from senators about the administration's response to the Omicron surge here. Republicans really going after them about whether or not the American public has lost faith in them. And it got really intense when you heard from Republican Senator Rand Paul, who again went after Dr. Fauci for seeming to disagree with scientists, this whole issue of where COVID originated. This has been something Senator Paul has been talking about for months. It's been something Dr. Fauci's been dismissing for months. Watch.
What happens when he gets out and accuses me of things that are completely untrue is that all of a sudden that kindles the crazies out there, and I have threats upon my life, harassment of my family, and my children with obscene phone calls because people are lying about me.
The timing of this is really important because it comes as COVID cases hit an all-time high in the last 24 hours. At least 1.4 million new cases, gang, just in the last day, right? That is a lot. Hospitalizations are setting records, too. About 141,000 people in the U.S. are currently in the hospital with COVID, too. It's gotten so bad that some spots in New York, some hospitals have actually stopped elective procedures altogether. So this is the backdrop, right, happening in the country. Hospitals overrun, hospitalizations up. This is the backdrop to what we saw on the Hill. Ali Vitale has been watching what we're seeing on the Hill. And Ali, what is so interesting here, and I think a key part of the story today as it relates to COVID, is the way that this is getting personal and acrimonious and politicized as we've seen this entire pandemic. And today put that in such stark relief with Dr. Fauci and Walensky on Capitol Hill facing these really tough questions from Republicans and defending the administration's response and defending the science here. At one point, Ali, I don't have to tell you, we had this off-mic moment where Dr. Fauci seemed to call one senator a moron, right? That senator's already got a statement out, talking about it. But what's interesting, this is not altogether new. 60 seconds of a trip down memory lane of Dr. Fauci and Rand Paul and the way that this has been in the pandemic. Watch.
So let me finish. You take an animal virus and you increase its transmissibility to humans. Right. You're saying that's not gain of function?
Yeah, that is correct. And Senator Paul, you do not know what you are talking about, quite frankly. And I want to say that officially. You do not know what you are talking about.
If he's going to be dishonest, he ought to be challenged.
Senator Paul, we will allow Dr. Fauci to respond after you've given accusations like that. Dr. Fauci.
Well, I don't have any more to say except to say that, as usual, and I have a great deal of respect for this body of the Senate, and it makes me very uncomfortable to have to say something, but he is egregiously incorrect in what he says. If you look at the email
that you responded to and hurried up and said, I can do it, we got something in Wired magazine.
No, I think in usual fashion, Senator, you are distorting everything about me.
Ali Vitale. I talked with one doctor today who said she actually so appreciated that Dr. Fauci stood up to Senator Paul today, not just for himself, but for other public health experts who are trying to get the truth out there.
Yeah, Hallie, I was with you during that live shot, and that is the sentiment of other public health officials who I've spoken to as well. Fauci here coming for the literal overlap of science and politics. Public health officials, including Anthony Fauci, coming to the Hill today. And you look at those clips there of Rand Paul and Anthony Fauci, the more things change, the more they stay the same. I feel like that was also sort of the tone and tenor of this hearing overall. We did hear some new things, some new specifics, but for the most part, it was a reiteration of things that we already knew. I think the other piece of this, though, when you look at old videos like that and you put them in the context of today, there's an incentive structure among conservatives and some Republicans to continue demonizing Fauci and to continue casting doubt and spreading misinformation about this pandemic. Just before I got on the air with you, I got a fundraising email from no one other than Senator Rand Paul. This is part of that financial incentive structure, and it's part of bolstering your conservative credentials with some voters on the right, something that the former president started and something that several people here in Congress are now clearly continuing.
We also, as we talk about what I think you described so accurately, Ali, as the overlap of science and politics, look at what Bernie Sanders is doing, right? With the senator today tweeting that all Americans should have face masks that will keep them safe. He says he's introducing a bill tomorrow for N95s to be sent to every household in the country. This is super interesting, Ali, because as you know, this comes at a time when there's a lot of questions around, cloth masks, maybe evidentially, according to the evidence out there, I just made up that word, whatever, may not be the best. N95s are good. Senator Sanders is saying let's send them, but the White House hasn't officially changed the guidance, right, coming from the government about what kind of masks we should be wearing.
Yeah, exactly. And there are a lot of questions, and we heard some of those specific questions get asked during the hearing. Some senators saying, hey, can I get some specificity if you're a teacher and you're vaccinated and you test positive? How long do you have to quarantine for? As someone myself who recently got over having COVID, those changing guidelines are continuously shifting. A lot of Americans have these questions. So we did hear some of those specifics in this hearing today. But it's also, when you talk to people here on the Hill, where I spend most of my time, there's an attempt to make a delineation between what the administration is doing and some of the confusing and messy guidance coming out of people like the CDC. But for most Americans, they are not making a differentiation between the CDC and the Biden administration. It is all part and parcel. It is all part of the group of people who are trying to get us out of this pandemic. So there were some clarifications there, but I was actually surprised when you talk about masks, specifically the difference between N95 or KN95. There wasn't a lot of talk about that today. There was a little bit of talk about producing these masks, making sure they're available, but not in terms of which is better and more efficient for Americans to be wearing.
Something that people definitely want to know about. We'll see what else comes out of that tomorrow when the senator brings that forward, that bill. Ali Vitale, thank you, friend. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Just in tonight, the House January 6th committee has now sent subpoenas to 3 people involved in planning that rally at the Ellipse that day. Longtime advisor to Donald Trump Jr., Andy Sarabian, right-wing strategist Arthur Schwartz, and Ross Worthington, who allegedly drafted former President Trump's remarks that day. We also learned who else is on the list of people that committee wants to talk to. This may not come as a surprise to you. Rudy Giuliani, the former attorney for the former president. The committee chair, Benny Thompson, told reporters just this afternoon they do want to talk to Mr. Giuliani at some point, saying he's an integral part of whatever happens and not ruling out a subpoena. So in just the last hour, we learned Chicago's mayor, Lori Lightfoot, has tested positive for COVID. She tweeted she's feeling some cold-like symptoms, but other than that, she's fine. It all comes after she told teachers and students to get back to school tomorrow. You know how we've been talking about that standoff in Chicago between the city and the teachers union? It kept kids totally out of school for 5 days. That stalemate is now over, right? That's because there's new rules now for when a classroom or school needs to go virtual. Teachers and students are going to get KN95 masks. Speaking of masks, the district is expanding testing, and they're bringing back some daily COVID screening, too. In Los Angeles, you had kids going back today there. Things were a lot different. There wasn't this huge fight over returning, but students, teachers, all the staff had to test negative before going back to school. Of course, you saw some anxiety, some frustration from teachers and parents about whether even that is enough to keep everybody safe. I want to bring in Aaron McLaughlin, who's out in North Hollywood for us tonight. And this is interesting, Aaron. We looked at what happened in Chicago, 3rd biggest school district. You're in LA, 2nd biggest school district in the country. Officials there really determined to reopen today, even with COVID rates the highest they've ever been among staff and students, 10 times what it was before the holiday, right? What are you hearing? Talk about the steps in order to get this return to school work there.
Well, what we saw in the days leading up to the start of the spring semester, which should mention it was delayed by only a day, Hallie, was just this mad, all hands on deck effort to get these tests and to get some 600,000 students within the LA Unified School District tested with antigen tests. They were distributing the tests at schools like the one you see behind me, also at other points throughout Los Angeles. Not only students had to be tested, but teachers and staff as well. They say they managed for the most part to pull it off, but the results of that testing disturbing to some experts really concerned about the amount of COVID currently in the community here in LA and questioning whether this is the right move for the LA Unified School District to make, Hallie.
Okay, so that's what we're hearing from experts. What about from teachers, from parents, the people you're talking to?
Yeah, well, teachers and parents alike, they're extraordinarily concerned about this situation, really caught off guard by the exponential rise of the Omicron virus. Keep in mind that those test results showed a positivity rate of some 15% for students, over 16% for teachers. Those are numbers that people here in Los Angeles really haven't seen up until this point. And last year, they shut down in the face of the possibility of those numbers. This year, they're pushing forward. I was speaking to one parent dropping off her kids this morning, and she said that she was worried about the testing procedures, pointing out that just because some of these kids tested negative some 3 or 4 days ago doesn't necessarily mean that they'll be beginning school today COVID negative. Take a listen to what she had to say.
Well, because a lot of the kids were tested, but that was like 3-4 days ago. And from personal experience, I know people who have caught it, and it seems like the incubation is about that. So a lot of them who tested negative are probably going to come back positive. And so I'm nervous for my kids to be around that.
Teachers that I've been speaking to also echoing those concerns. We spoke to one high school teacher this morning. She got her negative COVID antigen test. She woke up this morning feeling symptomatic. She was too worried about those symptoms. She said it wasn't safe. She was going to go back and get another COVID test. She called in sick. That just gives you an idea of the anxiety and the nervousness, the uncertainty surrounding the start of the spring semester here in Los Angeles, and the possibility that things could be in flux going forward.
Yeah. Erin McLaughlin, thank you so much for that reporting for us out there in LA. Good to see you. So listen to this. The number of FBI investigations into suspected domestic terrorism have more than doubled since the spring of 2020. That's according to national security officials, who also today announced what they're going to do about it. This all happened at a Senate committee hearing with Matthew Olson, the head of the Justice Department's Security Division. He announced that the DOJ is launching a unit dedicated specifically to domestic terror in the U.S. This is like DOJ Special Unit Division, right? His team says there's this persistent threat, this evolving threat of domestic terrorism, and that the greatest threat comes from lone actors who get radicalized online. And let's not forget the timing of all this, right? The new division comes just days after the anniversary of January 6th, which is now one of the department's biggest criminal investigations ever. Pete Williams is joining us now. And Pete, I'm so glad we have you here because, listen, we've heard from FBI Director Chris Wray before that, yes, domestic terrorism is our biggest threat. This is getting more specific, and it's putting some numbers behind this and some action plans behind this, right? Talk us through the plan.
Well, what they say the biggest threat is not only domestic terrorism, but they break it down a little bit and say within that, the largest increase in these offenses is people who are either motivated by racial or ethnic hatred or anti-government sentiment. That's where the big growth has been. So they want to have a unit of lawyers inside the National Security Division who will focus just on domestic terrorism to make sure that investigations around the country are aware of trends, that they are aware of legal developments that they might otherwise miss if they were in isolation, look for patterns, suggest prosecutorial approaches. That's the kind of thing that these lawyers in the National Security Division do. Remember that the bulk of the work is done by local U.S. attorneys' offices acting on the arrests done by local FBI agents. but it's the overall supervision and guidance from the Justice Department that can help these cases.
Give me the why now piece of this, Pete, right? Because how much of this, you look at the timing, we're a week out, not even from the anniversary of January 6th. How much was the riot last year any kind of contributing factor to kind of shift their focus to make this announcement? Or is that conflating two things that aren't really related? I don't know. Talk me through that.
No, I think you're right. I think it very much was a factor. I think Charlottesville was a factor as well. You know, you put those two things together and you see a different trend. And also, Hallie, some of the most interesting research that came out last week said that the majority of people who were rioting in the Capitol were not followers of violent extremist groups or violent extremists themselves. They were people who decided that they heard this message and they wanted to take action, and they approved of violent action. And that's something that Justice Department is very much concerned about. You saw some of these public opinion polls that said a number of respondents think something like a third of them think that it's okay occasionally to use violence against the government. And you heard Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, push back on that in his comments last Wednesday. So I think it's all those factors put together.
Pete Williams in our Washington newsroom for us. Pete, really quick before you go, there is no federal domestic terrorism statute, right?
Right. But there is a law that allows the government to seek a domestic terrorism enhancement at the time someone is sentenced. And Matthew Olson got some questions today about why the government so far in all these guilty pleas has not sought that enhancement. He didn't take a direct answer to that. He simply said, well, you know, every case is different and we're not done yet, which I guess suggests that at some point the government may seek that domestic terrorism enhancement in some of these cases.
Pete Williams, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You bet.
I want to tell you, that fire in Philadelphia, that horrific fire that killed 12 people last week in Philadelphia, including 8 kids. We now know, according to officials, it was started by a lighter near a Christmas tree. Firefighters said this afternoon that that's what was the cause, but they say they only have the words of a 5-year-old child who says he was the one who did it. They say they've determined he was the only one in the part of the apartment where the fire started. But they point out that the child, who is just one of only 2 people who survived the fire, is traumatized. And his words are certainly not enough to make it the official cause. Just a devastating story in every single way there. Coming up here on the show, things went from bad to worse today for the UK's Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. Why? Because of his pandemic partying, Bojo. This one, BYOB. The consequences he could be facing as Europe is dealing with a very grim COVID outlook. We're heading overseas after the break.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Good
morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The WHO today says Europe is just weeks away from half its population being infected with Omicron. That projection is based on the 7 million new cases reported across Europe in the first week of 2022 alone. 7 million new cases. We've seen how an uptick in cases sometimes leads to more lockdowns, fewer people gathering, more restrictions. And now there's another layer on top of this, with the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson taking some heat after it was just revealed he apparently hosted another party when the country was locked down back in May of 2020. People are not happy about it. Here's some of what happened in Parliament today.
It's clear that in this country the same rules apply to everyone.
His absence speaks volumes, as does his smirks on the media. The public have already drawn their own conclusions. He can run, but he can't hide.
Parliament gets rowdy over there, right? This last party reportedly invited more than 100 staff members to Downing Street, right as his government was enforcing measures that kept non-essential businesses closed and loved ones apart. Matt Bradley is on top of this story for this one. Matt, man, you know, not a good look. Not a good look for Boris Johnson. And I feel like that is objectively fair to say as a journalist, right? This is not the first party he's been linked to at a time when people couldn't, go to other people's funerals, right, because of these lockdowns. Like, this was an intense time in the UK. Talk to me about the reaction where you are on this.
Yeah, I mean, the public reaction has already been swinging, and that's because we're just hearing over and over again all of these messages on the news. Family members who are telling horrible stories about how their loved ones died alone and dating those stories to late May when this other party, this latest party, happened to happen. And so now we're hearing from the most recent polls that 2/3 of Britons think that Prime Minister Boris Johnson should resign. 2/3 of the country. That's a huge number. And it's 10% more, about 10% more than the last time you and I talked about this back in December during the last revelations about the last parties that we heard. So, this is how it keeps happening, and so it keeps moving in that direction, public opinion.
How is it possible that we keep hearing about these things? Because I think to regular people, they go, wait a second, hypocrisy, thy name is Bojo.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big issue. And of course, now he's facing a lot of pressure to impose restrictions again because Omicron and COVID in general is surging here. So his hands are tied politically now because he's painted with this hypocrisy that nobody is going to forget. I mean, as long as his own party is pushing that line, now there are members of his own party seriously talking about Boris Johnson resigning. This sounds like it's just, parents catching a bunch of kids partying when they're out of town. This is very, very serious. The Prime Minister is in very serious legal jeopardy here.
Talk to me about that legal jeopardy, right? Because there is an investigation, the way that I understand it, from the Metropolitan Police that are involved in some of looking into this here. But, I mean, realistically, Matt, right, when we talk about consequences, he's still the Prime Minister, right? So what do those consequences look like?
Yeah, I mean, well, there's already been an independent investigation that was launched by Sue Ryan. She's a top public official, and she's known as a really fierce investigator, but she was appointed to run this investigation by 10 Downing Street, by the Prime Minister's office. So that's why the opposition is saying this looks like it could just be a whitewash by the Prime Minister. And that's what they said today. The Labour Party accusing the Prime Minister of hiding behind this investigation in order to try to get away from the questions. Because this is what Parliament was saying today, like you were hearing. They're saying, look, we just have one simple question, and it just requires one simple answer. Were you at the party or were you not? It doesn't need an investigation. We don't need to have Scotland Yard come out and check on this. We just need to hear from the Prime Minister. And I got to tell you, tomorrow, that's when we're going to hear about it. That's when that famous, if you think this Parliament is raucous, Parliament questions, or Prime Minister's questions, that's what we're going to see tomorrow. And that's when Prime Minister Boris Johnson is really going to have to face the music.
Well, Matt, I hope that you can set up your laptop in your house again, because we may have you back. Thank you. I appreciate you being on top of this story for us. Thank you. Thank you. Coming up here on the show, they say there's no issue more important than voting rights. But some of these advocates skipped President Biden's speech in Atlanta today. We're taking a deeper dive into the backdrop in Georgia, why it's so important, with our Blaine Alexander coming right up.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, an apparent North Korean missile launch might have been the reason why some air traffic controllers out west ordered ground stops. The FAA says the decision was a, quote, matter of precaution. It was pretty quick, only about 7 minutes, but still. Number 2, United Airlines says it's cutting flights because of the Omicron surge. We heard from CEO Scott Kirby, who says about 3,000 employees are currently testing positive for COVID. That's like 4% of United's total workforce in the U.S. Number 3, prosecutors in the Ghislaine Maxwell case say they're willing to dismiss 2 perjury charges against her, but only if her conviction for her role in recruiting and grooming teen girls to be sexually abused by Jeffrey Epstein is allowed to stand. They say dismissing the perjury counts would mean victims would not have to testify again and could help bring this whole thing to a close. Number 4, researchers over in the UK have uncovered the skeleton of an extinct prehistoric reptile predator, or in plain English, what they're calling a sea dragon. Oh, here's some new nightmare fodder. It's 33 feet. It's got a skull that weighs a ton. It's the biggest and most complete dinosaur skeleton ever discovered in the UK. Man, Jurassic Park, watch out. Okay, sea dragons weren't exciting enough. Here's number 5. How about driving goldfish? Researchers in Israel have successfully trained several goldfish, oh my word, to operate a robotic vehicle on land. Are you looking at this? They say the experiment's part of an effort to better understand goldfish's cognitive abilities. My God. First the humanoid robots, now the goldfish. Watch out, humans. Back to that deeper dive on voting rights. Now, President Biden getting some frustration, right, from some people while he was in Georgia to talk about passing those voter protection laws. Not surprisingly from Republicans, but also, perhaps more surprisingly, from members of his own party. We talked about how the president's trip to Georgia is a return to the state that was key to his victory, gave his party the majority in Congress. Georgia matters, right? We talked about some of the notable names that skipped the president's speech in Atlanta, leaders of voting rights groups, some of them, who say they want tangible work on voting rights legislation fast.
We are utterly befuddled that he has not been able to move Senators Manchin or Sinema to get them on board with these very important pieces of legislation. Democracy hangs in the balance.
That's how these advocates feel. This isn't, they don't think they're exaggerating when they say things like democracy hangs in the balance. And here's why. Look at this map. At least 19 states have passed laws making it more difficult to vote in just the last year, right? That's the landscape across the country. You look at the landscape in Georgia. We told you, Georgia matters. Look at the race for governor there. This long anticipated rematch between Stacey Abrams on the one hand, who, as we mentioned, was not at the president's speech today either, scheduling issue apparently. And then on the other hand, Republican Governor Brian Kemp. There could be a lot at stake for Democrats here, right? I want to bring in Blayne Alexander, who's in Atlanta, reporting on all this. Blayne, it is so good to see you. I'm so glad for you to be on the show tonight. Thank you. Talk to me about the landscape in Georgia, because you had, Stacey Abrams was a huge driving force in sort of the grassroots movement to get people registered. More than 13,000 black voters registered between 2016 and 2020. That's a lot. That was a 25% increase, right? Do the voters that you're talking to think that they are getting what they hoped out of President Biden and his pledges?
Well, Hallie, there are a number of them, a number of organizers as well, who give a very strong, definitive no to that answer. They say, I spoke with one organizer who was very fired up. She said that she absolutely expected voting rights to be passed by now, to be a done deal, to be the law of the land. And as you heard her say, she's befuddled as to the fact that it's not. And so when we spoke to these organizers, remember, these were people that we met back in 2020 because in many ways, they were the people who were pounding the pavement. They were knocking on doors. They were making phone calls. They were sending text messages, getting those people to vote. And in many ways, they were behind that blue wave that we saw sweep across the state. Well, they say now that they're getting ready to gear up for the midterms, they're going to go back to those same voters that turned out in 2020 and say, hey, guess what? It's time to come out and vote again. But she says they're really going to be working in many ways with one hand tied behind their back if they don't give the voters something to show for their efforts. They say they need to be able to hold up something and say that here's the return on your investment if we want them to come back again in 2022. Here's a little bit of what she told me. Take a look.
Our biggest fear is when we go to the doors and we're knocking on those doors and we're showing up again and say, hey, we have nothing to point to. We have nothing to say to these voters as to why they should come out again in the midterms and make their voices heard.
And the other thing that's notable, Hallie, when she told me, she said, listen, you hear all of this Washington talk about the filibuster and Senate rules. She said, a lot of people don't care about that. A lot of people don't understand that, know that all they're hearing are excuses, excuse after excuse. So she says, bottom line, people are looking at her and saying, you know what? He needs to find a way to get it done. Whatever the rules are, whatever the procedural changes need to be, find a way to get it done. Hallie.
And this is, they're talking to the urgency here, right? They're pointing out that he's got to get this done. You look at Georgia, it's such an interesting state, Blayne. I mean, you know it so well. It's been turning bluer and bluer, right? Flipping for President Biden in 2020. When you look at the landscape altogether, when you look at that sort of marquee race between Stacey Abrams and Brian Kemp, as we talked about, Democrat and Republican, there are so many eyes nationally on the state of Georgia because in some ways what happens there is a bit of a microcosm for what could happen in some of these other key swing states around the country.
Absolutely. In two ways. Number one, when you talk about the law that the Republican-led state legislature passed, we saw a number of other laws similarly passed around the country. But the other thing, of course, about this is that, yes, when you look at the fact that, yes, the state did flip blue for President Biden back in 2020, but it was still a narrow margin. He won by less than 12,000 votes. So when I spoke with Kendra Cotton yesterday, I asked her if the same conditions were true in 2022 as in 2020, but that law were in place, does she think that they would see the same outcome? And she says it's likely that that wouldn't happen. She says she's so concerned about what would happen if this Republican law is now the law of the land without any sort of federal guardrails, as she put it. She's very concerned about what turnout's going to look like and whether or not they'll see the same type of outcome. Remember, this is going to be the first statewide election that we've seen here in Georgia since that law was put into place, Hallie.
Such a good point. Blayne Alexander, I would be remiss to let you go without sharing with our viewers one other piece of exciting news, which is You are back from maternity leave. I know this is your second day back at work, spending some time with sweet baby Sage. We have a picture we're going to show people. Can you get over how gorgeous that baby girl is? Oh, my God. How are you doing, Blaine? I know it's not easy. A lot of us know it's not easy to come back, off leave. You doing all right?
Thank you. I appreciate that so much. Oh my goodness. Pictures from where she is right now from home are helping a lot.
Good.
You were so kind. You reached out to me yesterday, so that helps a lot too. So just all of the love is definitely helping me get through it. And it's been a very busy day with the president here, so I haven't had time to really think about how much I'm missing her. So I'm doing well, Hallie. I appreciate it.
Listen, skedaddle home after nightly. We'll be watching, and I know you want to give that baby a kiss goodnight. Blaine, it's so great to see you. We'll see you again soon, I'm sure. Thanks, son. Coming up here on the show, a lot of people are giving the Pope the side eye tonight. We'll talk about the backlash he's getting from his comments on cancel culture, kids, even pets. Pope, what's up? Plus, unbelievable video. A medical chopper with a baby on board crashed, look at this, on its way to a hospital in Philadelphia. Why emergency officials are calling what happened after an absolute miracle.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, a medical helicopter transporting a baby to a Philadelphia hospital crashed today next to the front steps of a church. Look at this, in a really pretty populated neighborhood. Incredibly, neither the infant, nor the nurse, nor the crew members aboard have any kind of life-threatening injuries. That is unbelievable. An emergency official on the scene basically said that, called it an absolute miracle. We still don't know what caused the crash. Our Northeast Bureau also reporting a second Starbucks store in New York State has voted to unionize. The store is just a few miles away from where that first New York Starbucks voted to do the same thing in downtown Buffalo last month. And finally, from our Southeast Bureau, the Georgia Bulldogs have been searching for a title for the last 41 years. And guess what? Last night, they got it. Spoiler alert. I mean, just kidding. If you don't know about this by now, I'm sorry for you. They beat Alabama, their big SEC rival, in the championship game. Fun fact, Crimson Tide's Nick Saban was the longtime mentor of Georgia's head coach Kirby Smart. Smart was an assistant, actually, to him for years before he returned to his alma mater in 2016. Okay, so listen to these proclamations from somebody who I know you know. Number one, people who choose pets over children are selfish. Number two, cancel culture is trying to rewrite history and is one-track thinking. That is coming from the guy you see on the screen, the Pope, Pope Francis, who people have praised as progressive on everything from the environment to being the first to say LGBTQ people have the right to be a family. But in just the last week, he's focused in on today's society. Last week, he criticized couples who chose to have pets instead of kids, saying their decision is a detriment to civilization. Now, in a new speech, he's going after quote-unquote cancel culture, even switching to say cancel culture in English during a speech that was actually in Italian. It comes as more and more younger people seem to be moving away from organized religion. Check out these numbers from Pew Research Center, finding people that identify as Christian are at 63%, down from 75% just a decade ago. And people not affiliated with religion at all has climbed to 29%. And guess what? It's millennials leading the way. You know, when we talk millennials, we got to bring in Callan Rosenblatt. She joins me now to talk about this. Callan, this is super interesting, right? Because Pew found that 3 out of 10 people in this country are no longer affiliated with a religion. You have the Pope, who got a lot of praise for his progressive views, but then social media kind of went bananas after these comments on, like, pandemic puppies, on cancel culture, et cetera. How do you see it?
Well, I think first we have to say that the Pope has done a lot to modernize the Catholic Church, hands down. And I think these particular comments on like cancel culture and pandemic puppies are kind of like the outskirt funnier things that he's kind of said, especially because if he wants to connect with millennials, he's helped them make a lot of memes in the last week. So that's been pretty great. But, you know, we see millennials as a generation that is, one, more connected and has had exposure to ideas that their parents may have not have had, or ideas outside of their community. And the other thing is we got to talk about the financial side. Millennials, some of them don't even have a savings account. And how are they going to be able to provide the bare necessities for a child when they can't even provide for themselves in some cases, or are living to paycheck? I like to joke that I plan to send my dog to the best dog college that money can buy, but I wouldn't be able to send a child to college right now as a millennial myself. So I think we have to think about all the facets that American millennials are facing when we look at these comments.
As we've talked about, millennials are moving away from religion a little bit, according to these numbers, but there are some churches that are making an effort to try to pull them back in, right? And some of them are getting pretty creative.
Absolutely. We see a ton of churches, faith leaders, rabbis, imams, priests who are joining platforms like TikTok and who are becoming, very accessible to a generation that may have moved away from faith. And I think in a lot of cases, they demystify faith for millennials and even for Gen Z. And they offer a real face to some of these faiths that isn't, the Pope, for example. But you have to be careful because it's a really fine line that a lot of these faith leaders walk, because as soon as you go into like the too earnest, or you go into pushing your faith a little too hard, that's when you become a meme. And that's when you kind of do the opposite, where you have a slew of people sort of making fun of you. That clip that we just saw was from a song, I believe it's called He Raised Me Up, or He Picked Me Up rather. And that song actually kind of went viral just because people thought the song was really good, but then people started mocking it. And so it kind of diverged from being this thing of sharing faith to sort of being a joke. So it's really a tightrope walk that I think faith leaders are having to walk right now.
Callan Rosenblatt, thank you so much for being with us. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Coming up, doctors are calling this a breakthrough surgery after they successfully transplanted a pig heart to a human patient for the first time. Our Dr. John explains how big a deal this is. Coming up.
There's no better place for fun with friends.